Naruto, I transmigrated as Neji and I can see chakra. A transmigrator was brought to the ninja world by a meteor and was reborn as Hyuga Neji. In this life, I want to change my fate. Break out of the cage, stand high in the sky, but who can tell me first, what are the numbers on everyone's heads? 50 years of Konoha, Konoha village in the land of fire. In a huge manor not far from the Hokage's office building, countless servants were coming in and out, and people's faces were filled with anxiety. Why? Because today is the day when the child of Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of Konoha's strongest ninja clan, was born. Hyuga Hisashi is currently the second most powerful person in the Hyuga clan, second only to his twin brother Hyuga Hayashi. Although he is called the older brother, in fact, Hinata Hayashi was only born a few minutes earlier than him, but the fate of the two of them changed drastically from the moment they were born. That's right, Hyuga Hayashi, who was born first, was designated as the main family of Hyuga. The later-born Hyuga Hisashi was designated as a branch family of Hyuga. The Hyuga clan is the direct descendant of the Otsutsuki Hamura family, the younger brother of the six-path sage who lived thousands of years ago, and has the blood of God. To match this title, they possess the ninja world's #1 strategic blood limit, the Byakugan. The brotherly relationship between Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi is very good. In order to make up for the great change in Hyuga Hisashi's fate since he was born, Hyuga Hayashi handed over most of the power in the clan to Hyuga Hisashi, and gave him a mansion second only to the ancestral hall as Hyuga Hisashi's residence. Hinata Hisashi had nothing to complain about his brother. Hinata Hayashi has done the best he can, but his identity as a branch family has always been a thorn in Hinata Hayashi's heart, causing him to look serious and cold every day. Therefore, in the Hyuga clan, the one that everyone fears the most on the surface is Hyuga Hayashi, but in their hearts, the one they fear the most is the cold-faced god Hyuga Hisashi. Now, this cold and serious man who usually remained calm even when faced with a catastrophe was walking back and forth at the door of a room with an anxious look on his face. Hisashi, calm down, today is your big day. I never thought you would have a child before a brother like me. As the voice came, a man with a face exactly like Hyuga Hisashi, wearing a loose clan leader's uniform, walked in and greeted Hyuga Hisashi with a smile. Hello, brother. Hinata Hisashi's face became serious, and then he bowed respectfully to his brother. Then he smiled, because today was indeed a good day for him. His child, his hope for inheritance, was about to be born. Seeing his own brother being so polite to him, Hinata Hayashi sighed. Of course, he sighed in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled and helped his brother up, gently patting his shoulder. It's okay, Hisashi, my nephew will come out smoothly. Thank you, brother, for your good wishes. Suddenly, a woman's painful groan was heard in the already noisy room. Then, with the help and encouragement of many experienced midwives, a loud cry finally rang out in the room. Upon hearing the crying of the child, Hinata Hisashi's already restrained expression suddenly became excited, and his eyes suddenly opened while his chakra was moving, Byakugan. The hideous blue veins bulged around his eyes, giving him a weird and luxurious terrifying appearance. Then Hinata Hisashi rushed into the room like a whirlwind. Congratulations, Master Hisashi. Congratulations on the birth of your baby boy. He is a handsome boy, in very good health, and both mother and child are safe. Congratulations. The midwife, who had been prepared long ago, came and showed off a little baby with fair skin and a handsome face and handed it to Hinata Hisashi. Ha 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 ha, reward. Huge reward. Come on, give each midwife a reward of 1,000 taels of silver, paper money. Even someone as old-fashioned as Hinata Hisashi was so happy at this moment today, because he finally welcomed the birth of his beloved child. Oh, now I should say that my beloved son was born. A whirlwind swept by, and Hinata Hisashi was already there, next to the woman who had just given birth. Gently holding the pale woman's hand, Hyuga Hisashi said to his wife distressedly, "Thank you for your hard work, Aiko." The pale woman shook her head warmly, then looked at the little person in the midwife's arms lovingly. Soon, Hinata Hisashi also looked over quietly. Hisashi, have you chosen a good name for your nephew? I have a lot of them prepared here, Hinata Hayashi said to his younger brother with a smile. His name is Neji, Hyuga Neji. This is a name that Aiko and I thought of after a long time. Hyuga Hisashi touched his head and embarrassedly declined his brother's suggestion. Hinata Aiko is Hinata Hisashi's wife. Looking at her newborn baby, whose eyes were wide open and spinning around, as if full of curiosity about everything around him. Hinata Hisashi's heart felt like it was filled with honey and was about to melt. Hug, hug, hug. Good boy. Little Neji. Even the old-fashioned Hyuga Hisashi turned into an ordinary father like countless other fathers in Konoha village, treating his child with great doting. The little child lying in someone else's arms was actually having thoughts in his heart that no one else would ever know. Oh my god, where did this come from? Oh, what are these people talking about? Hey, why do the two leaders look so similar? One of them has so many blue veins next to his eyes. This looks a bit like the white eyes in my memory. Oh, the family emblem next to it is indeed the Hyuga clan. This is something from Naruto. At this moment, Hyuga Neji's heart was filled with turmoil. That's right, his name now is Hyuga Neji. As for his previous name, it is already in the past and it's better not to mention it. He only remembered that he used to live on a blue planet. Then one night, he was watching the meteor shower from the Leo constellation. When he was watching it with great interest, a meteor, instead of falling into the distance, fell straight towards his head, carrying it away in one wave, leaving behind a huge meteorite crater more than 10 meters deep in its place. He had no time to curse the meteor that took his life at that moment, nor did he have time to cherish the memory of his friends and lover in his previous life. After all, these were things he could no longer control. The key point was that he finally figured out who he was. He turned out to be one of the most pessimistic characters in the world of Naruto. His death was inexplicable but justified, like a bird out of a cage, Hyuga Neji of Konoha village. There is no doubt that I was a genius from the beginning of my life. However, if there is no special situation, the growth potential of the Byakugan, especially those of the Hyuga branch, is not high. To be precise, it is very low. Just like the Hyuga main family, they can at least observe the chakra flow of all objects within 360 km around them in 1 degree without blind spots. They can even see through things and zoom in and out. It's like a sci-fi superpower. But for the Hyuga branch, on his 2nd birthday, the amiable Hyuga clan elders will plant the caged bird curse on your forehead, imprisoning you for life. What a pity, God didn't let me be reborn into the main family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Oh, no. At this time, there should only be branch families left on the moon. Because the branch family and the main family had different ideas about the ninja world, the branch family was very dissatisfied and united to kill all the main family members, regardless of gender, age, or status. As a result, they failed to control the giant Samsara Eye and accidentally killed their own branch family members, leaving only a few cats and dogs. But it would be great if he could become a branch of the Otsutsuki clan. Now it's not called a branch, it's called the main family. For example, Otsutsuki Tonari, the only descendant of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. He became the top ninja in the world simply by lying down. He grew up step by step and finally merged with the Samsara Eye, activated the Samsara Eye chakra mode, and 6 black balls of truth-seeking jade condensed and surrounded his body. He was just like an immortal. With just one move, I can do Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, split the moon and tear the earth apart. It's so wonderful. But everything is just his own imagination. As a member of the Hyuga branch, Hyuga Neji's ending can be said to be doomed, basically doomed. Even Hyuga Neji, who was reborn, couldn't think of any way to break the impasse for a while. After all, although the Hyuga's Byakugan has great potential, its upgrade route is not as clear as that of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This book has a magical upgrade method, so stay tuned. The upgrade route of the Uchiha clan is so clear, following the steps from opening the eyes, 1 Megatama, 2 Megatama, 3 Megatama, all the way to the top Mangeki Sharingan, and then to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan that will never go blind that is fused with the loved ones, and finally to the bloodline of the Senju clan, and then to become the Rinnegan, and finally to dominate the ninja world and dance wildly in front of 100,000 ninjas. It seems that the only hope is to follow the ninja world's scientific madman Orochimaru to conduct biochemical research to see if he can make a breakthrough in the curse seal, and then learn Orochimaru's substitution technique and Orochimaru's rebirth technique, so that he can survive until the end of the world. It was supposed to be like this. Yeah, that's how it should be, but can anyone tell me why there's a number floating above everyone's head? Hyuga Neji widened his eyes and looked carefully over everyone's head. He was not being cute, nor was he showing off his big, Caroline-like eyes to everyone. Instead, he really saw the Arabic numerals, clearly appearing above everyone's head. The first person he looked at was his father, Hyuga Hisashi. Why do you say it's your father? How can we distinguish between Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi? The newly born Hyuga Neji certainly has his own method. First of all, judging from the expression on his face, it seems that the one with the most doting eyes must be his father, Hyuga Hisashi. On the other side, the one who is rude to everyone must be the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Okay, I admit that you can't tell from their faces. As for their expressions, there are still some obvious differences between the two people, but this is not the most important difference. The most important and obvious difference is the forehead of the two people. The forehead is smooth and there is nothing blocking it. It is obviously the head of the Hyuga clan who has not cast the caged bird curse. He is my uncle, or great-uncle, Hyuga Hayashi. And the one with the Konoha village forehead protector on his head is obviously his father, Hyuga Hisashi. As for why he has a Konoha village ninja forehead protector on his head, it is because there is a green weird caged bird curse seal hidden underneath it. Moreover, the number on Hinata Hisashi's own father's head clearly read, 120000. Compared with the ordinary midwives around her, and even her own mother who was pale but had eyes full of warmth on the bed, Hinata's daily difference was drastically high. Whether it was the midwives around or the servants coming and going, the numbers on their heads were all below 500. And right next to Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga family, had Arabic numerals clearly displayed on his head, 110000. At this time, Hyuga Neji seemed to have discovered something special. Yes, we found the bright spot. In order to verify his guess, Hyuga Neji continued to look to the side, and he found that above the tiles of this house, that is, right above this big tiled house, there were 3 bright numbers, which could be clearly seen by him even through the tiles. 1000001000095000. Hyuga Neji's eyes lit up, he seemed to have discovered something. According to the original Naruto manga, although Hinata Hayashi was engraved with the caged bird curse seal and became a member of the Hinata branch family, his talent was admired by his brother Hinata Hayashi who was born 5 minutes earlier. Parallel time and space, magic modification, please keep your mind temporarily. He even thought that if the Hyuga main family could be set as Hyuga Hisashi, the Hyuga clan would definitely usher in a bigger leap and achieve greater achievements. It is not impossible for a cage-level strongman to appear, or even have a complete Byakugan pure bloodline, and eventually grow into the strongest man of the Hyuga clan in the Warring States period before the establishment of Konoha village, Hyuga Tenin, who had combat power like that of the strongest man of the Hyuga clan in the Warring States period. Even though he is a bird in a cage, the number on his father Hinata Hisashi's head is much larger than that of everyone around him. Does this mean that he is a fighter or a symbol of his chakra or vitality? And to be honest, chakra is a special super energy that is condensed by the ninjas in the ninja world by extracting the life energy from 130 trillion cells in their bodies and mixing it with their own personal spiritual power through a special refining method. This energy can not only be used as a universal magic power to perform 5-element ninjutsu and yin-yang escape, but ninjutsu can also demonstrate the ninja's combat effectiveness and vitality from another perspective. Hyuga Neji discovered another bright spot. It's okay for everyone in the room, after all, they are right next to your eyes, so it's understandable that they can see it. But they were several meters away, especially with a thick roof blocking the way and countless tiles behind. The key point was that other people definitely didn't notice it clearly. Even his father, Hinata Hisashi, didn't roll his eyes when he looked up at the roof. Others certainly didn't realize that these 3 numbers represent 3 people. In other words, it represents 3 ninjas. 3 powerful ninjas who can match Hyuga Hayashi in terms of numbers, that is, the amount of chakra, must be at the elite Jonin level. In other words, one of the important criteria for dividing the strength of elite Jonin is that the chakra number on the top of the head is about 10. This is also normal. After all, he is the patriarch of the Hyuga group, Hyuga Hayashi. Although he has the control authority of a bird in a cage and can control all the Hyuga branches and make all the branches serve him, if there are unexpected outsiders who participate in the assassination, even the Hyuga branches may not be able to save them in time. After all, there is a time bomb placed on someone's head, and this time bomb has a remote control, and it is not controlled by a system, but by a person, especially by a person's likes and dislikes. Even if this person is one's beloved, relative, sibling, it will not work. You all want to give up, don't you? Since his life and death are controlled by the Hyuga main family, does the Hyga branch family have to protect him at all costs? The caged bird is indeed powerful, but it can only handle relatively rough conflict scenes and cannot cope with emergencies that require fine-tuning. In a war scene where everyone's movements are relatively large and obvious, if the Hyga branch family deliberately did not rescue the Hyga main family, this action would be too obvious, and the purpose would be too obvious. Any person would be aware of this behavior, not to mention the Hyga main family who controlled their life and death and was much more shrewd. In this situation, there is no doubt that the Hyga branch family will suffer soul-wrenching pain, which is a punishment from the Hyga main family. But if there is a street fight in the village, and an assassin suddenly comes to kill the main Hyga family, will the Hyga branch family definitely arrive in time? Will they definitely stop it in time? The Hyga branch family hopes that the assassin can kill all the Hyga families. This way, no one can control your life and death. Even if your white eyes have some defects and you can only see 359 degrees around you, this is still quite cost-effective. Therefore, the Hyga main family will never entrust their life and death to the hands of the Hyga branch family. They will also train as many powerful ninjas from the Hyga main family as possible to protect the main family, which is also Hyga. Seeing this, Hyga Neji smiled in his heart. Apart from other things, this ability of mine is definitely better than the Byakugan in terms of observation. Although the Byakugan can see through things, it still cannot see through some bloodline limits such as the ability to see through jutsu. But with his special eyes that can see numbers directly, nothing can escape his gaze. As long as there is a living being with chakra, as long as there is a living being with chakra greater than 1. Okay, Hayashi, I won't bother you anymore. I'll have my servants deliver the gift I gave to my nephew to your house later. There's something else going on at the Zone family, so I'll go back and deal with it first. Hinata Hayashi looked at his younger brother deeply with his eyes, as if he had a lot to say. But when he saw his brother's face, which was a little stiff and old-fashioned because he hadn't smiled for a long time, and the Konoha village Jonin forehead protector covering his forehead, Hinata Hayashi sighed deeply and turned away. Farewell, my dear brother. In terms of etiquette, Hyga Hisashi did a very good job, and even the most picky Hyga clan could not find any fault with it. But everyone knows that having no problems is the biggest problem. How could a person, especially a branch family, be so respectful and obedient to the Hyga main family from the bottom of his heart? If he can do that, he must not be an ordinary person. He must be a more sage than the Six Paths sage. Does such a person exist? Such a person does not exist. As Hyga Hayashi walked away, Hyga Neji also saw that the 3 numbers on the roof jumped, hid and disappeared. Looks like things are getting interesting. Hyga Neji thought happily in his heart. This ability can be considered a kind of golden finger, right? As long as you have the golden finger, it is basically possible to change your destiny. As a great man named Zhou Lu once said, there are no rubbish fruit abilities, only rubbish fruit users. Ah, ba, 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 ba. Sorry, I went to the wrong set. There are no rubbish cheat codes, only rubbish cheat code users. Hyga Neji has a deep understanding of this theory. Just like a funny skit he watched online in his previous life, which talked about the revival of the world's spiritual energy, the awakening of all the supermen, and then the awakening of various abilities, including the fire ability that could burn mountains and destroy rocks, the freezing ability that could freeze rivers, powerful martial arts and strong physical fitness, and even the transformation into various wild beasts and so on. 2 of them had very insignificant abilities and were laughed at by everyone. The ability of one of them is to change everyone's name to Xiaoming, and the ability of the other one is to control the life and death of everyone named Xiaoming. The combined abilities of these 2 people become godlike abilities. The newly born Hyga Neji's physical strength was quickly exhausted. After all, he was just a child. He thought with the sole control of an adult, which quickly consumed the child's small vitality. What should we do at this time? Hyga Neji said. Of course he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Soon, Hyga Neji fell asleep obediently without the need for the midwife to coax him. He didn't cry or shout or make any noise, which made everyone feel at ease. They all liked this quiet little master. After a few hours of deep sleep, Hyga Neji woke up. This time he had more physical strength to match his spirit to examine everything around him. At this moment he suddenly discovered that he seemed to be able to feel the internal structure of his body more clearly, especially the operation of chakra. Following the chakra flow routes throughout the body, Hyga Neji discovered that all chakra flows through a place just like blood flows through the heart, and that is in his danshin abdomen, a must-pass point for chakra flow. So Hyuga Niji concentrated all his attention and carefully felt his danshin. He was surprised to find that there seemed to be a black hole inside his danshin. This existence is very round and very familiar, just like, Hyuga Niji took a breath in his heart. Isn't this the meteor that sent him to the Naruto world and killed him? Hello, 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 are you the system? Meteor talking? Meteor 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 meteor. Hyuga Niji concentrated his mental power and tried his best to touch, control and push it, but he found that the meteor seemed unmoved. It just seemed to be born with it, quietly floating in the mysterious space at the danshin location, and only Hyuga Niji's spirit could feel it. It's like being suspended in another dimension. Hyuga Niji nodded and agreed with his own conclusion, because although the size of the meteor was not very large, it was at least as big as an egg. If such a big stone really appeared inside my body, my stomach would have bulged out long ago. After all, I am just a newborn baby now, and every little difference can be clearly shown on my body. What's more, it is a stone as big as an egg. His father, Hyuga Hisashi, is a man with Byakugan. Even though he is confined like a bird in a cage and can only see at a 359-degree angle, he can still see inside his own body. Oh, let's stop talking. I'm a little tired. I'd better go to bed. Hyuga Niji couldn't control his body and his eyelids drooped heavily. Although he was about to go to bed, Niji Kyuzaka was not panicked, because he knew why he felt tired so quickly. It was because he had just used his mental power to push the small meteor stone in his danshin, and this process consumed a lot of energy. Although there is no promotion. In a daze, although Hyuga Niji had fallen asleep, something warm was stuffed into his mouth. Then, out of the instinct of life, the little baby Hyuga Niji began to suck it with big gulps. Sweet, fragrant, and warm. After all, he's just a child, right? As a genius of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji's reputation as a genius was not boasted by others, but he conquered everyone with his actual performance. When Hyuga Niji's baby was 1 month old, the elders of the Hyuga branch family and the elders of the Hyuga main family came to personally take care of his health. Of course, the elders of the Hyuga branch family really wanted to bring the rare treasures to help Hyuga Niji recuperate, but the elders of the Hyuga main family only came here to secretly test whether Hyuga Niji's roots would have any impact on the children of the main family, and whether he had surpassed the Hyuga main family. The results are obvious. The elders of the Hyuga branch family looked at the cute Hyuga Niji who was not crying or making a fuss, and was looking at them with a smile in his eyes. The elders of the Hyuga branch family were very happy. Although the elders have equal power to the Hyuga main family in voting on clan affairs, they are essentially just servants of the Hyuga main family. This is not to say that the elder of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Xiantian, is a spineless, a coward, or a wimp. The reason is simple, because there is also a caged bird curse engraved on his head, and his life and death are in the hands of others. As a branch family of Hyuga, their lives have been completely different from those of the Hyuga main family since birth. This is not to say that they are completely different simply by saying it, but really, apart from food, clothing, housing, and transportation, the Hyuga branch family may be almost the same as the main family, but the resources they receive, the interpersonal relationships they cultivate, and the ninjutsu and martial arts guidance they receive are completely different. For example, in the Hyuga clan, children are taught the 64 and 128 palms of Bagwazang as soon as they are able to practice. As for the children of the Hyuga branch, they can only learn the 32 palms of Bagwazang. It would be good if there were people from one's paternal generation or relatives who knew more palm techniques, at least they could teach and learn from them. If one's relatives are also from the Hyuga branch family with mediocre talents, then the children of this Hyuga branch family will never be exposed to the 64 palms of Bagwazang in their lifetime. Therefore, later on, Hyuga Niji learned the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the secret book that only the Hyuga main family could learn by his own strength, 8 trigrams palm kaishin, which was why he was called a genius by everyone in Konoha village. The elder of the Hyuga clan is called Hyuga Tsuki. Without making a sound, Hyuga Yu used the Hyuga family's secret technique to detect the root bones and secretly checked Hyuga Niji's root bones. He was very surprised and very unhappy to find that Hyuga Niji's ninja talent was very good. This means that he has very good physical fitness, abundant chakra, vitality, and mental strength in his body, and his Byakugan is of a very high purity. If Hyuga Niji was born into the Hyuga main family, there is no doubt that Higurashi Tsuki would strongly persuade the Hyuga clan to train him with all their might. He was not stingy with resources such as talented ninjutsu teachers, and it was not impossible to even spend a large sum of money to ask the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to condescend to serve as a teacher. But unfortunately, Hyuga Neji is from the Hyuga branch family, his father is from the Hyuga branch family, so he is also from the Hyuga branch family, and Hyuga Neji's children in the future will also be from the Hyuga branch family. This is the rule set by the ancestors, which has been passed down by the Hyuga clan. It is also the fundamental reason to ensure that the Byakugan bloodline limit will not be taken away by outsiders. What a pity, what a pity. Even if another powerful ninja like Kyuzaka Tenin appears, it cannot be an excuse to break the inheritance of the Hyuga family. Hinata Yu felt regretful in her heart, but then she was interrupted by the cold stance represented by the Hyuga family. Under normal circumstances, the Hyuga main family would place the caged bird curse on children of the Hyuga branch family when they were 3 years old. However, with a strong ninja talent like Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Yu strongly felt that he should suggest to the clan leader that when Hyuga Neji turns 1 year old a year later, he should immediately cast the caged bird curse on him to prevent any accidents. Since it has been decided to cast the caged bird curse on him after 1 year, no matter how strong his ninja talent is, it will be nothing but waste. The Hyuga family has been passed down for thousands of years, and they do not lack a powerful ninja. What they lack is that everyone sincerely abides by the Hyuga family's inheritance rules. After the elders of the Hyuga main family and the Hyuga branch family left, Hyuga Iko, Hyuga Neji's mother, who had been hiding in the inner room, hurried out dragging her tired body. Just now in front of the 2 elders, Hinata Iko didn't even dare to breathe. Even though he was extremely anxious, he also knew that the 2 elders would not do anything to harm their children, at least for now. She was demoralized by the Hyuga clan's concept of hierarchy and did not dare to step forward to protect her children. Because she was just a low-status woman from a branch of the Hyuga clan, nothing special. Looking at her first child, Hyuga Iko's heart was filled with warmth and she hurried to feed Hyuga Neji. In the following period of time, Hyuga Neji repeated the boring life every day. He slept when he woke up when he slept, fed when he woke up, and slept when he was full. Anyway, every day passed like this, and soon 5 months passed. He couldn't do anything during this time. Of course there is nothing I can do. What can a baby of a few months do? Can a child of a few months old practice chakra and refine chakra? To awaken the Byakugan bloodline, and then the samsara eye? You're not going to go to the moon to sleep with Kaguya Otsutsuki in a few months, are you? That's too ridiculous. But a genius is a genius. When Neji was 3 months old, he was already able to pronounce some simple syllables, understand the Japanese spoken by the people around him, and understand what the people around him were saying. What makes Hyuga Hisashi and his wife Hyuga Iko happiest is that Hyuga Neji has never wet the bed or defecated, out of control. Every time when Hyuga Neji wanted to urinate or defecate, he would actively hum a few times, and then attract the attention of Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Iko. Hisashi, do you think Neji's behavior is a little abnormal? After all, other children are completely incontinent when they are a few months old, and they have to change their diapers all the time. But Neji seems to have his own consciousness and can understand what we say. Don't you think it's strange? Hinata Iko gently hugged her husband's arm and said with a little worry. Hinata Hisashi smiled and patted his wife's hand, saying proudly, "This shows that our child is a genius." In the world of ninjas, in ninja families, geniuses are not uncommon. A genius, if he doesn't behave differently from ordinary people, how can he be called a genius? Our Neji is such a genius. I have a feeling that he is the strongest genius in the history of the Hyuga branch family. No. He may not only be a genius of the branch family, but also the strongest genius in the history of the main family. It's a pity that he has now devoted himself to our branch family. I am the one who harmed him. His face darkened as he spoke. Hinata Iko hurriedly grabbed her husband's hand, and stroked her husband's cold expressionless face with pity, and said distressfully, "Don't say that, you are a genius of the branch family, the head of the branch family, and you are powerful, caring for the clan members, and deeply loved by everyone. Neji will be proud of you." Hinata Hisashi was deeply moved and hugged himself. His charming wife said emotionally, "Thank you, my dear son, for always encouraging and helping me when I need it most." So, amidst Hyuga Neji's complaints, of course, in his heart, his adoptive parents began to hug each other affectionately. This was a heavy blow to Hyuga Neji, who had been single for several months. As Hyuga Neji's ninja talent gradually came to fruition, Haiga Hisashi suffered heartache every day as he watched his child. Because of his own reasons, Haiga Niji was destined to be a caged bird in the Haiga branch family. His life and death were controlled by others. Whenever Haiga Hisashi thought of this, he felt that the people of the branch family were just like the curse said, a bird with broken wings locked in an iron cage. But Haiga Niji was of course well aware of this situation, and he didn't think the Haiga clan's caged bird seal made much difference to him. For him, although he has not yet refined the chakra, every time he sees the chakra flowing through his body through his danshan, it becomes more condensed and can be driven at will. Haiga Niji feels that his golden finger must have a way to break the caged bird curse. I have the impression that when Haiga Niji was 2 years old or 1 year old, or should be 1 year old, Haiga Hayashi's daughter, who was also Haiga Hayashi's eldest daughter, Haiga Hinata, was born. At that time, Haiga Niji was fortunate enough to be taken by Haiga Hisashi to celebrate the succession of the main family. However, when Hisashi Haiga looked at the wilted Haiga Hinata who had just been born, he felt dissatisfied. First of all, she was a woman, and secondly, her body was too fragile. No matter how you look at it, she would be a waste if she was placed in someone else's home. But in fact, Haiga Hisashi was still trapped in his own subjective limitations in this matter. Hinata Haiga's ninja talent is still very strong, but she needs more acquired support, especially food supply. Haiga Niji remembered that during that observation session, Haiga Hisashi couldn't help but have murderous intentions towards Haiga Hinata. He was severely punished by Haiga Hayashi, using the caged bird seal. From then on, being severely humiliated by his own brother in front of his own son, Haiga Niji, his pride, saw his own embarrassing state of life and death being controlled by others like a pig or a dog, and Kusaka Hisashi began to have the intention to die, and his thoughts gradually became crazy. He no longer cared about the Haiga clan. He just wanted to break the caged bird for himself and his children. Even if he could not truly lift the curse, he must let his children see that he was dying for himself and that he could decide his own life and death instead of being severely punished to death by others' subjective consciousness. This incident had a profound impact on Neji Haiga in the original work. From then on, although Neji Kusaka said that he was the noble eldest lady of the Haiga clan, in his heart he wanted to kill all the members of the Haiga clan. Until the very end, in the Ninja World War, Haiga Niji, without actually having to die, resolutely stepped forward to block the Ten Tails piercing attack for Haiga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto, and blossomed with the most glorious freedom in his life. He was finally no longer bound by the caged bird curse, but was able to decide his own destiny. But in this case, to the transmigrator Haiga Niji, all of these are fallacies, all are mistakes, all are unacceptable, and all are incorrect. There is no decisive ninjutsu in the ninja world, intelligence is the most important. Even as strong as Six Paths Pain, who is extremely powerful and can control gravity and repulsion like a god, can control chakra missiles, can summon giant summoning beasts, can even resurrect the dead, and can even directly extract a human soul to read his memory. These are powers that only gods can have. But so what? In the final analysis, it is just a series of ninjutsu. As long as it is targeted by intelligence analysis, it will eventually be defeated and cracked. Can the caged bird seal be as powerful as the Six Path Sage's seal? The seal of the Six Path Sage was broken by the unremitting efforts of Kagaya Tsutsuki's son Black Zetsu, who brought him from the moon. What about a mere caged bird veterinarian? In the original work, Neji Haiga was exposed to the unbreakable curse of the Haiga family from the very beginning. But why can't a ninjutsu or a sealing technique be broken? Has he studied it? He did not. He is just practicing alone. In this case, we should find some experts in sealing to help break the caged bird spell. Although the Uzumaki clan, the master of sealing in the ninja world, has been exterminated, he. Of course, for the current Haiga Niji, he doesn't need to think about this matter. He had confidence. A kind of intuition that his golden finger could allow him to break through the caged bird curse in a very simple way. So in this situation, Haiga Niji no longer wanted his father Haiga Hisashi to die in vain. He should save his life at all costs. So after Haiga Hisashi finished instructing Haiga Niji in his physical training as usual, Haiga Hisashi knelt in the corridor, holding a cup of fragrant tea, looking up at the sky with a sad look. Kusaka Neji went to speak to his father. "Father, please don't worry about me." Hinata Hisashi's face was shocked. Why did my son suddenly say this to me? Could it be that he really saw what I was thinking? Hinata felt that even if ninjas could be more outstanding, this was a bit too outrageous. Seeing that his words were not taken seriously by Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Niji simply spoke directly and revealed a big secret. Father is worried that the caged bird curse of the branch family will fall on my head, right? Hinata Hayashi's expression was genuinely moved, but then he gave her a wry smile. He didn't need to hold accountable who told his 1-year-old child this horrible fact. He felt that given his child's outstanding talents, Niji must have known it himself. So Hyuga Hisashi smiled bitterly and nodded, his eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry, Niji. Because of me, you can't fly freely throughout your life. Hyuga Niji shook his head and said to his father seriously, Father, what you said is a bit biased. In this world, who can fly freely? Are they the daimyo of the 5 great nations? They own vast fertile lands and countless wealth, and they can command powerful figures like the Hokage to handle affairs for them. Are they happy? Are they free to do what they want? They don't even dare to walk out of the capital alone, or they will be assassinated by an ordinary genin. After hearing these words, Hinata Hisashi's heart became numb. His heart was not numb due to despair, but it was numb due to the shock of his own son. Is this a 1-year-old child? How come he knows the situation in the ninja world and the important figures in the ninja world? In this case, Hyuga Niji must have carefully consulted the materials and collected a lot of information before he came up with what he wanted to say next. Then Hyuga Hisashi took his son's words seriously. He wanted to hear why Hyuga Niji was not so pessimistic about the upcoming caged bird curse. Hyuga Niji looked up at his father, with the number clearly visible above his head. A year has passed since he was born, and the number on Hinata Hayashi's head has basically been limited to around 12, and it basically can't go up any further. In this case, it may be that the ninja's talent is limited. According to Hyuga Niji running back and forth in the Hyuga family residence, collecting the chakra information on everyone's head, he discovered that this number really represents the amount of chakra. The chakra value represents the potential of this ninja, the potential based on the amount of chakra alone. It doesn't mean that people with low chakra values have low combat power. But there is no doubt that people with large chakra values will have a higher tolerance rate in combat. The ninjas who were less powerful than others had to carefully calculate each of their ninjutsu, collect intelligence, perform tactical deception and ambush and attack, which made them feel exhausted and anxious. But for the ninjas with large amounts of we can take the tailed beasts as an example. When they fight, they never think about conspiracies or tricks, they just use the tailed beast balls to blast everything into pieces. As long as the entire battlefield is blown up, what's the use of having so many conspiracies and tricks? So in this deformed ninja world, chakra is the ultimate source of power. The goddess of the moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki, claims that she is the source of chakra in the bodies of all current ninjas, also known as the ancestor of chakra. But can her chakra alone really match the chakra produced by hundreds of thousands of ninjas in the entire ninja world? Obviously it is impossible. For every ninja, no matter he is the kage of a ninja village in one of the 5 major countries, or a jonin, chunin, or even a servant, the chakra in their bodies is truly refined by using their own mental power and mixing it with the life energy extracted from the 130 trillion cells in their bodies in a proportional mixture. Every chakra was accumulated by them with great effort. It is obviously impossible for you to say that these belong to Kagaya Otsutsuki. But it must be said that Kagaya Otsutsuki did bring the chakra seeds to this planet, and relied on the power of the 10 tails to spread the chakra. Therefore, chakra represents the upper limit of a person's potential. Every person may be limited by his natural bloodline, or by the development of his potential through acquired training, diet, natural resources, scientific exercise methods, etc. In this case, a person's strength can be roughly expressed by the chakra number. For example, Hyuga Niji's father, Hyuga Hisashi, his current chakra amount is basically stable at around 12. It may be a little less when releasing ninjutsu, but based on observations over the past few days, Hyuga Niji has discovered that even if his father refines it for 3 days and 3 nights, it will be difficult for him to make a major breakthrough. Hyuga Niji smiled and said to his father, "Father, I have a question. Although it is difficult to accept, you can think back to the time when you were planted with the caged bird seal. Has anyone in the main family used the caged bird seal until now?" Hinata Hayashi said disdainfully, "Ever since I was planted with the caged bird curse, I have indeed never been punished. My personal caged bird curse is exclusive to the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and only my brother Hinata Hayashi can control it. How can other chickens and dogs of the main family be qualified to control the patriarch of the branch family?" Haiga Niji nodded in agreement and continued, yes, in this case, I believe that except for when the caged bird curse seal is first planted, unless the recipient is punished and made to remember this pain that goes deep into the bone marrow, most people don't actually have much feeling. But I have experienced the pain of the caged bird curse. When I was a child, I was taken to the ancestral hall by the elders of the clan to be inoculated with the caged bird curse. After the inoculation, I just thought it was a bit nice looking. I didn't care too much. Probably thinking of the tragic experience he had in the past, even though Haiga Hisashi, who was already 29 years old and an elite jonin of the Haiga clan in Konoha village, was still frightened. Niji Kusaka could see the deeply suppressed fear hidden in his eyes. But the next second, the elder of the clan activated the caged bird curse for no reason. The pain that penetrated my soul was no less than skinning and cramping. My whole body felt out of control, especially the binocular nerves in my brain. It was as if someone was really cutting my head with a knife. That feeling is that you can feel as if someone is cutting you with a knife, but you are still alive and well. When Beishi is punished with the caged bird curse, your whole body cannot withstand the pain. At this time, you are like a lamb to be slaughtered. When being punished with the caged bird, the pain in your soul is far greater than the physical pain. Haiga Niji nodded, thought for a while, and then considered his words, and continued, so, father, this caged bird seal, if we abstract it, we can understand it as a knife. It's just that it is hanging on the neck of our Haiga branch family, and it may be stabbed at any time. At least compared to our current strength, we can't break it, right? Hinata almost nodded. How long has this situation been going on? Did it start with our generation? No, it has been passed down for thousands of years. It has been a tradition of the Haiga clan for thousands of years. This caged bird curse seal can probably only be solved by the Sage of Six Paths. Since we can't resist anymore, we might as well take care of our own lives. There have been so many wars in the ninja world, and so many children who were only a few years old were sent to the battlefield. In this case, living to 30 years old is already a great achievement. There are too many truths for me, a child, to understand, but I just want to say that seeing your often melancholy back, my mother and I really feel sorry for you. At this time, Hinata Iko, who had been hiding behind the door, also came out. With a little heartache, she took a towel and wiped Hinata Hisashi's face, then hugged him with heartache. Hisashi, can we live together as a family? Don't always think that there is nothing to be nostalgic about in this world and that fate is boring. Neji and I are very grateful for what you have done for this family. Little Haiga Niji stood up, his pure and flawless white eyes flickering with soft light as he said to his father, Father, even if I am cursed with the caged bird seal, I will never resent life or resent father. I will only work hard to practice and find ways. One day, I will be able to break the cage with my own strength and become a bird flying in the sky. Hinata Hisashi on the side was completely shocked. He didn't expect that the first wish made by most of the children of this age in Konoha village, especially those from the major ninja clans, after they became conscious, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, was to become a Hokage. But the little Haiga Niji actually transcended the common desire of becoming a Hokage, and instead made a great ambition to break the caged bird curse that no one had been able to solve for thousands of years. Feeling the strong confidence emanating from Haiga Niji, Haiga Hisashi also closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a smile bloomed on his face. Yes, my son, a mere 1-year-old kid, can think like this and has such confidence. I am countless times stronger than him. As an adult, why do I always complain about everything? His life is pretty good now. He has a beautiful wife, sensible children, and a brother who cares about him very much. In fact, in all aspects, Hisashi Hinata's life is relatively complete. The only flaw is the knot in my heart that has been bothering me for many years. A bird in a cage only has its body trapped, but what has trapped Hinata Hayashi for so many years is his own heart. Spring goes and autumn comes, and 3 years have passed. After Haiga Niji's persuasion, Haiga Hisashi came out of the knot that had troubled him for many years. Hinata Hisashi is no longer like before, always feeling that life is meaningless. He is no longer alone. He now has his own wife and his beloved children, so he will live well. In order for Haiga Niji to realize his dream as soon as possible, free the bird from the cage. Of course, this is a dream that Haiga Niji created in front of others. But the actual dream is not just to free the bird from the cage. Because now, he found that his golden finger has a real use. Ningji, hurry up and take a shower and rest. It's time to have breakfast. Hinata Iko, wearing an apron, came out with a hearty breakfast of steaming porridge, and went to the lobby to start cleaning up. In the huge courtyard, under the black and white Tai Chi diagram, a figure about 1.2 meters tall slowly finished his work and let out a long sigh. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he shouted towards the house with a smile, "I'll be there soon." The figure who had just finished his morning prayers was obviously our protagonist, Hyuga Neji. He was wearing a white Hyuga family robe, and his straight figure was like a tall poplar tree. He walked back to his room in a few steps, got a set of clean clothes, washed and changed, and prepared to have breakfast. Looking at the half-length mirror in front of him, Hyuga Neji admired himself quietly for a while, sighed slightly in his heart, then cut off the bandage on his forehead, revealing a mysterious curse seal of a demonic green color. There is a huge cross in the middle, and the two sides extend out like two hooks, wrapping the entire head. This is the legendary caged bird curse. 3 years ago, when the Hyuga main family had a descendant, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hayashi was born. At that time, Hyuga Hisashi brought Hyuga Neji to congratulate them. Hyuga Hisashi looked at the ordinary Hyuga Hinata and couldn't help feeling dissatisfied and indignant. However, he did not feel disgusted with the injustice of his fate. After all, under the guidance of Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Iko, Hyuga Hisashi had greatly changed his views. Although he felt that the daughter of the Hyuga clan was too weak to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Hyuga clan, unlike in the original work, Hyuga Hisashi did not have any murderous intentions towards her or think of killing the clan. On the contrary, he encouraged himself and Hyuga Neji to protect this lovely girl and pass on the Hyuga family. It was Hinata Hyuga's first birthday. Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Neji were invited to attend the first birthday party of the heir of the main family. Hinata Hyuga is really cute. She will be a beauty when she grows up. Even an adult like Neji Hyuga thinks Hinata Hyuga is very cute. Hyuga Neji has no ill feelings towards Hyuga Hinata. He knew that Hyuga Hinata was not as weak as she appeared. On the contrary, she might be the strongest woman in the entire Konoha village. However, the talent of Hyuga Neji, who was only 2 years old at the time, could no longer be concealed. Every member of the Hyuga clan could feel the purity of his bloodline when they saw his pure, transparent, and flawless Byakuyan eyes. Not only the branch family members could see these, but also many members of the main family. Although the Hyuga main family only had a few cats and dogs, they controlled the caged bird seal of the entire branch family, so the elders of the Hyuga main family could not hold back. The Hyuga main family was so impatient that they placed the caged bird curse on Hyuga Neji when he was 2 years old. Hyuga Neji will always remember that day. After he and his father held a banquet to congratulate the Hyuga clan leader on his daughter's first birthday, Hyuga Hayashi performed the dogusa in front of Hyuga Hisashi in the house. "I'm so sorry, Hisashi. I tried my best to stop it, but I couldn't do it. Neji may have to be cursed with the caged bird seal today. It's all because of my incompetence as a brother. It's all because of my incompetence as an uncle. It's all because of my incompetence as the clan leader." At that time, Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Neji were both stunned and very touched. In fact, given Hyuga Hayashi's status and identity, even if he really wanted to do something to the branch family, there would be nothing the people in the branch family could do about it. It would be fine if they were resentful in their hearts at ordinary times, but the entire ninja world has formed combat units with ninja villages as the main body, and can no longer return to the previous state of family division and separatism. Even if the Hyuga branch family was a little more ruthless, they could take all the members of the branch family and leave the Hyuga clan to establish the Hyuga branch family. They will soon be conquered by other ninja villages and armies, and then captured as breeding pigs to produce a steady supply of Byakugan bloodline limit. Hyuga Hayashi sincerely criticized himself and expressed his guilt for not being able to stop the 1,000-year-old Hyuga tradition. He is willing to make up to Hyuga Neji in all aspects, and expressed that even if it is the Hyuga branch, they will still vigorously cultivate Hyuga Neji in terms of rare talents and precious ninjutsu. At that time, he even took out the original manual of the 64 palms of Bagwazang from behind his back, on which were written the comments and insights of successive generations of the sect, as well as the experience of cultivation. This kind of treatment is not even available to Hyuga and Hayashi. Hinata Hayashi also doesn't know the 64 Bagwa palms, he only knows the 32 Bagwa palms. Either they can't learn, or they are not allowed to learn. Although the difference between the 32 Bagwa palms and the 64 Bagwa palms is only 32, their power is increasing exponentially. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why the Hyga main family, as long as they don't commit suicide, can block the attack of the Hyga branch family in the first moment, and thus calmly activate the caged bird curse, control the life and death of the Hyga branch family, and perfectly control the Hyga clan. Poisoned? Do you really think that the main family members are all breeding pigs? The main family has experienced countless times over the past few hundred years what the branch family members can do. Unfortunately, the caged bird curse still exists. The inheritance of martial arts is at a higher level, which is like the difference between military and civilian weapons. Although it is not decisive, it is enough to cope with most occasions. Under Hyga Hayashi's sincere treatment, Hyga Neji and Hyga Hisashi agreed to his request. So afterwards, Hyga Neji was dragged to the ancestral hall by the elder of the Hyga clan, Hyga Yu, who had been waiting outside impatiently, to plant the caged bird curse seal. In fact, the whole process was not painful at all. Hyga Neji was just made to sit in the hall of the ancestral hall. Under the futon in the center, and the area dozens of meters around was densely engraved with endless black tadpole-shaped sealing spells. There is no doubt that this is a huge sealing technique. The elder of the Hyga clan, Hyga Yu, slightly pinched his hand seals, and the countless black tadpole-shaped sealing sorcerers below seemed to move, gathering in the middle like young swallows returning to their nests, and climbed onto the top of Hyga Neji's head. Wrap Hyga Neji's head tightly. Quiet and eerie. It could be a moment, or it could be eternity, and the next moment Hyga Neji felt his soul sink. His adult soul felt as if it were being restrained by an iron shackle, firmly pinned to the soul's physical head. If it weren't for the fact that he was aware of the meteor star core in his danshin, which had the power to counter the shackles on his soul, Hyga Neji would have felt despair. After all, the shackles imposed on the soul are much stronger than directly destroying the brain tissue physically. That is to say, even if Hyga Neji died, his soul would enter the Pure Land, and then the people in the world of the living would use Hyga Neji's flesh, blood and genetic material to perform the impure world reincarnation technique. Then the resurrected Neji Hyga will also have an indelible caged bird curse seal on his head. It's just that in this state, Hyga Neji is not afraid of the caged bird seal at all. Because he is already a dead man, at this time, the dead, especially the body of the impure world reincarnation, is not afraid of any form of physical damage or ninjutsu damage. These will be restored to their original state under the continuous supply of 6 paths Pure Land chakra. However, Hyga Hayashi also kept his word. After he had just performed the caged bird seal on Hyga Neji in the Hyga family's ancestral hall, in order to let him experience the power of the caged bird seal, he would never have any restless thoughts towards the Hyga main family. The elder of the Hyga clan, Hyga Yu, strongly advised the Hyga clan leader, Hyga Hayashi, to punish Hyga Neji and let him feel what pain was. This old immortal thing. Because he was the head of the Hyga clan, he had never experienced the pain of the caged bird curse seal punishment, but when he saw the feeling of every member of the Hyga branch clan being pinched and the curse seal was triggered, he felt a sense of relief. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Hyga Hayashi can be said to be one of the few relatively tolerant members of the main family in the historical records of the Hyga clan. He basically did not arbitrarily impose the caged bird curse on the Hyga branch family. All punishments are carried out according to clan rules or official regulations of Konoha village. Only the unforgivable member of the Hyga branch family, Hyga Hayashi, can make him realize the majesty of the main family and the heritage of the Hyga family. Recalling his wandering thoughts, Hyga Neji looked at his body casually. Whether you look at your hands or your feet, you can see a number floating out and flashing clearly in front of you. 90. In fact, yesterday was the day when Hinata Hisashi taught in advance the method of refining chakra. Under the careful teaching of Hyga Hisashi, Hyga Neji learned this advanced chakra refining method in the blink of an eye. According to Hyga Hisashi, the Hyga clan's method of refining chakra is moderate and peaceful. It is easy to use like the common refining methods in the world of ninjutsu, but the amount of chakra it can refine is far greater than that of ordinary chakra refining methods. It's just that the cost of practicing is relatively high. Requires matching secret medicine. Of course, his words are rather general and there is no specific quantification. But in the eyes of Hyga Neji, after completing a large cycle of training using the Hyga clan's chakra refining method, theoretically, the maximum amount of chakra can be increased is 30 points. A ninja can only complete one cycle of training a day, no matter if he is the lowest student entering the ninja school, or not even the next in command, or one of the 5 most powerful martial artists in the martial arts country, 5 cage-level figures, each of them can only perform 1 cycle of chakra refining a day. Even if he is a genius, a gifted chakra practitioner, he can only reduce the time of this large cycle. After the big cycle, the cells and mind have to calm down. After a cycle is over, only the next day when the mind and body have rested well can the 2 trillion cells continue to refine life energy and refine chakra. Of course, this is a requirement for increasing the upper limit of chakra. If performing ninjutsu consumes chakra, there are still many ways to restore it. Take some soldier pills, family secret medicine, some magic beans, some super divine water, and all that kind of stuff. For example, a normal person takes a normal chakra refining book and can refine 10 points of chakra in 1 cycle. Even if you continue to sit still for a whole day, you will not make any progress. Only until the next day when your body and mind are well rested, can you continue to refine the chakra and store it in the danshan. For a normal person, such a large refining cycle may take up 2 hours in a day. Refining chakra is not an easy task. Just like exercising, it requires your cells to consume and release energy, which is a loss to your body. So this time is destined not to be too long. 2 hours is the limit that a normal person can endure. It would be fine to refine more chakra, but it would only be a false prosperity. For example, under normal circumstances you can continue to refine chakra after 1 day of rest. However, because the vigorous extraction and refining the day before increased the chakra several times, you may need to rest for a week before your body recovers from the depletion. But what about a genius? For a genius, take Sarutobi Hiruzen as an example. When he refines chakra, it only takes him 1 hour to complete the refinement of 10 points. Of course, his chakra refining technique is not comparable to just 10 points. The rest is about potential, and seeing what the limit of potential the body can bear. Some people's upper limit of potential is 1000 points, so he is destined to be just a genin in this life, and among genin, he is just a genin who has just touched the edge of genin. To truly become a genin, Hyuga Neji has observed carefully that one can enter the genin range when the accumulated chakra points exceed 2000 points. If he is a chunin, then his chakra accumulation points will be around 2 points. If it is a jonin, it will be around 7 points. Just like Hyuga Neji's father, Hyuga Hisashi, he has very high potential, and maybe because of the branch family, he has practiced very hard, so his chakra level has always been around 12, which is a very standard elite jonin. He covered the caged bird seal on his forehead with a bandage once again, patted his face, put on some clean clothes and walked out. In fact, he himself didn't care about the pattern on his head. Instead, he thought it looked a bit like Erlang Shen's 3 eyes, which was a bit impressive. But all the branches of the Hyuga clan have used various methods to cover up the caged bird curse seal on their foreheads. It would not be good if you are the only one who displays it openly, as if you don't take it seriously, and make everyone lose face. In the living room, only Hinata Aiko was sitting at the dining table with a smile on her face, staring lovingly at the handsome young man walking towards her. He, it should be said that he was a handsome little boy. Seeing that Hyuga Aiko didn't pick up her chopsticks because he didn't show up, Hyuga Neji hurriedly sat down, clapped his hands, and then said, "Thank you, mother, I'm going to eat," picked up a piece of bacon with 1 chopstick and began to eat with relish. Although his father was often not at home for dinner, Hyuga Neji still mentioned it casually. Where did father go? Was he on a mission? Carrying out a mission for the village? He was so busy that he didn't even come back for dinner. It was a waste of the meal that mother worked so hard to prepare. Hyuga Aiko just smiled and shook her head, and casually said, "It's a mission. Tomorrow is the 3rd birthday of Hyuga Hinata, the only heir of the Hyuga clan and the eldest daughter of Hyuga Hayashi-sama. So everyone is preparing for it. The clan has rewarded a large amount of money and purchased a large amount of wine, beverages, meat and preserved fruits. Everyone is happily setting up the scene at Hyuga Hayashi's house, preparing to celebrate the eldest lady's birthday tomorrow." There was a gleam in Hyuga Neji's eyes. The Kumagakure village delegation? This plot was the most impressive one for Hyuga Neji in the original work. After the Third Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato successfully ended the Third War with his reputation as the Golden Flash and became the 4th Hokage of Konoha village. But 2 years ago, well, just like the plot developed in the original work, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina died on the Night of the 9 Tails, leaving behind only the 4th-generation orphan, Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Hyuga Neji also wants to befriend the protagonist of the entire ninja world, the savior of the ninja world, Uzumaki Naruto, but now Uzumaki Naruto is under strict surveillance. Before entering the ninja school, Hyuga Neji does not plan to have any intersection with Uzumaki Naruto. This time, the reason why the Hidden Cloud Village sent an envoy to visit Konoha was very simple, which was to steal the blood of the Hyuga family, especially the newborn Hinata of the Hyuga Nakamune family. As for why the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village was able to enter the Hidden Leaf Village, we have to mention our great cleverness. I was surprised to find that all the successive Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, especially the previous generations, seemed to be very clever. They came from the Warring States period, so their ideas are outdated and cannot keep up with the current trend of ninjas. So there are many regrettable tragedies left behind. Take the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for example. After the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died in the battle on the Night of the Nine Tails, shouldn't the next generation to be elected be the fifth Hokage? The third Hokage is totally unqualified to take the stage. Because of him, Konoha village fought against 4 other ninja villages alone and defeated all the other ninja villages. After losing thousands of ninja lives and hundreds of millions of dollars, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually refused to pay any war reparations on the grounds of ending the war quickly. He never thought that the war ended not because he did not want compensation from other countries, but because Konoha village had ninjas who fought one after another and the fourth Hokage who was willing to sacrifice his life. The Sarutobi family developed rapidly during the reign of the third Hokage, so the Sarutobi family has quietly become a huge family that has profoundly influenced Konoha village. Although the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan always claim to be the top clans in Konoha, in fact, apart from the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan is the strongest, and this is only on the surface. In fact, the Sarutobi clan has become the most powerful existence in the entire Konoha village. In Hyuga Neji's memory, he remembered that during the Fourth Ninja World War, each of the 5 major ninja villages sent out about 4 ninjas. But taking Konoha village as an example, the Sarutobi clan alone dispatched 4,000 ninja legions, codenamed the Sarutobi Legion, which controlled the powerful fire release. Imagine that these 4,000 people are all young adult men. In comparison, what about other ninja villages? They even sent children and old men. The Sarutobi clan sent out these 4,000 ninjas, so there must be many old and weak women and ninjas guarding the nest. In other words, the number of ninjas that the Sarutobi clan can send out is far greater than 4,000. With such strength, when there were no extremely powerful ninjas like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the Sarutobi clan was simply the uncrowned king of Konoha village. Perhaps this was not something Sarutobi Hiruzen actively promoted in his mind, but it was definitely with his tacit approval that the Sarutobi family could develop vigorously. After the fourth Hokage died in the battle against the Nine Tails on Night, the Mountain of Golden Flash was wiped out in the ninja world. As a result, the most belligerent and weakest village in the Land of Lightning, the Hidden Cloud Village, began to stir again. They frequently dispatched ninja troops to the border of the Land of Fire, ready to invade the Leaf Village. But in the eyes of Hyuga Neji at the beginning, the behavior of the Hidden Cloud Village was completely unconscious. Because at this time, 3 ninja world wars had already occurred, and all countries were exhausted. Even a feudal ninja village like the Hidden Cloud Village, which has the Azuki clan as its royal family, still relied on strong means to suppress the anti-war sentiment of the middle and lower level ninjas. If the Hidden Cloud Village really declared war on the Konoha village, then the Hidden Rock Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Mist Village would definitely mobilize their forces and send a large army to besiege the Hidden Cloud Village. But this is what the Yotsuki clan wants to accomplish. For the newly appointed 4th Raikage Yotsuki AI, what he actually wants to do most is not to attack the Land of Fire, because he admires the character of Golden Flash Minato Namikaze more. What he wants to do most is to flatten the Land of Earth and kill the 3rd Tsuchikage Ninjago Noki. Because it was under the siege of 10,000 Uegakuer ninjas that the 3rd Raikage, the father of the 4th Raikage, was dragged to death over 3 days and 3 nights. I heard that even with the violent temper of the 4th Raikage, he did not oppress all the people of the Hidden Cloud Village as soon as he came to power and did not gain the loyalty of all the ninjas of the Land of Lightning. In the village, the most fiercely opposed sentiment was from the current hawkish representative, One-Eyed Deroy. Basically, he would oppose anything that the 4th Raikage agreed with. Although this man was not very powerful, he had the support of the nobles of the entire Land of Lightning under his command. His power was so strong that the 4th Raikage was also very wary of him. It just so happened that after 3 ninja world wars, the Hyuga clan's strength had reached its peak, even stronger than the Uchiha clan. Why would you say so? because this is caused by the difference between the two bloodline limits. As for the Uchiha clan, their blood limit is basically for the ultimate attack. Whether it is the remarkable insight illusion or dynamic vision, the Uchiha clan is born to fight. Every Uchiha clan member who opens the Sharingan is a battle maniac. What happens in this situation? In wars, the Uchiha clan was always sent to fight tough battles. As for the Hyuga clan, their bloodline limit is the Byakugan, and the most important function of the Byakugan is reconnaissance. In the entire ninja world, the attack range and distance of ninjutsu are generally only a few hundred meters at most. This distance is completely covered by the white eyes. A normal Byakugan can easily see all movements within a radius of at least 1 kilometer after opening it, and can also see hidden chakra, which is like opening the fog of war. So in this situation, no matter which team is fighting, they will welcome the arrival of the Byakugan. They will give priority to ensuring the safety of the Byakugan, so that the Byakugan can unscrupulously use his advantage of being able to deal with things thousands of meters away, command and remind his companions to stay away from danger, and be able to go around the enemy from behind and give him a heavy blow. In this case, the Byakugan will be very well protected, and basically the survival rate of the Hyuga family's ninjas on the battlefield is very high. Except for the Hyuga family, all other ninja families, all the Bloodstained Fairy families, and all the Secret Arts Inheritance families exist for the purpose of attack. So they will be on the front line on the battlefield and bear the greatest damage. What are the consequences? A lot of military merits were achieved, but all the people were killed. As for the Hyuga clan, they gained a lot of military merits, but all of them survived. Moreover, the Hyuga clan has a lot of money and a long cultural heritage, making them a truly 1,000-year-old powerful family. As one grows stronger, the other weakens, and the Hyuga clan is about to become a country within a country. If you don't believe me, just ask any member of the Hyuga family whether the orders of the Hokage are more important, or the orders of the patriarch of the Hyuga family. What makes the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen even more fearful is that the Hyuga clan has a particularly high cohesion. Although the Hyuga clan is divided into the Hyuga main family and the Hyuga branch family, and there are only a few people in the Hyuga main family, these few people can definitely perfectly command all the Hyuga branch families under normal circumstances. So under this circumstance, the fourth Raikage reached an astonishing dark cooperation with the third Hokage of Konoha village, thousands of miles away. Hyuga Neji knew that these things were just his speculations. Although they were basically facts, no one would believe him if he, a 4-year-old kid, told them. So what he had to do was to eat well. "I'm full, thank you very much." After finishing his breakfast, Kyuzaka Neji clasped his hands together and put the dishes in place, waiting for the smiling Hinata Aiko to finish her breakfast. He then took the remaining dishes back to the kitchen sink and washed the pots and pans. "Thank you, Neji-chan. Neji-chan is very hardworking and a good helper to mom." Hinata Aiko clapped her hands gently, applauding her sensible child. Looking at Hyuga Neji who had finished his busy work, Hyuga Aiko's heart was truly filled with happiness. Although she was just an ordinary woman from the Hyuga branch family, and even in terms of ninja talent, she was only at the upper and lower ninja level. Although Hyuga Aiko's chakra amount is as high as 8,000 points, she basically does not know how to use any ninjutsu. It's not that the entire Hyuga clan does not like to use ninjutsu, because they think that their soft fist technique and human body technique are basically the strongest. It cannot be said to be wrong. After all, the Byakugan ninja taijutsu used by the current big boss of the ninja world, Kagaya Otsutsuki, is simply overwhelming compared to the Rinnegan. When the 80 Gods air attack is released, it is like shattering Susanoo and the Wooden Man, killing gods and Buddhas. Moreover, Kyuzaka Aiko's ability in the Hyuga clan's signature physical skills was average, and she couldn't even perform a complete set of the 32 Pombagwa Palm. The fact that she and Hisashi Hinata can be together is just a cliched childhood sweetheart. Although sometimes Hyuga Aiko would complain about the unfairness of fate, it was nothing, it was normal. Everyone knew that every Hyuga branch would complain about the unfairness of fate. This was something that all the Konoha people and all the ninjas knew. After all, life and death are in the hands of others, and everyone will feel resentful. Why were all her ancestors from the Hyuga branch family, and her husband was just a few minutes away from becoming the main family of the Hyuga family, but ended up with the same fate as her? She knew that her husband was very proud and arrogant. Hinata Aiko also saw the pain in her husband's heart, but she didn't know how to help him. After all, she was just an ordinary person. As a member of the Hinata branch family, her words might deepen the guilt and anger in Hinata Hisashi's heart. So she could only silently support her husband's decision from behind. Fortunately, God treated her well. The love child of Hyuga Aiko and Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Neji, was simply the most perfect child in the world. He never cried or made a fuss at such a young age. Not only did he not accumulate resentment against the unfairness of fate, but he also enlightened his father and helped him to resolve the knot that had troubled him for many years. Mother, do you have any plans for today? If not, I want to go with you to visit my uncle in the Hyuga clan, Miss Hinata. Hyuga Neji opened his pure white eyes and looked at his mother. Hinata Aiko smiled widely, her eyes curved like two crescent moons. Of course, my Neji-chan. You know that I haven't worked since I got married. I'm a full-time wife. Neji-chan, do you know what a full-time wife means? Of course I know. It's all recorded in the clan library. A full-time housewife like mother has given up her own personal career and the possibility of working hard outside, and instead spent a lot of time and energy on maintaining the logistics of other family members. After all, Raisaka Ningzi is an adult, so of course he knows how to say nice things, but it is true that being a full-time housewife is also very hard. If a full-time wife who only knows how to play at home is called a full-time wife, then she is just playing by herself, so she is not a full-time wife. That's just the wife. Of course, that kind of life would be more desirable. Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Aiko, and Hyuga Hisashi only live in a corner of the entire vast mansion. Although the entire mansion is the largest house in the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hisashi is usually rather old-fashioned and does not like extravagance or grand ceremonies. After all, you are just the head of a branch family, not the head of the main family. You make such a big show and live such a luxurious life. What if the main family is displeased with you and ask Hyuga Hayashi to punish you with the caged bird curse? Wouldn't that be a big disaster? Therefore, Hinata Hisashi doesn't like to be served by too many people, so his house just hired a few part-time cleaning ladies. The meals that Hyuga Neji and his friends usually eat, especially the vegetables, are basically grown by Hyuga Aiko herself in the yard. Looking at the little guy Hyuga Neji talking to her seriously, like a little adult, Hyuga Aiko's heart melted. The devil's big hand stretched out. That's a nice thing to say, Neji-chan. Come and let mommy kiss you. Huh? Hyuga Neji failed in a second. He is in his 40s, so his age in his previous life might not necessarily be younger than Hinata Aiko. At this age, it is very embarrassing to call out dad and mom. But since I have been given such a good starting point in this life, it is completely okay for me to consciously call them father and mother. But you're already this old, and you suddenly come over to hug and kiss me, Hyuga Neji said. Well, I can't accept it. So he stretched out his little hand to stop Hinata Aiko's continued attack, and said with a serious face, Mother, please don't joke. I am not a 2 or 3-year-old child anymore. I hope you will treat me like an adult. Hey. Before Hyuga Neji could finish his words, Hyuga Aiko had already pushed his hands away. The other hand quickly grabbed the back of Hyuga Neji's head and began to stroke it frantically like a cat. While quickly ruffling Hyuga Neji's soft hair, he said with enjoyment, No wonder people say they want to have a baby. Having a baby is much more fun than raising a pet. The feeling of touching a pet is completely different from the feeling of touching a baby. A head like Neji's is the most comfortable to touch. In the first room, Hyuga Neji was already pouting in anger, but he expressed his dissatisfaction. However, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he could not get rid of the big hand of the adult. After all, I had just started learning chakra refining yesterday, while Hinata Aiko was already a genin. Hinata Neji touched Hinata all over and Hinata Aiko breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. How come children feel so soft? My own baby feels so comfortable to touch. Ningji-chan, please wait a moment. After all, we are going to the main family, so we can't be too rude. Mom, I'm going to pick out a set of formal clan clothes first, and then we'll go over and take a look together. Hinata Aiko looked at the time, then happily went to the bedroom to choose clothes. As the wife of Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Aiko cannot dress too casually. She must have the dignity of a mistress. Of course it is the mistress. The patriarch of the branch family is also the patriarch. And because the number of people in the branch family is larger, from a certain perspective, the patriarch of the main family, Hinata Hayashi, can be mobilized and directly mobilized, that is, Hinata Hisashi, the patriarch of the branch family. As for Hyuga Hisashi, he can mobilize the vast number of Hyuga branch families. After all, the caged bird seal of the Hyuga branch is controlled by the Hyuga main family. It is obviously not going to be pleasant for you to communicate with someone who controls your life and death. It would be awkward for two people. But Hyuga Hayashi would not. He and the Hyuga branch family were in the same boat, both had the caged bird curse on their heads, and both had their lives and deaths controlled by others. Therefore, communication will be more convenient and everyone will be more in agreement, because we are all the same kind of people, and the same kind of people means people with the same fate. Once she steps out of this house, Hyuga Aiko not only represents herself, she also represents the entire branch family, and of course Hyuga Neji as well. Konoha Village. Different from the warm and cheerful atmosphere over there with Hyuga Neji, at the edge of Konoha Village far away from the Hokage building, in a deep underground space, a murderous aura was surging. Hiruzen, you are too weak and too shameless. In this huge underground palace built by ninjas, in the largest reception room, there is a throne on the high platform. A stern-faced man was sitting there, leaning on a cane, his aura as imposing as dust in the abyss. This middle-aged man had spiky hair and slanted eyes like a hedgehog. There was an X-shaped knife scar on his chin. One of his eyes was wrapped in a bandage, one of his arms was also tied up with a bandage, and he even had a crutch next to his hand. So this person had injured eyes, injured arms, and even injured legs and feet. All of them highlight the great achievements he had made for this village. This person is the greatest darkness in Konoha village in the early days. He carries the darkness of hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Konoha village. He is the Anbu hidden within the Anbu's training camp, and the leader of the root organization, Danzo Shimura. Why? Why don't you abdicate? You have clearly stepped down. Under your leadership, Konoha won the battle, but the price paid was much higher than if it had lost. The hundreds of millions of dollars spent by the dead tribesmen and villagers of Konoha were all destroyed by your casual words. Everything was done to end the war faster, and everything was done for our descendants, Konoha, but it was destroyed so easily. It is only at this moment that I can feel that there is still a little possibility of your hypocritical words being realized. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. But it seems that I only saw the leaves of the Sarutobi clan flying, the leaves of the Sarutobi clan were all ignited by the flames, and the new leaves of the Sarutobi clan sprouted, while everyone else was swept away by the flames. None of this is important. I never care about family affairs. My family is not as important to me as the entire Konoha village. But why did you suffer such a defeat in the Japanese war when you were already the Sandaime Hokage? You suffered such a defeat when you had such an advantage in power. I have already stepped down. Because of you, Konoha has suffered so much loss. After the death of the fourth Hokage, you had the audacity to take the stage again. Why didn't you choose me to be the fifth Hokage? As he said these words, the middle-aged man on the stage looked down at the rows of ninjas kneeling in unison below. You think the Sandaime is too old? He is no longer the ninja hero he once was. He is just an old man. The title of ninja professor is just a gilded image. I feel that he is no longer able to shoulder the responsibility of Konoha village. There were dozens of grim-faced root ninjas below, each wearing a mask with strange and bright patterns on their face, wearing black battle robes, with short swords on their backs, and fully armed. Even through the mask, one can feel the deep and fanatical admiration for Captain Shimura on the high seat, and the resolute execution ability to go through fire and water at the command of Shimura Danzo. All 36 masters bowed their heads, pounded their chests with their right fists, and shouted in a low voice, "We are willing to die for Master Danzo." Listening to the deafening echo resounding in the hall, and looking at the fanatical determination of the 36 root jonins below who were following his orders, Shimura Danzo's heart was filled with emotion. Once upon a time, I could have imagined that I had such a powerful armed force under my command. Sarutobi Hiruzen is old, and his good friend is old. In the past, he was able to take on some of the darkness in Konoha village, such as forcing Konoha White Fang leader Hotaki Sakumo to death. But recently, especially since the fourth Hokage came to power, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have really regarded himself as the light of Konoha, and he can no longer be touched by even the slightest bit of darkness. He is afraid that his reputation will be damaged even the slightest bit. Thanks to the support of such powerful subordinates, Danzo was able to exterminate the entire Uchiha clan a few years later. At that time, as for Uchiha Itachi, the ungrateful idiot of the Uchiha clan who had been brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and lurked in the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, Danzo Shimura had always looked down upon him. Although he cannot collect them on a large scale now, Danzo Shimura has collected enough 3 Magatama Sharingan throughout the wars and installed them on this transplanted arm. He felt the chakra cultivated from the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in his body, which was continuously converted into vitality and fed back to his aging body. Shimura Danzo only felt that he was full of energy. He would definitely live much longer than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and would be able to hold on until Sarutobi Hiruzen died of old age and he would become the 5th Hokage. Danzo Shimura, wearing a kimono, recalled the conversation between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen some time ago. Although he kept praising the Hyuga clan, saying that the Hyuga clan was the backbone of Konoha village, after he abdicated, it was possible that he would pass the throne to the head of the Hyuga clan, the head of the Hyuga main family, Hyuga Hayashi. There was no need for Shimura Danzo to listen to the rest, as his hypocritical good friend had already made his meaning very clear. That is the Hyuga clan. There are so many people who survived the war. There are already too many ninjas from the Hyuga branch and Hyuga families who have been promoted to Jonin because of their military achievements and training on the battlefield. The gap in strength between the Hyuga family and all the ninja clans that once stood next to the Hyuga family in the Jonin conference has widened greatly. In this case, if the Hyuga Hayashi unites with many other ninja clans to force the abdication, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely give up his position as Hokage. Then the 5th Hokage will not be Danzo Shimura, but will definitely be Hyuga Hayashi, who has a good reputation among the many human beings in Konoha village. Although Hyuga Hayashi's strength is not very impressive, since the 3rd Hokage, the Hokage has basically not personally left Konoha village to fight on the front line. Moreover, the Hyuga clan also has the Hyuga Tenin who have been passed down for thousands of years. If Hayashi obtains the throne of the 5th Hokage and mobilizes the entire Konoha village's medical and biochemical institutions to research and study to enhance the Hyuga clan's strength, then it is not impossible that his bloodline will return to his ancestral state and awaken to become a Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Tenin was originally someone that was strongly invited by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His strength made both Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara nod in approval and regard him as his opponent. How hypocritical, Hiruzen, why don't you just tell me to destroy the Hyuga clan? No, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is very useful. If they cannot be destroyed, we can just keep ostracizing them like we did with the Uchiha clan, squeeze them out of the power center of Konoha village, add them to the plan, and just like the Uchiha clan in the future, kill only a few of them, and then we can control them very well. When we need them, we can just drag them to the battlefield and use them for a while. When we don't need them, we can just dig out the eyes and store them in the freezer. Isn't that right? Bing Huo. One of the root Jonin standing in the front row stepped out and took off his mask. A strange green caged bird-mark appeared on his forehead. He was actually a member of the Hyuga clan, and a member of a branch family of the Hyuga clan, but it was obvious that he had been brainwashed by Danzo Shimura. This is one of Shimura Danzo's secret weapons. He once disguised it as a dead person on the battlefield, but secretly absorbed it into the root for cultivation and brainwashing, and planted a more terrifying tongue root curse, making it completely obey the supreme Danzo. He has become a walking corpse. Shimura Danzo told him to die. Bing Huo, a member of the Hyuga branch family, would never frown. Yes, his name is Bing Huo now. He no longer has his previous name, no past, no future, only the present, obeying the orders of the root leader Danzo Shimura. He patted his chest and said to the figure on the throne in front of him, I am willing to die of laughter for you, master. Even if it means the destruction of the entire Hyuga clan, I will not hesitate. Okay, okay. Ha 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 ha. But the Hyuga clan's strength has indeed expanded too quickly recently. Of course, it is possible that they are not expanding but the others are just playing badly. Hiruzen, although you are a hypocritical gentleman, you are the Sandaime Hokage. I cannot go against you blatantly now. Since you think the Hyuga clan is a little inflated, you should be able to accept me using some means to suppress the Hyuga clan. Because the opponent is also very powerful, you can accept slightly more intense means. Including but not limited to the conflict with the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village, hehe. Danzo Shimura thought about the cooperation plan with the 4th Reikage Yatsuki AI of the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning some time ago, and couldn't help but smile. Nissan, the fourth Raikage is able to support the light and darkness of the entire village by himself. You are not even as good as the son of your famous third Raikage. But it doesn't matter. I am Danzo Shimura. I am the darkness of the ninja world. I am the dark existence that carries hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Konoha village. I am the root. If the big tree of Konoha wants to thrive, it cannot do without the huge root system to provide it with more nutrients. In order for Konoha to become great again, my roots can only go deeper underground, into the wider darkness, to explore for nutrients. Finally, Danzo Shimura stood up. While walking towards the deeper dark gift, he asked casually without looking back, as if he was asking someone else or talking to himself, tomorrow seems to be the birthday of the daughter of the Hyuga clan, the heir to the main family of the Hyuga clan. Prepare a gift for me when the time comes, don't forget. Don't let the old-fashioned think that we have lost our manners. Then, Danzo Shimura disappeared, and only 36 root jonin who looked like sculptures were left. 5 seconds passed and the 5 people did not move. 10 seconds passed and the 10 people remained motionless. 5 minutes passed, and finally someone couldn't help but ask, brothers, who did Danzo-sama tell him to prepare the gifts? The 36 root jounins looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment, and finally looked at the first root jounin who was ranked at the front and left of the root. Code name, Ji. Koichi's body was stiff for a moment, and finally he said reluctantly, okay, I'll buy it. Alas! Danzo-sama didn't specify how much money to allocate to buy the corresponding gifts, so I can only use my salary to cover it first, and then find a chance to secretly ask if it can be reimbursed. The atmosphere at the scene became heated, and the other 35 root jounins all expressed their gratitude. He's the captain after all. He's so reliable. Yes, captain, I have known since childhood that you are the most reliable. Thanks to the captain this time, otherwise I would not be able to afford the gift for the Hyuga family with my salary. The roots jonin are also human. Although they were brainwashed by Danzo Shimura and were willing to serve as sharp blades in Danzo Shimura's hands, it does not mean that they have completely lost their own personality. In the original work, whether it is Captain Yamato who has mastered wood release, or Sai who has mastered the art of fake drawing of super beasts, they are all people with their own distinct emotional characteristics. They are also living people who can cry, laugh, jump and make noises. The perspective changed and we returned to the very center of the Hyuga family's huge residence. This was once the largest residence of the Hyuga clan, and was also the territory exclusively owned by the head of the Hyuga clan. However, in order to make up for his brother, Hyuga Hayashi, who was born only 5 minutes later than him, the head of the Hyuga clan of this generation, Hyuga Hayashi, gave the largest mansion to Hyuga Hayashi, and flattened part of his own mansion to reduce its area. In this way, the house in the center is no longer the largest house of the Hyuga clan. But this house is still the center of the Hyuga clan in the hearts of all Hyuga members. Hyuga Neji and his mother Hyuga Iko stood at the door and looked from afar. Both the outside and inside of the house were decorated with lights and decorations. The clan members from the Hyuga branch family, or the hired residents of Konoha village, were all happily decorating the home of Hyuga Hayashi. The Hyuga clan is an ancient ninja clan that has been passed down for thousands of years, so every incident related to the Hyuga family will be infinitely magnified and widely publicized. The significance is to tell the world that the main family of the Hyuga clan is still alive and well, so the Hyuga clan has a backbone with strong cohesion, and no one can shake the unity and strength of the Hyuga family. And tomorrow is the third birthday of the only heir of the next generation of the Hyuga family, a beautiful little girl, the eldest daughter of Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata. This day is particularly important. If there is no life or death crisis, all Hyuga clan members will give up their tasks, including asking for leave if they are on duty. In other words, all Hyuga clan members in Konoha village will come to participate in this grand celebration banquet in the next few days. Wearing gorgeous Hyuga branch robes and showing outstanding temperament, Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Iko quickly attracted the attention of the passing crowd. So everyone came to greet them. Greetings to Master Iko, greetings to Master Neji. All the branches of the Hyuga clan first looked at Hyuga Iko and greeted her respectfully. Hinata Iko has a very good reputation among the people of the Hyuga branch because of her approachable personality, her frequent standing up for the Hyuga branch, and her persuasion that Hyuga Hisashi reduce the punishment on the Hyuga branch. On the other hand, Hyuga Neji is because of his genius. As the son of the head of the Hyuga branch family, Haiga Niji also showed tremendous talent that far exceeded the next generation of the Haiga main family, making all members of the Haiga branch family proud. Haiga Niji and Haiga Iko quickly returned the greetings to thank everyone for their greetings. After all, people are willing to say hello to you because they are giving you face, right? If you really think you are something important, then wouldn't that be disrespecting others? If you don't give others face once, they may not give you face one day in the future. Then everyone will lose face, which is not good. As a result, the atmosphere became harmonious and warm with everyone being polite to each other. Afterwards, everyone went back to their own work. After all, if they wanted to have a grand celebration, decorating the entire mansion would be a very laborious task. It wasn't something that could be done by just throwing up a piece of red cloth. That is to take into account the 1000-year heritage of the Haiga clan, the uniqueness of the Haiga clan, the wealth and prosperity of the Haiga clan, the unity and friendship of the Haiga clan, and the incomparable strength of the Haiga clan. In fact, Haiga Niji came here today mainly to take a look at this key milestone event, which was also described in detail in the original work. This incident may not have much impact on protagonists like Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke, but it had a profound impact on the fate of Haiga Niji. Combining the cause and effect of the whole incident and judging based on the principle that whoever benefits the most is the mastermind, Haiga Niji already knew clearly that this was a dark operation between the 4th Raikage and the 3rd Hokage, a tacit agreement to eliminate each other's opposition. This is also the first time that Haiga Niji has participated in the story of the original work, but from today on, the wheel of history will deviate slightly here. It may not be noticeable at the beginning, but as time goes by, the course of history will be completely different from before. When you arrive at Haiga Hayashi's house, of course the first person you have to meet is the uncrowned king of the Haiga clan, the patriarch of the Haiga main family, Haiga Hayashi. Haiga Niji and Haiga Iko walked through the courtyards and came to the deepest part of the mansion, which was a huge martial arts training ground. In the martial arts training ground, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hisashi were discussing something. "Greetings, Lord Hayashi." With 2 greetings, Haiga Hayashi was interrupted and left from his pleasant conversation with Haiga Hisashi. When Haiga Hayashi saw Haiga Niji, his eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed. "Hey, Niji, little guy, have you started practicing chakra refining techniques? Although I don't see any signs of chakra growth on you, the feeling you give is still a little different from when you didn't experience chakra." Haiga Niji quickly answered him, "Yes, Lord Hayashi. Yesterday my father just taught me the chakra refining technique of our Haiga clan. I have just started and have not officially started to practice vigorously." Hinata Hayashi's eyes flashed, and then he did not hide his admiration and envy. "Hey, Hayashi, you really gave birth to a good son. I remember how long it took us to learn the chakra refining technique. I think it took me 5 days, and you, Hayashi, took 4 days." Hearing his brother praising his son, Haiga Hisashi was also full of pride, but when it came to himself, he just waved his hand modestly. "That's because, brother, you had already taken over the affairs of the main family at that time, and many things involved your progress in cultivation. In fact, from a fundamental point of view, your speed in cultivating chakra refining techniques is much faster than mine. It's just that I may be less disturbed by some things, so the early bird catches the worm, and diligence can make up for clumsiness." Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi also laughed heartily. Who doesn't like to hear nice words? But in fact, he also knew that even if Hinata Hisashi was put in the same environment as himself and was not disturbed by trivial matters, he would definitely be faster than him. This was the intuition of an elder brother. Moreover, Hinata Hisashi was also cursed as a caged bird at that time. He was extremely angry and wanted to commit suicide. His face was full of resentment. The interference he suffered was not necessarily much less than the trouble he suffered from the trivial matters of the main family. "Hinata is in the house, Niji, you can go play with him." Hinata Hayashi instructed Niji with a satisfied smile. "Okay, Hayashi-sama." Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi pretended to be unhappy, and then said lightly, Haiga Niji understood it immediately. This was because Haiga Hayashi disliked the way he called him was too formal and official. He is the son of Haiga Hayashi's younger brother, and also the son of the patriarch of the Haiga branch family, who is a close comrade of the Haiga main family. One is the patriarch of the Haiga main family, and the other is the junior patriarch of the Haiga branch family. Plus, the two are related by blood, so calling him Sir Hayashi would be a bit too distant. It's not a very official place, but it's at Hinata Hayashi's home. In other words, why be so distant in your own relative's home? Okay, uncle, Nisan Neji is not a rigid character in the original work. He has a very flexible adult soul and naturally will not do anything that makes everyone feel unhappy. Besides, it's just a name, there's no need to be hard on Hinata Hayashi. On the contrary, in the eyes of Hyuga Neji, who is now an adult soul, calling him Uncle-sama is much more beneficial to his growth than calling him Hisashi-sama. After the relationship becomes closer, he can obtain more natural treasures from the main family, and configure better medicinal baths. Isn't it better to save some money on the division of the family? I'll go first, father, mother. Hinata Hisashi smiled and waved his hand. Then he said goodbye and left Hyuga Iko to talk with Hyuga Hisashi and the others. He walked along the path of the martial arts field to the main hall. From a distance, I saw a little princess figure kneeling beside the desk, holding a brush in her hand, writing something calmly. Neutral and peaceful. Are you practicing calligraphy? Are you feeling a little excited? Hinata Hyuga, who was immersed in the artistic conception of the 4 words and trying her best to calm herself down, suddenly heard someone talking next to her ear. She was startled and jumped up like a frightened little rabbit. As a result, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. His face suddenly turned red with shame, and just when he was at a loss as to what to do, a small but strong hand was stretched out in front of him. I'm sorry, I scared you. It's my fault. I should have said hello first. Hyuga Neji stretched out his hand with a smile and pulled Hyuga Hinata up from the ground. No, it has nothing to do with brother Neji. It's just that I was not paying attention. Hyuga Hinata said in a small voice, as soft as a mosquito. She was really too shy. When Hyuga Neji heard this, he felt that Hyuga Hinata might have already begun to awaken his own physique. In fact, the purity of Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan is also very high. Of course, her sister Hanabi Hyuga's Byakugan is even purer. It is much stronger than the obvious ninja talent shown by Hinata Hyuga's talent. So this led to the situation in the movie where later on, a member of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Tonari Otsutsuki, came to Earth specifically to dig out Hinata Hanabi's eyes. So when Hinata Hyuga acted a little unconfident or shy, Neji Hyuga knew that Hinata Hyuga must be hungry and didn't eat enough. Yes, literally, we didn't have enough to eat. Being in the environment of the main family of the Hyuga clan and having a father who is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata must have been placed with high hopes since she was a child. And under such old-fashioned education, Hyuga Hinata's every move strictly abides by the ancient etiquette of the Hyuga clan that has been passed down for thousands of years. In this case, she is beautiful. If she were an ordinary Hyuga woman, there would be no problem at all. But Hinata Hyuga is different. She needs more nutrition, but she won't show it obviously. Unlike Hyuga Neji, once the feeding of Hyuga Neji's treasures is affected, he will express his protest very obviously and his physical movements will also be very obvious and can be seen by Hyuga Hisashi. Neji Hyuga looked at Hinata Hyuga's head. There was also a number floating above her head. This number was much smaller than Neji Hyuga's, only 5. In other words, Hinata Hyuga's physical condition is not a normal chakra state. Even if he is an ordinary person, his chakra, an ordinary adult, his chakra is at least 10. These are what the body has naturally. There is no need to refine them specifically. They are produced naturally between breaths. There is no doubt that Hyuga Hinata has not yet started the chakra refining technique because she is only 3 years old. Even the famous Hyuga Neji, at the age of 3, only followed Hyuga Hisashi to do some basic physical training and some special secret medicine made of a large amount of rare treasures for medicinal baths. In this way, the nutrition needed for Hyuga Neji's growth and development is slowly but effectively improved. And when Hyuga Neji performed the chakra refining technique for the first time yesterday, he actually succeeded, but something unexpected happened. When practicing the chakra refining technique yesterday, Hyuga Neji only read the chakra refining technique manual shown by Hyuga Hisashi a few times and briefly looked at the chakra refining technique notes made by previous generations. He learned it on the spot. After all, he is Hyuga Neji, such a genius is understandable, especially since Hyuga Neji's soul is now several times stronger than that of the past. He has an adult soul in his body, and the strength, quality and quantity of an adult soul are completely incomparable to that of a child's soul. This is an innate factor caused by time. In order to verify something, Hyuga Neji did not perform chakra refining in front of Hyuga Hisashi. Instead, he returned to his own room and began a large cycle of chakra refining under the pretext of referring to the notes in the chakra training book. The chakra refining technique used by the Hyuga clan is called Hyuga Tenin chakra training technique. This chakra training technique can be said to be one of the top chakra training techniques in the ninja world. It is as famous as the inherited chakra training techniques of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the descendants of the Six Paths Sage, and the Yazuki clan, an ancient powerful clan in the ninja world. Members of the Hyuga clan can use this chakra training method to extract 30 points of chakra into their danshin within a large cycle of one day. These 30 points were purely achieved by relying on this special chakra refining technique. Under normal circumstances, the normal chakra refining technique can only refine about 10 points. Even in the Sarutobi family, where the third Hokage of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is now, Neji Hyuga believes that when Sarutobi Hiruzen refined chakra back then, he could only refine 3 points at most at a time. But because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has great potential. He is born with the ability to master all the chakra attributes required for the 5 elements ninjutsu, and they all have very high affinity and evenly distributed very powerful talents. It is under such circumstances that Sarutobi Hiruzen has achieved his current cage level strength. While refining the energy, Hyuga Neji followed the steps and, relying on the Hyuga Tenin chakra training technique, he successfully mixed some of his soul's mental power with the life energy extracted from 130 trillion cells, cleverly forming 30 points of chakra. Then it flows along the meridians in the body to the danshin, that is, flows into the meteor in the danshin. As a result, what happened in the next moment surprised Hyuga Neji. These 30 points of chakra entered the meteor and came out in the blink of an eye. However, when they came out, the points of chakra became thicker. This is incredible. That is to say, even if Hyuga Neji practices one big cycle every day, it is equivalent to practicing the best chakra refining technique in the ninja world for 3 days. That is equivalent to the ordinary chakra training technique used by an ordinary person for 9 days. According to the chakra division of influence that Hyuga Neji has observed for a long time, the minimum chakra points required for a genin are 2000 points. The minimum chakra points required for a chunin are 2 points, and the minimum chakra points required for a jonin are 7 points. Based on the calculation that I can increase my chakra by 90 points every day, I only have less than 2000 days to meet the minimum chakra point requirement of 23 for a genin. Moreover, Neji Hyuga also discovered that the meteor in his danshin had another function, which was that all the chakras must flow through this meteor all the time. The chakra before flowing through the meteor was in a primitive state, similar to the chakra in everyone's body, and could be roughly interfered and controlled by mental power. However, after flowing out, all the chakras were like completely tamed robots, and could be accurately controlled by Neji Hyuga's soul power. This was called perfect control. And after many attempts, Hyuga Neji discovered that as long as he refined the chakra for the first time and let it flow through the danshin in his body, and then come out, the chakra would be completely controlled by him. You can then stuff the chakra into the meteor in the danshin in your body again, and it is completely under your control. You can let the chakra come out when you want it to come out, and put it in when you want it to go in. It can even be controlled, for example, allowing 10 points of chakra to enter the meteor, but only allowing a little chakra to flow out. Moreover, once the chakra enters the meteor within Hyuga Neji's danshin, this chakra can no longer be felt. Even for Hyuga Neji, it was not easy for him to feel it. He only knew through the information transmitted by the meteor in the danshin in his body that these chakras were not swallowed by the meteor, but were only temporarily stored inside. Moreover, all the chakra that flows through the danshin is completely controlled by Hyuga Neji's mental power. This state of control has reached perfection, and not even a drop of chakra will leak out. As long as Hyuga Neji is willing, he can instantly fill all the chakra into the meteor within his danshin and prevent it from flowing out. What is this? Does it look familiar? Isn't this a complete disguise of cultivation? In this situation, Hyuga Neji can freely control his own cultivation, especially the amount of chakra in his body. It won't be discovered in advance by some powerful people in the outside world who have special means of detecting chakra, causing unnecessary trouble. After all, there are a lot of strange ninjutsu and strange bloodline limits in the ninja world. There are many ways to do similar things, like the Byakugan that can see the flow of chakra in the body. As for the practitioner who uses these methods, he can roughly or accurately perceive the amount of chakra in the target's body, and use this to determine whether the target poses a threat. Again, although in the world of ninja, the amount of chakra is not the only criterion for judging a person's combat effectiveness, it is definitely an important criterion for judging combat effectiveness, and even the number one criterion. Under normal circumstances, the amount of chakra in the body of a cage-level strongman is much greater than that of an ordinary jonin. Otherwise he would not be able to perform those powerful forbidden ninjutsu that are powerful enough to change the terrain. Anyway, according to what we know so far, there is no powerful ninjutsu that can be performed by relying on a small amount of chakra. The more incredible the effect of ninjutsu can be, the more earth-shaking amount of chakra is required. If I were to give too many examples, such as the tailed beasts, and the tailed beasts. The signature ninjutsu released by the tailed beasts, the tailed beast ball, is actually to shoot out chakras of different attributes. Because they have too much chakra, after mixing in a certain proportion, the explosion caused by the qualitative change caused by the quantitative change of these chakras is enough to destroy the entire Konoha village in one blow. Of course, it is also possible to destroy the entire village including but not limited to the hidden sand village, the hidden rock village, the hidden cloud village and the hidden mist village with one strike. Just now, Hyuga Neji saw that Hyuga Hayashi still had. So when Neji Hyuga saw that the chakra number on Hinata Hyuga's head was only 5 points, he understood that Hinata Hyuga must have activated her talent as a big eater, and she needed more and more amazing food to make up for the deficiency in her body. And why does Hinata Hyuga say she is a genius? For normal people, if the body is deficient, then it is really deficient. It will manifest itself in a series of symptoms such as a sallow complexion, a thin body, skin and bones, and a dull look in the eyes. People can tell at a glance that this person is indeed deficient in body and needs to eat something to replenish it. In this situation, ordinary people can't even stand steadily or run, let alone practice physical skills and chakra. But for Hyuga Hinata, when her body is weak, this weak state is almost the same as that of a normal person. She can run and jump, and even perform soft boxing. Soft steps double lion fist vs. Pain Tendu. He even developed the Guardian 8 diagram 64 palms, a defensive ninjutsu that was unique to him. He is truly an amazing person. So if Hyuga Hinata had eaten her fill and her body was full of energy, she would definitely be able to show her talent as the heir to the Hyuga family that matches her status. Since I have come to this world, I should solve this little regret first. This is what Neji Kyuzaka thought in his heart. So Hyuga Neji smiled and said to his little cousin, Lady Hinata, do you want to go out for a walk with me? I will keep you safe. Hinata Hyuga is actually quite bored every day. Because her father seldom went out every day, and was quite strict with her, he treated her like a beast, forcing her to practice and learn the key points of Hyuga ninja techniques, and to recite the ninja techniques and chakra training experiences that were painstakingly recorded by the ancestors of the main family. After training, she still had to learn how to be a lady from a noble family and a qualified member of the Hyuga family. Every word she said and everything she did had to conform to the traditional rules of the Hyuga family. She actually found it very boring. So when Hyuga Hinata heard Neji invite her to go out and stroll around Konoha village, she was very excited. The little face was red with excitement, and the eyes were smiling into two crescents. The little face that was originally blocked by the princess cut hairstyle became even smaller, like a small red apple. Hyuga Neji thought the crown princess was so adorable, and then Hyuga Hinata twisted and turned, and then touched her two index fingers against each other like a caterpillar, clicking in and out, clicking in and out. But the cautious character that was developed naturally, oh no, it should be said that it was developed later in life, still made Hyuga Hinata unable to help but ask timidly, is it okay? Everyone is preparing to celebrate my birthday party tomorrow. Would it be bad if I don't stay here? Kyuzaka Neji couldn't stand it anymore, so he reached out and touched Hinata Hyuga's round head. Of course, little Hinata, all these things we do are to make you happier tomorrow. But we can't let what we do make you unhappy today. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hinata quickly pulled away and waved her hands like wheels frantically. No, 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 that's not what I meant, Neji and I. Hyuga Neji laughed and nodded. He certainly knew what Hyuga Hinata meant. What Hyuga Hinata said was not the same as what those hypocritical people said. She thought so sincerely. Little Hyuga Hinata was thinking that everyone was preparing for her birthday tomorrow. Was it possible for her to go out for a walk and play by herself today while everyone was busy? Afterwards, Neji Kyuzaka stopped talking. He knew that Hinata Kyuzaka was not yet very independent-minded, so sometimes when talking to her, he just had to be more direct and firm and make decisions for her. Anyway, Neji Kyuzaka would never harm Hinata Kyuzaka. Kusaka Neji turned around and pulled Hyuga Hinata out of the main hall, walked straight to Hyuga Hayashi, and said with a smile, "Hayashi-sama, oh no, Uncle Shu, I want to take little Hinata to stroll around the wood industry street, I hope to get your permission." Hyuga Hinata did the same, and quickly bowed to the three elders in turn. "Hello, father. Hello, Uncle Hisashi. Hello, Anta Iko." Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Iko also responded with a smile, and they were very fond of the cute-looking Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi was very happy to see that Hyuga Neji was so friendly to his eldest daughter, who was also his only daughter. Moreover, the experienced Hyuga Hayashi can see that Hyuga Neji is not pretending, but really loves his daughter. It's really good that Hyuga Neji did not become perverse and resentful of the Hyuga main family because the Hyuga main family put the caged bird curse on his head. In fact, in the eyes of Hyuga Hayashi, although the Hyuga main family controls the caged bird curse seal and can control the life and death of the Hyuga branch family, although they seem to be dressed in fancy clothes, in power and arrogant, in fact, the Hyuga main family is also trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. After all, the caged bird curse is too important. This dangerous skill and the remote control for detonating it cannot be placed in the hands of many people. It can only be placed in the hands of very, very, very few people. In this situation, the Hyuga main family will innately take the initiative to suppress the number of members of their family. The number must not be too large, because if it is too large, it will easily cause the split of the branch family. As a result, up to now, there is only Hinata Hyuga in the next generation. For most of the thousands of years of history, the Hyuga family has only one lineage. Under normal circumstances, of course the eldest son and the legitimate son should be appointed as the heir. In fact, there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children in the world of ninjas. For ninjas, there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Of course, noble daimyo may have a wife and multiple concubines, so their family may be divided into eldest son and eldest son of concubine. However, in the world of ninjas, monogamy is generally practiced. In this case, the firstborn, whether male or female, naturally has the right to become the main Hyuga family. Just like Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi in the past, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi were born only 5 minutes apart, but their fates were completely different. The elder brother became the main family with a single lineage, while the younger brother became an insignificant branch family. So in a way, the caged bird curse seal not only bound the fate of the Hyuga branch family, but also bound the fate of the Hyuga main family to some extent, right? The thought only flashed through Hyuga Hayashi's mind for a moment, and then Hyuga Hayashi nodded and said, "Of course, little Neji, your sister is in your hands. You must protect her and don't let her be bullied by others." After hearing this, Kusaka Neji stretched his face in front of Hyuga Hayashi, stretched out his right hand, and slapped his face twice, then opened his right hand and said, "It's covered." Then Hyuga Neji took Hyuga Hinata and they happily walked out of the mansion gate. Before leaving, Hyuga Hinata was still very polite. She bowed to Hyuga Hayashi and the Hyuga Hisashi couple one by one, and then quickly moved her short legs to catch up with Hyuga Neji. Finally, the two of them jumped out. Looking at the backs of the two of them jumping happily, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hisashi's eyes met, and many thoughts flashed through their minds. After decades of ups and downs, everything that had happened finally turned into a smile and bloomed between the two of them. The meaning conveyed by this look can only be understood by the twins, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. Some words cannot be spoken, but can be communicated very clearly with eyes. From then on, there was no more rift between the two brothers. This year is the 54th anniversary of Konoha village. It has been 4 or 5 years since the Third Ninja World War was ended by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze single-handedly. Now Konoha village is in ruins and is still recovering slowly. Although people coming and going on the streets are wearing worn-out clothes that have been washed to a pale color, the overall tone is dark, and there seems to be a stale atmosphere blowing in the face. But every villager has a confident glow on his face. Although their external economic and material conditions may not be very good, every villager in Konoha village is very proud of his or her identity as a villager. Because Konoha village has defeated its opponents in 3 consecutive Ninja World Wars. The well-deserved victor among the 5 great nations, the overlord of the ninja world. Brother Ningji, do you often go shopping? This is the first time I go shopping with Brother Ningji. Hyuga Hinata was very happy. She was indeed a little bored staying in the house, so she went to the streets of Konoha village, watching the people coming and going, and listening to the quarrels and laughter of each family. This made Hinata Hyga feel very excited, and her whole face was emitting excitement. To be honest, little Hinata, I really haven't been out to the commercial street of Konoha village to have a good look. Before, I always went to the commercial street in our Hyga clan's territory. Because the Hyga clan's territory is actually very large, this is my first time to go out for a walk. Seeing Hinata Hyga's cute appearance, Neji Hyga no longer called her Hinata-sama. They are all relatives. Then Hyga Neji stood in the middle of the road and looked around, looking for a store. It was only a few minutes, then his eyes lit up and he quickly pulled Hinata over. Hey, Neji and I, we're going to. A few minutes later, the two men stopped in front of a small store. It's bustling with people and business is booming. Ding 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 ding, this is the restaurant I strongly recommend to you. Although this is my first time eating here, haha. But my father has a very high opinion of this store. The ramen here is very chewy, the soup is rich, the ingredients are rich, and the price is affordable. It is very suitable for lunch here. Father told me that his favorite thing to do after a mission is to go shopping with mother, dragging his tired body, and then eat a bowl of ramen here to end the day's fatigue. Just by listening to Hyga Neji's description, Hinata Hyga's two big white eyes were already shining with stars. Even Uncle Hisashi and Aunt Aiko like this restaurant? I'm really curious. Let's go and try it. Hinata Higami excitedly pulled Neji Hyga's hand, and couldn't wait to go in and try it. After all, it was time for lunch. Even the Hyga clan, the current top powerful family in Konoha village, did not have to have a buffet with delicious fish, meat and other delicacies for 3 meals a day. On the contrary, Hinata Hyga's diet is relatively healthy. But it must be said that Hyga Hayashi prepared the food for Hyga Hinata according to the appetite of an ordinary little girl. Hyga Hinata, who was naturally afraid of her father, did not dare to express that she was not full, so she has been hungry until now. In fact, Hyga Hinata didn't know that if she really told Hyga Hayashi about her big appetite, Hyga Hayashi would be much happier than she is now. After all, being able to eat is a blessing. If you were an ordinary family in Konoha village, and you suddenly showed your talent as a big eater and ate the amount of food that dozens of people eat, then ordinary people would not be able to afford it. There is no doubt that this will attract the cold shoulder and disgust of the family. The cold shoulder here is not the bloody cold shoulder, but the real cold shoulder. Because you eat one meal that is equivalent to more than a week's worth of food for everyone. This is too outrageous, but in the eyes of the Hyga clan, the top powerful family in Konoha village. Well, the thing they are least afraid of is your eating. Unfortunately, this little regret lasted until Hinata Hyga and Naruto Uzumaki got married later. What? Now that Neji Hyga is here, can Hinata Hyga and Naruto Uzumaki still get married? Alas, if I were reincarnated into another family, I would have some different ideas. But Hyga Neji was reincarnated as the son of Hyga Hinata's uncle. There is no other way but to try my best to protect Hinata Hyga and bring her together with Uzumaki Naruto. And it should be said that Uzumaki Naruto, his real name is actually Naruto Namikaze, and he is a pretty good guy. His essence is not bad. Even though he is in endless darkness and has been affected by the Nine Tails chakra for so many years, his spirit has not been dragged into the darkness. He still cherishes and protects the entire Konoha and his companions as if he was brainwashed by the third Hokage. He wanted to leave the village countless times to bring back his best friend Uchiha Sasuke. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke didn't have much interaction with Uzumaki Naruto, but their situations were very similar. They were both alone and were ostracized by everyone. Coupled with the influence of the Six Path Sage's chakra, and the entanglement of the chakra power of the Six Path Sage's sons Indra and Ashura, the bond between Naruto and Sasuke became deeper and deeper. It was not until Hinata Hyga grew up, got married and became a mother that her talent as a glutton was gradually realized by Hyga Hayashi. But at that time, Hinata Hyga was already very old, and her potential was difficult to tap, so this is also a small regret in the original work. Well, I, Hyga Neji, will eliminate this regret today. Although Hanabi is also great, it is still very legitimate for Hyga Hinata to inherit the main family. After being deposed by her own father, it was a big blow to Hyga Hinata. Imagine what would have been the fate of the princes whose titles of crown prince were abolished by the emperors throughout the dynasties of China. The blow to his life was devastating. In the world of ninja, what Hinata Hyga once suffered was no less than being deposed as the crown prince. Especially since she is a girl, she is more delicate in mind and is far from being as careless as boys. In this situation, Hyuga Hinata not only did not resent her father, but instead blamed her own lack of talent. Such a character is simply too warm. Just like Ashura's wife 1,000 years ago. Oh, she is also a good woman. During this drowsy period, that is, when he was attending the ninja school, and until the Chunin exam, if Uzumaki Naruto had not set an example for Hinata Hyuga by saying, "Keep your word and do what you say. This is his ninja way," the result would obviously not be optimistic. Only under such circumstances was Hyuga Hinata gradually pulled out from underground. However, at this time, Hinata Hyuga had not yet suffered repeated failures, nor had she been suppressed by her father again and again. After all, she was only 3 years old. Then Hyuga Hayashi actually didn't train her much, he just let Hyuga Hinata learn some theoretical knowledge. So at this time, Hinata Hyuga's performance is still in line with Hayashi Hyuga's expectations. After all, Hinata Hyuga's brain is still very smart. Today, Hyuga Neji has discovered that since the age of 3, Hyuga Hinata has been able to communicate with him in a normal human manner. After all, when she was only 1 or 2 years old, Hyuga Neji really didn't have the mood to coax such a little child, so he didn't go to the Hyuga main family very often to build a good relationship and exchange feelings with Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Neji just eagerly absorbed the chakra and ninja-related knowledge of the Hyuga family that had been passed down for thousands of years. In this world, if Hyuga Neji wants to avoid repeating the tragic ending of being impaled to death by the 10 tails in his previous life, there are still many things he needs to do. Now that she hasn't eaten enough, Hinata Hyuga always speaks in a weak voice. But the thing is that Hinata Hyuga's body is as developed as a normal girl. In this case, the amount of food Hinata Hyuga eats is just enough to satisfy her physical development, and is not enough to develop her potential as a ninja. Wow, it smells so good! Hinata Hyuga took a deep breath. At this time, she could already smell the aroma of ramen in the small shop in front of her, which could even be smelled through the thick curtains. The aroma of barbecued pork, pork bone, and kelp was so fragrant. Especially the rich miso soup. It must be made with very good ingredients, making people drool just by smelling it. Hehe, the curtain is half, only covering the top, so wouldn't the fragrance be able to overflow from the bottom? Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Hearing Hinata Hyuga's stomach rumbling loudly, Hyuga Neji was reminded of the signature move taught by the 4 emperors Kaido in the next world, Thunder Bagua. In an instant, Hyuga Hinata's eyes turned into 2 small eyes. The temperature of the cramped head rose rapidly, and even steam came out. Hyuga Neji laughed loudly, opened the curtain and went in, shouting, "Boss, thank you for your hard work, 10 servings of barbecued pork and tonkatsu miso ramen. Remember, I want the deluxe, extra large version." The legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku, oh no, actually just called Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku was concentrating on making delicious ramen for the last customer. Suddenly, he heard a child's voice, which was full of energy. He pretended to be mature and generous and ordered 5 super luxurious and super rich barbecue pork and pork bone ramen. He couldn't help but look up at the voice, slightly opened his squinting eyes, and looked over with a flash of light in his eyes. If it was a prank by a child, Uncle Ichiraku would definitely not be polite and would definitely give him 2 big slaps on the buttocks to punish him for affecting normal business. If it's a lowly voice, then give her a piece of barbecued pork. Then he saw 2 pairs of white eyes in front of him, staring at Uncle Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku got goosebumps all of a sudden, and when he looked closely, he realized that he was not rolling his eyes, but really just rolling his eyes. So it's not without reason that every elementary school student with white eyes is nicknamed White Eyes Monster in ninja school. Uncle Yul's face was instantly filled with smiles. "Welcome, welcome. 2 distinguished guests. Please take your seats. The ramen will be here soon." Although he is a kind-hearted small ramen shop owner, he is also a businessman who owns a ramen shop. So in the current Konoha village, if you ask which family has the strongest spending power, it is undoubtedly the Hyuga clan, the top powerful family in Konoha and the owners of the Byakugan bloodline limit. It is undeniable that the Hyuga clan is now in its heyday under the leadership of Kusaka Hayashi. When the head of the Hyuga clan speaks, even the Sandaime Hokage and the 2 elder advisors have to lower their status and listen carefully. Then some people will be surprised, isn't the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in power now? Isn't the Sarutobi clan the most prominent ninja clan in Konoha village now? Wrong. The Sarutobi clan did indeed vigorously develop their economy and ninja training under the tacit approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and gave birth to 3 or 4 children without restraint, which greatly expanded the family population. The number of people with ninja talents increased greatly. However, because it expanded so quickly, the Sarutobi clan was still quite strong as a whole, and it owned the most money, land, and shops compared to other ninja clans. On the other hand, because the Sarutobi clan has a relatively large population, everyone wants to be able to control this huge amount of money and property. That is obviously not feasible, so we should just distribute it equally and according to work. Therefore, basically every member of the Sarutobi clan can equally receive the money provided by the family. This money can support a ninja's training life, or even the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of a whole family. But if you think of a kid going out with pocket money and casually shouting like "Hyuga Niji, I want 10 servings of the most expensive and luxurious ramen," it would be a bit painful, right? But there will be no more rolling eyes. In other words, this situation will not happen to the Hyuga family. Because the Hyuga family is actually the most peaceful family, they are a noble family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Legend has it that the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage was the original ancestor of the Hyuga clan. So, as descendants of the Six-Path Sage, they have a unique view on money. As long as they can maintain and meet the needs of the Hyuga main family and the majority of Hyuga branch families, that's enough. It is enough to be satisfied. You don't have to have endless money. No matter how much money you have, it is just a number. Therefore, it has greatly promoted the improvement of consumption capacity. Therefore, the Hyuga family is undoubtedly the commercial street of the entire Konoha village, and even the commercial street of the Land of Fire, and they are customers who are highly sought after by merchants. Ha ha ha. Because this tribe will never bargain. To the noble Hyuga clan, bargaining seems to be a matter of losing points. Oh, although the 2 people who came are little Byakuyan, but their 2 pairs of eyes are very pure, white, transparent and noble. In this case, there is no doubt that both of them are members of the Hyuga clan with very pure Byakuyan bloodline, which means they are direct descendants of the Hyuga clan. In the future, they will definitely become very powerful Hyuga clan ninjas. If they leave a good impression, they will be returning customers in the future. Uncle Ichiraku thought happily. Could it be that the child didn't bring any money? Uncle Ichiraku doesn't have to worry about not finding someone to pay. Who knows, these 2 kids might have more money than an adult can earn in a year. So Uncle Yule called his daughter Icarus and asked Icarus to help guide the 2 young masters and young ladies to the best seats to have their meals. Then he began to cut and wash the side dishes such as barbecued pork, miso soup, kelp knot, Naruto roll, etc. at lightning speed. Then he carefully kneaded the dough using authentic flour imported from Kyoto, the Land of Fire, and rolled it out by hand. He cut it into strips and then pinched it with both hands to stretch it. Fold lengthen fold x 6 times. In the end, it was swung back and forth, and even picked up to use as a skipping rope for exercise, and finally became a bowl of chewy ramen. This stack of ramen noodles makes a bowl of ramen. In fact, Uncle Ichiraku is also a chef ninja, which means he is a niche ninja who makes a living by cooking rather than killing people. The fragrant miso soup contains the secret sauce that Ichiraku has developed over decades. It is very appetizing and has an attractive color. No matter who they are, no matter if they are from a noble or ordinary family, once they have tasted Ichiraku ramen, they will never forget the taste and think it is the best ramen they have ever eaten in their life. But there are very few people like Uzumaki Naruto who eats ramen every morning, noon, and night. However, Uzumaki Naruto's case is a special case. This is because if he eats ramen in the morning, noon, and evening, the owner of this ramen restaurant will give him larger portions of ramen so that he can eat well and be full. But if he spends the same amount of money on rice or other food, the shops on the street will not only not sell it to him, but will also slap him in the face. They will also cut corners and even give him expired food, moldy and damaged food at several times the price. Although Uzumaki Naruto is a good person at heart, he is not a fool. Can't he spend his money wisely? Until he met the owner of the ramen shop, he did not have the same kind of heartfelt disgust and hostility towards him as he did towards the other inexplicable villagers. He was still very concerned about the malnourished little Naruto. That's because Uncle Ichiraku had a very good relationship with the Namikaze Minato and his wife, and he recognized the orphan of the 4th Hokage at a glance. Looking at Uncle Ichiraku cutting vegetables with his left hand and cooking noodles with his right hand, his smooth operation is equivalent to that of 3 or 4 people, which fully demonstrates his superb cooking skills. This small shop that only sells ramen noodles has been able to survive tenaciously in the fiercely competitive commercial street in the center of Konoha, and has survived for almost half of Konoha's history. After several generations of Hokage, this ramen shop has not only survived, but also maintained a good reputation, welcoming and sending off customers every day. Finally, in an unflammable generation, it even expanded the store, recruited more people, and became a well-known Konoha signature ramen shop. Even at this time, the Gakuraku Ramen restaurant was already a famous food place in Konoha. This place carries the memories of many people. When they first became ninjas, they were short of money, so they couldn't go to the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant every day to eat and drink, nor could they go to the Yamanaka clan's store to drink a big bowl of honey. They couldn't go to the Nara clan's herbal medicine store to stuff herbs into their mouths. At this time, if you drag your tired and injured body to Ichiraku Ramen and order a bowl of luxurious and delicious steaming hot barbecued pork bone Naruto roll miso ramen, it is simply a salvation for the soul. Uncle Ichiraku, he really has narrowed his eyes. Hyuga Neji thought to himself, he really wanted to open his eyes and take a look. Could it be that under Uncle Ichiraku's narrow eyes, there really is a pair of 16 Megatama Samsara eyes hidden? Although he felt that even if he opened his eyes, he would not be able to see anything. Could it be that Ichiraku's real name is Otsutsuki Ichiraku? That was obviously impossible. There were so many ninjas coming and going in the entire Konoha village, not only the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit perception ninjas, but also countless perception ninjas with various strange abilities. They didn't find that Ichiraku was problematic, which meant that Uncle Ichiraku was really just an ordinary ramen shop manager. Uncle Ichiraku is now in middle age, which is the peak period of a chef. Therefore, Hyuga Neji felt that Uncle Ichiraku seemed to have grown 16 pairs of arms on his back in an instant, which gave him a sense of the first Hokage Hashirama's super move of using his hands to directly use the immortal technique and then summon the wood-release Buddha. However, Uncle Ichiraku's back was just 16 pairs of afterimages, while the first Hokage Hashirama's back was a real wooden giant hand that was bigger than the 9 tails. Ayam! Come and help deliver these 2 bowls of ramen to the 2 young masters and daughters first. Turning around, she smiled and said, young masters and young ladies of the Hyuga family, please eat your ramen slowly. Be careful not to burn your mouth. This is freshly fished ramen. A young girl with a very contagious smile responded with a smile, and then she nimbly held a very large bowl of ramen in one hand and walked over with a slender figure and brisk steps. It was placed gently and just right in front of Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Neji looked at the girl named Ayam and felt extremely amazed. The meaning of calamus can be seen from her name, which contains Uncle Yili's expectations for his daughter. The so-called calamus, it can invigorate the mind, eliminate dampness and harmonize the stomach, and calm the nerves and improve intelligence. It is a Chinese medicinal material that is very beneficial to humans. His daughter is his pride. Uncle Ichiraku only loves 2 things in his life. The first thing he loves the most is making ramen, and the second thing he loves the most is his daughter. For the sake of his daughter, he even renovated his store many times, accompanied his daughter through the hardships, and even gave up ramen. There was a time when Uncle Ichiraku didn't make ramen, but only made noodles. In order to realize his daughter's dream, he was really a doting demon. As for where Uncle Ichiraku's wife, Akira's mother, went, there is probably an unspeakable past, so let's not delve into it too deeply. I'm going to start. I'm starting too. Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga politely put their hands together and greeted each other, then couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and eat the delicious super deluxe version of ramen with extra ingredients in big mouthfuls. Wow, what delicious ramen! It's much better than the one made by the great chef in our tribe. Hyuga Hinata was extremely surprised. Her eyes had completely turned into the shape of stars, and you could see a huge look of satisfaction on her little face. Although this mouthful of ramen cannot compare to any delicacies from land and sea, it embodies Uncle Iraku's decades of hard work and decades of improving the recipe, which eventually became the supreme delicacy. Hyuga Neji, who was once a citizen of the most delicious food country on the entire planet in his previous life, thought that he had developed a certain immunity to the delicious food he ate in the ninja world. So in the past 3 years, he couldn't say that his trip to the Hyuga clan's territory was a food desert, but he really didn't encounter any delicious food like the one he had on the blue planet before, which made him turn into a glutton and indulge in it. It was a little funny, but he felt that if the ingredients were the same, the food he cooked would be even better than that cooked by the Hyuga clan's chef. The Hyuga clan's chef was invited from Kyoto, the land of fire, specifically from a noble's mansion. But generally speaking, Hyaga Niji is not a person who indulges in food, and the ingredients used by the chef are of particularly high quality and very delicious, so it makes up for many shortcomings in cooking skills. Until now, Niji Kyuzaka had never thought that he could eat such outstanding, fresh, and delicious ramen in this food desert ninja world. There is no false person under the great reputation. This ramen is not just an ordinary bowl of ramen. After eating it, it's like savoring the taste and re-experiencing the entire psychological journey of Uncle Ichiraku, from his dream to traveling around to study, and constantly debugging and mixing to finally making such delicious Ichiraku ramen. Perhaps it was because he had read the efforts made by Uncle Ichiraku in the original work, so when Hyaga Niji tried this bowl of ramen, he not only felt satisfied in his appetite, but also mentally satisfied. Seeing Hyaga Niji and Hyaga Hinata both gave a thumbs up to express their heartfelt affirmation. Uncle Ichiraku also gave a big thumbs up to express his gratitude. Thank you for your love. We welcome the two young masters and young ladies of the Hyaga clan to visit our store more often in the future. I'll tell you two little customers that regular customers will get extra discounts. Uncle Ichiraku confidently touched the chef's hat with his index finger. He has seen this scene many times. Almost every customer who has eaten ramen has expressed his recognition of Uncle Ichiraku's cooking skills in various ways. Two little Hyaga kids, that's easy to get. After all, the customers who had been entertained here and raved about the place were not just the two little Hyaga kids. Even their elders, the brothers Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Hisashi, often came here together. Even the former third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, often brought his family, Sarutobi Biwako and his son Sarutobi Asuma's family to have dinner here. Coincidentally, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, also often used this place as a date spot with his beautiful wife, the red-haired member of the Uzumaki clan. They would order a bowl of their favorite ramen and embark on a memorable dining journey. Although a lot of achievements have been made, Yule is not complacent and is still thinking about how to improve the tastes of more people and satisfy more people. The company will collect opinions from new customers to continuously improve the recipe, with the ultimate goal of satisfying the taste needs of every customer. Soon, as it was already lunchtime, many ninjas in Konoha village like to have lunch and dinner on the commercial street. In this world, ninjas are the mainstream and have mastered the use of superpowers such as chakra, so their pay is also the highest. However, ninjas do not engage in production, and the generous rewards they receive after completing a mission will be consumed in a short period of time, within a few days. Either replenish ninja tools, learn and buy new ninjutsu, or have a feast. After all, life is a life of blood and knife, who knows whether you will be alive in the next second. Although there are many delicious restaurants on the commercial street, in terms of cost effectiveness, none of them is as affordable as Ichiraku Ramen. There are hundreds of thousands of residents in the entire Konoha village, but only tens of thousands of them become ninjas. And the number of people registered with the Hokage with ninja serial numbers is less than 2. Most of the ninjas are genin, and the ninja school in Konoha village is obviously unable to train so many ninjas. In this case, it is the ninjas trained by the major ninja clans themselves. Basically 99% of these ninjas are ordinary genin. They just master a few basic ninjutsu and are cannon fodder. In Hyaga Niji size, a chakra level of 2000 points is enough to make one a qualified genin. This is just the passing line, and the genin who meet this passing line account for the majority of the ninja population in the entire Konoha village. If most people are genin, then their income is actually not very generous. It is not as good as the rich but better than the poor, and can be regarded as just entering a well-off level. If one deducts the expenses for training and purchasing supplies and secret medicines to improve one's strength, the remaining money will be enough for one to occasionally splurge at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. So in this case, if even 1 out of 10 people falls in love with this small Ichiraku ramen restaurant located on the commercial street in the center of Konoha City, the total number will be a huge number. Soon the small ramen shop was packed with people. Some old customers were reluctant to go to other shops to eat, and waited in line at the door of the ramen shop. Uncle Ichiraku, why are there no seats left? Your business is so good. Oh, by the way, give me a serving of seafood Naruto roll lobster special ramen. I'll just take it away, and after I finish eating, I'll bring it to you tomorrow as usual, a young genin who was obviously a regular customer said to Uncle Ichiraku with a smile. Okay. Taro, I'm back from another mission without any problems. Treat yourself. Don't always come here to eat ramen, you can go buy a bunch of flowers from a girl and go eat barbecue, wouldn't it be nice to have a glass of juice? Where is the pretty girl who came with you last time? Funny face. Uncle Ichiraku kept preparing food for other customers, but at the same time he was teasing his young old customer. The art of stuttering instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Uncle Ichiraku, please don't match people up with each other casually, okay? Xiao and I are just ordinary classmates and comrades. These words seem very sincere. If you don't see that this handsome boy's face is blushing with embarrassment, everyone might take what he said as the truth. After getting the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku, the shy little brother quickly ran away without looking back. All that remained was a chorus of laughter and teasing. After hearing the gossip from the customers next to her, Hyuga Hinata appeared calm on the surface, but in her heart she was already extremely satisfied and was watching with great interest. What was manifested outwardly was that she seemed to eat ramen a little faster. Before she knew it, she had already eaten 4 bowls of ramen, but she herself did not realize it. Neji Kyuzaka found it funny just by looking at it. The store was really full at this time. How should I put it? I should say that the place is full. Although Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata were sitting at a table for 4, their glaring Byakugan eyes and the very expensive silk Hyuga family robes they wore made the villagers of Konoha, who were deeply poisoned by class concepts, dare not go up and disturb them, even if the other party was just 2 little kids. Don't mess with the Hyuga clan. Hello, boss. Is there any room left? I would like to have a bowl of their delicious signature ramen, too. A slightly timid voice sounded, as clear as the sound of an aureole. This, Uncle Ichiraku, who was busy with his work, quickly raised his head. Oh? No one. He lowered his head again and saw a little girl with 2 buns in her hair. Her small stature set off her chubby face, which made her look very pretty and cute. At this moment, he was looking at him with a look of longing. Uncle Yul raised his head and glanced around the store. It seemed that there was indeed no seat left. I'm so sorry, little girl. Please wait a moment. I will arrange a seat for you immediately after the other customers have finished their meals and leave. Uncle Ichiraku tilted his head apologetically to the little girl, indicating that he was really sorry. But the girl with 2 buns pointed at Hyuga Neji's table with a strange look on her face and asked curiously, but, aren't there 2 empty seats over there, boss? Hyuga Neji, after hearing this, naturally raised his head and looked over, and suddenly his expression was stunned. Day by day, memories exploded. Hyuga Neji suddenly became dazed, and his mind recalled a very heartbreaking scene in the original work. That was during the 4th Ninja World War. In order to protect Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, Neji Hyuga decided to sacrifice his own life to block the 10 Tails' grafting technique to save the lives of Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. In this situation, Hyuga Neji finally broke free from the shackles of the caged bird and chose a free life. Because he could decide why he died. He died to protect his comrades, not to die under the caged bird curse of the clan. Hyuga Neji was killed by the plot so forcibly, leaving everyone sad. Among them, Tenten, his teammate from Team 3, suffered the most damage. Ever since he started attending ninja school, Tenten has admired geniuses like Hyuga Neji. Although at that time Hyuga Neji had been forced to develop the hatred of a caged bird, and seeing his father die for the main family, he became even more hateful and had a very extreme personality. He believed that a person's life was a predetermined destiny that could not be changed or escaped. But after graduation, when Tenten formed a team with Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga, she became very concerned about Neji Hyuga's mental state. I fought and lived with Neji countless times, from the age of 12 to 17. Over the years, an unimaginable bond and deep friendship were formed. As a result, during the 4th Ninja World War, Hyuga Neji chose his own life and abandoned her and everyone else in this world. Tian believes that this situation is extremely irresponsible. So throughout the original work, Tenten, who had always been optimistic and cheerful, finally couldn't hold back her tears that time, and said heartbrokenly, I will never forgive your Neji. Later, he was shrouded by Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi and sank into endless dreams every day. But Tenten resurrected Hyuga Neji in this dream and protected everyone. This is Tenten's deepest wish, and the infinite moon reading made her wish come true. The final result was that although Tenten already knew that this world was an illusion and that Uchiha Madara had performed the infinite Tsukuyomi ninjutsu, she really couldn't refuse to break the illusion, and thus lost Hyuga Neji again. In order to keep Hyuga Neji in a resurrected state, Tenten allowed herself to sink into the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. I would rather lose my life. From this we can see who Tianation's heart lies with. Don't worry, Tenten. This time I will never let you cry and say that you will never forgive me. Hyuga Neji swore secretly in his heart. Since he has been reborn into this Naruto world and replaced the original life of Hyuga Neji, he must shoulder certain responsibilities and make up for the mistakes made by Hyuga Neji in the parallel universe. He doesn't know the rest, but he knows that he will try his best to change and make up for the regrets. So a smile appeared on his face. Hello, there are still seats at our table. If it's not too much trouble, come over and share the table with us. Hyuga Neji stood up, walked to Tenten and invited her with a smile. Look up, shocked. Wow, a cold-faced handsome guy. Tian was instantly struck by the powerful and beautiful face of Hyuga Neji and turned into a nymphomaniac face. This is also because Hyuga Neji has an open-minded character and is not as cynical as in the original work, so his temperament becomes more charming and warmer. He touched Tenten's heart in an instant. But Tian is only 4 years old now and doesn't know what liking is. She just felt that this little boy with a pair of strange white transparent eyes who came to invite her to share the table was very polite and considerate. The words were like a spring breeze, making Tian feel very happy. So he nodded hurriedly and said, "Of course, I am sorry for causing you trouble. I hope I didn't bother you too much." "It's not a trouble, it's just that we two took up extra seats and caused some inconvenience to the boss and other guests." Hyuga Neji waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he didn't dare to take any credit. "Ha ha 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 ha, young master of the Hyuga family, you are so polite. What's wrong with coming to our store to consume? Some customers are willing to share a table with others, but some customers prefer to enjoy food alone. Both are right and both deserve our store's gratitude." Uncle Ichiriko's squinting eyes seemed to have become even more crooked, and there was no sparkle in them at all, but his smile could not be concealed and broke out. Soon, the cute little Tenten followed Kyuzaka Neji's instructions and they both sat down at the dining table. Of course, Tenten sat next to Hinata Hyuga, who was also a little girl. Seeing this little girl with the same eyes as the little boy, Tian felt that she was very magical and beautiful. So he enthusiastically talked to Hyuga. "Hinata, hello, little sister, I am very sorry to bother you and take up your seat. Thank you for letting me share the table." No, you are too polite." Hinata Hyuga quickly raised her head from the huge ramen bowl she was immersed in, swallowed the ramen in her mouth, savored the delicious taste, and then politely greeted the little girl sitting next to her. "You are so beautiful, little sister. What's your name?" "My name is Tian. My family runs a ninja tool store at the east end of the commercial street." Tian has a very cheerful personality. Since she is sitting here sharing a table with others, she feels it necessary to have a friendly exchange with everyone, so she starts to introduce herself. My name is Hyuga Hinata, thank you Tian." Hyuga Hinata immediately buried her head in her chest. She was not very good at greeting and introducing herself to strangers. But this kind of thing had to happen, so she mustered up the courage to continue speaking. My family lives in the middle of the Hyuga clan's territory, and my family, I'm sorry, I don't know what my family does." After all, the other party had just said that his family runs a ninja tool shop, so he should also say what his family's occupation is. But Hinata Hyuga really didn't know what her family did, so she thought for a long time but couldn't come up with the corresponding words. Hyuga Hinata felt a little embarrassed. Her 2 index fingers were intertwined together, like 2 caterpillars, curling and stretching. Tian understood everything at once. Although Tian was born in a commoner family, her parents had business acumen, so they opened a large-scale ninja tool store and sold ninja tools to various places. So Tianation's family conditions are quite good. Under the influence of his family, Tian has loved ninja tools since he was a child. When he saw the shy look on the little girl opposite him, Tian felt a spontaneous desire to protect her. So he responded, "Hello, Hinata, nice to meet you, you can just call me Tenten from now on." Then Tian turned to the handsome boy across the table who invited him to dine at that table. When the other person got closer, she found that he was really handsome from every angle. Tian, who was still young, didn't understand what a handsome guy was, but she just thought that the little boy opposite was very good looking, and his language, conversation and temperament were not unpleasant, and he had a very aristocratic demeanor. So he opened his eyes wide, as if waiting for the other person to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you, Tenten. My name is Hyuga Neji, and I'm a member of the Haiga branch family. This Haiga Hinata is my cousin. My family doesn't run a store, but if you have a chance, you can come to the Haiga clan and we can play together. Haiga Neji had a warm smile on his face, and his soft black hair was as smooth and shiny as silk, as if it had been coated with Tyrannosaurus rex conditioner. His face was full of smiles. He learned from the Idame in the ninja world, and like a little son, he introduced himself to Tenten and invited her to make friends and play together. Tianation's eyes lit up and he felt that he had made the right decision to come to the ramen restaurant on a whim. Oh, by the way, your two buns are so cute. Haiga Neji said this with a normal expression. Tian blushed when she heard this. Although she was carefree and outgoing, it was usually the elders who praised her for being cute. She didn't feel anything after hearing that. Suddenly, a handsome boy of the same age as Tian said that she was cute, and Tian felt a wonderful feeling in his heart, a bit like the special honey that his father spent a lot of money to buy from the mountain tribe during the holidays. At that time, Tian took a small bite and it was sweet, and his dopamine was emitting pleasure. Listening to what the boy opposite me says every day, I feel happy in my heart. Such a good-looking person actually said that she is good-looking. It seems that these two buns are really tied correctly. From now on, I will weld these two buns on my head and never take them off. Come here, pay attention, three lovely young masters and young ladies, your super deluxe ramen and signature ramen are here. Remember to blow on the noodles to cool them down before eating. The ramen just out of the pot might burn the customers' little mouths. Ayam brought up the next 3 servings of ramen with a smile, and placed them in front of the respective customers. Wow! It's so big! Note that Tian is talking about a bowl. Not anything weird. Speaking of which, I just noticed. The 5 ramen bowls next to it that have been eaten are so huge. Did they bring out the basins? Hey? Sister Ayam, are the ramen here all served in basins? The beautiful girl was puzzled. Before Ayam answered, Haiga Hinata beside her slowed down after being reminded. A bolt from the blue. This. Staring blankly at the 4 bowls of super luxurious delicious ramen on her table, Hinata Haiga's face gradually heated up and turned red. Soon, a stream of scorching steam burst out from her head. Woohoo! Finally, a white mist hissed out like a train whistle, filling the entire ramen shop and instantly engulfing everyone. Good fellow! He learned the mist hidden art without a teacher. Haiga Neji exclaimed. Uncle Ichiraku, the owner of the ramen shop nearby, was immediately thrown into a panic by the sudden situation. Tenten whispered, ouch! In just a moment, the ramen shop turned into a sauna. All the guests dining there were stunned. Someone across the table cannot see the person across from them. The guest sitting at the door quickly drew aside the thick curtains, allowing the outside air to flow in and blow away the water vapor in the room. Call. Soon the mist cooled and disappeared. It seems to be just pure water vapor. There is no water attribute chakra. The mist hidden technique and ordinary wind jutsu can't blow it away. After the shy steam dissipated, only the shy Haiga Hinata was left. She covered her face tightly with her 2 little hands, and was too shy to speak. She never thought that she had just done such a thing. Usually at home, Hinata Haiga only eats a small bowl of rice, about the same as Haiga Hayashi, her father. Never took more than 1 bite. Because Haiga Hinata saw that her father had such a big body and ate such a small bowl of rice, she felt that she should be like her father. Although she still felt very hungry after eating, Hinata Haiga was born with the tendency to reflect on herself first when encountering a problem and was embarrassed to trouble others. So they endured day after day. In fact, eating a meal was just enough for Hinata Haiga's body to grow and develop. Of course, it was just superficial growth and development. As for the relevant qualifications of a ninja, more nutrition was needed to supplement it, especially the life energy of the 130 trillion cells in the body. The cells needed too much life energy, but Hinata Haiga did not provide it. Therefore, the talents related to ninja were not actually developed. So I had to study while hungry every day, go to bed hungry at night, and listen to my father's endless long speeches while hungry from time to time. It was quite hard. Wow! Hinata, you are amazing. You can actually eat so much. Just what you eat now is enough for 5 meals for my family of 3. I didn't expect that the owner of the ramen shop had already prepared and even sells such a big bowl of ramen. Tian on the side was amazed. She didn't mean anything special, she was just speaking innocently. Tianation's parents are ordinary people, and there are only 3 people eating together. To be honest, the amount of a meal for 3 people is really not as much as one of the 4 large bowls of ramen that Hinata easily finished now, so he sighed. At this time, Hyuga Neji adjusted his expression and tone, and began to imitate the way of speaking of the little son Minato Namikaze in his memory. He smiled and said, Tien, in fact, Hinata is a very talented ninja. It's just that just like those strong people, the more she consumes, the more food she eats. Hinata also has extraordinary ninja potential, so she will eat more than ordinary people and take in more energy to meet the basic requirements for stimulating ninja talent. I dare to guarantee it. As he said that, Hyuga Neji stood up slightly, waved his hands over, and gently took Hinata's 2 little hands away from his face. Hinata, I know you're not full yet, keep eating, don't be shy. We ordered 10 servings. It will all be wasted if you don't finish it. Uncle Ichiraku has already prepared it, it will be such a waste if you don't finish it. As far as I know, there are very few ninjas with your astonishing talent who come to eat in the store. Ramen will go bad if left out for a while. Keep eating, let's challenge our limits. Today's goal is to make Hinata full. As he said this, he raised his fist and gestured, come on. Tenten just thought that these 2 Hyuga kids were really funny. A little girl with such a big appetite, although she looks like a delicate and petite girl, but who knows, Tien guarantees that the amount of food she eats, when weighed on the scale, is definitely almost equal to that of Hinata Hyuga now. These are 9 big basins. What a strong digestive talent. Even after eating so many servings of ramen, Hinata's stomach didn't swell up. She still looked so cute. Then Tien turned his head to the other side, and the handsome little boy opposite was even more amazing. Why is he so amazing? Of course, he is handsome, which is one reason. But when he speaks seriously, it feels like there is a light bulb on his face. When he speaks, he gives people a bright and warm feeling, and his whole head is like a big light bulb. However, Tien likes these 2 children he met for the first time. From what the little boy said just now, they should be of the same age. Wouldn't that mean we could go to ninja school together in the future? It doesn't feel bad to have such a handsome male classmate. Tien thought secretly in her heart. Ah, am I really a talented ninja? Isn't that weird, Neji and I? Although Hinata was not as shy as before, she still felt a little insecure. She was worried that brother Neji was just comforting her and might dislike her 1,800 times in his heart. The main reason is also myself. Hinata discovered it when she was young, haha, she is very young now, only 3 years old. Well, since she was younger than 3 years old, Hinata discovered that no one around her ate as much as she did. Little Hyuga Hinata didn't know how to tell everyone or how to ask everyone. The main reason is that she is naturally insecure, so she hides this fact, fearing that others will call her a freak. Suddenly Hyuga Hinata laughed and asked, what does freak mean? Never mind, it's not a big deal, don't worry about these details. Neji Kusaka stretched his neck, stretched out his right hand and slapped it against his face twice, then finally opened his mouth and said, it's covered. As for why you pat your face twice instead of 3 times, hey, that's not something a child should understand. Seeing Hyuga Neji being so serious, Hyuga Hinata finally felt relieved. So I don't have to hide myself, and I can even eat like this at home? It's considered a ninja talent after all. Hyuga Neji nodded, of course. And I'm sure Uncle Hayashi will be very happy to see this happen. He won't blame you. So Hyuga Hinata recovered her combat state and began to clean up the remaining battlefield. Zhang. 4 large bowls, no, basins, of super luxurious and extra large supreme ramen are here again. All orders have been received, 2 young ladies and young masters. If you need anything else, feel free to call me. Ayam smiled and quickly served the remaining 4 portions of super deluxe ramen with extra ingredients and noodles. When she left, she also took away Hinata Hyuga's empty bowl. Oh, Ayam is such a good woman. Hyuga Neji recalled the Ayam comics that he had the honor of reading in his previous life, and the content was quite amazing. Ahem. What just happened doesn't count, please ignore it. Tien just felt that today was really interesting. Not only did I get to taste the legendary delicious signature ramen that my parents highly recommended, but I even met 2 very interesting peers. It's worth the trip. It's worth the trip. Tien gulped down the remaining delicious soup from the signature ramen in one breath, then patted his stomach contentedly, I'm full, I'm full, I'm full. Hinata Hyga, who was standing by, saw that Tenten really didn't think of her as a freak, and her cousin Neji Kyuzaka looked full of praise. So I felt relieved and started to eat like a glutton, devouring everything in sight. Although Hinata Hyga ate very quickly, her good upbringing prevented her from slurping the noodles in an uncivilized manner, or even splashing soup everywhere. Instead, he used a method of eating that had been passed down for thousands of years, which seemed slow but was actually extremely fast and quiet, and stuffed big mouthfuls of ramen and side dishes into his small mouth. At first glance, it looks so elegant. But when I took a closer look at those empty ramen bowls, no, they were basins, stacked high, I felt that she was such a big eater. Less than 10 minutes later, Hinata Hyga had already finished the 4 bowls, basins, of super deluxe premium ramen that were served, without leaving a drop of soup. Finally I feel full. I patted my slightly bulging belly and couldn't help but say, this is the most filling meal I've ever had since I was born. Then Hyga Hinata patted her belly a few times. Every time she patted it, the magical belly would get smaller. After patting it 3 or 4 times, the belly that appeared in the sun had returned to normal. You can't tell at all that this tiny stomach is filled with 9 huge servings of premium ramen with extra ingredients. Oh my god! Hinata, what skill is this? I want to learn this, too. If I learn it, I won't gain weight at all. How can I lose weight with this method? I won't gain weight no matter how much I eat. This is really too desirable. Tenten, who was originally full of ramen and sticking out her tongue, was about to close her eyes to rest, but she was surprised to see Hinata Hyga's magical operation, and was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. Ah, this. I don't seem to know. I just felt my stomach a little bloated and full, and I couldn't help but want to pat it a few times. After I patted it a few times, it went back down by itself. I don't know much about this. Sorry Tian, Hinata Hyga just felt that there were too many strange things about herself, and the embarrassing thing about her was that they were all related to eating. Was I a pig in my previous life? Could it be that the 6-path sage's pig is shortened to the 6-path sage pig? Hinata Hyga, who was only 3 years old, had all sorts of confused thoughts in her head. After clapping his hands twice, Hyga Neji stood up with satisfaction. With the entire ramen restaurant acting as a witness, he knew that Hinata Hyga's talent could no longer be hidden. This is a good thing. He stood up and walked to Uncle Ichiraku, took out a small frog wallet from his pocket, and casually took out 2 bills and handed them to Uncle Ichiraku. Check out, Uncle Ichiraku. Ah, this. Uncle Ichiraku's little face showed a puzzled expression. Well, actually it's a big face. These 2 banknotes are the largest denomination one-tael banknotes issued by the Fire Country daimyo government. It's not that Hyga Neji was deliberately embarrassing people, but because he was embarrassed to find that there were only these one-tael notes in his wallet, and no other copper coins or small denominations. Alas, unlike a certain author, who only has coins in his wallet. This money was given by his parents and the elders of the main and branch families. These people gave red envelopes to Hyga Neji during holidays. I have never spent money outside the Hyga clan. In fact, there was nothing good to buy at that time. After all, I was only 2 or 3 years old, and I was very wild at heart. Ahem, there was an adult soul living in my heart. I was not like a child who could not control his body and had endless energy to run around. However, if the Hyga clan's relatively normal money transactions were brought to Konoha village, it would seem a bit out of touch with society. In this situation, Neji Hyga had a deeper personal understanding of the statements that the Hyga clan is the most powerful clan in Konoha and the Hyga clan has become a country within a country and a village within a village. Young master, Uncle Ichiraku seemed to be saying something, but he seemed to be hesitating about something. Just call me Hyga Neji, my name is Hyga Neji, Uncle Ichiraku. Hyga Neji, who has an adult soul in his body, of course knows what Uncle Ichiraku is hesitating about. He was worried that he might have the kind of arrogant and conceited attitude that was unique to powerful families like the Hyga clan. If someone happens to ask my name and I don't answer, it will make everyone embarrassed. Oh, by the way, Uncle Ichiraku, you don't need to give me the remaining money. Just put it in my account. Next time if I forget to bring money for dinner, you can just deduct it from the account. Neji Hyga looked at Uncle Ichiraku who seemed unable to make change for the 2 huge one-tael bills, so he made a small suggestion. Hey, normally, there's only change in the store, not any large denomination bills. Oh, what a good idea. This time the discount is 2,000 taels. Ningji still has taels left. After counting, Uncle Ichiraku quickly took out a small notebook from under the counter, wrote down Haiga Ningji's name, and wrote a number behind it. This way, next time Haiga Niji comes to spend money, he can just subtract the amount from this number. Oh, are you leaving now? Nisi, Hinata, next time I invite you to come to my ninja tool shop to play. If you need to buy ninja tools to go to ninja school in the future, I will definitely give you a huge discount. Tian Tian patted his chest like a little adult and made a hearty promise. Okay, thank you, but the normal price is fine, we have money. Tenten, let's go back first. The elders at home are probably waiting. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is Hinata's birthday. Tian Tian, if you have time, come and have fun together. Haiga Niji thought for a while and invited Tenten. He was aware of Tenten's ninja talents. Although Tenten was born into a commoner family, he actually has a special affinity for space-time ninjutsu. In the history of Konoha, only a few people have this kind of affinity. One of the representative figures is the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama and the fourth-generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. Their space-time ninjutsu is like an atomic bomb hanging over the heads of everyone in the ninja world. For ninjas who are weaker and slower than them, Tobirama Senju who has mastered the space-time ninjutsu, and especially Minato Namikaze who has improved the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, are overwhelming them and can kill them all until the opponent is aced, annihilated. Although judging from Tianation's combat reaction ability, she doesn't seem to be suitable for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. However, considering her considerable talent and her subsequent performance in the original work, Haiga Niji feels that Tenten is particularly suitable for the animal path among Pain's 6 paths. Using summoning beasts as the main means of combat, one person can destroy an entire country. In the world of immortal cultivation in China, there is a real saint of Sumi Temple of the beast taming sect. Okay, the above is what Haiga Niji really thinks in his heart. It has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Tenten is already a pretty little lowly girl and will be a standard beauty in the future. Don't think too much. The 3 children, who had become good friends the first day they met, walked from the ramen shop along the commercial street of Konoha village all the way to a spacious and imposing ninja tool shop at the east end, where they separated. Tenten waved her hand. Bye, I'm going back now. It's nice to meet you, Niji and Hinata. Don't worry, tomorrow is Hinata's birthday. I will definitely go there. Oh, okay, then do you know where our home is? Do you know how to get there? Haiga Niji said suddenly. What? Tian Tian was stunned for a moment. It seemed that she only knew where the Haiga clan was, but she definitely didn't know where Haiga Hinata and Haiga Niji's homes were. Then she could only ask all the way tomorrow, which was a bit too troublesome. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. I know where your home is. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning, and then we'll go to Hinata's home together. By the way, I'll be your tour guide to visit our magnificent Haiga clan land, so that you can see what the heritage of a ninja clan that has been passed down for thousands of years is. I didn't hear anything that was said afterwards and my face turned red with embarrassment. She only heard one sentence, that is, Haiga Niji will come to pick her up tomorrow morning to go to his house. In fact, he went to Hinata's house, and they had dinner. What is this? This can't be a date, oh my. The first time we meet I'm so embarrassed. So embarrassed. I'm such a shy girl. Seeing Tenten's blushing face, Haiga Niji knew that she must be thinking about it and her thoughts were becoming strange. But it doesn't matter. After all, in the original work, Haiga Niji owed Tenten too much in his previous life. Haiga Niji himself particularly likes Tenten, a beautiful woman who is cheerful, generous, considerate of others, and strong in her own right. Comics 2. I will never let you guard a ninja tool shop and live alone until the end of your life. These words just remained quietly in Haiga Niji's own heart. After all, in the eyes of the world, this is the first time that Tian Tian and I meet in this life, so we can't act too strange. There is ample time. Children can act as if they don't understand something, but if a little boy goes too far, he may be easily mistaken for a pervert. I am Haiga Niji, the cool and aloof person. I am definitely not that, and I definitely don't want to be called a little pervert or a little pervert. Then Tenten walked to the counter. Behind the counter, a middle-aged woman with an ordinary face smiled and nodded to Haiga Niji and Haiga Hinata at the door. She saw clearly the family emblems on the 2 little babies at a glance. The Haiga clan. It is good. That's nice. Your own children should become good friends with the outstanding children of the Hyga clan. With the help of these good friends, I will be able to take fewer detours in life in the future. Compared with the Hyga clan's wealth and power, if I'm lucky, won't I be able to lie down and do nothing every day? Oh, this handsome guy seems to be very good. I have to find some time to ask Tian Tian if he has got him. Tianation's mother is very satisfied with these two new friends Tian Tian has made. Tian Tian ran over quickly and happily shared the interesting things that happened today with his mother. During this time, his mother suddenly asked him a few questions, and Tian Tian jumped 3 feet high, his face flushed with shame, and he waved his hands and explained something in a threatening manner, while his eyes occasionally glanced at the door. Tenten has a really good relationship with her family, Hyga Hinata said enviously. Let's go back too, we can play together later. Afterwards, Hyga Neji and Hyga Hinata followed the same route they came from and walked all the way back to the Hyga main family's mansion. So, Neji, did Hinata eat all the 9 super large, super deluxe, extra ingredient and side dish supreme invincible Pegasus meteor fist Lushan rising dragon tyrant storm nebula crack god emperor other dimensional ramen written on this bill by herself? Hinata Hayashi's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes almost popped out. It's just that he still tried his best to maintain the demeanor of the head of the main family, who remained calm even when faced with a huge crisis. Well, he just didn't lose his demeanor as a master. Just now, Hyga Hayashi was discussing with Hyga Hisashi the future distribution of income of the main family and branch families as well as the ninjas' missions. At this time, Hyga Neji came in jogging with Hyga Hinata. With a swish, he threw out a paper bill from his pocket, and then said lightly. This is the lunch that Hinata and I had at Ichiraku Ramen this afternoon. Hinata had a pretty good appetite and ate 9 bowls. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Hinata has such talent. It was all my fault before. I didn't allow you to properly develop your potential as a ninja. From today on, I will make sure you have a full meal every time. The best. The most expensive. The most delicious. Ha 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 ha, the Hyga family doesn't have much else, but they can still make sure the heir of the main family has enough to eat. Hyga Hayashi was in a good mood and was laughing and joking, while Hyga Hinata was also jumping for joy excitedly. Oh yeah, ONANA, I can finally eat my fill. Moreover, his father was a conservative person who rarely praised him. Even during the early education and theoretical training of ninja training, Hyga Hayashi only felt that Hyga Hinata barely passed the test and did not show any surprise. Just passing, that's what I'm saying. But today he looked so happy, which showed how happy he was. Let the little Hinata Hyga feel the power of being affirmed by her loved ones. What's the matter? Why are you so happy, Hayashi? The last time I saw you smiling happily was when Hinata was born. A gentle female voice came. Hello, sister-in-law. Hinata Hisashi quickly bowed. This is Hinata Hyga's mother, a very gentle woman. But she usually never goes out of the house, and just acts as a good wife to Hinata Hayashi, silently supporting her husband. Hinata Hayashi felt a little embarrassed. He always appeared to be a dignified and reliable man in front of his wife, but he almost made a fool of himself in front of his wife just now. After knowing why she was happy, Hinata Hyga's mother, Yumiko Hyga, also smiled. Gently stroking Hyga Hinata's head, that's great, little Hinata. So today I received the compliment for the second time. That's nice. Today, Hyga Hinata not only ate delicious ramen that she had never eaten before, but also received praise from her father. And tomorrow she will have her birthday party, and the entire Hyga clan will be invited to celebrate with their families, which is really a great joy. Suddenly, Hinata Hayashi seemed to have thought of something, his face looked a little uncertain, but he still quickly walked towards the house. After taking 2 steps, he thought for a while, and as if he had made up his mind, he turned around and shouted, Hisashi, Aiko, Neji, Hinata, come with me, come together. Finally, he hurried into the house without looking back. Hyga Hinata looked in that direction. Although it was a little strange, she still said, Father seems to be going in the direction of the study. Hyga Neji and Hyga Hisashi looked at each other and followed, although they were confused. Soon they arrived at the study room with the door wide open. Hinata Hayashi was quickly searching for something on the bookshelf on the wall. The entire bookshelf is filled with scrolls. Although there were a lot of scrolls, each one was spotless and clean. It was obvious that someone had read them regularly and cleaned them frequently. The study was an important area where outsiders rarely came. This person was obviously Hinata Hayashi, because he seemed to be familiar with what he was looking for. He quickly identified a place and quickly flipped out a quaint and small scroll. These are some random records written by our Hyga clan during the Warring States period. When I was a kid, I read it as an interesting story. I used to like one of the things recorded in it very much, but now I feel a little concerned about it. What is it then? Although Hyga Neji and the others did not speak, their inquiring eyes had already expressed this sentence. Of course, Hinata Hayashi didn't need anyone to help him speak, he just continued with his own words. He first opened the scroll and spread it out on the table, motioning everyone to gather around. The petite Hinata Hyga was picked up by Hyga Iko, and everyone looked at the scroll on the table together. Hinata Hayashi pondered, this record is about our family's strongest Hyga ninja in modern times, a powerful existence nicknamed Hyga Tenin. It also contains some interesting stories about his travels that seem both true and false. Hyga Tenin. Hyga Neji was filled with memories. He remembered that he only had a brief glimpse of this person's name in the original work, but Hyga Neji still remembered it deeply. After all, during the Chunin exam in the original work, Hyga Neji, who was extremely talented, created and practiced the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the 8 trigrams palm kaidan, which was only passed down orally by the main family and not recorded in writing. Hyga Hayashi concluded that Hyga Neji might have awakened the bloodline of the Hyga Tenin. Legend has it that Hyga Tenin was the strongest leader of the Hyga clan at the end of the Warring States period, possessing unimaginable power. He helped the Hyga clan stand firm in the turbulent times and watched the clouds roll and the clouds disperse. Later, at the invitation of the Senju clan leader Hashirama Senju and the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Madara Uchiha, they joined Konoha as an independent ninja clan and became one of the elder families. Hyga Tenin is an existence recognized by both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and is even higher than the famous Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Suzuki. One can imagine how strong he was. However, Hyga Tenin was already old at that time, and he died just a few years after Konoha was established. Everyone gathered around and took a look. The scroll talked about everything, but they just didn't know what Hinata Hayashi was concerned about. Hinata Hayashi did not keep everyone in suspense and deliberately whetted everyone's appetite. He circled a small area with his finger and explained, legend has it that our ancestor, Hinata Tenin, was a glutton before he showed his powerful talent. The point is right from the start. The ancestor would eat the same amount of food as 20 people in one meal. This continued for 3 years. Finally, one day, the ancestor's outstanding ninja was able to quickly emerge. In a very short period of time, he became a powerful existence known as the Hyga Tenin by all the people in the ninja world, protecting the peace of the area. Now it seems that the strength of the Hyga Tenin ancestor has definitely reached the level of Kage, and he is even the strongest among the Kage. He may only be second to the god of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. So smart. Everyone was shocked and looked at Hinata Hyga, who was in the arms of Aiko Hyga, who was confused. What? Could it be that Hinata Hisashi spoke in disbelief, but before he could finish his words, everyone knew what he meant. This seemingly fragile little girl actually possesses the same talent as the legendary Hinata Tenin. Hinata Hisashi suddenly felt a little bit unable to accept it. In fact, in Hisashi Hinata's eyes, although he had already had a heart-to-heart talk and reconciled with his own brother, Hisashi Hinata still felt that he was superior to his brother when it came to his own children. Although Hyga Hayashi was born only 5 minutes earlier than him, he has suppressed him for his whole life. From the perspective of a ninja, it is obvious that his child's achievements will suppress Hyga Hayashi's child for his whole life. As a result, it was unexpectedly discovered that there was a possibility that the descendant of the Hyga main family, the only heir at present, would grow up to be a powerful being at the level of Hyga Tenin. Hyga Hayashi could not accept it for a while. Although his emotions were not overly intense, the expression on his face clearly showed his inner thoughts. He didn't have any bad intentions towards Hinata Hyga. He just felt that he finally saw hope that his Hyga branch family would be no worse than the Hyga main family. When he was preparing to rise up and sing, he found out that the Hyga main family had a successor, who might even be able to surpass the strength of a Jonin and become a Kage. Is human destiny really determined by God? Is it destined from the moment of birth that a person will be strong or weak in life? The Hyga main family controls powerful forces, controls the caged bird curse, and controls the life and death of the Hyga branch family. Then the children of the Hyga main family have become so powerful. Will the Hyga branch family never be able to match the Hyga main family? Is this the legendary a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's child will dig holes? Hinata Hisashi's thoughts drifted to this point, and he was suddenly choked by his own saliva and coughed. What's the difference between a mouse and a dragon? It's a dragon after all. Neji is a dragon, and I am also a dragon. How is it possible that Neji is a rat and I am also a rat? My brain was really going crazy just now. Hinata Hayashi casually poured a cup of tea and handed it to Hinata Hisashi, then spoke to the people present in a very serious tone. Now, as the head of the Hyga clan, the head of the Hyga main family, and the father of Hyga Hinata, I am giving you an order and a request: keep what happened today and what we saw in your heart for the time being. Wait for Hinata's growth in the future. This is to prevent scoundrels from obstructing and harming Hinata, who has not yet grown up. We are the Hyga clan. We are also the founding clan of Konoha village. Why can't we have a Hokage? Hyga Hayashi looked at the little Hyga Hinata in Hyga Iko's arms, and his eyes emitted a hot light that was enough to match a 20-watt incandescent lamp. Today's Konoha village is destined to be unpeaceful. Early in the morning, at the gate of Konoha village, led by the third Hokage, 2 elder advisors, Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato-en, and even Danzo Shimura, who often hid in the dark for a long time, all stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen with their arms in slings and crutches. Even the Uchiha clan, which had been suppressed by the top leaders of various Konoha clans in recent years, causing the entire clan to move to the corner of Konoha village, also sent its clan leader to attend the welcome ceremony. But it is still far away from the Hokage, and is just in a corner of the same size as the small clans of Konoha. No one cares. Uchiha Fugaku didn't care at all. He closed his fierce eyes and tried not to show his presence. The welcome standard is very high. Even the legendary Konoha's strongest group, F4, has reunited and appeared. There were huge crowds of people at the gate. Among the crowd on both sides of the road, one can see the people tightly united around the Sandaime Hokage, including the chiefs of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans, as well as the mainstay of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans, Fat Tiger, Akimichi Tokase, who has not assumed relevant government power for a long time. Led by Akimichi Norifuse, he is surrounded by not only the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans, but also the Aberame clan and the Inyazuka clan. All the big shots who could profoundly affect the daily lives of hundreds of thousands of Konoha villagers with just a stomp of their feet in Konoha village, now just stood here quietly as a background board. The clan leaders of all the major human races gathered here to welcome the negotiation delegation from the Hidden Cloud village that had come from afar, hoping that this meeting and conversation would bring long-term peace to the Hidden Cloud village and the Konoha village. The exposed eye of Shimura Danzo was shining coldly, and it scanned the entire place like a vulture. Everyone who was caught in the sight subconsciously avoided it. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied. Then he casually moved to the side of the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and blew gently into Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. Sigma, degree. Of course it's fake, haha. Shimura Danzo whispered softly in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. It seems that the Hyga clan leader did not come to participate in the welcoming ceremony. Applying eye drops is a piece of cake. Me. Shimura Danzo, the snitch. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even turn his head, he was silent for a moment, then he smiled and said, what a coincidence, today is the birthday of Miss Hinata Hyga, the only heir to the main family of the Hyga clan. So the entire Hyga clan went to attend this grand birthday party. It was us who didn't take this into consideration at the time, so the important day to welcome the Kumigakure delegation and the day of the Hyga clan's birthday party collided with each other. I was negligent in my work. Also, don't provoke the Uchiha clan and the Hyga clan at the same time. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes and smiled cunningly. He automatically ignored the Uchiha clan, who were already under his close surveillance and looked down upon. He snorted in his heart, humph. Have you neglected your work? Didn't you set the date for the welcome party specifically? I remember when we gathered everyone together and told us the date of the welcome party, there was an uncovered book on the Hokage's desk. I secretly found a corner of the invitation to the Hyga clan's birthday party under the book. Therefore, the Sarutobi clan first knew the date of the Hyga clan's banquet, and later decided on the day to welcome the negotiation delegation from the Hidden Cloud village. Hiruzen, you are still so hypocritical. Can't you just say it directly? It's really troublesome to keep people guessing. Don't you just want to test your control over the Hyuga clan? You want to find out how many people in the Hyuga clan are willing to attend the birthday party of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and how many people are willing to come to support you, the Sandaime Hokage, and attend the meeting with the negotiation delegation from the Hidden Cloud village who came all the way from afar. None. The answer is, no Hyuga clan member is willing to come to the gate of Konoha village to participate in the ceremony of welcoming the peace negotiation delegation from the Hidden Cloud village who has come from afar. Although Denzo Shimura, Mito Kato-en, and Yutane Koharu, who were lying there pretending to be dead every day, did not say anything. However, the three people who had worked with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years seemed to have sensed their comrades in the dark. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the highest authority in Konoha village, had his cute little face slapped hard by the Hyuga clan. And it wasn't just an ordinary slap in the face, it was a powerful slap like soft fist. Bagwa 64 palms. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that there were 3 pairs of unscrupulous gazes behind him, like needles pricking him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. So he took a deep puff of the pipe in his hand, and said, "Pay attention, it's coming," while coughing. Creaking. As a supreme welcome gesture, the entire giant gate of Konoha village was opened. The one-eyed man who came first looked down upon the ninjas and residents of Konoha village, and then his face was full of disdain, as if he was looking at a group of cattle, sheep, pigs, and dogs that he had spared out of kindness. This person is none other than the leader of the Hidden Cloud village, Doroi. Behind them was a large diplomatic mission with 36 members, able to meet the size of a squadron in ninja war. Each of them has a grim face, is unruly, and full of eagerness to try, as if they will swing their knives and cut someone in the next moment if they disagree with something. Welcome, welcome. Warmly welcome. Welcome, welcome. Warmly welcome. Tuer, who was mixed in the crowd, quickly instigated the surrounding villagers to wave their hands and clap their hands to welcome the delegation from the Hidden Cloud village who had come from afar. As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. Even if Doroi, the leader of the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village, no longer looked down on the ninjas and villagers of the Konoha village, he still had to endure everyone's sincere or false attitude, or whatever. Anyway, it's a warm welcome ceremony. Afterwards, the smile on Doroi's face melted like a glacier, and he waved to the villagers of Konoha village on both sides with a smile. Seeing this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally smiled. For these ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village, these seemingly strong and powerful people are very suitable to be confronted with soft knives. Putting down the pipe in his hand, he led the powerful Jonin and the clan leaders to walk forward. He extended a hand and said with a friendly smile, "Welcome, Chief Doroi." Doroi, who was smiling and greeting people on both sides, was interrupted in bewilderment and looked over with an unchanging expression. Suddenly, I didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. Where is the person? Because Sarutobi Hiruzen was short in stature and old, his body became more and more hunched. His height, which was originally 1 meters, is now even shorter. As for Doroi, he was a typical tall white-skinned man from the Land of Thunder, with a height of over 1.9 meters. Oh, below. Looking down at the short Sandaime Hokage in front of him who was wearing the Hokage hat and the Hokage running robe, it was like a grown man looking at a little kid. Doroi suddenly had an idea, and as if possessed by ghosts, he stretched out a hand in front of everyone and gently touched the hat of the third Hokage. After touching it, Doroi felt that his action was inappropriate, extremely inappropriate. But since he had already done it, he simply pretended not to notice it and calmly withdrew his hand and said jokingly, "Your hat is quite nice. The pattern is quite exquisite, and the material is quite precious. Can you give me one this time so that I can take it with me?" Quiet. In an instant, the entire place became dead silent, and cold murderous intent spread from countless ninjas around. "How dare you offend the supreme authority of the Hokage?" The many young people standing by had their blood boiling, their eyes red, adrenaline secreted in large quantities, chakra surging. They took deep breaths and adjusted their positions. As soon as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gives the order, the ninjas will rush forward and tear this enemy ninja who speaks rudely and disrespects the Konoha village into pieces. The clan leaders of the major families and the ninjas of key departments who were standing beside the Hokage looked at the situation in front of them calmly, without a single murderous intent or intention on their faces, and no emotion could be seen from them. They just adjusted their posture slightly to facilitate timely control of the situation. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into laughter, and his hearty laughter scared Doroi in front of him. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted up the Hokage hat slightly, revealing his full face. His bright eyes flashed with an unpredictable light, and he stared straight at Doroi, the ninja leader of the hidden village, who was more than half a head taller than him. Call. In just a moment, surging chakra burst out from the body of the seemingly short third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was even visible to the naked eye. The violent chakra flowed rapidly, forming a layer of azure light outside Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. The surging momentum blew up the surrounding air and dust, with Sarutobi Hiruzen as the center. In the blink of an eye, a micro-shock wave visible to the naked eye emanated from the ground. Coercion. If Hyuga Neji was present, he would have noticed a huge number glaring above Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, 15. At this time, the 60-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen was physically aged, mentally depressed, and his ninja strength had declined, but he still had a huge amount of chakra as high as 15 points. This is the power of a cage-level ninja. For an ordinary jonin, it is good enough if he can maintain 7 chakra points after he is 50 or again 60 years old. However, as a cage-level master, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though he is old and his strength is declining, he can still easily kill his beloved disciple who has just entered the cage level, the murderous Cold King, Orochimaru. It is conceivable that when he just succeeded the position of the Sandaime Hokage, the amount of chakra in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was so terrifying that he could use the 5 elements great combo bomb with ease. Under the bombardment of high-intensity combined ninjutsu, even the third Tsuchikage who could fly in the sky could only flee in embarrassment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is proficient in all the 5 known techniques of escape, is also a terrifying and violent machine who has experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless people. However, as the Sandaime Hokage, he usually plays the role of a good guy to balance the forces of all parties and has put away his edge. However, the knife has only been put in the scabbard and has not rusted or broken. What's the use of knowing how to fight? If you want to make it in life, you need both strength and background. If you don't have the strength of the 6-path sage, you might die if you fight to the death. Look, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, also has his own teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Isn't he very powerful? But where is today? Living long is the best way. The huge murderous intent that suddenly arose in his heart was enough to defeat a battle-hardened jonin in a short period of time. This is a shadow. Ah! Help! Protect the Emperor! In an instant, the spirit of Doroi, the leader of the hidden cloud village, was forcibly pulled over to compete with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was defeated in the blink of an eye, and then fell into an illusion woven by murderous intent, and was pissed off. The surging chakra energy knocked Doroi straight to the ground. At this moment, in Doroi's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was not less than 1 meter tall like in reality, but it exuded a tyrannical aura that was almost the same as the runaway 8 tails that Doroi had accidentally encountered. However, the out-of-control 8 tails was filled with disorder and chaos, while the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was unusually sober at this time. The surging chakra fluctuations even exceeded that of the 4th Raikage Yui of the hidden cloud village. An arrogant aura that dominated the entire world emanated from it, spreading and infecting every young ninja present around. The Konoha ninjas' faces were flushed with excitement, as if they had just taken 10 kilograms of Liyue Daihuang pills. They couldn't wait to find an opponent to fight and vent their anger. The ninja clan leaders of the major Konoha clans who were present, who were originally nonchalant and expressionless, seemed to remember the title that was often mentioned by their elders and was almost forgotten, the ninja bear of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Generally speaking, it is the majestic, but only the older generation of Konoha ninjas who have experienced the glorious years of war know that at the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen's title was not the hero of ninjas, but the bear of ninjas. Big Bear and Little Bear. JPG 3, Humph. The guards of the Cloud Village negotiation envoys were on high alert, ready to deal with the attack of the Konoha village ninjas at any time. There was no time to complain about his boss's brainless operations, and he could only concentrate on dealing with the coming storm. In a life and death situation, let's not talk about whether he can survive the first wave of attack first. At this moment, how could he care about Doroi, the ninja leader of the hidden cloud village, who was frightened by the other person's momentum and fell to the ground in shock? And more importantly, there are no trusted subordinates of Doroi in the delegation this time. Everyone came here to obey the orders of the 4th Raikage. You are not a direct descendant of the Raikage, and if someone still listens to you at the critical moment, then you must be crazy. Everyone was staring at the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just laughed. As long as he made a move, with his authority as the third Hokage who had been in charge of Konoha village for many years, it would be easy and pleasant to eliminate just a few dozen ninjas from the hidden cloud village here. But the consequences that followed were not good. As the saying goes, when two armies are fighting, they do not kill the envoys. After the envoys sent by the warring parties were killed by Konoha village, there is no doubt that the fourth Raikage will be forced to mobilize the entire village to launch an endless war against Konoha village. Otherwise, the backbone of the ninjas in the entire hidden cloud village would be broken. Everyone stared at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fate of hundreds of thousands of people in 2 villages in the ninja world depended on his decision. Hands on? Or not take action? If action is taken, it will undoubtedly affect the entire ninja world, and the 3 years of peace that just ended will be like soap bubbles in a wash basin, disappearing in an instant. But if no action is taken, the symbol of the Hokage hat, will be touched and defiled by the arrogant hands of the ninjas from other villages. Where is the dignity of the Hokage? The scene was dead silent. The unaware people of Konoha village quickly moved away from the scene under the instructions of the ninja who had reacted. It seemed like a moment, but also like 10 minutes. The cold and heavy murderous aura condensed into a ball, and it seemed that in the next moment it would pounce on all the members of the hidden cloud village envoy group with its fangs and claws, and tear everyone into pieces. Some Konoha ninjas quietly raised their hands and formed seals. The chakra in their danshin surged and gathered at their throats or in their hands, waiting for the next moment to fire a powerful shot. It's so cold. Mental. So hot. Physical. I wonder if the ninjas from the hidden cloud village delegation will thank the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. Why? Because it was my first day in Konoha village, I didn't have to spend money to go to a special regular foot massage shop, but I was able to enjoy the ice and fire experience that penetrated my body and mind. Among the Kumigakure village envoys, some of the younger ninjas could no longer bear this heavy pressure and their faces became distorted. Because once a conflict occurs, their fate will be certain death. Young ninjas have experienced fewer missions and situations, so they feel a large amount of adrenaline secreted. The more afraid they are, the more adrenaline is secreted, and the more afraid they are, the more excited they become. Until the end, his eyes were bloodshot, the oxygen supply was insufficient, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and breathe in big gulps of air to replenish enough oxygen. The muscles in the body are tense, and some parts of the body are even cramped and trembling due to being in the tense state for a long time. But the owners of the bodies were unaware and only thought about counterattacking instantly if they were attacked. However, there were a few battle-hardened ninjas in the Kumigakure village delegation, but they looked relaxed and at ease, some even made faces with interest, looking provocatively at the short but powerful chakra-powerful third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of them. In fact, they are the real subordinates of the fourth Raikage, and they know the official purpose of this trip, as well as the hidden purpose. The leader of the ninjas of the hidden cloud village was merely a figurehead who was brought forward to attract public attention. Who knew that the plan would be implemented so perfectly and the attention attracted would be eliminated immediately? They also didn't expect that their leader Doroi was so useless. After all, he was the one who controlled thousands of ninja armies, but his character was so substandard. The moment he came up, he had a conflict with the opponent's top leader. Even if the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was the legendary Big Turtle, he was also a gigantic turtle. There were people who dared to provoke him and were able to provoke him, and there were several of them. But none of them are among the envoys from the hidden cloud village who came this time. At this point, they looked at each other and smiled at the same time. You still dare to laugh, the eyes conveyed the message. You all know that the other party is a veteran, so anything you do will be useless in this situation. There are thousands of ninjas gathered here. Among them are many of the top and second in command of key departments in Konoha village, as well as clan leaders and elders of major ninja clans. Even under such unfavorable circumstances, Konoha village is still the most powerful among the 5 ninja villages in the ninja world. If the thousands of people around here really suddenly attacked, let alone them, even if the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee were here, they would be killed in seconds. The sealing technique was launched, the ninjutsu continued to bombard, and GG, good game, was typed with a smile. So, whatever you do is in vain. You might as well relax and let life and death be decided by fate. If you don't accept it, just do it. Anyway, the 4th Raikage will avenge us. The eye contact ended. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed the largest turtle summoning beast in the world today. It is even bigger than Turtle Island, the elusive moving island of the Thunder Kingdom's dragon. He casually took off the Hokage's hat, and using the exquisite chakra attributes on his palm, a white high-temperature fire instantly ignited out of thin air, burning the Hokage's hat that had been touched by the outsider into ashes and vaporizing it into nothingness. Then he restrained the explosion of chakra, took a puff of the pipe, and took a deep puff. Flickering sparks flickered in the smoke nest. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen blew a light breath, and then a voice without a trace of warmth came, "Shikaku, it seems that due to the fatigue of the journey and the long journey, the leader of the Cloud Village ninja, Doroi, has been motion sick and unconscious. You should take the guests back to the inn where they are staying, treat them well and let them rest first. After Chief Doroi and the envoys who are actually in charge of the negotiations have rested, we will continue the formal discussion tomorrow." The squad leader of the Jonin squad, Nara Shikaku, nodded slightly to indicate that he had received the order, and then waited for further instructions. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned around and walked towards his office building step by step. A light voice came over in the air, "Disperse." Brushing, brushing, brushing. In an instant, attracted by the heavy murderous intent just now, the Konoha village ninjas who had gathered nearby climbed over silently, on the ground, on the walls, on the roofs, and in the big trees. During the waiting time, the number of ninjas gathered here had exceeded 5,000, but they all hid themselves quietly, with kunao and shurikens in their hands. As the barely audible voice of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rang out, the well-trained Konoha ninjas instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Just like a large ball of ink dropped into the sea, gradually all the ninjas disappeared. Only the clan leaders and elders of the major ninja clans, as well as the top and bottom leaders of the important departments of Konoha village remained at the venue. They stood quietly, glancing coldly at the envoys from the hidden cloud village. Then, they bowed slightly towards the back of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and led their tribesmen to retreat. "Dear guests who have been tired from the journey, please go this way," Nara Shikaku said expressionlessly, and stretched out his hand to guide the Kumagakure village delegation in the direction. "Welcome? What a welcome! He comes with bad intentions. After all, strength is still what matters in this world. This ninja world is one where power is paramount. Once upon a time, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was still alive. At that time, which ninja village would dare to send such a rude, brainless, and incompetent person to negotiate and communicate? This does not respect the reputation of the Konoha village ninjas at all. Just like the Cloud village today, in fact, not only this stupid ninja leader Doroi, but also the young Cloud village ninjas and the direct descendants of the fourth Raikage hidden among them, the real people in charge, all have the same idea in their minds. That is, completely overlooking Konoha village. How strange! They are clearly the losers, so why do they act like undoubted winners and dare to point fingers at the ninjas of Konoha village? The losers, who should be looked down upon, are looking down upon the winners instead? It has the flavor of our Qing dynasty in a parallel universe. It was a rare battle in which the French invaders were defeated severely. The soldiers sacrificed their lives and won the war. But what was the result? The people in power finally breathed a sigh of relief, threw their official hats high in the air with excitement, danced the cha-cha joyfully with each other, tears welled up in their eyes with excitement, and shouted loudly, "Yeah yeah yeah yeah! Great! My great Qing Empire finally won! Hee, does France allow me to have the qualifications to negotiate for peace?" Similarly, the ninjas of Konoha village couldn't figure out the reason because they were not in power. Maybe only a few people know about it. It seems that only those in power can understand it. Just like the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who had just returned to the office and was now sitting in the Hokage's office, he must know why. Wei put his pipe on the table and took off the spare Hokage hat he had just taken from the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure seemed to have shrunk a lot in an instant. Looking at the several photo frames on the Hokage's desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked gloomy. He is 60 years old this year. During the Warring States period, Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandsons had already married and had children. At this age, he can be regarded as an ancestor. Even his idol, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, did not live to be 60 years old. But Sarutobi Hiruzen always felt so tired. "I always feel that the lives of previous Hokage who died at a young age seemed more exciting than mine. Just like fireworks, although they bloom for a short time, they were once brilliant. Pang! The office door was violently pushed open. Hiruzen, why did you hesitate just now? As long as you give the order, I will immediately lead my 36 root jonins to cut the Kumagakure delegation into pieces. Let's set them on fire. I guarantee that not even a hair will be left on the ground. Ugh! The voice of his comrade, who once made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel extremely friendly, reliable, and worthy of reliance, now seemed a little noisy to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, there is nothing for you to do. Go back to your roots. You are quite busy. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little tired, and casually said something to send his good friend Danzo Shimura away. He wanted to be alone and quiet. But when Danzo Shimura heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually knew that he was busy recently, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Zamada, oh no! Masaga, no way! The left hand gently stroked the arm wrapped in bandages on the right hand. It was not an injured arm, but an arm that was transplanted with the help of Orochimaru to Uchiha Shin, a peculiar physique experiment subject, and was perfectly compatible with the Sharingan. There are more than a dozen Sharingans embedded on it. So, Shimura Danzagunyu used Izanaga's ability, which involved the law of cause and effect and was like a miracle, as the lowest level E-level ninjutsu, the substitute technique. Really, the most powerful substitute technique. Danzo Shimura is confident in himself and can kill anyone in the world with Izanagi a dozen times. That's right. A dozen opportunities to regret, piled on a fly, can annoy the enemy to death. But why did Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly say this to himself? Could it be that he has discovered the secret between him and Orochimaru? No, it could also be related to the secret trade of arms and supplies with the hidden mist village. Well, that's not right either. It seems that it is related to the fourth Raikage's secret assistance in seizing the Byakugan bloodline Genkai. Hiss! Is Sarutobi Hiruzen that smart? Wasn't he already stupid enough to be the Hokage? If someone really slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, Shimura Danzo believed that he would be fine. His good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen would never bite anyone. But, now? Modified? Danzo Shimura was a little bit unconvinced in his heart, but he remained calm and took the initiative to make a decisive rebuttal. What are you talking about? Hiruzen. You will be right to listen to my advice. Then Danzo Shimura waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen to agree with his plan. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in no mood to pay attention to him. Shimura Danzo felt a tingling sensation all over his body. He felt very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Being ignored is more painful than killing him. Shimura Danzo waited for a while, but there was no response, and he felt a little unsatisfied. So he yelled, "You'll regret this sooner or later." Hiruzen. Who would have known that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been expressionless, would respond subconsciously like a knee-jerk reflex. Shut up Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Hey. Correct. That's it. Although his face was greatly humiliated, Danzo Shimura felt a faint sense of comfort and satisfaction in his heart. But he didn't want to show his tsundere mood and be discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he snorted heavily, slammed the ground hard with the crutch in his hand, and then walked away angrily with the crutch. The room became quiet. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was left alone again. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, as if talking to the air, "Let me be alone for a while, you guys go and rest nearby first." Then the air fluctuated invisibly 4 times, and then fell silent. Apparently, there were 4 extremely powerful elite Jonin Anbu hiding around the room to guard it. When they heard that the Hokage wanted to rest alone, the others quickly left. Danzo, you took on the darkness of Konoha. It was me who harmed you. No one could have imagined how much blood and filth were going on in secret in order to protect this village, this home that belongs to the ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to touch it, so all the responsibility was borne by Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew everything about Shimura Danzo's route and its various little moves. No matter what infuriating things Shimura Danzo did, he was indeed protecting Konoha in his own way. Those money, ninjas, and various houses and equipment were not used by Danzo Shimura to enjoy. He even remained single all his life and never experienced the sweetness of love. It's just that Danzo is stupid. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at the 4 photos hanging on the wall. Including his own photos, he was filled with mixed emotions. I seem to be stupid and incompetent. First look at the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This man is like a god, and there is nothing good to say about Sarutobi Hiruzen. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, looked at this expressionless face. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but said, as if Senju Tobirama was really in front of him, "Teacher, if you didn't choose me as Hokage when we were in the woods, would Konoha village be like this now? If you don't choose me, then choose Danzo? Well, he doesn't seem to be much different from me. There is an upper limit. But if it was Danzo, I believe Konoha village would have been besieged and destroyed from all sides. He would just keep shouting, 'Attack, attack, kill them all, kill them all.' But it seems that his strength does not quite match this ambition. Even my strength is not enough. I am not as strong as you, master, and your elder brother, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama-sama. But I am also better than you in some ways. I have trained 3 cage-level ninjas. There is no one like them in the ninja world. This is something that neither you nor the Shadame Hokage could do when they were alive. I did it. Ugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. But my strength is too weak. Even a small cloud village doesn't take our Konoha village seriously. Once upon a time, when Lord Senju Hashirama was still alive, the first generation cages of the other 4 villages had to pretend to play house cosplay with Lord Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out a drawer and saw a very small photo. The handsome young man in the photo has bloodshot eyes and 3 black megatamas slowly rotating. Sure enough, if Uchiha Kagami had become the Sandaime Hokage, everything would have been different. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young man at the end of the list. The 4th Hokage who has golden hair that shines like the sun. Minato, if you were here, Konoha would be more vibrant and prosperous, right? I promised you that I would take good care of your son Naruto. However, the growth process of a Jinchuriki is bound to be the same. I can only help him try to see through it. Well, the most important thing is, who made the author set up the contradictions? It can only lead to me becoming the scapegoat. The author originally planned it to be your son. Oh no, that's not your son Naruto. The original plan was for the 9-tailed demon fox. Now it's your son, and I'm so confused. I don't have much to say. I'll just have to take the blame. I've already taken a lot of blame. Everything is blamed on me. I'm just stupid and incompetent. That's why I've done so many bad things, so many wrong things, and so many regrettable things. The result of insufficient strength is constant mistakes. In my life, I have done many things that others cannot do, and I have trained many talented disciples. But unfortunately, one disciple has defected, and another disciple is like a wandering ghost, never coming home every day, thinking all day long about finding the son of the ninja world who can save the world, but he can't help thinking that if the world can be saved, why can't it be himself? Wouldn't it be more meaningful for himself to become the son of the ninja world? Another disciple is scared out of his wits in the field he is best at. Besides that, there was the accidental death of White Fang. In fact, Danzo just wanted to suppress the rising momentum of Konoha White Fang, but who knew that he would backfire? Konoha White Fang was too arrogant and used suicide to express his protest. Until now, the Uchiha clan has been squeezed out of the center of Konoha village and is under strict surveillance. Fugaku can no longer suppress the emotions of the clan. I have a hunch that in a few years, either the Uchiha clan will be exterminated or the Hokage faction will be purged. The position of Hokage passed down from the Senju will never be allowed to be handed over to the Uchiha clan. So it's not that I want to occupy the position of Hokage and not step down, but there really is no successor. Either Jiraiya or Tsunade, whoever can return to the village will be the 5th Hokage. But they won't come, and I have no choice. I can't force them back, right? They have legs growing on their bodies. They are all powerful cage-level warriors. Who can catch who with a kick of their legs? Do we really need to gather a large group of ninjas to watch over them as Hokage? Then are they Hokage? Or prisoners? I am worried. I can only hold on for a while the new leaves have not yet grown and are in the budding stage. How could I not know that my family took advantage of my reign to collect a lot of money and cultivate many clan members? I also hope that no matter whether it is the Sarutobi clan or other clans, a cage-level strongman can come out to serve as the facade, so that I can slowly let go of my mind and hand over the power to him. But obviously not. If it weren't for the infiltration support of the Sarutobi clan, I wouldn't have such a high reputation among the middle and lower level ninjas. Ugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, today is really a day of failure, Lake Biwa. At the table, a girl of about 17 or 18 with waterfall long hair was looking at him with smiling eyes. On the other side, Konoha village entertains foreign guests. Slam la. The table was blown away and the sound of things falling on the table was heard. Damn you bastards! The ninja leader of the hidden cloud village, Doroi, was furious. Of course, I changed my clothes. Just now, I was frightened to the ground by the sudden outburst of momentum from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and my clothes were all dirty. You watched your superior being threatened by the enemy like that, and you were indifferent. The fourth Raikage sent you idiots, and you didn't follow me with any kintama, Japanese, gold jade? If I had known earlier, I should have brought the entire ninja army here. Doroi, the leader of the ninjas of the hidden cloud village, said fiercely and kicked the embroidered small stool on the ground away. The rest of the Kumigakure village envoy group members silently shifted their gazes elsewhere. No matter what, the status of Doroi, the leader of the ninjas of the hidden cloud village, is unquestionable, and none of them are qualified to refute their leader. Among them, one of the few experienced ninjas, Tokai, who was actually one of the sole figures of the delegation team, said calmly, "Lord Doroi, focus on our real mission. Don't worry about other trivial matters. Otherwise, if your impulse leads to the failure of our mission, you will be the sinner of our entire village. Even if Lord Raikage can forgive you by chance when you return to the hidden cloud village, I don't think the daimyo of the land of lightning will forgive you, right?" Then, a ninjutsu rune flickered slightly in Tokai's arms, and it seemed to be resonating with the chakra somewhere. Doroi's eyes turned green and his face froze for a moment, then returned to normal, with no feeling of abnormality at all. Then he snorted heavily, turned around and sat down. The huge impact made the entire sofa creak, and it seemed to roar angrily like the person sitting on it. Except for a few direct descendants of the fourth Raikage, the rest of the ninjas were silent, not daring to say a word for fear of angering Doroi. The head of the Uegakure ninja village is a special position in the Land of Lightning. In the Land of Lightning, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village established a closely united governance system at the beginning of the establishment of the Hidden Cloud Village. Moreover, unlike the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who focuses on developing the economy and tends to control the economic lifeline of the Land of Fire, thereby having endless financial support and focusing on becoming the logistics support for the ninjas, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is ambitious and wants to control more power. He is also a ninja with considerable strength. Originally, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning wanted to establish a ninja village dedicated to serving himself, but he saw that the other four major countries had each established their own ninja villages, and that a highly respected and powerful ninja among those ninjas had become the first-generation Kage, causing the clan of the first-generation Raikage Yazuki Ai to take action in advance. Faced with the general trend of the times, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had to adopt a step-back strategy and established the Hidden Cloud Village together with the first-generation Raikage Yazuki Ai. In a normal ninja village, each Kage is the highest leader and holds the greatest power. Under their command are the Jounin Squad, which consists of all the Jounin in the village and has the greatest power. There is also a squad leader for the Jounin Squad who is responsible for leading the entire Jounin Squad. In an emergency, the Jounin Squad can even hold a meeting of all Jounin to directly elect the candidate for the Kage of the village. Since the leader of a Jounin Squad has too much power, he is usually a trusted subordinate of the Kage of each ninja village and a ninja with high prestige. This is the common situation in the Fire Kingdom, Wind Kingdom, Water Kingdom, and Earth Kingdom. But it is very different from the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. In the Land of Lightning, under the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village and above the Jounin Squad, there exists a number of organizations called the Regular Ninja Corps. Like the Konoha village, when the Hokage carefully considers and convenes a Jounin meeting, preparing to declare war or fight against the enemy ninja village, will they temporarily form a ninja army to lead the Jounin, Chunin, and Genin troops. In order to maintain control over his ninjas and the combat effectiveness of the army in the Hidden Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning recommended and arranged a number of confidants to directly take charge of the standing ninja corps. Its chief is called the chief. There are many leaders who control the ninja army. Among them, the more famous ones in history are the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku who have the bloodline of 6 paths. They control their own exclusive troops and have their own exclusive number, the Kinkaku troops. That's why the two brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku were able to possess the 6 paths ninja tools and have the strength to launch a coup and carry out military operations against the second Raikage and the second Hokage. Because Kinkaku and Ginkaku have a large number of loyal Jounin, Chunin, and Genin ninja troops under their command. The Raikage cannot command such a ninja army. The third Raikage was killed by the third Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, Dunaki of Ninjago, who used one ninjas from the Uegakure village to use sea tactics. After forcing him to fight day and night for 3 days and 3 nights, he was finally chopped into pieces and his internal organs were removed. The core ninjas that the third Raikage risked his life to rescue, after returning to the Hidden Cloud village, strongly supported the fourth Raikage Yazuki Ai, the son of the third Raikage, to take office. This move caused serious dissatisfaction among the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Because of the succession of Hashirama Senju to his younger brother in Konoha village of the Land of Fire, power seemed to be confined in the hands of a few people, which made the noble daimyo feel uneasy. You, the Hidden Cloud village, are actually copying. Although your Yayu clan is a well-deserved powerful clan in the Land of Lightning, you can't let the Raikage fall completely under the name of Yayu Ai. Why not just call him the first generation Yayu Ai or the second generation Yayu Ai? Why still call him Raikage? Therefore, under the instruction of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, all decrees approved by the fourth Raikage were collectively boycotted by the leaders of the ninja corps above the Jonin squad. The leaders of these ninja forces all agreed with all the policies and regulations that the fourth Raikage opposed. Even with his unparalleled individual strength, the fourth Raikage was unable to fight against these thousands of ninja troops. Because these ninja troops receive exclusive subsidies and special missions from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, they are not financially dependent on bounty missions issued by the Raikage's office. So, after the fourth Raikage tried to provoke the Land of Earth and attack the Uegakure village again to avenge his father but failed, he forced his subordinates to do something and sent Doroi, the Uegakure village ninja leader who had always dreamed of going to war with Konoha village, into the negotiation group. Originally, Doroi, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village, was dismissive of the words of the fourth Raikage. If you ask me to go, I will go. Then I will be embarrassed, snaps fingers and poses. Just when he was about to find an excuse to shirk the responsibility, the fourth Raikage called him to his office in a friendly voice and told him the real purpose of this trip, which was to seize the Byakugan bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan's main family. A few years ago, when the Sandame Raikage was still alive, he secretly launched a secret experimental operation called Bloodline. The purpose was to collect bloodline limits in the entire ninja world and transform the next generation of Kumigakure ninjas so that they would all be born with bloodline limits. Among them, the one that the third Raikage values most is the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai of Konoha village. However, since the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai possesses a special sealing seal, the caged bird seal, basically all the Hyuga clan members who died on the battlefield will have the sealing spell in their bodies activated, instantly destroying the Byakugan, and all the local people's efforts will be in vain. Therefore, the only way to obtain the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai is through the Hyuga main family, and one has to be extremely lucky to encounter it. Since the number of members of the Hyuga clan is too small now, even their travels are strictly protected. Even if a young member of the clan is sent on a mission, he will be accompanied and protected by a powerful jonin. All the main families are either too old and hiding in Konoha village without making any moves, or they are ninjas like Hyuga Hayashi who are young and strong and will not be easily trapped in a situation where they are surrounded by ninjas from enemy villages. So the matter was put on hold, but 3 years ago, the spy sent by the Hidden Cloud village to sneak into the Leaf village brought back an important piece of information, that is, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, finally had a daughter as the heir to the Hyuga clan. Then the Hyuga family has a flaw, and that is this newborn little girl. After 3 years of unremitting efforts and with the clever help of an unknown force in Konoha, the fourth Raikage finally found a good opportunity to seize the Hyuga family's bloodline limit in the shortest possible time and at the fastest speed by collaborating internally and externally. That was the day of the third birthday party of Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. As for how to act, the Cloud Village ninja chief calmed down, took out a small sealing scroll from his arms, opened it, and carefully read the entire action process and key points again, memorizing them by heart. He is the key to this operation. In Tokai's arms, the talisman was flashing a faint red light. Secret technique. The headless bird's mind-confusing technique. A green light flashed in the eyes of Doroi, the leader of the ninja of the Hidden Cloud village. He was not a fool. Doroi voluntarily accepted the assignment of the fourth Raikage to come to Konoha village for peace talks, secretly to seize the Byakugan bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. But this alone was not enough to send such a powerful figure like him to come alone. However, the fourth Raikage made a solemn promise in front of the other leaders and the captain of the Jonin squad. He promised that as long as Doroi could successfully complete the mission, the bloodline limit, Byakugan, that he had snatched back would belong exclusively to Doroi's team from the Hidden Cloud village. That's why Doroi obediently led several direct subordinates of the fourth Raikage to come here. After all, he was a powerful ninja who had experienced many ups and downs and countless wars. How could Doroi not see that the fourth Raikage was trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? The fourth Raikage, although seemingly a reckless man, is actually very clear-headed. I'll put it here. If you have confidence in your own strength, then go ahead. I will also activate the Kumagakure spies in the Raikage's office to cooperate with the operation in Konoha village. If you don't have confidence in your own strength, then you can just be brave and stay in the village. Don't go there. As the saying goes, the bolder the man, the more productive the land. I nodded my head a little more and was then hung in the air, unable to get down from the stage. So Doroi impulsively agreed to Hyuga Hayashi and agreed to carry out this mission. So I don't know what he was thinking. He came to Konoha village with one eye, in a carefree manner. Sometimes it is helpful to think about the three major philosophical questions in life: who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Every time this happens, my attention is unconsciously directed to other places. Maybe it's because I haven't fought on the front line in actual combat for too long, and my declining strength has led to mental weakness. A thought flashed through Doroi's mind, and then it drifted away to who knows where. His mind was full of seizing the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai. Doroi stood in front of the windowsill, looking into the distance with one hand behind his back and the other hand gently fiddling with the chrysanthemums on the windowsill. The corners of his mouth were deliberately raised slightly, and a feeling of confidence came naturally. The time has come, let's act immediately. I have decided to quickly activate our hidden personnel in Konoha village. Look at the envoys. I was indifferent and even wanted to eat the braised chicken rice from the commercial street of Konoha village. Doroi looked unhappy, and his aura of a master was instantly broken. Isn't this also the order of the fourth Raikage? Don't you respect and obey it? Hajialu. Tokai and the others had complicated expressions. Why is this spell so useful? Without making a sound, he affected Doroi, a senior ninja. I kept calling Yaye, and suddenly I called you sir. Although Doroi had retired from the front line due to his injuries, his foundation as a jonin was still there. He is a jonin after all, especially, Tokai remembered that Doroi was very good at hiding and escaping when he was a jonin, and he was promoted to jonin only because of the promotion of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. If he were in Konoha, he would at most be considered a special jonin. I'm sorry, we wrongly blamed you. It's not that the spell is too powerful, but that you are too weak. Then Tokai replied with a sincere face and a dignified attitude, ahem. Of course we will respect the orders of the fourth Raikage. But today is not a good time to act. After all, today is the official birthday celebration held by the Hyuga clan, and during the day there will be many people and eyes. In the evening, after the banquet ceremony is over, while the Hyuga clan is relaxing their vigilance and immersed in the joy of celebration, our secret forces will join forces with our compatriots who have been hiding in Konoha village in advance to attract the attention of the public and concentrate all the guards on the border of the Hyuga clan. At that time, the location of the Hyuga clan will become a defensive vacuum, creating an opportunity for the leader, Lord Doroi, to sneak in and successfully steal Hyuga Hinata out. When Doroi heard that his position was so important, he couldn't help but show a smug look on his face and waved his hands repeatedly. If you can talk, then talk more. Ahem. What I mean is, how can it be called stealing for scholars? It's called taking, and I'll take it out, Hyuga Hinata. Then he straightened his face and acted like a serious boss. Yes, I'm telling you the truth, don't be unwilling to listen. Everyone should not let me down when the time comes. If it wasn't for that guy Uai kneeling on the ground and begging me before leaving the village, and even breaking the floor, I would not have brought you, a bunch of burdens, here. I've already brought the ninja army to flatten the Hidden Leaf village. I've directly attacked the Hyuga clan's territory. What Byakugan can't I capture? They have to do such shameful things. Whoever came up with this plan is just like the fourth Raikage Uai, a bunch of despicable people from top to bottom. Wahahahaha. Tokai and the others' faces twitched, and they thought to themselves, Lord Raikage, what memory hints did you put into the spell? You even kowtowed? Why do you feel like you made a great sacrifice? In addition, the young people who are not aware of this have been completely indoctrinated with the greatness of the fourth Raikage since the beginning of the ninja school, and how the village is tenacious. After being indoctrinated so much, the young generation will completely become the fourth Raikage after graduation. So when they heard that Doroi actually dared to insult the god in their hearts, the fourth breakage. How can it be repaired? A few young, hot-blooded ninjas couldn't help but clench their fists, bite their teeth left and right, and flick their left and right cheeks frantically with their tongues. He looks like a young man who is not someone you want to mess with. It seemed that he was about to jump up and launch himself, but without exception he was held tightly by his companions around him. Okay? Just pull it with one finger? For a moment, it was unclear whether these seemingly passionate young ninjas were really weak or were just pretending to be passionate and loyal. So, scary, Doroi glanced at these fools with disdain. He acted his indignation very convincingly, and it seemed that he really regarded himself as the fourth Raikage's dog. Unfortunately, a dog that is too weak is also useless. The hidden cloud village cannot do without me. Come over and show your teeth. Doroi is confident that he can kill it with a slap. But I don't know why the fourth Raikage sent these people here. Doroi didn't realize that his thoughts were also slightly confused. So they chatted for a few minutes and reviewed the situation. Under the weird looks of Tokai and others, they criticized Doroi. His behavior today almost messed up everything. If the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen really got angry, he might order them to be killed on the spot. My own life doesn't matter, but if I fail to complete the mission and damage the interests of the Lightning Country, I will be a sinner for all eternity. But he couldn't bring himself to admit his mistake. So he remained calm, patted his chewy butt, and said, "That's it for now. I'm going to go find the ninja from Konoha village. I've been sitting here for so long and you didn't even host a banquet for me. I'm so hungry. Is this how you treat guests?" Then Doroi scolded the Konoha ninjas guarding the reception desk, but they ignored him. Finally, Doroi went to a restaurant on the street that looked well decorated, ordered a banquet at his own expense and started to eat to his heart's content. Of course, they will be slaughtered. Of course, expenses for traveling for the village must be reimbursed. After eating, he acted as if nothing had happened and asked the restaurant owner to issue him an invoice 10 times the amount. Then he returned to his room and sat cross-legged for 2 hours to refine his chakra. After feeling that there was no growth, he lay down to rest, gathering his strength and waiting to carry out the real Byakugan bloodline limit seizure operation at night. Because the envoys from the Hidden Cloud village were arranged to arrive at the special reception center in the Hidden Leaf village very early in the morning, it was just noon now. Since the meeting between the two sides ended in a bad mood, the patriarchs of the major clans finally had time to attend the birthday party of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, which they had not been able to attend before. This was one of the 2 busiest times of the day for Konoha village. Except for noon, it's night. The streets were full of hurried pedestrians, leisurely-looking elderly people, children running up and down, and ninjas appearing and disappearing on the houses, jumping forward as they hurried on their way. The place where the Kumagakure village envoys landed was quiet. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not change his mind and did not send anyone to inform them that peace talks would be held in the afternoon. It was obvious that he wanted to leave them alone. But this is exactly what everyone in the Hidden Cloud village wants. Although no one was sent to conduct peace negotiations, Konoha did not send anyone to restrict the entry and exit of the Kumagakure village envoys, or their wandering around the village. Only 2 ordinary chunins were sent to follow and guide them in public, so as to prevent them from accidentally entering a confidential area, breaking into the private territory of other ninja clans, and causing unnecessary conflicts. At this time, in a large clan territory not far from the Hokage's office building, this is the happiest time of the year for the Hyuga clan. Today will be the birthday party for Miss Hyuga Hinata, the only heir to the Hyuga family. All Hyuga clan members who come to Konoha village must participate. The generous Hyuga clan also generously sent out invitations to all their friends. Since the morning, there has been an endless stream of friends and relatives, as well as fellow ninjas, coming to visit. However, most of them were clan elders or clan members, and none of the ninja clan leaders appeared in person. Because everyone went to the main gate of Konoha village to attend the welcoming ceremony. Suddenly, there was a change. "Brother Ryuju, you are here to have lunch too." A loud and hearty roar sounded in front of the gate of Hyuga Ashikabi. Narashikaku, who was slowly preparing to walk into the gate of the Hyuga clan with his 2 companions Akita Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, stopped for a moment and then turned around. He looked at the person who came. "Oh my, Chief Inyazuka, your voice is still so bright, and your spirit is still so good. By the way, Chief Inyazuka just celebrated the birthday of Takako Inyazuka Kaiba a while ago. I remember that the little guy was as strong as a little Tibetan Mastiff." Didn't he come with you today? Inyazuka Tsuma, who looked heroic and wild, laughed loudly and turned his head to nod behind him. He is coming here with his sister Xiahua. Come on, Xiahua. Why are you dawdling? Why don't you come over and greet the elders? Oh, Mom, don't rush us. It's only 11 o'clock now, and the banquet isn't even ready yet. A tall, dashing girl in a black leather jacket came over, holding a baby who looked only 3 years old. She is Inyazuka Hana, the eldest daughter of Inyazuka Tsumuji, the patriarch of the Inyazuka clan. Ha 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 ha. Xiahua, you don't understand. We should rush over when the meal is not ready yet but is about to be ready so that we can have a hot lunch. Great minds think alike. Hi, Dingzuo, and I think the same way. Let's save a lunch. Come on, Shikamaru, Ino, Koji, stop hiding behind and say hello to your aunt Inyazuka. Soon, 3 little kids with distinct personalities slipped out from beside the 3 clan leaders. One of them had a ponytail bun at a very young age, and it was obvious that he was a purebred member of the Nara clan. Another cute little girl with blonde hair called out sweetly, "Good afternoon, Auntie." The other little chubby boy is the beloved son of Akimichi Koji, who looks innocent, chubby, and cute, with spiral patterns painted on his face. Looking at Inyazuka Tsumabuli, I really want to grab him and bite him hard with my sharp fangs. It should be very elastic. As if he had sensed Inyazuka Tsume's hostile gaze, Akimichi Koji's hair stood up and shivered slightly, then he quickly ran back behind his father, Akimichi Koji, with half of his head exposed, timidly looking at the wild woman who seemed to want to eat him just now. Everyone laughed. Afterwards, they will walk towards their destination with the Hyuga clan members who are waiting at the door to greet them. However, there were 8 people before entering the gate, 4 adults and 4 children. After entering, it seemed that there were still 8 people, but if you count carefully, it seems that there are a little more people. Yamanaka Inoichi, who had the best observation ability and was the leader of the Perception Ninja Intelligence Squad, quickly turned his head to his right and saw a father and son who seemed to have just appeared out of thin air. Allah Allah! This father and son, in the hottest weather, both wore thick windbreakers, with high collars covering most of their faces. Their spiky hair was unkempt. The 2 men, one big and one small, wore dignified and serious sunglasses. They walked quietly beside the crowd with their hands in their pockets and without saying a word. Hey, Highway, you sneaked over here without telling us and stood there without saying a word, scaring us all of a sudden. Shan Zhonghai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chief Aberame Shiwei gently raised her eyes with her right index finger, raised her collar, and sighed, "In fact, I have already greeted you twice. The first time was when I saw you gathered at the intersection. The second time was when I walked up to you and greeted you again when you were entering the gate. But unfortunately, it seems like you didn't hear us. If you ask why, it may be because we have too little sense of existence." Everyone was also very embarrassed. After all, tribe leader Aberame Shiwei and his 3-year-old son were standing next to them with their hands in their pockets, but no one else noticed them. Ha ha ha, it's all the fault of your family's secretaries. They are all like air. Their presence is too low. Ha 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 ha. Inyazuka Tsumuji smiled and patted his classmate and good friend Aberame Shiwei on the shoulder. As both are perceptive clans, the Inyazuka clan and the Aberame clan have a very good relationship. Some time ago, both sides held birthday parties for each other's next generation heirs, and they often visit each other, and the relationship between the 2 families is very close. At the main gate of the Hyuga clan, there were members of the Hyuga branch family waiting to receive them. They respectfully welcomed the Konoha village ninja clan leaders with extraordinary looks and outstanding temperaments, and brought them to the door of the Hyuga main family's residence. Then the Hyuga branch family receptionist bowed slightly, with just the right amount of respectful smile on his face. "Dear guests, someone will guide you to your seats. I will take my leave to greet other guests." Everyone agreed and were about to step into the Hyuga Ashikaga family's residence when 2 figures, one big and one small, walked out of the door. "Shikaku, you haven't invited me to your house to drink medicinal wine recently. Your Nara clan is blessed with the ability to use the finest medicinal herbs and precious secret recipes to brew medicinal wine, but after I drank it once, I will never forget it, ha 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 ha. I should be the one blaming you. Hisashi, you've been missing for days and I don't know how many secret missions you've completed." Nara Shikaku said this in a joking manner, making everyone laugh. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Of course, ninjas would not ask each other what the content of their tasks was. After all, if it involved confidential information, it would be difficult for everyone to speak up. "Oh, is this your cherished and well-protected son, Hyuga Neji? He is indeed a man of extraordinary bearing. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. It is easy to give people a good impression if you dress nicely and have a handsome face." Yamanaka Inoichi, who was standing nearby, looked at the young boy at Hyuga Hisashi's feet with great interest. "Wow! So handsome!" Yamanaka Ino, who was standing next to Yamanaka Ino, couldn't help but have her eyes turned into the shape of peach blossoms. Drooling. Swish. She rushed to Hyuga Neji, twisted her hands against each other like a caterpillar, and said shyly, "Hello, handsome boy, my name is Yamanaka Ino, nice to meet you." Suddenly, Yamanaka Inoichi's face turned green. "I don't know who this child takes after. He is so vain and mischievous at such a young age." He reached out angrily, grabbed the collar of his daughter's thick clothes, lifted her up and put her behind her, and scolded her in a low voice, "Be a lady. Ino. Uncle Hai, please don't criticize Ino. I think Ino is also very cute and very energetic. She is a little girl with a genuine temperament." Hyuga Neji didn't want to embarrass Yamanaka Inoichi because of himself, so he quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. Oh? There was something meaningful in Shan Zonghai's look. This was his first time meeting Hyuga Neji, and I believe it was the same for everyone else. At such a young age, only 4 years old, he can accurately call out his own name and recognize his own identity. Although he is ranked first among the 3 tribes of pig, deer, and butterfly, he does not show off his abilities in public, and can still be accurately identified in this situation. Then there is no doubt that he must be familiar with the important members of other major ninja clans. Moreover, most 4-year-olds have not yet lost their childishness. However, this Hyuga Neji is able to be neither humble nor arrogant, and take care of other people's emotions and faces. He is just like an adult. The Hyuga clan has a profound heritage. Hyuga Neji had no idea that his casual words had exposed his true identity. This is the leader of the Konoha village intelligence squad, Yamanaka Inoichi, who is good at interrogating and obtaining all kinds of information. "Oh ha ha ha, do you think I'm cute too? It seems that what Dad always says is right, I am still very cute after all, hee hee." Yamanaka Ino held her 2 little cheeks in her hands shyly and intoxicatedly, twisting and swaying. She was intoxicated by the cuteness and couldn't extricate herself. Shan Zhonghai held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Neji Hyuga also stepped forward and looked at the 12 young members of Konoha who had just emerged from the oven. "Oh, no, now it should be the 11 little warriors of Konoha, because I am no longer one of them. You will be the strongest." Well, as expected, I can't see anything. They are all ordinary kids with almost 0 chakra in their bodies. Chakra is indeed the most magical energy. In fact, the larger the ninja clan is, the less likely they are to rush for quick results and let the children in the clan practice chakra refining and ninja training early. Because chakra is the life energy extracted from 130 trillion cells in the body, you must first have this life force before you can extract it. It is easy to tell that this life energy must contain something similar to the cell vitality in the body. So the amount that a child can extract is obviously not comparable to the amount that a fully grown adult can extract. Therefore, the younger the child, the more he should be allowed to grow stronger. Usually, when he is 4 or 5 years old, it is almost time. We may try to let the children of these noble families start to refine chakra. For example, Hyuga Neji, who is 4 years old this year, just started refining chakra yesterday. Good afternoon, all clan leaders, uncles and aunts. My father and I have been ordered by Uncle Riza to invite everyone to enter the living room and have a banquet together. Looking at Hyuga Neji, who was young but slender and had an outstanding temperament, the clan leaders nodded secretly. They admired the successor of the Hyuga clan branch. Gift? Of course, they don't need to bring any gifts. Just the presence of people is the greatest gift. They are all powerful families in Konoha village. Although their sizes vary, there is no conflict of interest and their relations have been very harmonious since the establishment of the village. The main reason for coming here this time was to take advantage of the birthday party held by the eldest daughter of the clan, the daughter of Hyuga Hayashi. The clan leaders took time out of their busy schedules to have a pleasant private conversation and to reach a tacit understanding among the clans on the distribution of benefits for the relevant villages in the coming year. This way, the Hokage will not be at a loss as to what to do, which would lead to a situation that would harm the interests of both parties. Another purpose is to allow the younger generations of each other to have friendly exchanges and get to know each other better. I was too young before and couldn't remember people at all. After all, the ninja school would start in 2 years. They would definitely be in the same class or one class apart, and they would definitely be assigned to the first class of their respective grades. Hyuga Hayashi and today's protagonist Hyuga Hinata warmly welcomed all the clan leaders and the next generation of heirs in the clan's living room. After throwing a few more children aside, several clan leaders and Hyuga Hisashi went to the study for a secret talk. As for the official celebration scene, on the other side of the main family residence, it was an exclusive banquet for the majority of Hyuga clan members and some relatives and friends. Hyuga Neji did not do anything to steal the show, and the team leaders were also very sensible and stopped at the right time. After they had a tacit understanding with each other, they chatted for half an hour after lunch, and then said goodbye without any prior arrangement and returned to their respective families. After all, the original plan was not to come, but to send only their own clansmen and elders, but who knew that the leader of the Uegakure village society would do such a weird thing. As a result, some of the original welcome ceremony and communication processes were cut short, and everyone left on bad terms. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I came over to say to Hinata and Rizu, you see, we came here as soon as we got the chance, we are very good friends, it's not that I don't take this matter that you are taking seriously. Well, anyway, the meaning is conveyed. After all, everyone is now under the control of Konoha village. However, if the powerful families who control their respective armed forces gather together for a long time, it will cause misunderstandings among the real people in power in the Hokage building. A few years ago, the Uchiha clan was pushed out of the power center, and after the Nine Tails Night, a civil war almost broke out. The aftermath still makes the major families feel uneasy. The strongest clan that founded the village was humiliatingly squeezed out of the center of power. Gradually disappeared from people's sight. They don't even distribute tasks, they just waste time like this. Life and death are uncertain. The Sandaime Hokage is fine, but the main concern is the man standing behind him. I heard that he is very dissatisfied with the fact that the major powerful families have occupied a share of the interests in Konoha, both in terms of economy and power. He always wanted to tear it off from them from time to time and put it into the root of his life. Anyway, in order to reduce his troubles and deal with him, each tribe also sent a number of talented tribesmen to join the route. However, after these tribesmen joined, there has been no news of any of them returning. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. As ninjas, everyone knows it and there is no need to ask for specific information. The root is the Anbu of the Anbu, the most secretive and darkest existence in Konoha. All the great and glorious clan leaders are unwilling to get involved in the darkness of Konoha, because the last time they got involved, the aftermath was that the Uchiha clan was excluded, and now they have no sense of existence. Without missions, the ninjas won't get any training. How many generations can they last? Underground on the edge of Konoha village, at the root headquarters. Shimura Danzo silently listened to the report from his ninjas, and couldn't help but look regretful, and snorted, alas, these stupid guys are so cowardly. I thought we could unite. Discuss something, like a conspiracy to overthrow the Hokage's power. This way we can catch them all in one fell swoop and take over all their occult business. This way my root can swallow them all up and become the strongest in the entire village. It won't be impossible for me to become Hokage directly then. Danzo Shimura was still thinking about whether he could take advantage of the signs of the Hyuga clan and the Konoha clans joining forces to launch an attack on them. However, I didn't expect that the patriarchs of these Konoha clans were all very shrewd and did things just right so as not to give others any excuses. It not only expressed respect for the Hyuga clan, but also took into account the face of the Hokage. As expected, there is Nara Shikaku, the patriarch of the Nara clan, who is worthy of being the brain of Konoha. Since we don't have any evidence, let's forget about it and start Plan B. Follow the established route and start executing when night falls. Captain Shimura gave calm instructions to the ninjas around him. Then he knelt on one knee and nodded to the root ninja. To show that he had received the order, he stood up and bowed, then retreated and disappeared into the darkness. During the day, in the Hyuga clan territory, there had not been such a lively banquet for a long time. In addition, most of the guests present were members of the Hyuga clan, including a few members of the main family and most of the Hyuga branch families and their relatives and friends. So everyone was happily eating, drinking, dancing and playing, completely relaxed physically and mentally. It was not until night fell that everyone said goodbye to each other reluctantly. Today is destined to be one of the few wonderful days worth remembering this year. After a good night's sleep, I will get up tomorrow and continue to work as a social cow and horse. As night fell and everyone left, the entire Hyga clan fell into silence. But outside the Hyga clan's territory, many places in Konoha village began to become lively. The spies who had been hiding in Konoha for many years were activated by the envoys of the Hidden Cloud village, and were ordered to launch suicide attacks from different directions to disrupt the Hyga clan's territory. After all, this is a serious matter. In order to seize the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai of the Hyga clan, the intelligence chief of the Hidden Cloud village plans to spend a huge amount of money. A special group of spies and undercover personnel were recruited, including those who were too loyal to the Hidden Cloud village or those who were cursed and were extremely vicious and unforgivable criminals. Let them make some noise in these places, whether using traps or ninjutsu explosions, to distract the attention of the Hyga clan, so that other members of the Hyga clan will not be attacked in the Hyga clan, and after discovering the situation, they will quickly rush to support, thus reducing the difficulty of the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village to invade. Although he usually dislikes Doroi, the leader of the Hidden Cloud village, it is because he always goes against the fourth Raikage. Putting everything aside, the leader of the Hidden Cloud village ninja, Doroi, was still quite capable. After all, although his intelligence and strength were not top-notch, he was still average. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the leader of a ninja unit of 1,000 men by the wise and incompetent daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Therefore, among the leaders of the Kumigakure spy gang lurking in Konoha village, and the members of the Kumigakure peace negotiation delegation that came this time, although there were some things that they could not stand about the Kumigakure ninja leader Doroi, at this time, everyone was doing it for the village. Therefore, we must not fall behind and find a ninja from the Hidden Cloud village who has good hiding ability and is useless to the fourth Raikage. If these conditions are separated, there are still many suitable people. It is not easy to find someone who has all three conditions. In any case, it is a very difficult task to find someone who meets the requirements among the gang of the fourth Raikage Yayuai. Since Doroi, the leader of the ninja from the Hidden Cloud village, has been chosen to take action, the rest of the people, including the members of the Hidden Cloud village peace negotiation delegation, must not only not delay or be passive, but must risk their lives to create conditions. Well, it seems that only the poor spy was risking his life. After all, only these poor spies would be sent to the Hyga clan's territory to cause trouble and attack the Hyga clan. And the members of the Hidden Cloud village peace negotiation delegation inside the Konoha village guesthouse are obviously not in any danger of life, right? Of course their status is also a little higher, there's nothing we can do about it. The fourth generation Raikage Yayuai. He used his not very smart brain, but after thinking for a long time, he finally came up with this seemingly clever method that did not harm his own strength. After all, in the eyes of all the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village, once the fourth Raikage obtains the Byakugan, especially the Raikage's lightning release chakra ninjutsu, with the blessing of the Byakugan, his strength may suddenly become the leader of the 5 cages. After all, the Hyga clan has always relied on the silver blood limit to make their soft fist technique so powerful. After gaining the blessing of the Byakugan, wouldn't the fourth Raikage Yayuai, who was already invincible in close combat, be able to ascend to heaven on the spot? Thus, the great wish formulated many years ago to expand the living space of the residents of Kumigakure village of the people of the Land of Lightning was fulfilled. At the moment before the mission was to be carried out, almost all the patriarchs of Konoha's powerful families received the summons from the Hokage. The reason was to discuss the peace talks with the Hidden Cloud village envoys on the second day, and to invite the heads of all the major families to come and discuss the matter. Almost all the ninja families in Konoha village received the order. Even the Kurama clan, a family with a genjutsu bloodline limit that was once on par with the Uchiha clan, where only a few cats and dogs were left, received the gathering order from Hokage-sama. But there was only one ninja clan, a ninja clan that could not be ignored, that did not receive it, and that was the Hyga clan. Hehe, as for the Uchiha clan, they have long been squeezed out of the government center of Konoha village, and they live too far away, so we won't disturb the noble Uchiha clan. Because it was a secret emergency decree, no one else knew it, and there was no time to communicate with each other and exchange information. All I can say is that if we meet on the road, we will come together. Hisashi Neji, you guys must have worked hard today. Did you have fun today, Neji? Neji felt embarrassed because he had been playing for the whole day and thought that it didn't mean he was tired at all. Hyuga Hayashi asked Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Neji with a smile. He was really happy today and had originally planned to just hold an ordinary birthday party as per tradition in previous years. But this year, with the help of Neji, it was unexpectedly discovered that Hinata Hyuga had hidden ninja talents with unlimited potential for the future. I'm in a great mood. The dark clouds that had been hanging over Hinata Hayashi's heart for a long time finally saw the dawn of being dispelled. Because the clan is not large, there are basically only a few clan members. In this situation, in order to be able to suppress the large number of Hyuga branches, one must not only have a firm control over their life and death like a bird in a cage, but also suppress all the branch ninjas with the ninja's hard power. Therefore, the main family passed down many powerful ninjutsu through word of mouth. For example, Bagwazang, 64 palms. For example, Bagwazang, Huishan. This requires that the heir of the clan must be strong enough to ensure the inheritance of the clan. This is a very difficult thing. Therefore, whether the heir of the main family is strong or not is a very critical factor. It is also a key factor in whether the branch family members can be convinced. Thank you, brother. We will go back first, Neji. Hinata Hisashi was also very happy. What made him even happier today was that with the help of Hinata Hayashi, their Hyuga clan also had a share in the business of other powerful families in Konoha village. In addition, Hyuga Hayashi stated that the main family would not monopolize the profits, but would share most of them with the larger number of Hyuga branch family members. This can be considered as a compensation for the caged bird curse. It's just a small thing, there aren't many people in the clan. Compared with controlling someone's life, it's still a lot more cost-effective. With the huge profits allocated by the main family and the additional welfare budget, Hyuga Hisashi will be able to gain a more important position in the hearts of the branch family members and unite more forces. It can be regarded as an explanation for what he has fought for everyone. No matter how many words you say and how much you wear out your lips, they are not as good as a red RMB. Then Hyuga Hisashi brought his child Hyuga Neji, waved to Hyuga Hayashi and Hinata, and left the house. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the Hyuga main family residence, Hyuga Neji noticed that it seemed that all the Hyuga clan members were having a great time today. They probably drank 300 cups of wine and were now resting early. So now the whole tribe is quiet and peaceful. However, knowing that there is a small episode in the original work, Hyuga Neji is thinking about how to stop Hyuga Hayashi from killing the ninja leader of the hidden cloud village who is destined to come. You can maim someone, but you must not kill them. Human life is not a joke. Facing a powerful country, one is already at a disadvantage. Although Hyuga Neji thinks that Konoha village is the powerful party, it seems that the third Hokage does not think so, and if one is given an excuse to do so, then it will be difficult to deal with. Hyuga Neji thought to himself that he was too weak now. Including today, I have only refined and accumulated chakra twice. The chakra points in the body have reached 180 points. The key is that he has not learned any ninjutsu, and his Byakugan has not awakened the ability to open this bloodline limit. As far as I have the impression, basically all Hyuga clan members can open their Byakugan when they reach a certain age, but there are differences in the range and distance of observation. I guess I only opened my Byakugan when I was in the senior years of ninja school? Hyuga Neji wasn't quite sure, but anyway, he couldn't open his eyes now because he had too little chakra. Just a slightly stronger kid. No ability? Suddenly, Hyuga Neji's eyes lit up. Doesn't his golden finger allow him to see numbers on people's heads? This can be considered as a super strong perception ninjutsu that can be activated at all times. In shooting games, Hyuga Neji's favorite things to use are the perspective hook and the recoil-free hook. Therefore, we must first find a way to stay here and guard it so that we can issue an early warning. So Hyuga Neji casually told his parents as if they were having a conversation, I met some very interesting new friends today. While we were chatting, they told me some big news that happened today. Oh? Really? Hinata Hisashi walked back casually. He felt that the current peace and tranquility was hard-earned. Who could have imagined that just 4 years ago, the entire ninja world was still engaged in a life-and-death war with no future in sight? In the blink of an eye, the Uchiha clan, which was once the strongest ninja clan in Konoha, has become a pile of history. The grass on the graves of Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku and his wife is overgrown with 2 feet high. How lonely it is to be invincible. Hyuga Neji, who was just about to tell Hyuga Hisashi about the big news of Konoha that he had just made to his new friends today, and use this as an excuse to pass important information to Hisashi, was stunned. Is there invincibility here too? I didn't expect that my father, who usually looks cold, serious, and rigid, could actually sing such a popular and extraordinary song. But he still had to seize the time. When Hisashi finished singing a line and was about to take a breath, Neji Hyuga quickly said, "Father, I heard from Shikamaru and the others that this morning is the day when Konoha village welcomes the arrival of the Kumigakure peace negotiation delegation. I heard that it was not only our Konoha village that sent the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two elder advisors who followed him, Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu, but also went with him. By the way, almost all the patriarchs of Konoha's powerful families and the heads of various key departments were also present at the scene." But why didn't we go? Ha 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 ha, such a small matter. The main thing is that we have to prepare a banquet today. Who knows how long the negotiations will take? Are we going to waste a day on this negotiation? We can't destroy the traditions of the Hyuga clan. Oh, okay. Today, when I was playing, I saw many people in the tribe drinking and having fun happily. There was also a patrol guard team, but hey? I remember that normally there would be the sound of alarm bells ringing at this time, but it seems that there was no sound today. Hyuga Neji calmly reminded his father Hyuga Hisashi. The sound of alarm bells? Oh, that's the warning sound of the tribe's guard patrol. Hey! Patrol, wait a minute. Immersed in this quiet and peaceful environment, Hinata Hisashi suddenly felt something move in his heart. Then he raised one hand and pinched his fingers. Roll your eyes. Open your eyes. Then, hideous blue veins bulged from both sides of Hinata Hisashi's eyes, looking scary, mysterious and weird. The pure white pupils of the eyes seem more three-dimensional and lively. Hisashi. Hinata Aiko looked at her husband in confusion. Why did he open his eyes just because of a disagreement? Hinata Hisashi looked around and was surprised to find something important. Hey? Why are there no patrol sentries? And where are the patrol members who were guarding the tribe today? So Hikaru Hike hurriedly took his family back and found Hinata Hayashi and reported the matter to him. Hinata Hayashi laughed. Oh, Hayashi, today is a big day. It's not good for the tribesmen to be so tense every day, and everyone has been drinking. We need to go back and have a good rest so that we can completely relax our body and mind. The way of cultivation is like a bowstring, it needs to be stretched and relaxed alternately. Hinata Hisashi lowered his head and thought for a while, then nodded helplessly and sighed, well, I was planning to call them back. Since everyone has played to their heart's content and drank some wine and drinks, let them have a good rest. Without waiting for Hinata Hayashi to nod, he quickly continued, let me and Neji stay here tonight, find a room to stay in, and guard the main family for one night. When the patrol members of the clan wake up and return to normal tomorrow, they will arrive and take over from us. Oh? No need to be so formal, Hisashi. We are in our Konoha village anyway, so why should we be so cautious? Hyuga Hayashi shook his head, brother, it's mainly for Hinata. We, the Hyuga clan, are definitely confident in your strength, but Hinata is only 3 years old after all, and she hasn't even cultivated her chakra yet she has shown such a strong potential. It can be said that she is the greatest hope for our Hyuga clan to make further progress in the future, and we must not lose her. Even if you are my brother, you can't keep an eye on Hinata every day, right? Just let us guard your main family for one night today. After all, more people means more care, right? I am confident that even if I am the only one with Byakugan, I can match the guarding level of the tribesmen in our patrol team. This statement is not meant to flatter himself. The reason why the main family of the Hyuga clan controls the branch family by using the caged bird seal is to protect the Hyuga's Byakugan bloodline limit from circulating outside. Therefore, the clan is rarely sent out of the village to perform tasks. If she leaves the village, she will be under the protection of the branch family or other powerful senior ninjas, just like Hinata in the original work. Whenever a village is sent out on a mission, a captain is basically needed to lead the team, and their captain is a jonin. If there is no jonin to serve as captain, a very talented elite chunin must be sent. So to be fair, if there was no caged bird seal, Hyuga Hayashi's strength would definitely not be as good as Hyuga Hayashi's. Because Hyuga Hisashi grew up as a member of a branch family, he experienced several ninja world wars at a very young age, and his combat skills were honed to perfection through countless battles. However, due to the limitations of ninja skills, some of his moves may not be as exquisite as Hyuga Hayashi's, but the power is comparable. Hyga Hayashi has been staying in the Hyga clan's territory in Konoha village all year round. Under the safety protection of many clan members and guards, he rarely has the opportunity to fight on the battlefield. In fact, in the original work, Hisashi Hinata did not pay attention to this little thing. Because at that time he was still thinking about the caged bird curse that he had just received from the Hyga clan, that is, his brother, and the severe punishment he had received. The pain that was worse than death made Hinata Hisashi have no time to care about other things. But after attending the banquet, he returned to his home with Hyga Neji like a dejected zombie. Along the way, he didn't notice whether any of the tribe members who were guarding the prize had been won. To be honest, even if he had noticed, Hinata Hayashi would have hoped that something would happen to Hinata Hayashi. Especially in the original work, Hinata Hyga did not show any ninja talent. If something happens and all the members of the main family die unexpectedly, maybe Hyga Neji will be adopted into the main family and become the new main family member, and his fate will not be to bear the caged bird curse. So, this is why in the original work, Hyga Hisashi did not notice the problem of the patrol teams around the Hyga main family. They also failed to fulfill their responsibilities in dividing the family property and take remedial measures in a timely manner. Therefore, several factors, coupled with the possible cover-up by the dark hand of the village, ultimately resulted in the embarrassing situation that Hinata Hyga, the eldest daughter of the Hyga family, the only heir, the eldest daughter, and still the only daughter, of Hyga Hayashi, was easily abducted by Dori, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village. Fortunately, in the original work, the patriarch of the Hyga family, Hyga Hayashi, was naturally more alert and accidentally discovered that Hinata had been abducted. He hurriedly used his Byakugan to chase down Doroi, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village, and killed him with a single blow in anger. Everyone knows what happened next. The Hidden Cloud village used this as an excuse and became furious. He threatened to raise an army to attack and destroy Konoha village. Under the appeasement policy of Konoha village, they had no choice but to agree to all the conditions of the Hidden Cloud village. In the name of the village, they demanded that the Hyga clan hand over the body of their clan leader, Hyga Hayashi, as a bargaining chip in order to extinguish the flames of war. In the end, Hinata Hayashi himself agreed. Because it was indeed he who killed the big shot of the ninja from the Hidden Cloud village. But in fact, he is also quite frustrated. Why? Your enemy ninja came to my house and stole my daughter away. Their purpose was not for ransom or anything, but to dig out my daughter's eyes to study her bloodline limit, the Byakugan. I discovered this situation in time, and then I was stronger than you, so I beat you to death. After I beat you to death, oh my goodness, this is my fault. However, the Hyga elder at that time reminded Hyga Hayashi and strongly requested him not to act on impulse, as the Hyga main family must not be lost. So he suggested that since Hyga Hayashi had a twin brother, he should let Hyga Hisashi replace his brother Hyga Hayashi and turn him into a corpse to be exchanged for the Hidden Cloud village in order to extinguish their rage for war. In the end, Hyga Hisashi chose to commit suicide, not to protect the main family, but to die for freedom. This incident left a huge psychological shadow on the young Hyga Neji in the original work. From then on, Hyga Neji hated all the members of the main family from the bottom of his heart. A genius from a branch family just parted ways with all the other families. But it is still uncertain how things will turn out. Hyga Hisashi asked Hyga Neji to go to the room arranged by Hyga Hayashi to sleep first. As an elite jonin, it was no problem for him to not sleep for a night. Although Hyga Hayashi tried his best to persuade Hyga Hisashi to take a rest and not make such a fuss, Hisashi Hyga stopped him by saying that it was the responsibility of the branch family. It is the responsibility of the branch family to protect the main family. As the night deepened, the Leaf Village fell into a peaceful and deep sleep once again. In the largest reception room near the Hokage's office building, the heads of various ninja clans who had gradually arrived after receiving the notice greeted each other, chatting and laughing with each other as they sat in their seats. Soon, the time for the gathering exceeded 5 minutes, and some ninja clan leaders who were more observant discovered something wrong. Hey? Strange, Shikaku, is there something wrong with my eyes? Why didn't I seem to see this guy Hayashi coming? Akimichi Choza, who was sitting next to Nara Shikaku, said uncertainly. He looked around the conference room carefully, then scratched his head, stroking his fat chin with one hand, and spoke thoughtfully. Nara Shikaku, who was regarded as the think tank of the Ino, Shika, and Jo tribes, scratched his chin with a puzzled look on his face and answered in confusion, yes, maybe the leader of the Hayashi tribe was delayed by something urgent? But under normal circumstances, even if Hayashi was delayed by important matters, he would send his younger brother Hisashi over. It's a bit strange. Afterwards, almost all the Konoha ninja clan leaders in the village arrived. The only thing missing is Konoha's iconic Hyuga clan. Because the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is so distinctive, and Hyuga Hayashi has a very high prestige among the members of various clans. He is powerful, generous, and has good relations with various clans. Seeing that the Hyuga clan did not come to Konoha's party, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, a regular sound of crutches hitting the floor came from the corridor outside, coming from far away. Dong 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 dong. Stand still. Squeak. Push door. The door of the office meeting room was opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark kimono walked in. He had one eye covered by a bandage, even his right arm was suspended in a plaster cast, his feet were limping, and he was leaning on a person-length crutch in his left hand. This guy Danzo. Some people looked respectful. Some people were expressionless and indifferent. Some people gnashed their teeth and looked down on it. Seeing the middle-aged man who walked into the conference room and sat down in the main seat, the clan leaders present in the office had different expressions. Then a root ninja bowed slightly to Shimura Danzo, then stepped out and closed the door. Cough cough. Shimura Danzo coughed slightly. So the chiefs of the major ninja clans, who had been a little noisy just now, gradually quieted down and stared coldly at Danzo Shimura above. No one questioned the fact that Shimura Danzo sat in the main seat. Although Danzo Shimura did some dark things, he was not liked by the clan leaders under the sun. But everyone also respected him for risking his life for Konoha and completing countless secret missions in secret. Look, his arms and legs are broken, and one of his eyes is blind. No one present is as miserable as him. Everyone still has respect for those who contribute. So everyone focused their attention on the three people, Ino, Shika, and Jo, who were sitting on the left near the main seat, especially the tribe leader Narashikaku, who was known as the think tank of Ino, Shika, and Jo. Narashikaku is the leader of the Jonin squad, so it is only natural for him to speak on behalf of everyone. So Narashikaku stood up and said to Shimura Danzo, who was sitting at the head of the table, "Danzo, where is the Hokage? Didn't the Hokage summon us today to discuss the peace talks with the Kumigakure envoys tomorrow? Why are you the only one presiding over the meeting now?" Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. What he hated most was that someone thought he was not qualified, but the other party was Narashikaku, and he alone was speaking on behalf of the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans, the strongest alliance in Konoha. So even though he was unhappy, Shimura Danzo still had to speak up. "Hiruzen asked me to take full charge today. I will come to inform the heads of the various families in Konoha village and discuss the relevant matters of the negotiation with you in advance." Narashikaku stared at Danzo Shimura above him and said, "But it seems that our people haven't arrived yet. Because the Hyuga clan's leader Hayashi hasn't arrived yet, it's very likely that he was delayed by something. Should we wait for him?" Shimura Danzo's eyes were emitting a cold light, like a knife shooting out, and he said in a light tone, "The head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, has sent someone to inform me in advance that because today is the wedding day of his beloved daughter, he said that he has important things to do in the family, so he will not come to attend this meeting in person, and he has told him that he is willing to support the negotiation conditions discussed in the village meeting." After hearing this, although he felt that something was not quite right, Narashikaku sat down and stopped correcting it. There was no need to go against his intuition and just take it one step at a time. And they are in a meeting now. Should we send someone to the Hyuga clan's house to meet Hyuga Hayashi in person and ask if he really is not coming? We are all adults, so stop worrying too much. Afterwards, under the chairmanship of Danzo Ishimura, everyone began to discuss one by one how to sign a peace negotiation decision with the Hidden Cloud village, and how to adjust the reduction in the size of the two countries' troops in the border areas after the signing of the negotiation agreement. As well as a series of subsequent policy measures launched by the military, government, business exchanges and academic fields, they all need to be discussed one by one. Since it involved countless common people and nobles from both countries, no one dared to slack off and began to discuss it seriously. Seeing that everything below was going according to his plan, Danzo Shimura felt pleased. 2 flowers bloom, 1 branch each. Compared with the heated discussions in the conference room of the Hokage's office building, the Hyuga clan's territory was much quieter. After a day of happy fun, everyone fell asleep with satisfied smiles. However, at the same time, strange changes suddenly occurred on the north, east and west sides of the Hyga clan. Fire style, explosive flame technique. At the same time, several loud roars were heard from 3 directions of the Hyga clan, followed by the sound of the explosive fire technique. Under the induction of the ninjutsu technique, the fire chakra mixed with the explosive tag was detonated. Finally, the specially made bomb formed by pasting detonating tags exploded instantly, blowing down the towering walls of the Hyga clan. Then, disregarding their own lives, the spies from the hidden cloud village rushed in frantically, setting fire and destroying things everywhere. Alas, cannon fodder! His strength is only that of a genin. So they can be ruthlessly abandoned by the village. He was completely brainwashed by the so-called will of thunder. What happened? How dare you, a rogue, cause trouble within my Hyga clan? A Hyga ninja who hadn't fallen asleep shouted angrily. Countless Hyga clan members were awakened, and then they spontaneously gathered the surrounding ninjas, opened their Byakugan and rushed in 3 directions. As the saying goes, if Hyga is less than 3, then he is invincible. When 3 Hyga tribe members gather together, the pride gene buried in their genes will be triggered. The 3 rolled their eyes in anger and shouted in unison, the Hyga clan is the strongest in Konoha. Remember this. Then he rushed over and started chopping melons and vegetables. Due to the vastness of the Hyga clan's territory, Hyga Hayashi and others who were already asleep in the Hyga main family mansion did not notice the explosion. Looking from a high place at the almost invisible flames and swaying figures, Doroi was certain. It seems that the hidden chess piece is taking effect. We must not waste the opportunity that our compatriots have obtained with their lives. While the Hyga clan's territory is relatively empty now, I must act immediately. I am determined to obtain the Hyga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. After secretly preparing himself mentally, Doroi, the ninja leader of the hidden cloud village who had been secretly lurking outside the Hyga clan's territory, began to act. Secret technique. Camouflage slide technique. Soon, Doroi's figure blended into the surrounding environment like a chameleon. Except for the eyes, other parts of the body seemed to be normal at first glance. He is indeed a capable ninja leader who dares to go against the 4th Raikage in the hidden cloud village. He is also quite capable. Along the way, he relied on superb concealment skills and the secret path information obtained from the 4th Raikage. Doroi managed to hide outside the Hyga family residence without any danger. It seems you are quite lucky. Your guards are not that strict. Remember, let me see which room the eldest daughter of the Hyga family is in. Oh? It's the 2nd room on the right. Finally, Doroi stretched out his body and rushed quickly to the door of the 2nd room on the right. He pulled it lightly and saw a little girl sleeping leisurely on the tatami. A quick glance. The target is correct. Then Doroi took action boldly and slapped Hinata Hyga on the back of the head, turning her sleeping state into a coma. Prevents sudden waking up and sharp explosions during touch, which makes movement more difficult. Then he picked up Hinata Hyga, held her under his armpits, and rushed out madly. At this time, because the Hyga main family mansion was too huge, Hyga Hayashi did not immediately discover his beloved daughter Hyga Hinata who had been abducted. And what about Hyga Hisashi? He was guarding near the gate of the mansion. This place is exactly opposite to the direction from which the hidden cloud village ninja chief Doroi sneaked in. The distance was too far, and Hyga Hisashi would not use his Byakugan to check on the Hyga clan members who were sleeping. Therefore, Hinata Hisashi did not discover it in time, causing Doroi to rush through the yard smoothly and step over the wall in one step. Suddenly, Doroi felt as if his right foot tripped over something. Like a strand of hair, if Doroi hadn't been in extreme alert mode at the moment, he wouldn't have noticed this accident that could have been easily ignored. It's the motor. It's going to happen. Jingle bell. There was a ding-ding sound, and then it spread like a virus to the walls of the entire Hyga family mansion, and the ding-ding sound began to spread. Ding-ding-ding-ding-ding. It was like a devilish sound piercing my ears. The sound became more and more rapid, with great penetrating power. Even a pig was woken up. What's more, he is a powerful elite jonin. This is a simple warning device designed using a sophisticated mechanism. The principle is to use silk thinner than a hair to tie up the bells and hide them in the holes in the wall. Whenever the silk is torn, it will cause chakra turbulence, and the specially made bells that can resonate with the chakra will ring. Okay. How dare you? You actually trespassed into the clan's land without permission. Hinata Hayashi quickly poured chakra into his feet and rushed towards the place where the bell sounded at the beginning, using a series of instant body movements. At this moment, Hinata Hisashi was feeling extremely fortunate. Originally, this very hidden alarm device on the wall of the Hyga family would not be used. Because there are usually clan guard patrols outside the Hyga clan, so when there are already alerts on the outside, the internal alerts are just useless. However, since Hyga IRU's patrol guard team had gone back to rest today, Hyga Hisashi activated this simple warning device that he had almost forgotten. Because Hyga Hisashi alone could not take care of the entire vast Hyga family mansion. What? Are you saying it's not okay to roll your eyes? Of course you can roll your eyes. But even with the Byakugan, he couldn't see everything. When he opened his Byakugan, due to the caged bird seal, his Byakugan could only cover an area of more than 1 kilometer. It couldn't even cover the entire Hyga clan's mansion. Moreover, although the energy consumption of opening the Byakugan is extremely low compared to the Uchiha clan's energy consumption of opening the Sharingan, keeping it open all the time also has a certain burden on the physical condition, and this burden may affect the combat strength in unexpected situations. So what Hyga Hayashi did was to open his Byakugan once every hour and search carefully for 10 minutes. In fact, Hinata Hisashi didn't think that anything unexpected would happen. It's just that I have been fulfilling my duties as a branch family for a long time. It just so happened that his position was at a diagonal point with the position where the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village ninja, Doroi, sneaked in quietly, so it was beyond the range of the white eyes to predict the enemy in advance. But now he still had a chance to make up for it. How fast can an elite Jonin of the Hyga clan go when he unleashes his full strength? Doroi had seen what he had learned this time. When the bell rang, he cursed in his heart. Only a curse came out of his mouth, but his legs did not dare to stop, and even squeezed out more chakra to infuse into his legs, allowing himself to run faster than before. At this time, he must not fail, and the bloodline limit that he had already obtained must not be returned. At this time, there was someone who ran faster than Hayashi. Of course it was not Hyga Neji. Hyga Neji has only refined chakra twice now. He is just a 4-year-old kid, a weakling. The person who came was Hinata Hyga's father, Hayashi Hyga. At this time, Hyga Hayashi was wearing a bathrobe, his eyes were bulging, the chakra in his danshin was surging rapidly under the strong mental will, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. His beloved daughter, Hinata Hyga, was kidnapped by a ninja of unknown origin right under his nose. It was a serious dereliction of duty as a father. Fortunately, the room where Hinata Hayashi slept was not far from here. If I hadn't heard the sound of the bell, this bastard would have almost escaped. Because of his eagerness to love his daughter, he shortened the distance and moved faster, even arriving near Doroi one step ahead of Kusaka Hisashi. He saw Hyga Hinata trapped under the armpit of a strange ninja in front of him. Looking at the unconscious Hyga Hinata, Hyga Hayashi was furious and used his strongest single attack. Heya! Hinata Hayashi instantly opened his extremely pure Byakugan, and veins bulged out in a ferocious and terrifying manner, covering the entire upper half of his face like a spider web. The power of the Hyga clan's Byakugan, which was not restricted at all by the caged bird seal, was now clearly revealed. With the help of the powerful pupil power, Doroi, who was running at a very fast speed in front, seemed to have stopped in time in the eyes of Hinata Hayashi, and his fast-moving figure slowed down 100 times. Slow motion, like a movie. Locking. Eye roll locked. This is a skill that only those with extremely high purity Byakugan possess, which can aim and lock onto the enemy's various acupoints from a distance. Hinata Hayashi had already completed the lock before the attack in the blink of an eye. Infinite chakra condenses in the palm of your hand. Compress. Compress again. Compress again. Then the uncontrollable chakra overflowed and formed a vibrating hurricane, which made the wide nightgown bulge high. He turned around using his waist and abdomen, and aimed his right palm at the heart of Doroi who was running in front of him. The Hyga clan is confident that with the help of the Byakugan, they can accurately hit tiny targets on the enemy's body. Take action brazenly. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams empty palm. Breaking mountain strike. An extremely compressed and condensed chakra exploded and hit the air, and then quickly compressed a vacuum cannon, which was rapidly and powerfully attacked the heart acupuncture point of Doroi, the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village ninja. It's too fast, too fast. There's no time to react. Bagua empty palm, breaking mountain strike, although extremely powerful, the entire palm power is condensed in the air cannon in the center, and its movement is much smaller compared to its power. But it doesn't seem to be very powerful. I'll take the blow head on and use the impact to throw this sticky candy away. Therefore, Doroi in front did not take it seriously. He just gathered a large amount of chakra on one side behind him to act as a shield, intending to use his body to withstand the blow and run quickly. Escaping is the most important thing. Happy. Hinata Hayashi felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It had been a long time since he had delivered such a brutal, cruel, and powerful attack. He only felt that his pupil power seemed to have improved a little due to the excitement in his mind. This attack was not a casual attack from Hinata Hayashi, but an attack beyond normal level launched by Hinata Hayashi when he had never felt so angry before. After all, the beloved daughter Hyuga Hinata, who was originally thought to have barely passed the test, may even awaken to become a powerful being like Hyuga Tenin, the strongest person of the Hyuga clan in modern times. This sense of contrast made Hinata Hayashi feel extremely scared. Possession is not scary. Losing is not scary. But it is terrible to have it and then lose it. The hope of the Hyuga clan to move to a higher level and gain a bright future, and ultimately develop and carry forward the entire family, is all placed on his beloved daughter Hyuga Hinata. Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi will not be polite to the strange ninja who wants to deprive him of his hope, which is also the hope of the Hyuga clan. He will attack him even if the Hokage uses transformation technique to disguise himself. Brother, please don't. Hyuga Hisashi, who arrived a step late, hurriedly dissuaded him. Oops. One in front and one behind, two ninjas are blocking the way. The ninja leader of the hidden cloud village, Doroi, subconsciously lost his confidence and did not dare to put all his efforts on withstanding the attack from behind. He subconsciously retracted his arms, his figure slowed down a bit, and at the same time he instinctively dodged to the right, away from the two of them. He slowed down his pace, and just this slight slowness actually resulted in him narrowly avoiding the aimed Bagwakongjong shattering mountain strike. The air cannon was powerful and silent, and its power was comparable to a Fuzz tornado destroys parking lot, but it only grazed Doroi's left arm. Boom! In an instant, Doroi's entire left arm twisted countless times at a high speed, as if it had been hit by a speeding train. Finally, it was unable to withstand the huge force, and it broke away from Doroi's body and shattered into a bloody mist in the air. The unabated attacking vacuum cannon bombarded the ground not far away, and then exploded with a loud bang. Flying sand and rocks, and dust. The result was that the explosion formed a large crater with a diameter of tens of meters. What? The delayed severe pain made Doroi scream in agony, and his tense body could not be controlled, causing Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, who was tucked under his right armpit, to be thrown out by him. There are always people who say that they can ignore the horror of life and death. That's because people who say these words usually become extremely terrified when facing a death crisis, but they are actually dead the next second. And the lucky one who survived, Doroi, felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss thousands of years ago. He never thought that he would discover today that he was actually a person who was afraid of death. What was shown in the past was simply the fact that the moment of death had not actually arrived. At that moment just now, Doroi really felt that the god of death had touched his face and was about to drag him away. Fortunately, Hinata Hisashi spoke, disrupting his defense plan and diverting his attention, causing him to narrowly escape death. The attack from the ninja behind him only shattered one arm. Otherwise, he would have used his left chest ribs to hit this powerful attack. I can't imagine what the world would be like if I were really hit and died. Doroi admitted that at this moment and even until now, he was still very afraid of death. In order to attract the sympathy of the other two, especially the latest one, Hyuga Hisashi, Doroi screamed desperately. The only thing I want to do is to survive. I must survive. I will never think about seizing the Hyuga clan's damn Byakugan bloodline limit again. Moreover, being between life and death also brings some benefits. Under the chakra turbulence when a person is on the verge of life and death, all confusing ninjutsu can be solved. Doroi was shocked when he regained consciousness. He was in the hidden cloud village, commanding thousands of ninja troops, and occasionally fighting with the fourth Raikage Yuai. What a refreshing thing it was! Why did I suddenly go crazy and insist on coming to Konoha village just to prove myself? Moreover, among the people who came to Konoha for negotiations from the hidden cloud village for peace negotiations this time, there was not even one of his own direct subordinates. Could it be an illusion? I must have fallen into the trap of the fourth Raikage's illusion. Damn you fourth Raikage Yuai, just wait for me, if I return to the village, I will definitely go against you even more fiercely. In fact, This was an excuse Doroi made for himself, but he didn't expect it to be the right excuse. Hyuga Hisashi jumped high in time and caught Hyuga Hinata, who was flying in the air steadily, in his arms. Little Hinata was knocked unconscious. But there's nothing wrong with her body. Hisashi, what are you going to do? Why are you stopping me? Hinata Hayashi was furious. He almost killed this strange ninja just now. It was not a pity for this little evil guy to die. Hinata Hisashi hurried over and saw the ninja rolling on the ground in pain. I observed it casually and was suddenly shocked. So he said hurriedly, "Brother, I took a closer look just now and I felt that this person was familiar. When I got closer, I saw that this was the leader of the Kumigakure ninja delegation who came to negotiate peace with Konoha village. He is also one of the powerful ninja leaders in Kumigakure, the one-eyed ninja Doroi." What? Looking at this extremely evil stranger ninja, Hinata Hayashi wanted to slap him into a pulp. However, the mystery that Hinata Hisashi had just spoken, which he tried so hard to prevent, also calmed Hinata Hayashi's heart. The blood is cooling down. Hisashi, you said he was the head of the negotiation delegation sent by the Hidden Cloud village. Hyuga Hayashi has been in the clan for a long time and rarely accepts missions assigned by the Hokage building. He only stays in the Hyuga main clan, so he does not have a thorough understanding of the intelligence of external forces like Hyuga Hisashi, the head of the branch clan who often accepts missions out of the village. Hinata Hisashi nodded solemnly. Then Hinata Hisashi took out a sealing scroll from his pocket, and when it was opened, it turned out to be a capture net that was designed to capture powerful ninjas. He tied up Doroi, the leader of the Hidden Cloud village ninja, who was screaming and thrashing on the ground, tightly. Then, he felt that Doroi was too noisy, so he took out a rag, rolled it into a ball and stuffed it into Doroi's mouth. Looking at the tied-up Kumigakure village ninja leader Doroi, murderous intent suddenly rose in Hinata Hayashi's eyes. Then he said to Hyuga Hisashi with murderous intent, "Is this traitor actually such a person? But we have just broken one of his arms, why don't we kill him cleanly? Anyway, only heaven and earth know it, and no one else knows it. Without evidence, no one will have the courage to come to our Hyuga clan to search." Hyuga Hayashi was already extremely furious, and he just wanted to kill the enemy ninja in front of him as soon as possible so that he could vent his anger. The dignity of the Hyuga could not be insulted. "Master brother, this matter has such a huge impact that it is no longer something that our Hyuga clan can easily suppress. So I think we should seek the help of the Sandaime Hokage." Maybe it was because it was not his own child, Hinata Hisashi was still thinking calmly and was not very angry. Hinata Hisashi weighed the pros and cons and analyzed the pros and cons to Hinata Hayashi, and said, "Doroi, he is the leader of the Hidden Cloud village who commands thousands of ninja troops. According to the intelligence, he often dared to go against the words of the fourth Raikage, and the power he held was definitely much stronger than that of the elders, advisors and root leaders in Konoha village of the Land of Fire. Of course, only in terms of power. Therefore, Hyuga Hisashi felt that it was not worth it for the entire Hyuga clan to take risks for this matter. On the contrary, this is exactly the time to expose it to the Hokage. Only in this way can he tell everyone clearly about his persecution and let the entire village of Konoha take charge of his own affairs. Instead of using the power of one ethnic group to collide with the power of a ninja village, one should use the power of one ninja village to collide with the power of another ninja village." After hearing Hayashi's analysis, Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan who had stood firm for more than 10 years through ups and downs, also accepted this sensible strategy. So he nodded, but then gave a sinister smile. Since he was going to expose it, he might as well make it bigger and break the sky. Hinata Hayashi's expression also frowned, as if he knew what Hinata Hayashi was going to do. Hinata Hayashi stood up gently and put his hand into his arms. In a flash, he took out a very small sealing scroll, which was covered with densely packed black tadpole-shaped sealing spells. Hinata Hayashi bit his finger and pressed it on the sealing scroll. "White eyes, open." He raised the seal with one hand and growled. "Seal, release." Instantly, blood-red rays of light spread out from the small and exquisite sealing scroll, and then wrapped the entire sealing scroll. There was a sound of chains breaking, and the black sealing spells that were originally densely tied to the sealing scroll were completely eliminated. Hinata Hayashi spread the scroll in his hand and slapped it with his other hand. Psychic art. Boom. There was a burst of smoke, and then a dazzling light suddenly rushed out from the sealed scroll, instantly shooting hundreds of meters into the sky, and then exploded with a loud bang. Boom. After the dazzling light exploded, hundreds of meters above the center of the entire Konoha village, a huge three-dimensional pattern exploded at the end of the light. It was a giant Byakugan that looked like a real object. This is a huge warning firework, which is exclusively controlled by the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and will be used when the entire family is in crisis. After the identity information of the clan was verified, the spiritualism summoned the fireworks for help that had long been sealed in the spiritual world and was used by him. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. Like a little sun, it floats in the sky hundreds of meters high and does not fall for a long time. This dazzling light is extremely blinding even during the day, as if there were two suns in the sky. Not to mention at night when it's originally pitch black and the contrast is even more intense. There was only a moment of silence before the entire Hyuga clan was in an uproar. The Hyuga clan members who had easily dealt with the unknown ninjas that attacked the Hyuga clan's territory and dealt with the emergency were ready to lie down and continue to rest. Suddenly, I saw a flash of light in front of me in the house, and it instantly became daytime outside the window. Above the sky, a huge white eye, like the giant eyes of the sky, looks at everything in the world without any emotion. The training they had been taught since childhood and the reaction rooted in their blood made them move quickly instinctively. With chakra rushing, everyone rushed quickly in the direction where the giant white eye was erected. Brush. Brushing, brushing, brushing. Fully armed ninjas appeared one after another around Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi, and lined up in neat rows according to their levels. Everyone looked solemn and the atmosphere was extremely cold, no one was making any noise or joking. Everyone knows that this giant Byakugan fireworks will only be triggered when the life and death of the entire Hyuga clan is at stake. Once someone abuses it, no matter if he is the head of the clan or an elder of the clan, he will be immediately deposed and have the caged bird curse engraved on his forehead. Because the punishment was extremely severe and the consequences were extremely tragic, this kind of giant Byakugan fireworks had only been used a few times in the 1000-year history of Hyuga. Each time, it was a great warning and organized the entire Hyuga clan's ninjas, which played a vital role in eliminating the enemy, gathering strength, or evacuating the elderly, the weak, women and children in a timely manner. But in Konoha village there is obviously no need to escape, that is to gather. But in less than 10 minutes, the entire Hyuga clan, the combat-capable Hyuga ninjas currently staying in Konoha village, were fully armed, regardless of gender, age, or status. Wearing ancient Hyuga plate armor, they stood in front of Hyuga Hayashi like a bridge. The plate armor, which is full of scratches from swords, spears, and halberds, is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in every family, protecting the ancestors of the Hyuga clan through the 1000 years of dark chaos. Then a Hyuga ninja who was standing at the front stepped out. The smile on his face disappeared and a hoarse voice rang out, "Dear clan leader, I am Hyuga Yu reporting in." Report. Today, the Hyuga clan in Konoha village has 35 jonins, 35 jonins. There are actually 97 chunins, 97 in total. There are 540 genin in total. They have not been mobilized yet. Do we need to mobilize all genin and prepare for battle? Hinata Hayashi waved his hand and said, "No need for genin. Today we are not really fighting. We only need jonin and chunin." Then Hinata light nodded and respectfully withdrew, waiting for Hinata Hayashi's explanation of what they were about to do. Yes, the clan leader needs to give an explanation that convinces everyone, or an overwhelming number of people must agree with the explanation. Once the ninjas at the scene collectively thought that Hyuga Hayashi was making a fuss, there was actually no disaster that involved the life and death of the Hyuga clan. In this case, the fully armed crowd would, in accordance with the strict clan rules, abolish his status as the clan leader, carve the caged bird curse mark on his forehead, and from then on he would become an ordinary member of a branch family. In front of countless pairs of waiting eyes, Hinata Hayashi did not keep the secret. The white eyes were still open ferociously, and one hand pointed to the ground. He was tied up like a dumpling, with his mouth stuffed with a rag. He could only wriggle and buzz like a caterpillar. Only the figure of his right arm was left. This person is the leader of the peace negotiation envoys of the Hidden Cloud Village. He is also the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village Ninja Corps, Deroy. Quiet. There was no uproar. Although shocked, no one questioned it. The Hyuga clan ninjas who knew the inside story and understood Deroy's identity felt heavy-hearted. They had a bad feeling in their hearts, but they all faced the situation with renewed vigor. This crisis, it can be seen that because it involves the big figures of the enemy ninja village, they will examine this matter more carefully next. Hyuga Hayashi, without any subjective color, gave a live report to all Hyuga clan members. This person sneaked into our Hyuga clan's residence under the cover of night and kidnapped Hinata, the only heir of the Hyuga clan. His purpose is self-evident, he wanted to dig out Hinata, the only heir of the Hyuga clan, the pair of pure-blooded bloodline limit Byakugan. He intended to crack the secret of Byakugan and thus cut off the foundation of our Hyuga clan. In an instant, Doroi, who was already lying on the ground in pain, felt cold murderous gazes like sharp blades coming from all directions. His body began to tremble unconsciously, he couldn't control it at all. Anyone surrounded by so many murderous ninjas would start to tremble without hesitation. Especially since he was caught and had his arm broken before. He came here to dig out someone's eyes, so how could he not stab you hard? Using the knife of eyes is considered restrained and well-mannered. Damn the Hidden Cloud Village ninja! No matter it was the Hyuga branch family or the main family, all of them looked at him with the most vicious murderous intent, and tried to cut the Kumigakure ninja leader Doroi, who was lying on the ground in front of them, into pieces. Members of the Hyuga clan, even those from the branch family who have been cursed with the caged bird seal, will surely reach the level of Jonin when they reach adulthood as long as they practice and grow step by step. It's all thanks to the Byakugan bloodline limit. There are no side effects to opening your eyes. With practice, your pupil power will naturally improve. Although the upper limit does not seem to be high, it is impossible for the vast majority of Hyuga clan members to open the Samsara eye, but that is relative to the cage level. Generally speaking, a Jonin or even a Chunin are doing quite well and their life is fulfilling. Now there are enemies who want to break this reliance, causing our future generations to struggle and grow up like the general public. Absolutely not allowed. Then everyone turned their attention to Hinata Hayashi who was standing in front of them, waiting for his next instruction. Do they really have to rush into the special guest house of Konoha village, kill all the dozens of peace negotiation envoys from Kumokage village, and then rush out of the village to have a big battle with Kumigakure village? Due to their good war qualities, the Hyuga clan members did not speak casually, but just waited for the orders from their chief. Hinata Hayashi seemed to know what everyone was thinking, he was certainly not that stupid. Even if it is a life and death crisis, it is better than suicide. Not to mention that Doroi hasn't succeeded yet, his action was interrupted by himself. Even if he succeeded and really developed a way to crack the Byakugan Kekii Genkai, Hinata Hayashi would not be so stubborn as to rush forward and kill indiscriminately. The power of a single ninja clan is definitely not enough to withstand the tens of thousands of ninja troops from the Hidden Cloud village. So Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand and said, "Come here. Take him with you. We will immediately go find the Sandome Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and let him make the decision for us." Yes. Then Hyuga Hisashi picked up Dori, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village who was tied up like a dumpling, with one hand and put him on his shoulder. Then he led 35 Jonin and 97 Chunin and followed Hyuga Hayashi who was striding forward in front. He started by walking, then jogging, and finally just jumping between the houses, rushing towards the Hokage's office building as fast as he could. Like a grey cloud, it flew towards the Hokage building. Back to just now, inside the Hokage's office building, in the conference room, there was a heated discussion about the terms of tomorrow's negotiations with the Hidden Cloud Village Peace Negotiation Delegation, when a strong light shone in through the small window. Everyone stopped talking and looked out the window. The window is too small to see clearly. Such a strange sight was rare, so the clan leaders who followed their own way did not respond to the obstruction of Shimura, the leader on the main seat. Unable to conceal their curiosity, the clan leaders rushed to the corridor, and then flashed to the top rooftop of the Hokage office building. They all raised their heads in surprise and looked into the distance, at a huge white eye shadow standing and floating hundreds of meters in the air. Shikaku! This is not the legendary one. All of a sudden, the honest-looking Chudaidingzuo could not suppress the horror on his face. He looked at his comrade in shock and asked him. Nara Shikaku nodded with a gloomy face. Yes, it is the warning fireworks that the Hyuga clan fired at the critical moment of life and death, as recorded in the ancient books of the clan. The ninja clan leaders who heard their discussion were in an uproar. Some patriarchs of smaller Konoha clans with a short history were confused, while some patriarchs of powerful clans with a long history and who knew the relevant background could not help but change their expressions. Then he whispered to his uninformed companions to explain the seriousness of the matter. It turned out to be the legendary Hyuga clan. They would only release warning fireworks when it comes to life and death. This is a big deal. Everyone was talking about it, waiting to see what would happen. Only the Hokage can handle this, Sozaku. Send someone to ask the Hokage to come and handle it immediately. The former squad leader, Nara Shikaku, calmly instructed one of his trusted clan members. Learn. Then a member of the Nara family with a ponytail and a serious face nodded, flashed, and quickly ran towards the direction of the Sarutobi clan, then disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom Nara Sozaku was about to look for, had already been awakened by the giant Byakugan hanging in the sky, emitting dazzling light like a small sun. He took a deep puff of the lit pipe, put on the Hokage robe and ninja hat, and walked out of the house. He bent down and jumped, then strode across the roof and rushed straight to the Hokage's office building. Then, the ANBU members hidden in the surroundings and the guards of the Sarutobi clan leader who were also alarmed appeared from the shadows on all sides, ready to be sent by the Hokage to protect him at any time. Everyone kept silent and continued on their way. On the way, he met Nara Sozaku, a jonin from the Nara clan who came to the Sarutobi clan to look for him. Nara Sozaku stood respectfully and reported to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Tonight, the heads of the major ninja clans received an urgent order from the Anbu in the Hokage building, and they all gathered in the Hokage office building to discuss matters concerning tomorrow's peace talks." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, but frowned in his heart, thinking, "I don't remember issuing this meeting notice. This guy Danzo is messing around again." But he only said this in his heart and nodded calmly on the surface. He called Nara Sozaku to join him, and then quickened his pace and rushed towards the Hokage's office building. As he jumped along the way, he looked at the giant white eye that was still shining in the sky, wondering, what on earth happened? We are still confused now, and we can only find out by quickly organizing people and investigating. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who set out from his own Sarutobi clan's territory to the Hokage's office building in the center of Konoha village, the Hyuga clan's departure was much closer. Therefore, 36 Hyuga clan jonins, including Hyuga Hayashi, and 97 Hyuga clan chunins, led by Hyuga Hayashi, arrived at the downstairs of the Hokage's office building with menacing faces and cold faces, and then lined up neatly without saying a word. He let everyone look at him without saying a word. The Sandaime Hokage was worthy of being called the Ninja Bear. He was only a few minutes behind before he led everyone to the Hokage's office building. Looking at Hyuga Hayashi and many of his clansmen lined up below with serious expressions, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his brows furrowed. Trouble again, this was Sarutobi Hiruzen's intuition. Hokage-sama is here. Great! Now that Hokage-sama is here, we have a backbone. Hayashi, what happened? Why are you so serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved at Hyuga Hayashi below, motioning him to come up and talk. When Hyuga Hayashi saw the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen coming, he bowed, declined Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and said solemnly, "Hokage, please make the decision for the Hyuga clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, and his eyes narrowed. "Chief Hayashi, what's the matter? Tell me about it." He won't make any promises in advance. Let's see what the matter is and try to smooth it over if possible. Also on the rooftop of the Hokage building at this time were Danzo Shimura and many ninja clan leaders. Suddenly, behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo Shimura's one eye burst into brilliant light. He saw the figure that was casually thrown on the ground by Hinata Hisashi and wrapped like a dumpling. So he spoke decisively. "Well, Akita-sak. Please wait a moment. Hiruzen, look, the person tied up on the ground is the leader of the peace negotiation delegation of the Hidden Cloud Village, the current head of the Hidden Cloud Village ninja, Doroi, right?" "What? Nani Handuni?" Including the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, many ninja clan leaders were also shocked. My scalp was tingling, and I quickly looked at the figure on the ground. Masaga. After decades of ups and downs and countless conspiracies and intrigues, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a general idea of what had happened. He couldn't help but curse in his heart the fourth Raikage and the tied-up Kumagakure village ninja chief Doroi. Too trash. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that the peace negotiation delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village had bad intentions and might make exorbitant demands during the negotiations, so Sarutobi Hiruzen was prepared. When necessary, a certain amount of money can be paid to maintain peace. Anyway, the money all comes from the Fire Country Kyoto, so our family doesn't have to pay a penny. In the entire ninja world, the Fire Country daimyo is the richest. Money is just a number to the daimyo. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. But, Doroi, It was obvious that he had set his sights on Hinata's Byakugan, but ended up losing more than he gained and was caught. Why would the fourth Raikage send such a piece of trash to carry out an important mission? Danzo Shimura, who was standing by, was speechless. It was obviously a simple task that a Chunin could complete, but it was messed up by this legendary ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village who was good at hiding and escaping, and he was tied up and caught red-handed by the Hyga clan. By the way, there shouldn't be any patrolling guards around the Hyga family residence today, so how did he get caught? With a roll of his eyes, Danzo Shimura came up with a plan. Take advantage of this opportunity to slaughter the Hyga clan and get some benefits for your own route. Everything is for Konoha, haha. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo gathered his chakra in his throat and shouted loudly, "You bold Hinata Hayashi! Nonsense! What have you done? How dare you tie up the leader of the peace negotiation delegation of the Hidden Cloud Village, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, Doroi, such a distinguished guest? This is an attempt to deliberately damage the unbreakable alliance between Konoha Village and Kumagakure Village. They are trying to provoke a war. What exactly do they want to do?" At this time, a panicked scream sounded. What? They are actually going to start a war? This is so horrible. Rebellion, rebellion. The Hyga clan killed their leader. Yes, what happened to the Hyga clan? Why did they capture the Honorable Lord Doroi, a ninja who is also a high-ranking power in the Hidden Cloud Village? This matter must not be tolerated. Hiruzen. We should quickly dispatch troops to detain and monitor the Hyga clan. Then send ninjas who are good at negotiation to the Hidden Cloud Village to apologize. We must stabilize the other party, so as to avoid the war that is bound to break out. Arriving late were two elder advisors from the Leaf Village, Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu. The words just now were spoken by Yutane Koharu, who looked at the murderous Hyga Hayashi below with a dissatisfied look on her face. She didn't understand, what could be better than a peace negotiation between two villages? It was just too ridiculous. Could it be that after just suppressing the disobedient Uchiha clan, one problem arose and the Hyga clan started to become arrogant and lawless again? At this time, Narashikaku spoke. As the leader of the Jonin squad, what he said was very intimidating to some extent. Stop! I demand to hear what the Hyga clan leader has to say. So the Anbu ninja who was about to take action just now also retreated to the side respectfully. However, his eyes were still fixed on Hyga Hayashi below. There were 37 higher-ranking Hyga ninjas below. If they suddenly went crazy, it would undoubtedly cause huge damage to Konoha. Thank you, Jonin Shikaku. Today is the third birthday of my beloved daughter Hinata Hyga. But just now, this sneaky enemy ninja sneaked into our Hyga clan's mansion and kidnapped Hinata Hyga while she was sleeping when we were not prepared. The purpose is self-evident. It is to dig out the Byakugan bloodline limit of my Hyga clan and conduct research, so as to take devastating measures against the Byakugan. This matter has already involved the fundamental inheritance of my Hyga clan. Fortunately, Hisashi and I discovered the kidnapping in time and captured him on the spot. At this time, Mizuto Kato Yan frowned and said, "Okay, stop making a fuss. This guy just grabbed your daughter and didn't really do anything. Your daughter is fine and alive now, isn't she? This matter ends here. I'm the boss. Someone, go and untie Lord Doroi's bonds. Why does he look so painful? Oh, my heart aches just looking at him." Hearing Maitaman Yan's arrogant words, he actually hoped to carry it all on his own with his own small body. Hinata Hayashi's eyes were cold. He no longer looked at him, but instead stared at the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could really make the decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, exhaled a smoky breath, and said, "That's it. Since your eldest daughter is not in danger, just treat it as a misunderstanding. After all, the most important thing for Konoha village right now is the peace talks with the Hidden Cloud village." Hinata Hayashi instantly became furious and was about to lose his temper. "Hey! So, your daughter's eyes are not being gouged out, right? Then why don't you feel bad standing up and talking?" Hinata Hisashi quickly reached out to stop him. He shook his head and whispered, "Brother, this matter is indeed very serious. The most important thing for Konoha village right now is the peace talks with the Hidden Cloud village. For this matter, all the major ninja clans have paid a considerable price. You see, indeed, on the rooftop, although some clan leaders looked at us with sympathy, no one spoke up to defend us. Because we, cold-bloodedly speaking, did not suffer any losses. Instead, we caught the criminal on the spot, and we could use this opportunity to force the hidden cloud village to back down and give up some benefits for peace talks. Hyuga Hayashi, who was poured a bucket of cold water by Hyuga Hayashi, looked lonely and put away the murderous intent in his eyes. Okay. I could only nod my head helplessly. Oh my god! What are you doing? Mizuto Minion suddenly screamed. Medical team! Where is the medical team? Come here quickly! Lord Deroy's left arm is gone. Come and stop the bleeding and bandage it. Use the best medicine. Seeing Deroy, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud Village delegation who was full of energy and momentum during the day, now miserable with one of his left arms missing, Mito Menyan felt like his scalp was about to explode. He was tied up tightly just now, and he thought that the Hyuga clan just beat Deroy up, but who knew that they actually carried out a lynching. He pointed angrily at Hyuga Hayashi and cursed, "You bastards! Look what you have done! You dared to hurt the leader of the Kumigakure village delegation, Deroy-sama! Rebellion! Rebellion! The Hyuga clan killed their leader." Koharu Utane on the side had a panicked look on her face, thinking of the fourth Reikage Yojutsu AI, who had been eyeing them covetously and had a bad temper, and would instantly lose his mind when he saw his trusted subordinate, Deroy, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud Village delegation, being hurt so miserably, and would risk his life for his beloved, for his beloved boyfriend. However, when she saw the one-eyed and ferocious face of Deroy, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud Village delegation, she realized that this had nothing to do with his beloved boyfriend. Anyway, they raised their troops in anger, and in an instant the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation were filled with casualties, and all lives were lost. Utane Koharu, who has been in charge of communicating with the daimyo of the Land of Fire for many years, seems to have forgotten that she was once a member of the elite guard of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and is thinking about this matter completely from the perspective of an aristocratic official. Hyuga Hayashi, your clan must admit their guilt. Utane Koharu roared at Hinata Hayashi at the top of her lungs, with spit flying everywhere. Blind eyes! Hinata Hayashi controlled the acupuncture points on his face skillfully, and under the precise observation of the Byakugan, when Utane Koharu's saliva was about to fall on his face, the acupuncture points released a tiny amount of chakra to blow it away. The spit was gone, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was even colder. Hinata Hayashi said calmly, "Ah, respected counselor of the tantrum, I don't know what you said is wrong. Where is our Hyuga clan wrong? Please enlighten me." Utane Koharu stretched out her finger. She poked it forward again and again, and it was about to poke into Hinata Hayashi's nose. She looked at him like an idiot and said, "Why don't you admit your mistake? How can the interests of your tribe and your small family be compared with the interests of the entire Konoha village? How can you compare them with the interests of thousands of families? She was just kidnapped. She was just, oh no. It wasn't kidnapping. It was just that the respected leader of the Hidden Cloud Village ninja, Deroy-sama, gave you a surprise. He invited Hinata out to play for a while, and he was just a little curious about your Byakugan bloodline limit, but you reacted so strongly that you actually started a fight. You are so cruel. You killed people without a trace. And the unforgivable thing is that you ended up beating someone's arm off." Pfft! Hinata Hayashi was so angry that he laughed. "Oh? So according to what you mean, the Lord Deroy you mentioned didn't sleep at night, sneaked into our Hyuga family, and kidnapped the only heir of our family. Should I thank him and buy him a banner to hang?" Utane Koharu had a look of disgust on her face, as if she was ashamed to talk to such a unreasonable person. "I told you, it's just for fun, so what's wrong with playing for a while? Even if you have a little unspeakable thought, so what? Isn't your daughter fine now? She's fine, not even a scratch, and you're just nagging like a woman, as if you've suffered a great injustice. If you delay the merger negotiations between our Konoha village and the Hidden Cloud village, who can bear such a big responsibility? Can you, Hyuga Hayashi, bear it, or can your entire Hyuga clan bear it?" Under the careful care of Mizudaman, several medical ninjas quickly bandaged the wounds of Deroy, the screaming and unconscious ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village, and provided emergency treatment. After taking the expensive secret medicine specially used by the noble daimyo of the Land of Fire, Deroy slowly woke up. "Ah, don't kill me, I was wrong, don't kill me." Deroy's own memory still lingers on the moment when he was tightly tied up by Hyuga Hisashi. When he was tied up like a dumpling by Hinata Hisashi and carried on his shoulder at a high speed, his brain went into self-shock to protect his body due to the severe pain, excessive blood loss and excessive mental stress. So after Doroi woke up, the scene of being shrouded in murderous intent by countless Hyuga members continued in his mental memory. I'm afraid of death, so afraid of death. People always say that they are not afraid of death, but when they are about to die, they realize that what they said before was a joke. They are all slapping themselves in the face. They are all being slapped in the face by the legendary Uchiha Madara driving a Gundam and waving his giant hand as big as a house. Oh my, respected Lord Doroi, you are finally awake. We are so anxious. In the process of peace talks between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, we cannot do without you, the pillar of support. Doroi looked up with a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, he saw an old face with wrinkles next to him. He was staring at him with a flattering smile. I suddenly felt a little chilly. But he also remembered who this disgusting old face belonged to. It was Mito Kato-en, one of the advisors of Konoha village second only to the Hokage. He is also a close comrade in arms of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen since childhood. He is in charge of the daily management of the Civil Affairs Department and the Finance Department of Konoha village and has great power. Advisor Mito? Doroi asked tentatively. Mizudominen, who was standing by, felt relieved when he heard that the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village still remembered his name after some time. But his surname seems to be Mitoman and his given name is Yan. Forget it, don't worry about these details. It's just a few words anyway, just a title. When I'm working, don't call me Mito Minion, just refer to my position. The feeling in my heart is so beautiful that it's bubbling. It felt like the soul was floating in the air, so comfortable. He nodded like a chick, saying, yes, yes. You still remember me about this? It's my honor, Lord Doroi. Yesterday, I was at the gate of Konoha with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to welcome you and the delegation. So the way people get along with each other is like a spring. When you are weak, he is strong, when you are strong, he is weak, it's always a tug of war. When he just woke up, the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village ninja, Doroi, was still in a panic and trembling. But the one next to him, Mitoman-en, who holds great power in Konoha village. With a flattering look on his face and a soft and weak tone, Doroi's emotions seemed to unconsciously become hardened. So, is there something going on? Advisor Mito. Doroi started to pretend. Since the wound on his left arm no longer hurt, he couldn't help but release his superior aura again. This condescending tone is just what Mitomonen and Utane Koharu like. Koharu Utane couldn't help but tremble with legs, panting, her face flushed, and she leaned forward, Lord Doroi. Lord Doroi, you have suffered. Don't worry, the law will catch up with you. Justice will only be late. It will never be absent. We will definitely stand up for you and punish those enemies of the Hyuga clan who intend to undermine the great cause of the peace talks between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village. Oh! Hearing Utane Koharu's shameless licking, Doroi felt extremely pleased. Yes. This is the real Konoha. That's right. This is the real Konoha ninja. What the hell was that Hyuga clan just now? They came up and slapped me without asking any questions, and even broke my arm. This is too brutal and too uncultured. This doesn't look like one of the 5 great ninja villages that stands above all the people in the ninja world. They have no manners at all. Then Utane Koharu turned her head away, and like a night owl, she angrily scolded Hyuga Hayashi beside her, what are you Hyuga clan still doing standing there? Why are you so angry? Are you going to rebel? This matter ends here. Hurry up and apologize to Lord Doroi. Lord Doroi might be able to save a few of your lives. Hyuga Hayashi was almost stunned with anger. What kind of messed up logic is this? Yes, Hinata Hayashi just felt that, he just hated why he was a member of the Byakugan clan? How nice it would be if it was the Uchiha clan. Then the Sharingan must have been so angry that it has opened its Mangeki by now, right? Apologize? Why should I apologize? If the Hyuga clan doesn't give us a satisfactory result, we won't let it go. Hearing Hyuga Hayashi's decisive and murderous words, Doroi seemed to have forgotten who had knocked his hand off. He had already forgotten who slapped him in the face and launched an air cannon, which hit his arm directly, shattering his entire arm into pieces and disappearing. The scene of blood mist all over the sky has been forgotten. It doesn't hurt now anyway. As long as a person is no longer in pain, he will not be able to recall the hurt he has suffered. We have to thank Mitoman-en for his kindness and generosity. When he saw Doroi bleeding profusely, he took out the secret medicine of the nobility that he had obtained from Kyoto, the land of fire, without hesitation, which made Doroi feel no pain at all. Although the Hyga clan seems to be acting arrogantly, in Doroi's eyes, Konoha village has always been extremely weak. And now in the village, the two elder advisors whose status is second only to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, have expressed their support for him, want to stand up for him, and said that they will severely punish the Hyga clan. Hey! Wonderful! It's really wonderful! Then Doroi felt that he was doing well again. So Doroi stood up slowly, and with his only remaining hand he calmly patted the dirt off his body, acting like a master. Then he pointed at the livid-faced Hinata Hayashi not far away and said, "You want me to forgive your Konoha village? That's easy. I want his life. I don't want any other apologies, gold, silver, treasures, beauties, guards or servants. I only want his life. As long as he commits suicide to make amends. And hand over the body to me, our hidden cloud village will not pursue any harm I have suffered this time. For the sake of peace between the two villages, I am willing to bear the humiliation and injury, the slander and humiliation against my character, and I am willing to have my teeth knocked out and swallow the mixed blood. But the only condition is that the criminal gets the punishment he deserves. He hurt me. And he broke my left arm. As a ninja, my career is almost ruined. It will be difficult for me to fight on the front line and sacrifice my life for my hidden cloud village in the future. This has caused great harm to my body and mind. My reputation in particular has suffered huge damage. I just listened to the rumors in the past. I was just curious and admired the ancient Hyga clan. So in the middle of the night, just now, I wanted to give the eldest lady of the Hyga clan a surprise. So I went over and quietly invited the eldest lady of the Hyga clan out. But because I kept the secret so well, it caused misunderstandings from the Hyga clan leader, causing him to cause me so much harm. He even slandered me as a criminal. He even slandered me for having evil intentions. It's so unfair. I feel more wronged than Doi. Look. It's snowing in June. I strongly protest. If this matter is not clarified, even if I return to the village, how will my comrades view me? What will our fellow villagers of the Hidden Cloud Village think of me? Hey? What will my relatives and friends think of me? Wouldn't this make me die in the whole world? I won't agree to it. Koharu Utane, who was standing by, took out a steaming kettle from her arms as if by magic, and handed it to the mouth of Doroi, who was gasping for breath, with great concern. Hey? Is that so thoughtful? Doroi took a sip of warm water comfortably to relieve the discomfort in his throat. I am so satisfied. I wish Utane Koharu, who handed me the bottle of water, was 40 years younger. Why should I admit to something I didn't do? To plot against the main family? If I really had such a bad idea, I wouldn't mind being punished. But obviously I just wanted to give this 3-year-old young lady of the Hyga main family a little surprise. I haven't even taken out the gift I prepared. But this barbarian, who is as brutal as a primitive society, hurt me so inhumanely without saying a word, just like a pig without brains and manners. I asked him to pay due compensation. Is it too much? Mizudomanen finally got the chance to speak before his little friend Utane Koharu. He was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan. Hee. Of course it's not excessive, respected Lord Doroi. The real victim, Hinata Hayashi, was about to speak when Utane Koharu beside him hurriedly nodded with a bright and sincere smile on her face. Ah, not too much. Patriarch Hyga Hayashi will certainly be happy to compensate Lord Doroi. As long as he sacrifices his life, the whole thing can be perfectly resolved. This is the best ending for our Konoha village, the Hyga clan, the Hidden Cloud village, and the Honorable Lord Doroi. As a consultant of Konoha village, I will speak fairly. I think that as one of the countless outstanding jonin of our Konoha village, the patriarch of the Hyga clan, Hyga Hayashi, will definitely deeply appreciate your good intentions and understand your broad mind. In the end, he will definitely approve of your approach and implement the results well. Everyone is happy, everyone is happy. When Mido Minion on the other side heard this, he was also deeply moved and began to jump for joy. The two hands clapped happily like a child, and then Koharu Tsunyazu also had an inspiration, and she and Midomano started singing and dancing, saying over and over, "Ah! Everyone is happy, everyone is happy. Congratulations, congratulations." Then, while dancing, Midaman N said to Hinata Hayashi in a serious and kind manner. So, Hayashi, for the peace and stability of millions of villagers in our 2 villages, and for the honor of thousands of people in your Hyuga clan, you should follow the order of Lord Doroi just now. Don't feel sad for paying the price for your recklessness. You should feel honored. This is a death for honor, this is a death for the implementation of the ninja way. It simply perfectly shows that you are an excellent inheritor of the will of fire of our Konohagakure village. The will of fire was proposed by our great Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the saying goes, wherever the leaves dance, the fire will also continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves of our descendants to sprout. The inheritance from one generation to the next, the sacrifices from one generation to the next. All for a better tomorrow. All for our descendants, for thousands of years, for everlasting peace. Burn yourself quickly and turn into flames to light the way for the future generations of this village. Mizudomanen was immersed in the will of fire with an intoxicated look on his face, while Utane Kohara beside him was nodding with a smile. They seemed to have seen that Hyuga Hayashi obeyed orders obediently like the people they had fooled before, and then committed suicide, and then threw his body to the Hidden Cloud village. In exchange for the forgiveness of Dori, the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village, this would not affect the peace negotiations between Konoha village and the Hidden Cloud village. Even, by taking this opportunity, maybe we can make the great Konoha village pay less money and give up less interests. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, this life is not your own. If the compensation is less, it wouldn't be too much for me to issue an invoice and let the village reimburse me as a reward, right? There is nothing better than being generous to others. Midaman N and Utane Kohara have done this many times. They are already very familiar with it. The leader of the Hidden Cloud village ninja, Doroi, also had a pleased look on his face, looking triumphantly at Hyuga Hayashi in the distance. He didn't expect it, with all the twists and turns, it was a truly unprecedented comeback. When he woke up from his coma just now, he was worried that he would first be subjected to cruel and inhumane punishments from the Konoha village. Maybe he would be sent to the intelligence class and subjected to all kinds of horrific ninjutsu punishments to pry open the confidential information related to the Hidden Cloud village in his mind? Who knew that Konoha village was so weird and fun? No wonder the other 4 ninja villages in the world are willing to fight the more powerful Konoha village. There's no need to fight them. They just started quarreling among themselves. Doroi thought that if this kind of thing happened to his own Cloud village, even if he usually liked to go against the 4th Raikage, under the arrangement of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, the entire Cloud village would definitely unite as one, and then eliminate the reactionary foreign ninja, the external enemy. Even if it means going to war with the whole world, I will do it. This is the united village spirit of the Hidden Cloud village. This is the fire that shines like lightning, ba, ba, the will of thunder. So spiritually, Doroi has been sublimated at this moment. He has completely disregarded all the ninjas in Konoha village. Oh, of course, except for the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who also stands at the highest point in the ninja world with the 4th Raikage. Doroi feels that other ninjas are just so-so. I have reached the point where I can take whatever I want and do whatever I want. Maybe this time, in addition to getting the white eyes back, I can also get some other good things back. For example, the legendary Flying Thunder God technique that was the specialty of the 4th Hokage, Golden Flash Minato Namikaze. Doroi thought that he could use this forbidden technique as a bargaining chip to exchange for himself, and then take it back to the Hidden Cloud village to hand it over to the village. Oh my god, what would he do if the 4th Raikage chased him and kissed his butt? Hey, that's not impossible. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the real head of Konoha village, was just looking around with a scattered gaze. Not a word. He just stared at the giant Byakugan fireworks in the distant sky. It seemed that the giant Byakugan fireworks were particularly beautiful and he could not get enough of looking at them. Could it be that there was some profound secret of ninjutsu hidden in it? Seeing the look on the face of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone knew that he neither agreed nor disagreed. But sometimes, this attitude of neither approving nor disapproving is actually approving. In other words, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also accepted to let Hyuga Hayashi commit suicide, and even sent his body to the Hidden Cloud village as an apology, in exchange for the forgiveness of the Hidden Cloud village ninja chief Doroi, so as not to affect the eternal, should be long-term peace, between the Hidden Cloud village and the Leaf village. Alas, this is the best decision for nearly 1 million villagers in the 2 villages. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen thought with compassion in his heart. After all, Judging from the welcoming ceremony in the morning, the leader of the ninja from the hidden cloud village really had no intention of having a good negotiation. But now, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, and misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. Deroy, the ninja leader of the hidden cloud village who originally had a tough and arrogant attitude, now has become much better, even though he has lost an arm, and he can talk to people nicely. So in this situation, it is entirely possible for Deroy to have a good peace negotiation with Konoha village. Yet. That's right. Loss? What's the loss? There is only one Hyuga Hayashi, is this considered a loss? He was the one who beat this guy, he was the one who hurt him, he even broke his arm. He was straightforward, but he placed the entire Konoha village high above the raging flame mountain. Once this flaming mountain called war erupts, countless lives will be lost, and thousands or tens of thousands of villagers' families will be affected. How many relatives and friends will their families lose? These are the possible consequences of war. In the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha fought 1 against 4 and successively defeated the crazy Sand Village ninjas, the well-organized and team-oriented Uegakuer ninjas, and the fierce and aggressive Cloud Village ninjas who were brave and good at fighting and put up a tenacious resistance. And the Mist Village ninja who just made a cameo appearance. 4 of the 5 major countries were hung up and slapped in the face by Konoha village. Then, Konoha village also lost countless brave warriors. We, the Sarutobi clan, also lost some, and it seemed like our population grew quite a bit, but that doesn't count. All in all, the entire Konoha village, except for the Hyuga clan, even the Uchiha clan that had not been excluded before, was damaged and its strength was greatly reduced, and 9 out of 10 houses were empty. Although it's a bit exaggerated, even the cannon fodder ninjas who graduated early after only a few years of study at the ninja school were sent up to carry out various confidential killing and blasting missions. For example, Uchiha Obito, who had just graduated, also lost his life in the war, leaving behind only a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, which is now in the hands of Kakashi Hatake of the Anbu. Hehe, this young man has great potential. Sooner or later, he will be brainwashed by me easily. Everyone has paid a lot, so it's a good time after Konoha village truly defeats all opponents. What is a good time? It's a good time for a complete truce. It's a good time to have a complete ceasefire. It's a good time for comprehensive peace. Under such circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively gave up demanding war reparations from other countries, as well as demanding various materials consumed during the war due to overproduction, and abandoned all interests outside the Land of Fire. Hey! It's just a few days. Wait until other countries surrender and pay the compensation. Isn't that nice? That won't work. Just have to be fast. He even sacrificed his position as Hokage to suppress the rebellious sentiment of the entire Konoha village. The Ninja World War was thus declared over, Konoha village declared a complete ceasefire and armistice, and the ninja world entered into permanent peace. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand why the authority of Hokage accumulated over decades was lost in just one day. In the end, we have to agree that it is still a yellow-haired boy who is a new generation ninja master. The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze has come to the stage. He is a talkative person with no moral integrity. Look at him, he is so extravagant at such a young age, and he even committed suicide for love after his wife died. I am really impressed. Who knows about his family members? Just imagine, Naruto can be said to be an obsession that Sarutobi Hiruzen had since he was very young, at the age of 8. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was 8 years old, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, jointly established the Hidden Leaf Village. At that time, the position of Hokage came into being. From then on, Sarutobi Hiruzen dreamed of becoming Hokage, to protect the entire Konoha village, to make Konoha village more prosperous, stronger, and the people happier, in his own way. Finally, more than 10 years later, Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully became the 3rd Hokage, saved the situation from the tide, and led the Konoha village to win 2 ninja world wars. Although they won every time, many strong men would die inexplicably. But you can cultivate it yourself. After the Second Ninja World War, this was the most glorious moment in Sarutobi Hiruzen's life. Not only did he win the war, he also trained 3 cage-level powerful men. But now decades have passed and he is really old. Then he couldn't bear to look at his own family. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, every villager in Konoha was his family. But if you don't obey, you may not be his family anymore. It's very likely a traitor. In order to protect his family and end the war as soon as possible, even if it's just one day earlier, Sarutobi Hiruzen can accept any price. The paranoid Sarutobi Hiruzen abandoned the honor he had earned in the first half of his life and stepped down from the position of the Sandaime Hokage, burying the sunny boy who had admired the Hokage in the past. He is so cruel to himself, how can he not be cruel to others? He could give up his position as Hokage for the sake of Konoha's escape from the war 2 days earlier. Why couldn't he give up other things for the sake of Konoha? Especially now there is only one ninja's life left? Even if this ninja has a strategic bloodline limit, even if this ninja's strategic bloodline limit does not apply the caged bird seal, it may be studied and cracked by the enemy country's ninja. So what? At least our Konoha village has entered a period of peace, hasn't it? Realizing the tacit approval of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the smiles on Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu's faces became even more ferocious and flattering. Ferocious and flattering, two completely opposite expressions with worlds of difference, actually appeared on the same face, as if a clean blank canvas had been rubbed again and again, and then sand and ink colors were splashed on it at random, eventually resulting in a mess and extreme distortion. The heads of the major ninja clans who were also beside the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had grim and gloomy expressions. Their faces, which used to be as cheerful as spring breeze, became increasingly gloomy. Some of them even seemed to lose control of the surging emotions in their hearts in the next second, and their fists were clenched and trembling slightly. It's like they are all suppressing something. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look back specifically, his strong intuition as a cage-level warrior still enabled him to detect the unusual atmosphere around the ninja clan leaders around him. What's going on, Nanny? But he didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was a good time to keep quiet and let his friends guess and execute it. By the way, my speculation is the same as what Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Carefully study the giant white-eyed firework that is gradually extinguishing in the sky. It's truly an amazing work of art. Such a small device can shine in the sky for so long. Is this really one of the heritage of the ninja clan that has been passed down for thousands of years? And below, having heard enough of the tricks of the people in front, Hinata Hayashi suddenly burst into roars, and the surging momentum turned into actual murderous intent. Enough! Who gave you the face to say such things? Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? I don't understand who gave you this illusion, thinking that I was being slaughtered at will by you, confusing right and wrong and humiliating you at will. You. How dare you? Danzo. Yutane Koharu, who was frightened by the rapid fire, was furious. What a courage! Look, our Konoha F4's military force is coming and will kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. Swish, swish. Boom. Danzo Shimura raised the cane in his hand and gently turned it with his left hand. Click. The half-broken crutch fell to the ground, and the root ninja who had been prepared knelt on one knee and respectfully took it with both hands before it hit the ground. All I heard was Shimura Danzo speaking slowly, word by word, "You want to try my sword, is it? Sharp. My sword is not at a disadvantage either." Hinata Hayashi used one hand to make the Bagua Kongjong, empty palm, the starting posture of the mountain-breaking strike, and aimed at Shimura Danzo who was in the high place from a distance. Immediately, the root ninjas on the surrounding rooftops drew their swords, ready to take action. The Hyuga tribe members such as Hyuga Hisashi below also had their hands moved, each of them had found an opponent, and were eager to try. Shimura Danzo narrowed his one eye slightly, emitting a cold light. He felt very ashamed that he had failed to pretend just now. Hinata Hayashi, do you really want to survive with malicious intent and not commit suicide? Malicious survival? After hearing what Shimura Danzo said, Hinata Hayashi suddenly twitched. Then there was another pull. Then there were continuous convulsions. Finally he couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The head of the Hyuga clan and the main Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, smiled. The head of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Hisashi, also laughed. Hyuga Tsuki, the elder of the Hyuga clan, smiled. The elder of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Genma, also smiled. Then, as if infected by a virus, one by one, soon all the Hyuga members present began to laugh wildly. I laughed so hard that I couldn't even lift my back, as if I wanted to vent all the laughter I had never experienced in my life. The surging chakra vibrated in the laughter. More than 100 powerful ninjas unscrupulously released their chakras to the surroundings, and undisguisedly rushed towards all directions with surging cold murderous intent. Baga! Bastards, are you crazy? What are you laughing at? Be serious now. What are you laughing at? I'm telling you, what are you laughing at? Utane Koharu jumped up as if a scorpion had stung her foot. His hands and feet were still quite nimble, waving in the air, and his index finger was about to poke into Hinata Hayashi's nostrils step by step like a chicken pecking at rice. Mizuto Minion, who was standing by, suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. A sense of uneasiness arose spontaneously. So, Mizuto Minion frowned and retreated slightly behind Utane Koharu. Hinata Hayashi put away his smile, grabbed the finger of Utane Koharu that was about to poke his nostrils, and without any hesitation, turned it 90 degrees in the opposite direction, and broke it like a twig. Ah! My hand! My hand! My hand is broken, you bastard! You damned bastard, what have you done? Come on! Come on, everyone, kill him! Kill him now! Kill him now! Where are the Anbu? Where are they all? Where is your root, Danzo? Kill him now! It's just a broken finger, Counselor Utane. You were once an elite ninja guard of the Nidame Hokage, Senja Tobirama. How come decades later, you can't even handle this little injury? Hinata Hayashi swung his hand, and Utane Koharu, who lost her balance, fell flat on her back. Then, with his face full of sarcasm, Hinata Hayashi criticized Utane Koharu. In contrast, Utane Koharu's face turned red first and then purple. She was about to faint from anger. At this time there was a roar. Enough, Ritsu, this is an ultimatum. Don't you accept orders from the village? My patience has its limits. Swish! Danzo Shimura danced the short sword in his hand in the air. In an instant, more root ninjas wearing masks with strange patterns on their faces appeared around. The number exceeds 200. Together with the dozens of people before, they formed a semi-encirclement and surrounded Hinata Hayashi, ready to take him down at any time. How dare you! Let's see who dares to take action. Hyuga Hayashi took a step forward and stood in front of Hyuga Hayashi. The ferocious white eyes looked even more terrifying and weird against the backdrop of the surging chakra. Everyone present could feel the cold murderous intent and undisguised fighting spirit emanating from Hinata Hisashi. He is really going to fight. Next came the elder of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tsuki. The last one is Hyuga branch clan elder Hyuga Genma. Soon, all the Hyuga ninjas present, 37 Jonin and 97 Chunin, opened their Byakugan eyes. Hundreds of white eyes emitting a dim glow, with terrifying spider-like blue veins on the cheeks, all looked at the three root ninjas and elder advisors around them. Hinata is less than 3, but if it is full of 3, it is invincible. All the Hyuga clan members shouted in unison as if they were telepathically connected, the Hyuga clan is the strongest clan in Konoha. Remember this. Oh, how is this? I didn't expect to see such a good show today. The leader of the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, Doroi, had a scornful smile on his face, and looked at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen on the rooftop with a sarcastic smile as if he was watching a show. Your subordinates are unreliable, and this is when the boss has to step in. After taking a deep breath and exhaling the smoke from his mouth, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally lowered his head and looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who was blocked behind many Hyuga clan members, and said, Hayashi, don't you accept their proposal just now? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little strange. In his impression, the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, has always been a person who knows the overall situation and has a sense of the big picture. Why are you acting like a child today? It's just that I want you to sacrifice your life. I, the Sandaime Hokage, am also trying to save the villagers of the entire village as soon as possible. By the way, I even saved your life, Hinata Hayashi. In order to help you get out of the quagmire of war as soon as possible, I have even given up my position as Hokage. End the war early and save countless people. Don't worry about the fact that I have been reinstated now. If anyone disagrees, you can do it yourself. I've suffered so much injustice, and you're not willing to give up your life for the peace of the village? Hands on hips, frowning, puzzled. This awareness is not as high as that of Konoha Whitefang back then. Even Konoha Whitefang killed himself so cleanly. As if he had finally given up, a soft sigh was heard. Hokage-sama, Anko Private Mason, I'm so sorry, but I object. A dandan, actually a faint, voice that seemed to carry an apology rang in the ears of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. When I say next to the ear, it doesn't mean as close to the ear. Ah! Okay. In the ear? The Sandaime Hokage was startled and quickly turned his head to look behind him. It was none other than the serious-looking squad leader of the Jonin squad, the leader of the Nara clan, one of Konoha's strongest ninja clans, the Ino, Shikaku and Jo clans, Jonin Nara Shikaku. After saying this, Nara Shikaku did not hesitate. He bent slightly and jumped. With the corners of his clothes fluttering, he jumped from the rooftop of the Hokage building to the front of the Hyuga clan members. He then turned around and faced the entire root ninja, the 3 elder advisors, and the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing high up with his red and white Hokage robe fluttering in the wind. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something. But all he heard was the sound of breaking through the air beside him, and figures rushed down like weary birds returning to the forest. The powerful elite Jonin, Konoha's strongest combination, the 3 tribes of Ino, Deer, and Jo, the clan of Jo, the leader of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza. Fall down and turn around. The leader of the intelligence squad, a powerful perception ninja, the strongest combination of Konoha, the 3 tribes of Pig, Deer, and Jo, the Pig clan, Yamanaka Inoichi. Fall down and turn around. A long-time supporter of the Hokage lineage, he supports whoever becomes the Hokage. A powerful all-around ninja, an elite Jonin, the only remaining insect manipulator family in the world, the head of the Aberame clan, Aberame Shiwei. Falling and turning around. A long-time supporter of the Hokage lineage, he supports whoever becomes the Hokage. A powerful melee elite Jonin, the head of the Inyazuka clan, a woman full of wild power, Inyazuka Claw. Falling down, turning around. A clan that once rivaled the Uchiha clan, and whose genjutsu was even more powerful than theirs. The head of the Kurama clan, Kurama Unkai. Landed and turned around. There was once a ninja who practiced the forbidden technique of spiritual transformation, the elite Jonin Kato Dan. The patriarch of his family, Kato Tsuru. Falling down, turning around. Mimura Yeju, a Konoha elite ninja who was once in charge of the defense work in the direction of Uegaku during the Third World War and had the highest position as the corps commander. He was also the patriarch of the Mimura family, a ninja clan that was not too small. He jumped straight down, stood with everyone, then landed and turned around. You? What do you mean? The Sandaime Hokage opened his eyes. His old look disappeared, and his eyes were bright and he seemed to be a teenager. He was filled with high morale. The Leaf Village actually dared to commit a crime of insubordination. It seems that I have to use my 5 releases Great Link to set off beautiful fireworks for everyone. Come. Simple. Eat a sheep, set off fireworks. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang bang bang. 4 shadow clones wearing Hokage robes appeared behind him with the same expressionless faces. I'm sorry, Hokage. Konoha village is the Konoha village that all of us support together. Nara Shikaku shouted loudly. It exists because it protects the interests of the vast majority of people and can protect one of the most basic rights of the vast majority of people, safety. Now, for a ninja from an enemy country who is a criminal himself, not only will they not punish him, but they will also pardon him, and even hold our fellow victims accountable. The usual punishment is not enough. Because the enemy ninja's arm was crippled, we have to pay for it with the life of our compatriot. Is his arm so valuable? Can it be compared to the life of the Hyuga clan leader who has fought for Konoha village for decades and shed his blood? If this is the case, even the head of a family who has made great contributions to the village cannot protect his own life. Then what about the fate of us, the small clans that are not as powerful as the Hyuga clan? Objectively speaking, today's events were caused by the crime committed by this enemy ninja. Because of an arm, the Hyuga clan leader, Hayashi Jonin, had to be sacrificed as punishment. Then, tomorrow, is it possible that just because we accidentally bumped into the ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village on the road, our ninja clan leader's life would also be used to pay for it? Then in the future, will the situation evolve so that just because the ninja from the Hidden Cloud village thousands of miles away sneezed and accidentally caught a cold, he will use this as an excuse to force all of us to commit suicide to apologize? Yamanaka Inoichi, who was standing by, came over slightly and whispered to the people on the rooftop that the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had released 4 shadow clones, and everyone should be careful to avoid the worst possible outcome. Nara Deer remained unmoved for a long time. He would say this whether he saw it or not. Anyway, if he was killed by a wave of laser cannons from the dictatorial Third Hokage, his own Nara family still had countless clansmen with genius IQs, and they could still take up the banner of the leader of the Jonin squad. They are all elites left over from the 1,000-year warring states period. Just get rid of them. Mito Kato and Enyutain Koharu, two advisors who are normally powerful and arrogant, became silent as a cicada when they saw the ninja clan leaders coming down one after another to support the Hyuga clan. They huddled aside like quails and dared not say a word. Since the founding of Konoha village, they had never seen so many families unite to force the emperor to abdicate. Actually it can't be considered as forcing the emperor to abdicate, it's just expressing their opposition with the same stance. But this situation was enough to scare the two of them out of their wits. Only then did they realize that what they said in the past was somewhat useful because everyone gave each other face. If it involves the most fundamental interests, wanting to take other people's lives, and wanting other people's lives to be manipulated by yourself unscrupulously, and what's even more embarrassing is that there is no caged bird seal like the main family of the Hyuga clan to clamp down on the branch family, then other people will not need to be respectful to you, and the source of your power will collapse. But Shikaku, if you guys continue like this, it's very likely that the Hidden Cloud village will start an all-out war with our Hidden Leaf village again. Countless ninjas may even die. Countless families may lose their important members. Do you think this doesn't matter? Now it only takes one person's death to avoid it, don't you really want to fight for it? Hokage-sama, you are an old man who has experienced 3 ninja wars. Why don't you understand it yet? Our Konoha village still retains the title of the strongest ninja village among the 5 major nations. What is the reason for that? It's not a compromise. The countries that stopped the war did not stop because of our compromise and concession. Nara Shikaku waved his hand. It was because of the thousands and thousands of Konoha ninjas who were willing to sacrifice themselves and were indomitable that they used force to subdue the 4 major nations and hurt them. If they continued like this, they would be destroyed. Under this threat, they had no choice but to agree to end the war and accept the peace talks. Only under this circumstance would they be forced to welcome peace. If the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village is willing to bet the lives of his entire village on such a trivial matter, even though he is clearly not in the right, all the ninjas in Konoha village are willing to charge to the front line and fight to the death with the entire Hidden Cloud village. The Sandome Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. In this case, the combined strength of the entire Konoha village's ninja clan is enough to account for 70% of the entire Konoha village. Because the strength that these ninja clans can mobilize even includes other clans. Who doesn't have aunts and uncles? Marrying each other forms a relationship. If something happens in your parents' or your husband's family, will you go in? Must go. If you don't go, you will be excluded from this society of human relationships. The world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing, but also about the human relationships in Konoha village. In every war mobilization, the full strength of these ninja clans was never truly sent to the battlefield. This shows that at this moment, all the ninja clan leaders are extremely dissatisfied with this matter, and what's worse is that they are willing to bear the consequences of not compromising. They are not afraid of the Hyuga clan, nor are they afraid of Hyuga Hayashi. But he is afraid of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But the more afraid you are, the more you have to stand up. Today, even the leader of the Hyuga clan, the strongest ninja clan in Konoha, is being forced to death. Then, do these smaller ninja clans, whose strength is even less taken seriously by the Hokage, still have a sense of belonging and security? People are willing to live in peace with ants because they want to. No one cares what the ants wish. So, this is not a trivial matter, not a trivial matter that has nothing to do with you. Instead, it involves the life and death of every villager in Konoha village other than the Hokage faction. Come here. Capture this enemy ninja who invaded the Hyuga clan. Send a letter of inquiry to the 4th Raikage. Reprimand the actions of the ninjas in his village, and demand that he compensate for all the losses incurred during his stay in Konoha. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen compromised again. It's just that this time the compromise was within the Konoha village, while in the past it was often compromised outside the Konoha village. After sitting in the position of Hokage for so long, he has forgotten that he is actually the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan. Normally, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not usually ask about the affairs of his own clan. He also handed over the affairs of the family to several Sarutobi clan elders whom he trusted. He spent most of his energy on handling the affairs of the entire Konoha village. After all, the affairs of a village are much more complicated than those of a clan, and there are many more things to consider. But today, he was suddenly put into the perspective of the patriarch of the ninja clan, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly understood why his friend's words just now had caused so much opposition from everyone. Although the Hokage has the highest authority, he does not have the ultimate power. This is a world of ninjas where strength is the key, not a feudal dynasty where noble bloodlines are passed down from generation to generation. P.S. Although in this ninja world, good bloodline actually means stronger strength N_N, oh haha. Danzo Shimura standing by also had a sullen face and dared not say a word. His left hand was shaking slightly as he held the cane and dagger, and his fingertips were white from being squeezed. Even when facing the Uchiha clan before, Danzo Shimura had never suffered such injustice. After all, the root under his control had 36 Jonin who were brought up through secret techniques and inhumane training. Although the strength of the root Jounin that was catalyzed was just barely passing in the orthodox evaluation of Konoha village, it was still the level of Jounin. Although it was just barely passing in Konoha village, in the other 4 major ninja villages, it was a genuine and unquestionable Jounin strength. In this situation, if he faced any ninja clan alone, Danzo Shimura would be confident that he could severely punish them and make them unable to raise their heads. But who could have imagined that almost all the Konoha ninjas had united together this time? Because the punishment measures that Utain Koharu and Mito Kadoen just mentioned have violated the most basic taboos of the major ninja clan leaders. They always think that if they made a mistake, they should admit it, be punished, and accept the punishment. But when they were clearly innocent and were clearly victims, they had to pay the price with their lives. No matter which ethnic group they are, they cannot accept such a punishment. In this situation, even a rabbit will bite if it gets angry. Not to mention the powerful families who, when united, occupy 70% of Konoha village. The population of these powerful families does not occupy a large proportion of Konoha village, and the majority of people in Konoha village are still civilians. But there are very few people who are alone in this world, right? There must be many relatives and friends, right? There must be classmates, co-workers, and neighbors, right? A person may seem like a person, but in fact he is a spider web that has ensnared countless people around him. Moreover, the major ninja clans are not fools, and they focus all their attention on ninjas. There are always people in a family who don't like to be ninjas, and want to do business or become an official. If 10 people spread it out and one gets hit, for hundreds of years it has become a huge monster that is difficult to grasp. There are very few races as absolutely arrogant as the Uchiha clan, so if the Uchiha clan in Konoha village is exterminated in the future, it will basically not cause any waves. I haven't heard of any group clamoring for revenge for the Uchiha. But what if you let the Hokage deal with the Ino, Shika, and Jo clans? The barbecue restaurants scattered throughout the Land of Fire have basically monopolized the bulk meat trading market and own a vast livestock breeding base, the Akimichi clan. Flower shops, honey, sugar trade. In this deformed ninja world, the only way to enjoy life is to eat a bite of sugar. It is a highly profitable industry, the Yamanaka clan. The Deer clan, Chinese herbal medicine, exclusive fiefdom. Not only in Konoha village, but even in the Land of Fire, there are many Nara clan members who do not have ninja talent but still have good brains. They serve as advisors and retainers for local city lords, daimyo and nobles. There are even members of the clan who are lords of small cities themselves, the Nara clan. If you dare to touch the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans of Konoha village, even if we cannot defeat you for the time being, we can still kill you by staying up all night, and your family will suffer after you die. Of course, if your family can produce powerful ninjas from generation to generation who can suppress all, then no one will have anything to say. The strong prey on the weak, that's all. After pausing heavily on the cane in his hand, Danzo Shimura turned and left without saying a word. He is now returning to his base camp. If he stayed here, he was worried that he would have to use Izanagi on the spot to rush into the team formed by the Hyuga clan ninjas and the chiefs of the major ninja clans and kill them all. But he also knew it was impossible. Killing 100 pigs while standing is tiring enough, not to mention those powerful Jonin who are so powerful that they can lose their lives if they are not careful. After Danzo Shimura left, Mito Kadoen and Utain Koharu, who had been huddled together like quails, also hurriedly followed the orders of the Sandaime Hokage and fled, arranging people to go to the hidden cloud village to question them. Ugh! Mito Kadoen and Utain Koharu were once the elite guards of the second Hokage, but more than 30 years have passed. I haven't fought for more than 30 years. Even if I exercise daily, I'm used to talking and can't lift the iron knife. Now, he didn't even dare to say a word and walked away quickly. This is the general trend. The Konohagakure ninja clan united, and unless they had the courage to kill them all, it would undoubtedly cause a rebellion more serious than the Uchiha clan's rebellion. The intensity of the war would be no less than a big country ninja village starting a war directly in the heart of Konohagakure. No one can afford this price. Then let's throw this hot potato away and let the fourth Raikage Yayuai decide the direction of things. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't know how to make a decision, so he just went with the flow. No matter what the result was, most people would not blame him as the third Hokage. Because it was a shocking event, the inquiry letter and the spies planted by other ninja villages who were secretly observing the scene at the Hokage's office building in Konoha village at the time spent huge amounts of money to transmit confidential information from the scene back to their respective villages. The fourth Raikage received these two pieces of intelligence information from two sources on the same day. Damn it! The small Konoha village is bullying me too much. The fourth Raikage, with his strong bronze muscles, smashed the luxurious table and chairs that he had just replaced less than a week ago into pieces with a slap. Ah! How dare the tiny Konoha village bully me like this? Listening to the same few words repeated by the adult of his family, Tutai, the think tank of the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village, bent down slightly, picked up the two documents that had fallen to the ground, and read them carefully. No way! Even that old monkey from Konoha village dared to take advantage of me. I slapped him in the face, but he dared to slap me back. How many people can we mobilize? The fourth Raikage asked, breathing heavily, the blue veins on his neck throbbing, showing his immense anger, his eyes bloodshot, and gasping. Because the Third Shinobi World War just ended a few years ago, the next generation has not yet fully grown up. If we remove the four major ninja armies indirectly controlled by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, and are willing to weaken the border troops deployed by the Hidden Rock village to guard against the Land of the Moon, we can probably draw out 3 ninja troops with skilled skills, high morale, and combat effectiveness that meet the standards. Why are the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth not bordering each other, and are separated by the Land of Water Trap, the Land of Iron, the Land of the Moon, and the Land of Hot Spring? Why did the Hidden Cloud village deploy ninja troops on the border of the Land of the Moon, separating them from several small countries to guard against the hidden Uegakure village which is so far away? A very important reason is that the shipbuilding industry in the entire ninja world is not particularly developed. Except for the relatively developed shipbuilding industry in the Kirigakure and Water Kingdom, which is isolated and independent overseas, the ships of other countries are almost negligible. Although there is a sea between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, with no obstacles in between, this sea is precisely the biggest obstacle. Ninjas are land animals and it is difficult for them to adapt to fighting at sea. The only people who can cross the ocean with their strength are the movie-level figures in each country. It's a bit funny to say that when the First Ninja World War broke out, the Land of Water and the Land of Earth were not involved. Hey! For some reason, the second-generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, Hojiki Gengetsu, led his elite team across tens of thousands of miles, crossed 2 oceans, and during the journey, he crossed the Land of Lightning and attacked the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Earth. In the end, he and the second-generation Tsuchikage of the Uegakure village were both killed. Therefore, the 4 major countries and countless small countries on the ninja continent basically do not guard against threats from the other side of the ocean, but only heavily defend their land borders. The fourth Raikage Yayuya was overjoyed, his face excited. His face was too dark, it was hard to tell if he turned red with excitement. Really? 5,000 chunins. The think tank Dode slapped his own face with one hand, squinting his eyes and said, 5,000 chunins? 5,000 chunins can sweep the ninja world. This is not Tutai bragging. Think about the Fourth Shinobi World War, the 5 major ninja villages only sent out 75,000 ninjas, and the rest were samurai from the Iron Country, making up a total of 80,000 ninja coalition forces. The village that sent the most troops was the strongest, Konoha village, which dispatched nearly 20,000 ninjas. The other ninja villages each sent out troops ranging from 10,000 to 15,000. Basically, all the available troops in the ninja world were assembled, which added up to only more than 5,000 chunins. There are 1,500 chunins in Konoha, while the average number of chunins in other ninja villages is less than 1,000. You must know that in all the great wars in the ninja world, Konoha village has always been fighting against many enemies alone. 1 or 2 ninja villages were not enough for the Konoha village ninjas to defeat. They only started to struggle when facing 3 ninja villages. So, Yayuai is just a fantasy. It is already amazing that the hidden cloud village has 1,000 chunins. Still 5,000, what the hell are you dreaming about? Of course it's 5,000 genin. Damn it, damn ninja leader. How could the previous Raikage leave such a restrictive position? He is so unhappy with everything he does. He is really a major concern for our cloud village. Issue the latest Raikage decree. In the next 10 years, I want the population of Cloud Village to triple. Let the tribe members and villagers give birth to a large number of new generations. We need more people. Think Tank today looked at the fourth Raikage in front of him. This young ninja who is at the prime of his life not only possesses a strong body, but also has a personal charm that matches his father's strong body. But his father, the Sandame Raikage, had a rough appearance but was more cautious than anyone else in his heart. Although he possesses the strongest spear and shield in the ninja world, he is known for his insidiousness and cunningness. He looks simple and honest, but he is actually a very black-hearted person. He secretly provoked wars everywhere in the ninja world in order to expand the territory of the Land of Lightning. But his son, the fourth Raikage, Yatsuki Ai, seemed to have inherited only the physical talents of the third Raikage. And the Sandame Raikage's outstanding strategies, well, his brains don't seem to have been completely inherited. It is not a wise thing for a leader to do to raise an army in anger because he feels humiliated by Konoha village. He sighed slightly inwardly, but he was the Raikage. However, this is exactly the meaning of the position of think tank. The fourth Raikage does not need to be good at everything. As long as he can do everything with the help of his companions, that will be enough. Dode, do you think that the old Hokage and his men were putting on a show, deliberately performing it for us to see? The purpose is to reduce the possibility of us asking for too much when negotiating with them. Want to give up less benefits? The fourth Raikage was unwilling to accept this. He didn't want to believe that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been a coward for most of his life, actually had the courage to fight him head-on. His strength must have declined as he grows old, and the current Konoha village is no longer the overlord of the Konoha village it once was. It seems that the only cage-level strongman left is the Sandame Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the almost unknown and retired leader of the Ino, Deer, and Joe clans, Fat Tiger, Akimichi Tofu. Moreover, among the three former Konoha ninjas, one defected, another is wandering outside, and the other one has almost lost his strength, so they are no longer to be feared. In this case, could it be that the third Hokage's strategy of sending troops to provoke an invasion is a trick by Konoha village to take advantage of the situation? I have to say, it is very possible. From the perspective of the Raikage, this is the case. After all, their village still has a perfect 8-tails Jinchuriki. Hehe, in fact, there is also a second Jinchuriki who just passed the cage level strength standard. Well, it's not impossible, Lord Fourth Raikage, Tsuchiyoshi thought about it carefully. Although the possibility is a little small, it cannot be ruled out. Maybe the third Hokage suddenly came up with a plan. Okay, let's scare him again. Draw the border troops from the Uegakure village and the border troops from the Moon Country, and gather a total of 7,000 troops to march to the border of the Fire Country. Be ready to cross the border and attack the Fire Country at any time. At this point, the fourth Raikage curled his lips and smiled evilly. If Konoha village doesn't react in time, it means they are bluffing. Just act decisively and bite off a piece of meat. In order to put pressure on Konoha village, the fourth Raikage temporarily withdrew part of the troops stationed in the Land of Hot Springs to guard against the Hidden Mist village, one of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world on the other side of the sea, and formed a coalition force to attack. According to news from spies in the Hidden Mist village some time ago, the Hidden Mist village is still busy with that damn bloody Mist village and is enjoying the infighting and turmoil, and has no time to care about the affairs of the countries on the mainland. In the Hidden Cloud village, the ninjas that the fourth Raikage can directly mobilize are the exclusive legions that eliminate the 4 ninja bosses. Because the exclusive ninja armies of the 4 ninja chiefs are mainly financially dependent on special grants from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, and they rely very little on the Raikage. Therefore, it is difficult for the fourth Raikage to directly issue orders to the ninja troops under his command without going through the ninja leader. They won't take your money, and you can't afford to pay them a salary, so why should they listen to you? Do you really think everyone is attracted by your personal charm? The aura of kingship is overflowing? It seems that he is a cuckold. Without enough money, things will not be easy to handle. So this is the current situation. In fact, the current situation of the fourth Raikage in the Hidden Cloud village is already quite good. When the first Raikage was alive, he was respected by most people because of his great reputation when he founded the village. As long as it doesn't involve life and death, general orders can be given to the 4 ninja leaders. So there would be nothing wrong with these exclusive legions. By the time of the second Raikage, Kinkaku and Ginkaku appeared. These 2 monsters who possess the blood of the Six-Path Sage are brutal and unruly by nature, and are simply lawless. The key is that their bloodline reverts to their ancestral state, they are powerful and ruthless. The oppressed second Raikage at that time suffered from constant headaches and was restricted in every way. Even though the second generation Raikage tried his best not to touch it, he just researched the latest lightning escape technique and created the Raiden Chakra armor that enhanced the strength of the entire Cloud Village ninja. He was deeply loved by the villagers. However, Kinkaku and Ginkaku finally found the opportunity and launched a coup d'état at the border of the Land of Fire, far away from the headquarters of the hidden Cloud Village. They attacked and killed the second Raikage. Ninja, what are ninjas for? Exists to accomplish tasks. So why complete the mission? That's because of getting paid. Because ninjas are not about production. If you don't produce, who will give you money? So you can only complete the task, and then the client will give you a generous reward after completing the task. So in the final analysis, money is the most important thing. When your strength has not reached the level of the Six-Path Sage, or has not touched that level, money, even the shadow of a village, must bow down. Haven't you noticed that even the strongest ninja villages of the 5 major countries would go to Kyoto of their respective countries to report to the daimyo when they succeeded, and receive the title from the daimyo? What is that for? That was to make it possible to ask for money from the daimyo in the future with justification. As long as the daimyo paid money, he would not have to worry about the safety of his country, would not have to go to great lengths to maintain a standing army that cost a lot of money, and would not have to worry about being directly attacked by ninja villages in other countries. Ninjas' lives are worthless, and they themselves are aware of this. This is a win-win situation. It fits this deformed world better. Following the order from the 4th Raikage. As predicted. Well, the other 3 ninja army leaders all used various excuses, either to rest, to replenish manpower, or to shirk their responsibilities on the grounds that they had more important tasks. In the end, the 4th generation Raikage Yui had to draw personnel from the border troops stationed in the Cloud Village of the Land of Hot Springs. Together, they put together a huge ninja army of 7,000 people, and then hastily held a swearing-in ceremony to pressure the border of the Land of Fire. Then all kinds of large-scale combat equipment were mobilized, creating an aggressive posture, ready to cross the border and attack the Fire Nation at any time. On the other side of Konoha village, the heads of the major ninja clans who had spoken in front of the Hokage's office building responded quickly and mobilized all their forces without hesitation. They gathered nearly 70% of the forces of various clans and requested to attack together. After obtaining the permission of the Hokage, they also stationed at the border of the hidden Cloud Village. And the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, couldn't really allow the patriarchs of the various ninja clans in Konoha village to be so stubborn as to send their clan's ninja to the front line of the battlefield. So the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also mobilized many civilian ninjas, and eventually gathered an army of 1 ninjas, which arrived at the border between the 2 countries with a bang. When there are more than 10,000 people, there is no limit to the number. When tens of thousands of ninja troops were deployed in an orderly manner along the border, the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village on the opposite side, who had been grinning at the enemy, suddenly stopped. After several small-scale test battles, the commander of the hidden Cloud Village on the front line finally reluctantly confirmed the fighting will of the Konoha village's ninja army. In this ninja world, no country can defeat the powerful Konoha village alone. The 4th Raikage, who had learned the intelligence, immediately gave the order to retreat. Nearly 7,000 dozen ninjas were killed in the battle. Ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village returned to the hidden Cloud Village in shame without looking back. Joke. The 3rd Ninja World War just ended more than 3 years ago. Is the 4th Ninja World War about to begin? No one can cover it. They haven't recovered at all yet. If they continue to fight, the entire ninja world will be destroyed. So the 2 villages' high-profile military action turned into an armed parade on the border. In order to avoid wasting more military supplies, each side hastily ended the conflict that was not considered a war. The Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation signed a peace treaty, and their respective ninja villages ordered their ninja armies to withdraw and return home. The fact that the left arm of Doroi, the leader of the hidden Cloud Village, was crippled was also forgotten by everyone. The Hidden Leaf Village did not fight with the hidden Cloud Village, nor did it play any tricks. It politely sent all the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, including Doroi, out of the Hidden Leaf Village. Doroi returned to his village and became a ninja on the front line, even though he could no longer go to the battlefield. However, in this situation, he actually won the trust of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Because Doroi lost an arm, he had no choice but to rely completely on the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Without the support of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, he can't even control his own legion. In the military, force is paramount. There are many people who have long been dissatisfied with Doroi's arrogance and domineering behavior. As a last resort, Doroi relied on his past prestige, a large number of loyal subordinates, and most importantly, the public financial support of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to suppress the different voices with difficulty. So in this situation, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning has an army of ninjas at his disposal. Originally, these 4 ninja armies also had a certain degree of autonomy, like small warlords. But now, Doroi unconditionally obeys the orders of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. After trying several times, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was overjoyed and valued Doroi, who had a broken arm, even more, and gave him greater financial, human, and material support. However, Doroi did not tell anyone that he was under the influence of the illusion. After all, it would be embarrassing to tell others about it. As a senior ninja, he failed to maintain the most basic vigilance and was set up by others. Who do you blame? However, at the subsequent meeting of the Hidden Cloud Village, Doroi no longer pretended and clearly opposed the 4th Raikage, leading his subordinates to cause chaos in the entire village. All reactionaries are paper tigers. He successfully dealt a blow to the Hidden Cloud Village in terms of arrogance, proving once again that dignity is earned with fists. Therefore, after the chiefs of the major ninja clans returned to the village, they were all regarded as heroes. It's easy to ask God but hard to send him away. It would be easy for Konoha village to mobilize an army of 10,000 ninjas to fight. But it is impossible to end the war without any reaction. Therefore, all the tribes in Konoha village took a big bite of fat meat from the Hidden Cloud village and secretly obtained more compensation. A war that was destined not to break out ended very peacefully. But all these disturbances did not affect the 4-year-old child of Konoha village. After all, the adult world is full of grey. What happened here obviously had nothing to do with Hyuga Neji, because he was just a 4-year-old child who had just trained for a few days. Soon spring passed and autumn came, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. This year, Hyuga Neji turned 6 years old and was about to leave his free-range upbringing and go to the Konoha Village Ninja School to become a glorious freshman, officially starting his Konoha Village Ninja education. Hyuga Neji did not refuse or resist this. Instead, I am full of confidence and curiosity. Oh yeah, there is one thing I have to mention, his Byakugan is already turned on. Me. Hyuga Neji. You haven't gone to school yet, open your Byakugan. However, because it was too shocking, it was not reported or shown to the family members. According to the Hyuga clan's chakra refining method, Hyuga Neji can refine 30 points of chakra each time, and after passing through the star core in his danshin, points will be returned. The training speed is 3 times that of the top genius, which is no different from eating tailed beast meat every day. As for becoming stronger, Hyuga Neji now has few choices. Yes, as a child, the only thing Hyuga Neji can do at present, besides training physical skills with his father Hyuga Hisashi day after day, is to refine chakra. With such a superior golden finger, he certainly would not slack off and would not waste every day to become stronger. From the day he learned the Hyuga clan's chakra training method, Hyuga Neji never gave up. Even if there were huge obstacles, even if he was dragging his heavy sick body, he would insist on completing the great circulation chakra refining technique once a day. Not to mention that he was in very good health. He had never suffered from a serious illness or even a cold. So after the 112th day, when his chakra count exceeded 1 point, Hyuga Neji suddenly felt that the world was different. It was like a piece of soil was suddenly gently pushed away from the originally smooth and empty land, and the next moment a tiny and fragile sprout trembled and drilled out. An instinct came from Hyuga Neji's heart. Countless gods, Buddhas, ghosts, monsters, and demons flashed through Hyuga Neji's mind. Of course, gods, Buddhas, ghosts, and monsters are just my own imagination. The chakra points have exceeded 1 point, and the chakra has begun its first qualitative change. At that time, Hyuga Neji was only 4.5 years old. It was a chakra refining practice that was no different from usual. When his chakra points reached 10,080 points, it was like a pot of boiling water, and the chakra in his body instantly rioted. Then it surged uncontrollably into the eyes of Hyuga Neji, who was covered and wrapped in layers of techniques that had the caged bird mark penetrating deep into his soul. Swish! Although I have never experienced it, when a sensory organ appeared out of nowhere in my eyes, I actually felt a sticky and blocked energy like mercury, which was born from the dark and resided in these pure white eyes. Hyuga Neji understood. Eye power. Instinct told me the name of this energy. Then, following the body's instincts, as usual, while the chakra was circulating in his body, Hyuga Neji suddenly had an idea and drew a trace of chakra into his Byakugan, and the resonance stimulated the pupil power in his eyes. I suddenly felt a tingling sensation in my eyes. It was like a big, clean hand reaching into my eye socket, grasping my eyeball without hesitation, and gently wiping away the dust on it. P.S. If there is any. On both sides of my cheeks, I could hear the sound of tendons vibrating the skin. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were already open. Originally, Hyuga Neji was thinking about following the Hyuga clan's training plan. After attending the ninja school, he would learn and continuously practice some special training moves developed by the Hyuga clan over thousands of years, and most importantly, take a large amount of secret medicine to open your eyes. But Hyuga Neji himself never expected that these steps would not be applicable at all. He hadn't even entered the ninja school yet, and while waiting for the years to pass, his Byakugan had already opened. The world opened by the Byakugan is indeed different. The Hyuga clan always calls themselves the strongest clan in Konoha, and there is a reason for that. When the Byakugan was opened, Neji Kusaka found that only a very small amount of chakra was consumed. Hyuga Neji, who has just mastered the Byakugan for the first time, is in a playful mood. These are X-ray eyes and telescopic eyes. Although it is not as good as the second brother of the seven gourd brothers who has the ability to see and hear from 1,000 miles away, it can still be considered as having the ability to see and hear from 1,000 miles away. Neji Kusaka did not go out that day. He stayed in his room with his eyes closed for most of the day. From time to time, he secretly opened a crack in the window to observe the Hyuga clan's territory in the distance. After a while, I stood at the other end of the huge room, shortened my visual distance with my eyes, and looked at the ants running on the ground on the other side of the room like a magnifying glass. After a while, he could see through the layers of buildings and walls and see the small animals running on the roadside within the tribe. However, all that can be seen are the clear outlines in black and white, and the chakra flowing in the veins of the body. After looking enough, Hyuga Neji felt his eyes slightly sore. Driven by instinct, Hyuga Neji closed his Byakugan. But what happened at that time shocked Hyuga Neji. I subconsciously noticed that my chakra number had changed for the first time in my daily life. Just now, he clearly remembered that the chakra number on his head was 10,080 points after training. But now there are only 10,070 points left. My own chakra suddenly decreased by 10 points. But, is that normal? After all, it takes chakra to keep the eyes open? It's the motor. Ma Saga. Hyuga Neji looked a little unhappy. Although these 10 points are not much, but after thinking about it carefully, Hyuga Neji sadly discovered that these 10 points of chakra lost were actually consumed during the period of maintaining the Byakugan. But it doesn't matter. It only consumes 10 chakra points. It will be back after a good sleep. Then it's just like ordinary ninjas, when releasing ninjutsu, which one does not consume chakra. This is a very normal thing. With a no mood in mind, Hyuga Neji ate and drank a lot to replenish himself, and then lay down to have a good rest for the day. As a result, after waking up the next day with full energy, the chakra number on his body made Hyuga Neji couldn't help but let out a wail. Still 10,070 points. His own chakra was permanently and irreversibly reduced by 10 points out of nowhere. No matter how much I sleep, I can't recover. That means he permanently lost 10 points of chakra. Hyuga Neji slapped himself in the face again for what he said. With a nervous mood, after the second day of chakra training, his chakra points increased by 2 again without any accidents. That means it increased by 10,070 points from 90 points to 10,160 points. Really, congenital leakage? Oh my god, it doesn't even restore mana? This is too bad, isn't it? Come on, aren't ninjas legendary melee mages? Without mana, what kind of mage is that? When fighting with others, every time Hyuga Neji released a ninjutsu with great momentum, his momentum would inevitably decrease by 1 point. Until the last drop is gone. Originally, Hyuga Neji thought that the Hyuga clan was too rigid in the original work and in the current world. There are obviously many gorgeous ninjutsu and sealing techniques with unpredictable power that can be learned, such as the Flying Thunder God technique that the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze is proud of. Shua Shua, flying around on the battlefield, taking the enemy's life in the palm of your hand. This. Hyuga Neji has been coveting this ninjutsu for a long time. But now I can only helplessly announce that I have given up, especially the path of ninjutsu. It's better to stick to the Hyuga clan's physical training style. However, as a member of the Hyuga clan, I don't need to use ninjutsu under normal circumstances. Look at the close combat. Hinata can easily press acupoints with the help of the Byakugan. He is simply invincible, okay? For offense, there is soft fist, for defense, there is turn the sky, and for long-range attack, there is medium and long-range attack, Bagua empty palm. It's simply invincible, okay? Hyuga Neji smiled bitterly and shook his head, covering his mouth with one hand. Wivu, this is the only way to comfort myself. Hyuga Neji could only paralyze himself and hypnotize himself, saying, adjust your mentality. Since the cool ninjutsu can't be played, then focus on developing Hyuga's physical skills and these Byakugan. What if there is a chance that the eyes could evolve into the Samsara eye? Hey, slurp. He wiped his saliva slightly. There are 3 legendary Ijutsu bloodline limits in this world. They are Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Byakugan. Among them, the Sharingan refers to the Manjiki Sharingan which becomes eternal after upgrading. And the Byakugan is most likely an upgraded version of the Samsara eye. Those are the eyes of Otsutsuki Hamura, and they are also the Byakugan bloodline limit that inherited Kaguya Hime's bloodline. After all, he was different from the indigenous Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan will prepare special eye drops to assist only the Byakugan. With a few drops and special massage techniques, it is possible to open the eyes in adolescence with the nourishment of chakra. I did not use any of the Hyuga clan's drugs for stimulation training. The main reason is that Hyuga Hisashi feels that Hyuga Neji is still young and needs to wait until he grows up. Moreover, there has never been any record in the history of the Hyuga clan that a member of the Hyuga clan had activated the bloodline limit Byakugan before the age of 4.5. The normal time for the Byakugan to be activated is when the Hyuga members are 7 or 8 years old. The Byakugan is activated due to the growth and development of the body and the stimulation of secret medicines over the years. The star core in the danshin in your body definitely has infinite possibilities. Although it never speaks, it is definitely considered a treasure in the universe. It's just Gold Finger, Hyuga Neji exclusive version. Oh my god! Which god or Buddha arranged this golden finger for me? Why didn't they give me an instruction manual? I have to figure out all the functions by myself. It really makes Neji-sama very worried. This is what happened when Hyuga Neji's chakra underwent its first qualitative change. It has only been 112 days since he started practicing, but his chakra has exceeded 1 points. As a result, he was able to open his eyes. After the first qualitative change of chakra, it seems that there is not much difference. Compared with the chakra before the qualitative change, it is still the same, being controlled in the body like an arm. But even if you can control it at will, it certainly cannot be placed outside the body surface. Chakra is an invisible energy. Only when it gathers together in large quantities can its color be seen by the outside world. Or only within the detection range of some special secret perception ninjutsu can the different colors of human chakra be detected. The most famous one is the Nine Tails chakra in the body of Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of the original work, which is full of brutality and ominousness. Not only the Nine Tails chakra, but almost all the tailed beasts' chakras are filled with violent red, blood-red color. Because for thousands of years, the nine-tailed beasts, who were supposed to live freely, have been in constant war and conflict with humans, accumulating a lot of betrayal and deception, which eventually turned into deep resentment, and the chakra was no longer warm. Then another famous one is Uchiha Shisui. His chakra color is green. This difference from the exclusive color of most people can be seen by the perception ninjas of the Hidden Mist village from thousands of meters away, using the captured Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The chakra in a normal person's body is usually blue. At this time, Hyuga Neji's thoughts began to wander. The chakra points in his danshin just exceeded 10,000 points, and a qualitative change was achieved. So what is the basis for this qualitative change of chakra? Did the chakra count exceed 1 points? Does this mean that every time the newly added chakra points exceed 1 points, there will be a qualitative change in chakra? Although he doesn't know what the qualitative change in chakra qualitative change means, Hyuga Neji doesn't have a clear feeling about it now. But there is no doubt that the so-called chakra transformation is a good thing. Hyuga Neji, who had read many fantasy novels in his previous life, suddenly had an idea. Is this qualitative change of chakra similar to the energy upgrade on the road of superpower evolution? The word qualitative change is very good and sounds nice. Hyuga Neji likes it very much. I generally feel that the more so-called qualitative changes there are, the more benefits there will be in the future. So Hyuga Neji grinned and thought with a smile. Well, this time when the chakra just exceeded 2 points, a qualitative change actually occurred. When the total chakra in the body reaches more than points, will there also be a qualitative change? Oh my god! If this continues, the amount of chakra added to my body will exceed 100 points every days. Doesn't that mean my chakra is constantly changing? If it keeps growing by, it won't be long before I become the new sage of 6 paths. So after that, Hyuga Neji liked practicing more every day. Soon another 112 days passed. However, this time, Hyuga Neji made the sad discovery that except for the fact that his internal chakra had doubled and reached a total of 20,000 points, there was no movement in his whole body. The information he obtained from the star core in his danshin was still that the current qualitative change of chakra only occurred once. It's just that the total amount of chakra on the head has become dots. Well, an old friend of Joe with a straight mustache and surname Lu once said, we young people should make bold assumptions and be careful to verify them. Therefore, Hyuga Neji combined the memories of his previous life and guessed that the second qualitative change might only occur when the chakra points exceeded 5 or 10. Because this conforms to the law of data. If you insist on asking Kyuzaka Neji to explain what the rule is, then Kyuzaka Neji can only pat his chest and tell you that this is a rule he just thought of. Otherwise, the person will be killed. Although there is no scientific basis, it is not groundless. This is a kind of trivial and sporadic information transmitted from the star core in the danshin in the haze. This star system is really too unintelligent. It is nothing like the other predecessors' systems that can speak and type. Star core, I am just a broken stone without any emotion. Arrogant.jpg. However, considering that it could improve his cultivation progress and triple his cultivation speed, Kyuzaka Neji generously forgave it. So, I closed my eyes and opened them again. 2 years have passed. Konoha 56 years. After these 2 years, Hyuga Neji has grown 2 years older. This is really cause for celebration. It just so happens that today the sun is shining, the sky is cloudless and the breeze is not dry. It's a good time to start school. Today is the annual entrance ceremony for new students of the ninja school in the Hidden Leaf Village. Look, from a distance, the gate of the ninja school has become lively since the dawn. Families from all over Konoha village come out, and parents from civilian families send their children to the new student registration office with hope. Looking forward to becoming an excellent person and inheriting the will of the third Hokage, is to become a powerful ninja who inherited the will of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And what about the major ninja clans? Basically, the children of the ninja clan have been tested in advance in their own clan using a set of methods passed down through research by their own clan. Can it be tested more accurately whether a family member can become a ninja? Of course, with the cultivation of expensive secret medicines and the chakra refining technique that the family teaches 2 years in advance, which is usually when the children are 4 years old, basically most of the children of the ninja clan can become ninjas. It's just a matter of what achievements can be achieved before future potential is exhausted. But the potential will be exhausted and the final achievement will be achieved. That is still too far away and we can only wait and see in the future. As the saying goes, whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a ride. The same goes for ninjas. No matter how amazing they were when they were little, how rare they were, how they were the best in the ninja world, or how they were the sage of the 6 paths. What level of ninja you can become when you grow up is the most important thing. And the last one can also become a land immortal. For example, the leader of the 3 ninjas of Konoha who is now wandering outside the village, Lord Jiraiya, the crazy demon. When he was a child, he was laughed at by countless people and was called the last one. However, he accidentally entered Miyaboku Mountain, one of the 3 major spiritual holy places, and successfully practiced the magic. In the end, he succeeded. As a result, his strength suddenly increased and he became the leader of the 3 major ninjas of Konoha, dominating the entire ninja world. What the ninja world lacks the least is geniuses, especially young geniuses. And our little hero, Hyuga Neji, is undoubtedly a genius. Because he has successfully refined chakra for 2 years. However, what made Hyuga Neji a little disappointed was that he did not experience the second qualitative change of chakra as originally imagined. At present, after more than 2 years and 2 months of practicing chakra refining techniques, Hyuga Neji has accumulated 68,020 points of chakra in his danshin. He should have accumulated more, but during this period he occasionally opened his Byakugan to familiarize himself with his bloodline limit. You can't just keep using it until you're on a life and death battlefield and then start opening your eyes, right? Don't give up eating because of choking. It has to be used when necessary. But you still have to use the roll your eyes secretly. Otherwise, if it is discovered, it will cause a sensation. As for the fact that everyone praised him as a genius, Hyuga Neji crossed his arms and said, "Thank you, but please don't worry about that. It's just a false reputation among the masses, and it does not do Hyuga Neji any good at all. It would be better if everyone gave themselves some money. But, it's a pity that I joined the Hyuga clan, a clan that doesn't worry about money." Since Hyuga Neji is exactly 1 year older than the current heirs of the main ninja clan of Konoha village, he is destined not to meet the other 12 strongest ninjas of Konoha in this generation. Moreover, the Uchiha clan in the village was being suppressed more and more severely. The existence of the guard department that manages Konoha's security should be very obvious. Maybe it is also related to the fact that I am a otaku, so I have almost no impression of it. Has the Uchiha clan already started to govern itself? But the other 2 of his destined teammates are the same age. He saw them from afar at today's freshman registration meeting. "Come on, Neji and I-san. I'll come to school next year so we can go to and from school together." A soft but light-hearted little girl's voice sounded. "This is Hyuga Hinata." Hyuga Neji looked at the bright number above Hyuga Hinata's head and couldn't help but smack his lips. It's so scary. Because Hinata Hyuga did not start refining chakra until after her 4th birthday, Hinata Hyuga, who has fully released her potential as a glutton, has a really good physique. After being fed with all kinds of rare treasures and high-energy and nutritious foods by Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata brought out her natural talent as a big eater to the fullest. During the growth period, humans have a very remarkable characteristic: as long as they eat, they will grow. Of course, in this case, the nutrition is sufficient, and vegetables, vitamins and minerals are also essential. If I ate instant noodles every day when I was growing up, I would cook them in the morning, eat them dry at noon, and soak them in water at night. Hehe, in 3 months, hair follicles are permanently exhausted. The hair on his head fell out in clumps, revealing a bald scalp. It's hard to find a wife. It will cost tens of thousands of dollars to adjust it properly. So, if you eat well and are full, you will grow. Whether it is growing fat, growing muscles, or growing bones, as long as you eat, you will grow, if it is under normal circumstances. The main branch of the Hyuga clan doesn't have much else. If you ask Hyuga Hayashi to take out the many high-level forbidden techniques in the sealed book hidden in the cabinet in the Hokage's office, Hyuga Hayashi won't be able to do it. But if you compare money and food, it's a joke. At present, in the entire Konoha village, no family can compare to the financial strength of the Hyuga family. The amount of disposable wealth per capita is simply off the charts. Even though the Sarutobi clan has become fat due to the overt and covert policies of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they only have a large population and the ninjas they have trained are mostly middle and lower level ninjas. Of course, the accumulated wealth of the entire Sarutobi clan is the largest. Although the Sarutobi clan also has a lot of wealth, it is managed and distributed uniformly within the clan. We cannot gather all these wealth together to cultivate one or a few people. The Hyuga clan is different. Especially the Hyuga clan, the resources of the entire Hyuga clan are controlled by Hyuga Hayashi, and can be used to train Hyuga Hinata alone. Because the other Hyuga clans have now reached the peak of their strength like Hyuga Hayashi, or they no longer need to constantly replenish these treasures. In addition, there are members of the Hyuga clan who have entered old age, such as Hyuga Yu, and do not really need to be fed with rare treasures. For the elderly, they just need to fight less, do less strenuous exercise, and maintain a cheerful mood to live a long life. So with the help of various internal and external conditions, Hyuga Hinata actually succeeded in practicing the Hyuga clan's chakra training method perfectly. The effect is also the theoretical maximum value, 30 points. By refining chakra every day, Hinata Hyuga can increase her chakra by 30 points. The chakra is stored in her danshin and circulated in her meridians. Theoretical value. It has become the actual value. Not yet started. This is already considered very strong. Not everyone has the golden finger to cheat like Hyuga Neji. Can people with cheats compare with ordinary people? If ordinary people can catch up with people who use cheats, then is it necessary to use cheats? However, Hinata Hyuga's use of chakra is different from Neji Hyuga's chakra. Hyuga Hinata is an orthodox ninja native. After her chakra is used up, she can take a nap or rest, or even eat a secret food pill made by the Akimichi clan, and she will recover. However, after conducting many experiments, Hyuga Neji sadly discovered that the value of his chakra could only be supplemented and increased through his own chakra refining technique. That is to say, no matter whether his chakra is 100 points, 1000 points, or 1 points, as long as he uses, for example, 10 points of chakra today, then he will lose these 10 points permanently. No matter how much I slept for 1 day, 2 days, or 10 days, I couldn't make up for it. No matter how much natural treasures I ate, I couldn't make up for it, not even the special military pills made by the Akimichi clan. The only way is to perform another large cycle of chakra refinement the next day to increase the chakra by an unshakable 90 points. Hinata Hyuga can recover a lot of chakra by just taking a rest. If you eat enough and have a good sleep, you will be fully refreshed and your chakra will be back to its peak when you wake up the next day. There is no comparison. There is no comparison. Then will Hyuga Neji be replaced? Hehe, no. With the rapid growth of chakra and mutual nourishment, Hyuga Hinata's physique also became superb. For her, practicing the soft fist technique and various secret physical techniques passed down from generation to generation in the Hyuga family was simply a piece of cake and she could do it with ease. Anyway, he is much stronger than Hinata Hayashi when he was a child. This is the conclusion reached by both Hyuga Hayashi himself and Hyuga Tsuki, the elder of the Hyuga clan who is in charge of supervising teaching, after their analysis. In the eyes of Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Neji, the child born one step ahead of his younger brother Hyuga Hisashi, is also very powerful. Even the most demanding person would have to pat his chest and say that he is the best choice. But he still can't compare to his beloved daughter Hinata Hyuga, who is growing up visibly right under his nose. The most important point is that according to Hayashi Hyuga's observation and perception, the amount of chakra in Hyuga Neji's body was cultivated half a year earlier than that of his beloved daughter Hyuga Hinata, but his chakra accumulation speed was not as fast as Hinata's. It seemed that Hinata's chakra amount was enough to leave Neji behind by a distance on the Konoha street. Converted into Hyuga Neji's classification standard, the situation is like this: in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes, Hyuga Neji practices one chakra cycle every day, and the chakra in his body only increases by 20 points. Hinata Hyuga practices a chakra great circulation every day, and the chakra in her body increases by 30 points. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata wins. Hyuga Hayashi's perspective. That's because Hyuga Neji sealed most of his chakra in the star core within his danshin. Anyway, in the core of the star, the mind can move as it pleases. You can take out the chakra whenever you want. The star core is the best sealing technique to hide his strength. Before his strength reached a certain level, Hinata had no intention of revealing his huge amount of chakra and his astonishing training speed, which was 3 times faster than that of a theoretical genius. Otherwise, Hyuga Neji is even more curious than his bloodline limit. Bloodline limits are limited by bloodline factors. However, the training speed and chakra amount obviously cannot be explained by just one bloodline limit. What if it can be popularized and other people can gain similar abilities? Such a weak creature, not even a ninja. And the material with great scientific research value will definitely be targeted by some black-hearted ninjas in Konoha village. Even if Hyuga Neji is used as an experimental specimen for anatomical research, if he is accidentally exposed to sunlight during the process, it may not make things better. Because even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would agree to research this ability. Otherwise, where did that huge sealed book in the cabinet in the Hokage's office contain the forbidden techniques? Did he spend 100 taels of silver to buy it in a package at the vegetable market? It's just that the means may be relatively mild, and the original dissection until death has become continuous dissection. Afterwards, he will be kept alive by using rare treasures from the earth, and will be kept under close surveillance. Under such circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for Hyuga Neji to go to school like a normal ninja, improve his strength, and become a powerful ninja who controls his own destiny. Therefore, before he truly gained the strength to control his own destiny, Hyuga Neji did not intend to be too outstanding. He just needed to maintain the title of normal level of branch family genius. Hearing Hinata Hyuga's words with sparkling eyes, Hyuga Neji smiled and touched the head of Hinata Hyuga, who was shorter than him, and said with a smile, "Then let's do it together next year." "Haha, Neji. Good morning, oh. And Hinata too." A playful girl with 2 buns on her hair came trotting over. Not far behind them, a pair of ordinary-looking, plain-clothed businessmen followed. "Good morning to you too, Tenten," Hyuga Neji said gently. "Uncle and aunt too, good morning." "Good morning, Master Neji." Tenten's parents had bright smiles on their faces. Looking at Hyuga Neji from head to toe and from toe to head, his long black hair hung down softly from his head, and a training bandage covered his forehead, which made him look even more fierce. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, is taller than his peers, has pure and flawless Byakuyan, and is dressed in the black and white classical Hyuga training uniform. He exudes a powerful aura and youthful vitality far beyond that of ordinary people. Seeing the satisfaction in his parents' eyes that they couldn't suppress no matter how hard they tried, Tian felt his face flushed. "Oh. Mom and Dad, please go back to the store and take care of it. I'm fine." Noticing their daughter's shyness, Tenten's parents were also very understanding. Where Hyuga Neji couldn't see, they winked at Tenten mischievously, then became friendly again and turned around to say goodbye to Hyuga Neji. "Master Neji, I'll leave the day to you. Don't worry, we'll go back to look after the store first. Come over and play anytime." Tian was embarrassed and quickly pushed his parents away. "What are you talking about? There are customers in the store, let's go." Hyuga Neji kept smiling and bowed to say goodbye. Since they unexpectedly met Tian 2 years ago, these 3 people have often gotten together to carry out activities. Because they were basically the same age, and none of them had weird personalities, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, and Tenten easily became good friends. From time to time, Hyuga Neji would call Hyuga Hinata and Tenten, and the 3 of them would go to Konoha village to visit shops, have meals, etc., to cultivate the friendship of the children. Hehe, if you want to take it a step further, that's something you can only do after you grow up. Hyuga Neji is still young, and he is too young to do anything too outrageous. Attention, freshmen! This year's freshman entrance exam requires 2 tests. After passing the tests, you can enter the ninja school and learn how to become a ninja. Hyuga Neji and Tenten nodded to Hyuga Hinata and their branch family elders, and then ran in the direction of the teacher. Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Hayashi recently left the village to visit the Kagaya clan in the Hidden Mist village. So unfortunately, his parents did not come to watch Hyuga Neji's admission as a new student. However, Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Iko are absolutely confident about the level of their son. Just sprinkle some water, it's a piece of cake. A teacher from a ninja school dressed in a Chunin uniform, holding a few small flags in his hands, was directing a group of children of varying heights, weights, and bodies to line up, and then led them neatly into the school playground. The first item is to measure physical fitness. Then the Chunin teacher in charge of the review explained a few simple rules and announced the start of the assessment. Everyone, from now on, run 20 laps around the playground. Those who fail to finish will be eliminated. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was shocked. What? The 6-year-old children, who were naturally lively, suddenly cried for their parents. After all, the playground is so big, 1 lap is about 400 meters, so running 20 laps? That means running 8 kilometers in one breath. The key is definitely not to run these 8 kilometers slowly. However, this is also one of the basic requirements for becoming a ninja. To become a ninja you must have a strong physique. Didn't you see the leader of the Kurama clan in front of you? He came with Kurama Yakumo, who had awakened his bloodline limit, to sign up, but he was panting and coughing before he had taken a few steps. His physique is too weak, and he obviously cannot enter the ninja school to become a ninja. So the members of the Kurama clan carried Kurama Yakumo back to the clan without any concern. Okay, stop making noise, get in position, and get ready to run. As the teacher in charge of the freshmen pulled the trigger of the signal gun in his hand and gave an order, the little children who were originally crying for their parents also rushed out without thinking. Hyuga Neji, of course, took the lead. What a joke! He is cheating. Hyuga Neji didn't need to use his full strength, but he was a Hyuga genius with more than 6 chakra points in his body. For him, outrunning these 6-year-old children was a piece of cake. Damn it, why are you running so fast? He's got all the limelight, I'll overtake you. Some children who are unable to recognize reality even treat this assessment as a competitive game. He ran as hard as he could from the beginning, trying to overtake Hyuga Neji, who was leading the way. He ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint in the 8-kilometer long-distance race. In the end, Hyuga Neji just expressed his apologies. My speed also increased, always one body length ahead of the second place. It seems that none of you are the kind of genius who will explode in the future. Kyuzaki Neji tilted his head slightly and sneered at the little boy who was sprinting 100 meters behind him with a red face and holding his breath. Then, without looking back, he strode away and left it far behind. Seeing Hyuga Neji, who was far away from them, the unknown ninja boys who were originally full of confidence collapsed. They cried, their breathing was disordered, and they suddenly started coughing violently. Then the gradually panicked crowd stopped walking and sat down on the ground and cried loudly, "Ah! Ah! Genius? I've met many people who are geniuses. But the genius can only keep up and just stand in front of me." The 20 laps were over very quickly, and in the end, Kyuzaki Neji won the first place in the physical fitness test of this year's freshman entrance examination without any suspense. Next is the second test. Hyuga Neji thought the second item was some kind of test, but it turned out to be just a simple literacy test. In other words, after passing the first level, you are basically stable. The first stage mainly depends on the child's physical condition. The body is the capital of revolution. The body is the most important thing for a ninja, and it is also the most important reliance for general ninjas. It is worth noting that during this entrance examination, Neji Hyuga saw his teammate in the original work, Rock Lee. Rock Lee doesn't run fast. Although he is praised by Might Guy as a hard-working genius, his talent and potential are obviously limited compared to Might Guy. He ran out of breath today. In fact, at this moment, Rock Lee had a dull look on his face, with medium long hair that had not been taken care of or trimmed for a long time. It was very difficult, relying solely on my physical strength, and I just managed to finish all 20 laps. Then Rock Lee lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Because he is not good at socializing, Rock Lee is alone and does not go to crowded places to join in the fun. Hyuga Neji walked over and handed over a bottle of water. "I noticed you have strong willpower. You must be exhausted, right? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hyuga Neji, what's yours?" Rock Lee, who was originally very unconfident, lay on the ground and adjusted his breathing. I actually heard someone talking to me. So he quickly opened his eyes and looked up. God! It turned out to be Hyuga Neji, the genius of the Hyuga branch family, who had just won first place in the physical fitness test with his undoubted strength and overwhelming strength. He actually greeted me and handed me a bottle of water? Rock Lee trembled all over, and jumped up to shake off his fatigue. He did a somersault, and all his fatigue was gone. His face flushed with excitement, and he stammered, my name is Rock Lee, please give me your guidance." Finally, he bowed fiercely. The waist should be level with the ground at a 90-degree angle. Hey, you're exaggerating." Hinata Neji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Rock Lee was very compatible with Might Guy in the original work. He exuded the burning youthful heat and was a very talented and hard-working ninja genius. "Hey! Neji, you ran so fast just now, come and have a drink." Tenten shyly handed over the fragrant green apple-scented drink she had just bought from the canteen to Hyuga Neji. "Thank you, Tenten." Hyuga Neji of course prefers drinking beverages rather than mineral water. After all, drinks can replenish sugar. Hyuga Neji raised his eyes and looked at his friend, Tenten. The numbers on this beautiful girl's body have also been revealed. But, not high. 900 points. Tenten, have you started practicing chakra refining techniques? How long have you been practicing? Hyuga Neji asked casually. How amazing! How did you find out? I've just been practicing for 2 months. The chakra refining technique I'm practicing is the one my parents bought from a noble in Kyoto, the land of fire. I heard this impoverished noble boast that it's top-notch stuff. Tenten looked at Hyuga Neji in surprise, but still responded without reservation. Because it is basically impossible to tell whether a ninja has practiced and refined chakra in the early stages of their careers. Unless they use perception ninjutsu and touch the entity with their hands, they can roughly detect whether they have started practicing. 900 points, 2 months is about 60 days? 900 divided by 60 equals 15. In other words, if you perform the chakra refining technique every day and perform a large cycle every day, you can probably refine 15 points of chakra. In the ninja world, the general level of chakra refining technique, according to Hyuga Ningji's investigation, can refine about 10 points of chakra a day. This is basically the chakra refining technique commonly used by the civilian class. If you can refine 15 points of chakra a day, it will be comparable to the chakra refining skills of some weak ninja clans. This is still a secret that is not passed on. After all, the training speed is increased by 50% compared to the most basic version. Then Tianation's parents must have spent a lot of money to buy her this chakra extraction technique. Although Hyuga Niji wanted to share his chakra refining technique with Tenten, unfortunately, it was obviously impossible. First of all, the Hyuga clan would not agree to pass on the chakra refining technique that they treasured as their inheritance to outsiders. Secondly, each exclusive chakra refining technique actually has a customized practice method and special secret medicine configuration to assist in its completion. And the most important thing is the special secret medicine that assists in cultivation. The raw materials for this secret medicine are extremely expensive, the preparation process is extremely complicated, and the production efficiency is not high. Only a wealthy ninja clan like the Hyuga clan can afford it. Even for other smaller ninja clans, their auxiliary secret medicines were considered secret and not to be passed down. It took countless generations of ninjas and countless amounts of money to research and develop them. It's a pity that Hyuga Niji can't share it with Tenten. This secret medicine is firmly controlled by the Hyuga family, and I can only get an exclusive quota. However, in the original work, Tian relied on this ordinary chakra refining technique and reached the level of a senior ninja. I also walked out of my own way. Niji Hyuga felt that Tenten's summoning technique combined with the sealing scroll could be further developed and might even reach the level of the animal path among Pain's 6 paths. If one possesses moves and combat endurance comparable to those of the animal realm, that level of realm would allow one to become a powerful warrior who can stand on his own even on a real battlefield. What about Rock Lee standing next to him? Hyuga Ningji observed it and was surprised to find that there were only dozens of chakra points in his body. Yes, Rock Lee was still a civilian at that time and had not yet practiced chakra in advance. The family is of ordinary people and their nutrition is average. Anyway, it is unlikely that they can eat those rare treasures from heaven and earth. That is, after attending the ninja school, he used the chakra training techniques used by most civilian ninjas. It did not require any secret medicine, and of course the effect was very poor. But Rock Lee's talent does not lie in chakra. He only needs to practice ninjutsu and open the chakra under the 8 gates hidden in his body. Just like Konoha's strongest physical ninja, elite Jonin Might Guy, the enemy usually would not find anything special about him, because he has very little chakra. The life energy of his body that he grew through hard training has sunk deep into his cells, giving people the illusion that the chakra is not flowing but rather is still. Little do people know that the energy released from this transition from extreme stillness to extreme movement is truly astonishing. What a contrast! Soon, all the new student admission procedures were completed, and the parents and friends who had been waiting so hard went back with peace of mind. Most. After all, there are still some children who are eliminated due to physical reasons. However, the respected second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was considerate and would not let the villagers of Konoha village end their ninja career because of their failure in this assessment. You are also allowed to take the exam again next year. A total of 120 new students were admitted this time, divided evenly into 3 classes, with 40 students in each class. Hyuga Niji took a rough look and found that there were children of the right age in all the major families. Except for myself, everyone else is just an ordinary person. Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee and Tenten were all assigned to Class 1, First Grade Class 1. I didn't expect that even after being reborn, I would still have to go to the first grade. I've become a cute elementary school student again. Hyuga Niji thought to himself, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Everyone, pay attention. Great news! Today, our respected ninja school principal, the most powerful Hokage in history, the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, has taken time out of his busy schedule to come to our ninja school and has something to say to all the new students. Wow! Sandaime Sama Hokage! I'm screaming. Wong wong wong! In an instant, the whole venue became boiling with excitement. Under the guidance of the teachers, everyone lined up and looked at the temporary podium in front of them with enthusiasm. Shoo! A figure suddenly appeared on the podium, and the red and white Hokage robe fluttered in the breeze. A smiling old man, not tall, a little over 1.6 meters? Because he was leaning forward slightly, Hyuga Neji felt that he might be just 1.6 meters tall. With his face full of wrinkles and pale hair, he doesn't look at all like the powerful aura that allowed him to become the third Hokage by stepping on the corpses of millions of ninjas. However, there is a bright number on the old man's head, which declares his identity self-evidently. It is definitely real gold. 15 points. This is the one with the largest amount of chakra among all the powerful ninjas that Hyuga Neji has observed so far. What's more, unlike other elite jonin, the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is old enough to be the father of all the ninja family leaders. Sarutobi Hiruzen, born 8 years before Konoha. Until this year, the life expectancy was as high as 64 years. At such an old age, without immortal blood and without undergoing biochemical transformation, his body functions are at least half weakened. Even now, with his declining strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still invincible in Konoha village. Only then will he be able to shoulder the heavy burden of Konoha village once again, continue to shine as the Hokage, and turn into the sun to illuminate the entire village. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will never cease. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. After a long speech, Sarutobi Hiruzen ended it by using the will of fire that came to him right away. Hokage-sama is so handsome. The corner of Hyuga Neji's mouth twitched. Is an old man in his 60s really handsome? I also want to become Hokage, it's so awesome. Another little kid swore. Hyuga Neji deadpanned, if you can't make an impression on my face, you can't become Hokage. Looking with satisfaction at the children below who were excited because of his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as cool as if he had drunk a glass of iced cola in the middle of summer. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen is a real person with his own joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. He is not a saint radiating golden light. By saying this to the new students every year, the village will gradually eliminate the barriers between clans and common people, and they will become one family. It's just that it might take a long time. Waving his hand with a smile, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said goodbye to everyone with a smile. I glanced around casually, and there didn't seem to be anything good. Well, I heard that the kid from the Hyuga branch family is very talented, so we should pay special attention to him. Then disappeared. The teachers at the ninja school followed the procedures and took the 120 children back to their respective classes. Looking at the classmates who seemed to be immersed in the will of fire and were chattering excitedly in the classroom, Hyuga Neji felt a different feeling in his heart. In this world, it is all about fighting back and forth, and there is no culture. Any ninja with a little idea of his own who comes up with a theory will be immediately regarded as a golden rule. If he were to travel back to his primary school days in his previous life, he would definitely study hard, buy more Bitcoin and stocks of major new energy companies, and achieve financial freedom. Hello everyone, my name is Fujiwara Daiki, and I am the homeroom teacher of grade 1 class 6. I hope we can spend the next 6 years happily. When the years are over, I hope everyone can graduate smoothly and become an independent ninja. There have been no major conflicts or wars in the ninja world in recent years, so the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also promptly adjusted the teaching focus of the ninja school, extended the graduation time for the students of the ninja school, and restored the 6-year study. A Konoha Chunin who looked ordinary but naturally friendly walked up to the podium and spoke to everyone. We were all compatriots scattered throughout this huge village. Now that we have the good fortune to be together and form a class, let's get to know each other. Now let's start introducing ourselves. Of course, I'll start. Everyone else can just follow my introduction format and introduce yourselves. Upon hearing the self-introductions, the young men and women instantly came back to their senses from the will of fire, and were eager to try, ready to rush to the podium to show themselves. So Fujiwara Daiki said with a smile, my name is Fujiwara Daiki, I am 31 years old this year, I like sweets, especially the red bean dumplings in the commercial street, they are very delicious. What I hate is spicy dumplings. I think dumplings sprinkled with seaweed and chili are not authentic dumplings. I welcome people of insight to criticize me in a friendly way. My dream is to be like the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and to teach a powerful ninja like the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Hey! The goal you set for yourself is quite high. That's right. After all, my class is the top class among the 3 classes. I definitely can't let go of those old teachers who are taking advantage of the situation and have no vitality. Neji Kyuzaka looked at the bright chakra numbers on the wooden head of his homeroom teacher Fujiwara on the podium. Point. Based on the basic divisions that Hyuga Neji has observed for so many years, he can already clearly know the approximate strength divisions of ninjas. When the chakra exceeds 2000 points, one becomes a qualified genin. At this time, this genin could only perform a few simple ninjutsu, which were still D or E level. When the chakra exceeds 2 points, one becomes a chunin. Of course, only those chunins who meet the standards in terms of chakra volume, after systematic learning and supplementing their ability to command a team in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, can take on the responsibility of captain of a genin team and lead the rookie genins to undertake missions. If the chakra points exceed 7, one is a top ninja, and the jonin of Konoha village can reach this level. If at this level, one can master multiple chakra ninjutsu, as well as some changes in chakra properties or forms, he can become a powerful jonin. It seems that this cheap head teacher of my class is no slouch. In terms of strength among the chunin level, he is already considered a relatively strong individual, and he might even be an elite chunin. Wow! It is obvious that in this class where Hyuga Neji is in, there are no naughty kids like Uzumaki Naruto and Inyazuka Kaiba in the next class. So everyone heard that their homeroom teacher would be with them for the next 6 years, and that his dream was to train 3 powerful apprentices with the strength of a cage, just like the great Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. So they all expressed their inner surprise in a just right way. Red bean dumplings? Come to think of it, Hyuga Neji hasn't eaten it many times yet. But the taste is truly unforgettable. In this deformed ninja world, even the food is deformed. The food may seem ordinary and inexpensive, but it tastes really good. My name is Sarutobi Jiro. I come from the great Sarutobi clan. What I like most is practicing the fire-style ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation. What I hate most is being too weak and bringing shame to the family. My dream is to become as strong as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan leader. A student with ordinary appearance was the first to stand up and speak. Of course, it was not because he was a member of the Sarutobi clan that he was allowed to speak first. It was because he simply sat in the first seat. Hyuga Neji smiled. That's right, it was Hyuga Neji with a smile on his face. Of course, the head teacher Fujiwara Deki on the podium also revealed admiration in his eyes. This dream is very bright, great, and upright. It's a very good dream. Okay, let's invite the next student. A little kid with a lollipop in his mouth and a sniffling nose stood up and said embarrassedly. My name is Katsuragi. My favorite thing is to eat the village's Ichiraku ramen, the most luxurious version. The thing I hate the most is eating instant noodles, because I think instant noodles are not very healthy. My dream is to become a great Hokage like the Sandaime Hokage. It was a standard speech by a supporting character. After saying all this, Hyuga Neji looked at the classmate who stood up and couldn't even remember what he looked like. And, hey, another one who became Hokage. If your dream is to become Hokage, why do you want to become the Sandaime Hokage? Wouldn't it be nice for you to become the first Hokage? Obviously the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is stronger. The subsequent development is more in line with the original work. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has ruled the Hidden Leaf Village for decades, having come to power twice. He has made the position of Hokage a part of his life. The influence permeates every aspect of Konoha village, and everyone is affected by it silently. So basically, for the boys and girls who stood up, apart from having different likes and dislikes, basically 90% of them, without exception, dream of becoming a Hokage. Soon it was the turn of Hinata-san who was sitting in the last row. Of course, Hyuga Neji sat in the last row by the window. This is the position of the protagonist in the anime. The protagonists of 50 out of 45 Japanese anime sit in this position. This is the chosen position. With the blessing of the entire plane's luck, Hyuga Neji is the best choice. He has a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, long, soft black hair, and wears a luxurious black and white robe. He looks like a handsome young man who has traveled through time from ancient times. A training bandage made of ordinary material was casually tied on his forehead. Fujiwara no Oki felt a chill in his heart. This is... He knew that beneath this ordinary bandage was the fate of every Hyuga branch, the caged bird curse seal. Fujiwara no Oki was once fortunate enough to become friends with a Hyuga clan ninja who had been his partner in missions together. I saw this curse when I was communicating with my companions. The pattern is dark green, giving it a mysterious and uncomfortable feeling. During Fujiwara no Oki's ninja career, almost all the Hyuga branches he met had very extreme personalities in their childhood. Even the unruly Uchiha clan is somewhat incomparable. Only when they reach adulthood and succumb to their fate, will they become like normal people. In his class, there is this genius of the Hyuga clan. To be frank, this is the star student who has been specially asked to be taken care of by the Hyuga clan leader, Lord Hyuga Hayashi, and the principal of the ninja school, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. For this little genius from the Hyuga branch family, the first step is to show him unlimited care and love and cultivate a bond with him. Let him not be so pessimistic about life and afraid to resist fate, thus entering an extreme mental state. My name is Hyuga Neji. My favorite thing is the same as that Katsuragi classmate just now, tasting the latest Ichiraku ramen. What I hate the most, well, I haven't thought of it yet. As for my dream, I want to study hard, make progress every day, support and shoulder the revival and development of the next generation of Konoha village, and contribute to the will of fire. Fujiwara Oki was shocked. He was not shocked by Hyuga Neji's dream, he was shocked by Hyuga Neji's attitude. It wasn't obvious when Hyuga Neji didn't speak. Although he looks a bit elegant and gentlemanly, this aura is cultivated by a young man from a wealthy family since childhood, which can only mean that he has received a good education and training. It may not be what he really thinks in his heart. After all, many upper-class men and women who appear to be elegant and dignified can also commit absurd and unimaginable crimes. But when Hyuga Neji opened his mouth, Fujiwara Deki felt it deeply from his pure white eyes and the leisurely conversation. And he had many years of teaching experience and a natural teaching intuition. He knew that Hyuga Neji was not covering up and lying, but really thought so. Strange. Hyuga Neji was not like the young man from the Hyuga branch family whom he had met before. His heart was filled with extremism and indignation, which made him feel distorted by order and disorder. The kind that seems to abide by etiquette, but will suddenly explode in the next moment. Cannot control. He took an elusive action as if he wished he could end his life at the next moment, so as to fundamentally get rid of the damn caged bird curse on his forehead. What a unique boy! Fujiwara Deki thought happily in his heart that it seemed that the starting point of these 6 years was much better than the last time. Who wouldn't want to save trouble if it could save trouble? No one wants to communicate with a troublesome child, even if he has his own difficulties. As everyone continued to applaud excitedly, Hyuga Neji sat down leisurely. To the right of Hyuga Neji is Tenten. This little girl with 2 cute buns is wearing a tailor-made ancient Chinese robe today, which makes her look youthful, lively and fresh. Tian stood up with a hint of blush on her face. She was a little shy, but then she became generous and said excitedly, "My name is Tian. My family runs a ninja tool store in the commercial street of Konoha village. If you need any, you are welcome to buy related ninja tools from my store. I will give you 8% off." Wow! Really? That's great, Tenten. Tian, you are so kind. Wow, isn't this generous? How does it have anything to do with kindness? Oh, so kind and generous. As soon as Tian finished speaking, he immediately attracted the favor of the whole class. After all, except for a few extremely wealthy ninjas from powerful families, most people are short of money. The farming tools used by farmers are called farm tools. The tools used by craftsmen are called tools. Ninja, for ninjas, ninja tools are their most consuming and serious things. But ninja tools are also essential items that can protect ninjas. In the absence of chakra, or when it is inconvenient to use chakra to release ninjutsu in combat, it is even possible to achieve a comeback by using various normal ninja tools for close combat. As strong as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, fought against the Asura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, causing the earth to shake, mountains to shift, and rivers to change their courses. But in the end, Uchiha Madara was still stabbed by Hashirama Senju with a sword, which made him feel cold and sad in the middle of summer. In the end, both of them had no chakra left, and since they were all decent people, they didn't need to attack with their mouths, teeth, and nails. What's the difference between that and animals? Many psychic beasts fight with tooth and claw, are you polite? So in this case, the ninjas have to spend a lot of money on ninja tools with the rewards they have worked so hard to earn. You have to buy ninja tools made of the best material within your means. Otherwise, when the fight comes to a life and death moment, if your kunai breaks, you will really have to die with a smile. And if you have a classmate who owns a ninja tool store, if you go to buy things in his store, there is no doubt that you will not be cheated. After all, we still have to live together for the next 6 years. If she screwed over everyone in the class in the first year, she would be ostracized to death in the next 6 years. So everyone instantly believed what Tian Tian said. If they went to Tianation's store, they would definitely get a discount based on the market price. Use the money you save to have a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, isn't it delicious? Then I thought of the delicious ramen, and the students applauded even more vigorously. The noise was so loud that Tian Tian couldn't speak. So Fujiwara Daiki on the podium put down his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then the applause gradually became smaller and finally quiet. Thank you, beautiful, lovely and kind-hearted little Tian Tian. If you have the chance in the future, please go to my classmate's store and show your support. Okay, let's continue, said Fujiwara Oaki with a smile. He also needs ninja tools. Because Fujiwara no Oki is also an elite chunin. In addition to being responsible for teaching at the ninja school on a daily basis, sometimes, teachers also have to go out to earn extra money. When I want to earn some extra money, I'll go to the Hokage-sama and get the appropriate mission. After all, there are some tasks that can be completed along the way. For example, escorting a caravan back to Kyoto, the land of fire, and by the way, going to Kyoto, the land of fire to purchase some things that are usually difficult to buy in Konoha village. For general missions, Chunin is the highest level of ninja that can be hired. Moreover, Chunin can fully cope with most emergencies. You know, just outside the Konoha village, if you know a ninjutsu, you can form a gang, occupy the mountain and become the king, bully men and women, and live a very free and easy life. It's just that there is a small risk that one day you might be killed by a ninja with higher power, which is not worth mentioning. Earning extra money is a very easy thing. I can travel and earn money at the same time. It's so wonderful. However, you may encounter some dangers on the road, which may not be people, but may be ferocious beasts or poisonous insects, which will consume some ninja tools and medicines. And the quantity is quite large, and it costs a lot of money to resupply it. So Fujiwara Daiki was very happy after hearing what Tenten said. After all, he was Tenten's class teacher, hehe. Then you have to give a bigger discount than other students. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Tian Tian was also surprised. This is what my parents specifically told me before I went to school. I must tell my classmates. After passing the entrance examination, Tian Tian thought about this matter and mentioned it casually when introducing himself. I didn't expect to receive everyone's kindness unexpectedly. So Tian Tian continued to say the following words even more happily. What I like most is studying all kinds of ninja tools. I think they are full of alternative charm. What I hate most is ninjas who don't take good care of their ninja tools. After all, every piece of ninja tool contains the hard work of the craftsman who made it. My dream is to become a powerful female ninja like Lady Tsunade, to be respected and realize my own value. Clap 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 clap. This is not someone slapping you in the face. Nor is it the joyful sound of climbing a mountain that some occasions produce. That's right, my friend, applause. It was arguably the loudest applause that had ever been heard since I had introduced myself. Fujiwara Oki was also extremely satisfied with Tenten's words. Although Tenten didn't plan to become Hokage, that is, the first female Hokage. But this little girl's ambition is still very remarkable. It is also practical and achievable. Become a powerful female ninja like Lady Tsunade. Who is Lady Tsunade? It's the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Absolute movie-level strength. A powerful ninja who founded the medical system of Konoha village, she is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the treasure of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The treasure in the palm is not the treasure in the palm, the treasure in the palm is barbecue. What is even more rare is that Lady Tsunade, relying on her own strength, has made great achievements in several wars in the ninja world. Even though some sad things happened during the war, Lady Tsunade suffered from hemophobia. The result is that, at the moment, Lady Tsunade is basically too afraid to fight anyone, or even go to the battlefield. But even so, she is still one of the pillars of Konoha village. The white jade pillars hold up the sky, and the purple golden beams frame the sea. With Lady Tsunade here, even if she doesn't return to the village, all enemies will consider her as part of Konoha village's emergency combat power. After all, hemophobia is a purely psychological factor and is too idealistic. Maybe it will be fine in the next moment. What a great dream! Come on, Tian Tian. The teacher has confidence in you. Okay, next one, Rock Lee. Fujiwara Daiki turned his gaze to the next student. A civilian boy with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a dazed look, and wearing ordinary clothes. Oh, yes. Rock Lee stood up suddenly nervously. Tang. He instantly pushed the chair behind him far away. Rock Lee didn't dare to look at the people in front of him one by one, so he turned his head and looked at his classmates. Of course, the body also has to turn, otherwise it would be too scary if only the head turns 180 degrees, right? Rock Lee could only stare at the ceiling lamp with his eyes, and shouted loudly, "My name is Rock Lee. What I like most is training. What I hate most is laziness. My dream is to become a strong ninja like Might Guy, and declare to all those who look down on me that even if I don't have the talent of ninjutsu and illusion, I can become a strong ninja just by relying on physical skills." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Physical skills? Everyone admits that physical skills are of course important. But in the world of ninja, there is no doubt that ninjutsu is the most important thing. After all, the reason why ninjas are called ninjas is because they can use ninjutsu. If one can only use physical skills, wouldn't that mean he is not a physical practitioner? Oh, that seems to be no different from a samurai. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Although it was only a few seconds, for Rock Lee, it felt like a year. The uncomfortable feeling made his cheeks red, blood rushed up, and his whole body seemed to become hot. It was as if I had returned to the time before I went to ninja school. My family spent a lot of money, but in the end, the test showed that I had no talent for ninjutsu and could not become a ninja. He then became the laughing stock of the neighbors and was chased and laughed at by the children. It's outrageous to chase after someone and laugh at them, so why do you do that? Do you have the talent for ninjutsu, and won't let your neighbors lose a few dollars? However, whether or not he has the talent for ninjutsu will have a huge impact on his civilian family. Although Hyaganiji was sitting only one seat away from Rock Lee, he could still feel the embarrassment and youthful heat emanating from Rock Lee. Ah, the truth is so hot. So Hyaganiji raised his hand and started clapping. Then the other people in the class, as if they were suddenly shocked, also started applauding. Although he did not approve in his heart, he gave encouraging applause on the surface. Xiao Li's dream is also very remarkable. Fujiwara Oki did not perfunctorily recall the story and continued. Might Guy and I were fortunate enough to go on a mission together once. He was truly a very special, powerful, and very reliable Jonin captain. It's a feeling that many senior ninjas can't give you. It seems that youth will never disappear next to him. I believe you will become a powerful ninja like Might Guy. Fujiwara Daiki recovered and said with emotion. Because at that moment just now, Rock Lee's energy and that simple but persistent look were exactly the same as those of Might Guy, the senior ninja with whom he had worked before. Of course, Might Guy's youth as a Jonin would be more passionate than Rock Lee's. It's even more unacceptable all at once, ha 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 ha. But there is no doubt that Might Guy is also a trustworthy senior. The strength of the ninja is unquestionable. Many ninjas with talented ninjutsu cannot match the fighting power of Might Guy. No matter how tough the enemy ahead is, he can destroy it with just one punch or one kick. Ah! My youth is about to become passionate. It was precisely because of the reference of Might Guy, the senior ninja, that Fujiwara no Oki did not laugh at any ninja who proposed to practice physical skills. In contrast, under his strong persuasion, the ninja school made the assessment of physical skills more rigorous. I usually teach more attentively. The freshmen present are actually still children. Although in the Warring States period, they were already able to be sent to the battlefield and began to kill people coldly and ruthlessly for their families. But in today's ninja world, this is obviously not necessary. The World War and the entire Ninja World War had only been over for a few years, and everyone could see with their own eyes that the entire ninja world would usher in a long period of peace. Until the next time the power of each ninja village is unbalanced again, some villages will feel that their strength has increased, so they will want to gain more benefits. At that time, students like those in the ninja school were likely to be sent to the battlefield. And there is no doubt that these children, because they are too young, generally do not have much chakra accumulated in their bodies, and have only learned a few basic ninjutsu. In battle, he could only release a few low-level ninjutsu before the chakra in his body was completely consumed. Of course, not all of the chakra can be released. Otherwise, it will basically lead to general weakness and immobility. He was just a living target on the battlefield and was easily killed by the enemy. At this time, the ninja tools mentioned just now, a kunao, a short sword, and a shuriken, may all become an important magic weapon to turn the tide. The basis for these comebacks is having a strong physique. Being able to sustain farther than others in a fierce battle and being able to exert greater strength than others will allow you to gain the initiative in combat and accumulate advantages bit by bit. It can be said that the training of physical skills, at the stage of genin, is a key factor in determining victory or defeat, as no one can unleash many powerful ninjutsu. Soon all 40 students in the class had been introduced. Everyone had a preliminary understanding of each other. Ding 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 ding. The bell for the end of get out of class rang. He put away the notebook in his hand, which recorded the words and performances of the students just now, so that Fujiwara Deki could get to know the students he met for the first time better. So Fujiwara Oki asked everyone to take a rest. The middle school students ran out of the classroom cheering and excitedly began to research the place where they would live for the next 6 years. The whole school was in an uproar. 10 minutes later, the bell rang again. Everyone knew that class was about to start, so they all ran back to the classroom. But after everyone sat down, they unexpectedly found that there was a booklet on each person's desk. It says on it, Basic Chakra Refining Technique of Konoha Village Ninja School. Oh! This is the basic version of chakra refining technique that Konoha Village established to establish a ninja school, despite opposition from many clans, mainly for civilians. There was an uproar in the class instantly. Although most of the powerful ninjas in Konoha Village are controlled by their respective ninja clans. But it must be said that in peacetime, ninjas with good strength from civilian backgrounds will grow faster. Why? Because the number of civilian ninjas far exceeds the number of major ninja clans. Even among the ninja clan, due to the abundant innate resources, only one genius ninja can be produced among 100 ordinary people. Among the civilians with scarce resources, there is only one genius ninja among every 1,000 people. Even so, the number of ninjas born from civilians will be piled up. In the end, the number will definitely exceed that of powerful ninjas born from pure ninja clans. This was the basis for the ruling of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You know, among the 3 cage-level strongmen of Konoha's 3 ninjas, 2 of them are pure civilians. Although most of the jonin in the village are from major ninja clans. But at the lower level, for those genin and chunin who do not have high requirements for qualifications and auxiliary conditions for training, the majority of them are of civilian origin. Considering only one's class of origin, since the clan not only has people but also has unimaginable financial resources, they have been able to win over a large number of civilian ninjas through marriage through various means. Just like modern workers going to work, if you are paid enough, there is nothing you can't do. Working for anyone is not working for them, right? After all, Konoha Village has only been established for a few decades. Only in a truly peaceful era can resources be allocated a little bit to civilian ninjas. If it is a time of war, we still have to rely heavily on the ninja clan. Moreover, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also pioneered the establishment of the position of Special Jonin. The so-called Special Jonin is a ninja whose strength exceeds that of an ordinary Chunin, but who has not mastered the changes in the nature or form of chakra, so his strength cannot be rated as a Jonin. But for some tasks, these ninjas are more suitable than some Jonin. How can you kill a chicken with a knife? Why waste precious Jonin combat power to do the same task when you can use more cost-effective Special Jonin? People who have outstanding talents in one area are promoted to Special Jonin. In this way, Konoha Village can send them to act as Jonin in certain missions. What's even more interesting is that in the village, these Special Jonin actually have less power than real Jonin. In this way, it will not cause resistance from the real senior management. How big is Konoha Village? Hundreds of thousands of people. There are only about 200 Jonin, but less than half of them are actually willing to take up the position. Among these half, many of them hold positions in their families, so how can they have the energy to care about the trivial matters in the village? At this time, some power was taken out and distributed to Special Jonins who were mainly of civilian origin. This greatly broadened the upward path for civilian ninjas in the official system of Konoha Village and eased conflicts in the village. In particular, the Jonins received more mission rewards than the Chuyunins. He holds a position second only to the Jonin in the village. Then who doesn't support the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen? Of course, those who truly control the ship of Konoha Village, such as the Jounin squad that controls the real power of Konoha Village, can only vote if they are genuine Jounin. Especially the Jonin, who can only watch. I know you can't wait any longer, come on. Now I will teach you how to extract chakra. Fujiwara Deki obviously knew why most students of civilian origin came to the ninja school. Their purpose was to become a ninja who could break away from their class. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Although some students may have entered this stage in advance and can skip this step, you can still listen to some theoretical knowledge and apply it to other situations. Fujiwara Deki said to the students with a smile. Then a picture was hung on the blackboard, which was covered with densely packed human veins. Fujiwara Oki held a pointer in one hand and clicked on the pictures on the blackboard one by one. No matter how successful a ninja is, his foundation, the most important foundation, and the innate foundation, must be chakra. That is, the amount of chakra. Does anyone know what chakra is? If you answer correctly, you can get extra points for your class performance. You can get fewer points on the final exam. Gimu raised his hands high and was about to jump up on the spot. I casually turned my head to observe and was surprised to find that quite a lot of people knew about it. More than half of the students raised their hands. After all, if you want to know what type of school you want to go to, how can you not have some basic knowledge about it? Okay. Katsuragi-san, you come and review what chakra is. Katsuragi's face flushed with excitement. He stood up and answered with full energy, chakra is the life energy extracted from the 130 trillion cells in the human body, and the spiritual power is fused together. After a special ratio, it is compressed into a special energy that can be controlled by the human mind. This energy can be combined with hand seals according to different ninjutsu talents to release the 5 chakra ninjutsu of fire, earth, water, wind, and thunder. Fujiwara nods with satisfaction. Waiwei clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Please take a seat. Next, let's learn about the meridians in the human body. This is the meridian through which chakra flows. Without the meridian, it would be difficult for a ninja to use chakra. I can't gather chakra to my hands or mouth, where it's easier to release it. So in battle, when a ninja's meridians are restricted, he will have no power to fight back and will not be able to mobilize his chakra at all. Even these meridians are nodes of the neural network in the body, so if the nodes are blocked, the hands and feet will not obey. At this time, when there are dangers everywhere and enemies are eyeing them, it is easy to say what the outcome will be for this ninja who cannot mobilize chakra and has a disordered nerve. Having said that, Fujiwara Deki subconsciously glanced at the handsome boy at the back of the classroom. I secretly added in my mind, so, this is the fundamental reason why the Hyuga clan of Konoha always calls themselves the strongest, and apart from the Uchiha clan, there are indeed very few voices of opposition. With the help of the Byakugan, the bloodline limit, the Hyuga members can accurately see the acupuncture points on the enemy's body after opening their eyes. Those acupuncture points are like magnified spots of light. They only need to release insignificant chakra into them to block the flow of chakra in the enemy's body, thus allowing them to be slaughtered at will. In order to dissolve the chakra that enters the body from the outside, if you rely on yourself, the average person will need at least 3 days to return to normal and digest and eliminate the chakra from the outside. Although Hyuga Neji has already refined a lot of chakra, and the amount of chakra he extracted is far higher than what the teacher said. However, Hyuga Neji did not become the class troublemaker that is common in anime. The behavior of those protagonists is often just for the sake of sensationalism, which only annoys teachers and classmates. There is no need. We all work hard to study in school. If you don't want to help others, try not to disturb them. Just do your own best. Teachers also earn a salary. If you don't like this teacher, just keep quiet. He won't be with you all day. Just be patient and it will pass. There is no need to confront him. Of course, that was a thorn in the side, not the well-behaved and cute Hyuga Neji. Instead, Hyuga Neji listened attentively to the knowledge that Fujiwara Deki was sharing on the podium. It's just like drawing inferences from one instance to another. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuzh yang. Besides, there is no need for Hyuga Neji to go to the battlefield to fight against the enemy ninjas, so why not study hard and relive his childhood days? Isn't that good? Hyuga Neji, who is in his 30s mentally, said that he felt very relaxed after shedding his corporate identity and returning to his student days. Hyuga Neji quite likes the current atmosphere. After finishing the first ninja lesson, chakra extraction in the morning, the afternoon class was arranged to familiarize the new students with the knowledge of chakra extraction that they had just learned in the morning. All freshmen are required to start practicing for most of the afternoon to see if they can combine it with reality and gain a deeper understanding. This can be considered a benefit for freshmen. There are no particularly heavy classes on day 1. Hey. By the way, are the 6 years of ninja school's courses very demanding? It seems not. Some math, physics, and chemistry questions, pure paper knowledge, are not even as useful to a ninja as a class on ninja tool throwing. In the afternoon, Hyuga Neji also went with the flow and extracted chakra, and familiarized himself with the Byakugan bloodline limit which had not yet been revealed to the public. Normally, he would refine chakra at night. But since everyone was doing this during the day in class, it wouldn't be good for you to fall asleep out of boredom alone, so Hyuga Neji quickly did a full cycle of chakra extraction training. Finally, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Ninja school only has 3 classes in the afternoon, and after the last get out of class, it's actually the end of school. The first day may seem boring, but it is actually fulfilling. At least I have reviewed the daily life of my childhood again. What remains is to eat and grow up step by step, exercise, maintain my undisputed top spot in the grade, and enjoy the most peaceful years of my life. After saying hello to Rock Lee and parting ways, Tenten shyly invited Hyuga Neji to celebrate the successful start of school, entering the ninja school, and starting the chapter of life as a ninja. Why don't we go to the bustling commercial street of Konoha village and eat some dango? Looking at Tenten's pretending to be casual, Hyuga Neji just felt amused. What era is this? How can the start of school not be successful? It's not a war. Hyuga Neji had an idea and decided to tease his good friend with 2 buns. Pretending to be in deep thought. JPG. Tian couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Agree. Of course Hyuga Neji chose to agree. Today, Hyuga Neji is 6 years old. Does he need to save the world? No need, and he can't accomplish the burden of saving the world now. Well, now there is no need for him to save the world, and there are no enemies to fight and kill. He can become stronger by following the steps. Then do what needs to be done. Although Hyuga Neji is still young, with the help of his now opened Byakugan, he can secretly perform a set of fluent 16 palms of Bagwazang. Bagwazang is quite difficult to learn at the beginning. The villagers of Konoha village all know that Bagwazang is a combo of dozens of palms performed in one breath, but how to perform it, how to move forward and turn, how to combine the hands with the body to select upper and lower targets, how much breath to take, the rhythm of the attack, etc., are not moves that can be performed just by talking. Even the members of the Hyuga clan only learned a few moves after they reached adulthood. Itachi's true disciple in the original work, Hinata Mukai, had 1 Byakugan eye and could only perform 16 Bagwa palm strikes, but he almost made Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi escape for their lives. Without the Mangeki, Uchiha Shisui's neck would have been broken. Come on! Let's shout together! Konoha is the strongest clan in the Hyuga clan, remember this. Does something seem unnatural? Shaking his head, Hyuga Neji recalled the first time he understood the true 8 trigrams 16 palms. It's too risky. But there is no danger to life. It could be a chain reaction caused by the star core with indention, or it could be the impact of the first qualitative change of chakra. By the way, isn't this also a reaction caused by the star core? When Hyuga Neji successfully circulated the chakra in his body along a specific route according to the special mentality of Bagwazang, the Bagwa diagram on the ground, which was originally only perceived by some ninjas, was actually projected and displayed in the real world. But the light is very weak and can only be seen at night. At that time, Hyuga Neji hurriedly finished his work, and then closed the doors and windows tightly. The fingertips of both hands only exerted 1 unit of chakra. Under this resonance, the Bagwa diagram that emerged on the ground was barely noticeable. Hyuga Neji, the man with his own projector light. It is probably the chakra resonance after the qualitative change, the increase in energy density, and the resulting radiance of more chakra energy particles friction. But it's okay this way, the original Hyuga clan's physical skills are strong, but the light and shadow effects are a bit too ordinary, and there's not much noise. How to say? It's just not cool enough. Look at the ordinary ninjas, they can set fire and spit water, especially thunder and lightning, with roaring sounds, crackling sparks, and lightning all the way. It's simply a 4D version of a light and shadow special effects movie. That kind of battle is really visually appealing. And what about the Hyuga clan? He just posed, then rushed forward, throwing dozens of punches with his hands as fast as an afterimage, and finally the enemy fell down. It's too unappealing to watch and doesn't highlight the power of the ninja. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan, who have always believed themselves to be the most powerful ninja clan, don't need to fight, they just stand there and there are light and shadow effects. No matter if it's a cannon fodder genin with 1 megatama, 1 megatama, it actually has the strength of a chunin. No matter how many megatama there are, the eyes are the same blood red, and they will glow red by themselves at night. Just imagine two people facing each other. Normally, eyes are very small, so being able to see the color of their eyes clearly is already quite amazing. Under normal circumstances, when two people fight, the most they see is the color of the marks on their faces. At this time, the people of the Uchiha clan directly opened their Sharingan, which was like 2 red light bulbs, and the enemy's transformation technique could not be imitated. Not to mention Uchiha who opened the Mangeki Sharingan, and directly opened Gundams of various strange colors. The main feature is the personalized exclusive member skin. Everyone is fighting with their 2 arms and 2 legs, but you are driving a rumbling Gundam. Also play a fart. However, the Mangeki Sharingan corresponds to the Byakugan's Rinnegan, and that chakra mode is truly that of an immortal on earth. Hearing Hyuga Niji's approval, Tenten appeared to be calm on the surface. I waved my fist happily in my heart and gave myself a yeah gesture. Tien, there's still some time before dinner, so I'll treat you to the red bean dumplings that my classmate recommended when we were introducing ourselves as freshmen. Hyuga Niji tilted his head slightly to think about it, and came up with a good idea. Okay, but Niji, you have to be careful and let me treat you. Tenten patted his chest. Although their family cannot compare with the wealth of the Hyuga clan's branch patriarch, it is still possible to treat good friends to enough red bean dumplings and ramen. After all, there is a ninja tool shop at home. I'm not that short of money. Moreover, it can be seen in the original work that Tien casually throws out a storm of ninja tools, which is a ninja battalion level number of shurikens, short swords, spears, hammers and various other ninja tools. It also clearly shows that her family is also financially strong. So the two of them followed the main road and walked towards the slightly remote dumpling shop on the west side of the commercial street. Just as Hyuga Niji and Tenten were chatting and laughing, discussing the interesting things that happened in the ninja school today, what is there to discuss? Tien is a beautiful girl. Just playing a chain game of Obdif with a beautiful girl is so much fun. Do not believe? Give it a try. Ahem. I want a beautiful girl. Suddenly, a burst of angry shouting interrupted their pleasant conversation. Get out, you demon fox! No, don't touch my merchandise. It's bad luck if you touch it. No one wants to buy it. Here. Get out. Get out now. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise I will beat you to death, you monster. Hyuga Niji and Tenten looked over when they heard the sound, and saw a small figure being thrown straight out of a store, like a little wild cat. Bang! It fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a lot of dust appeared on the tattered clothes of the already thin figure, and the whole child became covered in dust. It's a little child. Then a tall figure walked out. He had a cable tie on his head, which was only worn by businessmen. He was obviously the owner of the store. The shop owner spat at the child on the ground, then took a fox mask from the shelf and threw it hard at the child in front of him. It's unlucky, too unlucky, take it and get out of here. None of the shopkeepers or passers-by came forward to dissuade them. They all seemed to be acquaintances. Looking at the figure trembling on the ground under the shop owner's aura, they seemed to recognize something. Their faces instantly changed from curiosity to disgust and gloomy expressions, and their eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Tien frowned in confusion, looking very unhappy. How could this person do this? A man of such age bullies a child. There was a little kid with scattered golden hair on the ground. Although he was covered in mud and his knees and arms were bruised and bleeding, he still looked aggrieved and struggled to take out a handkerchief from his arms. When it was unfolded, there was a pile of change inside. The blond boy raised the handkerchief in his hand high and handed it to the store manager. With tears in his eyes, he said in confusion, I was going to pay for it. Who knew that this behavior seemed to anger the store owner? He only took 3 or 2 steps forward, grabbed the handkerchief wrapped with change from the blond boy's hand, lifted it high, then swung his arm vigorously and slammed it on the blond boy, saying angrily, You bastard monster! Are you looking down on me? You lowly fox boy! You are disgusting and unlucky. You still want to insult me with money? No one wants the money you touched, even if you disinfect it with alcohol. Finally, Tian Tian couldn't bear it anymore, stepped forward and scolded, "How can you be like this? How dare you bully a child like this? Oh! Where did this yellow-haired girl come from? At such a young age, have you already learned to stand up for the demon fox boy?" The shop owner still had a look of rage on his face. He turned around and saw a cute girl with 2 buns on her head, a stinky kid in the shop owner's eyes, and she was not wearing any expensive clothes. After a quick evaluation, I concluded that this yellow-haired girl's clothing showed that she came from an average family. "Hey! Mind your own business, hey?" The shop owner spat into his palms, rubbed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to come up and slap the yellow-haired girl twice when he suddenly noticed a handsome young man with a stern face and a cold mood next to him. Suddenly, the shop owner became a few inches shorter. Because he not only recognized the yellow-haired girl standing in front of him, no, the young man next to this beautiful little girl was wearing a black and white robe woven with silk fabric imported from Kyoto, the land of fire. The expensive fabric and fine knitting techniques all adorned the young man's entire body with an ancient luxurious atmosphere. Children may think that what Hyuga Neji is wearing is just made of better fabric. Only businessmen who deal with money all day long can keenly recognize that this robe, which looks like a mid-range one, is actually worth as much as if it were made of banknotes. Besides, rich people themselves are difficult to mess with, but what makes the shop owner feel most uneasy is the boy's eyes. That's right. They are 2 eyes with pure white pupils. Roll your eyes. He is a member of the Hyuga family. It's the motor, the shop owner groaned inwardly. The crowds of onlookers also avoided the incident as if it were a snake or scorpion. They dispersed and stayed far away, watching secretly, gloating over the shop owner's misfortune. The Hyuga clan is the top powerful family in Konoha village. After the war, the strength of the entire clan even surpassed that of the Uchiha clan, becoming the undisputed strongest ninja clan in Konoha village. Moreover, a few years ago, a major incident occurred in Konoha village that alarmed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. There was actually an enemy ninja leader, rumored to be a powerful figure in the Hidden Cloud village, who had offended the main family of the Hyuga clan. Normally, even if such a respected figure from another village offended other ninja clans, they would probably just laugh it off and let it go. So it goes without saying that this big shot who holds a highly respected position in the Hidden Cloud village has also deeply offended the Hyuga clan. He even dared to take action against the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Unfortunately, he was caught by the Hyuga clan leader, who slapped him in the face and broke his arm without saying a word. The Hyuga clan members who came later joined in and beat the big shot half to death. This is a rumor spread from hearsay. The other party is indeed a big shot from the Hidden Cloud village. The powerful 4th Raikage actually sent out troops, and within a few days the army approached the border of the Land of Fire, demanding that the great and powerful Konoha village give him a tape. Really, if you want the tape sold by Konoha village so much, why not just buy it with money? Whether it is transparent tape, special tape, or even double-sided tape, the stores in Konoha village have everything, and there will definitely be no shortage of goods. We have to send more troops. But the Hyuga clan is indeed not easy to mess with. The subsequent actions not only announced to the world that if a mere ninja leader of the Hidden Cloud village offended the Hyuga clan, he would lose half his life, but also announced to the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village not to feel too good about himself. The Hyuga clan raised their arms and, with the support of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, then gave an order and the entire Konoha village mobilized tens of thousands of ninjas. Tens of thousands of ninjas rushed to the border and defeated the Hidden Cloud village completely. The 4th Raikage was so scared that he couldn't even fart. He apologized in disgrace and retreated in a hurry. Although the members of the Hyuga clan are very well educated and will not bully the weak. But it's just that people don't want to. They have the capital, qualifications, and strength to do such things. If I don't hit you, it just means that I'm in a good mood, it doesn't mean that you can be on an equal footing with me. I am just a small civilian businessman who is not even a ninja. He usually makes a living by selling sundries, so he absolutely cannot become an enemy of the young master of the Hyuga clan in front of him. Yes, this person must be the young master of a prominent figure in the Hyuga clan. Because even ordinary members of the Hyuga clan cannot easily wear such gorgeous and expensive clothes. Oh my, it's the honorable young master Hyuga. This. I'm teaching that foxboy a lesson. He soiled my merchandise masks, and I can't sell them anymore. The shop owner waved his hands, nodded and bowed, his face as red as a chrysanthemum, and his tone revealed both flattery and grievance. The middle-aged businessman and store manager suddenly had an idea and thought of a great excuse for his words and actions. I am not bullying others casually. After all, the Sandomei Hokage had issued a clear order that no one was allowed to discuss anything related to the demon fox. It was just that after the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order, a rumor spread from somewhere and then swept the village, pointing out that the golden puppy was the incarnation of the demon fox. Humph! No wonder I feel so uncomfortable looking at this little golden retriever, as if fingernails are scratching a blackboard. It turns out that it is because humans are born to be at odds with fox demons. Now that we mention it, we also think that this little golden-haired devil, oh no, calling him a devil is a compliment, a little golden-haired dog. It's disgusting just to look at him. Word spread quickly, and the villagers of Konoha village, who were originally unaware of the situation, couldn't help but feel disgusted with the blonde boy under the words of those around them. By the time the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed it, the news had already spread to most people. It is better to defend the people's mouth than to defend the river. Even the great third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could not order the villagers of Konoha village, who were already of ordinary strength, not to talk about this matter. So now, although everyone knows it tacitly, they all know in their hearts that the yellow-haired puppy on the ground is the incarnation of the monster fox from several years ago. Don't mention how such a big fox demon could turn into such a small child. It is a monster in the first place, and we cannot use common sense to speculate about it. If we don't take advantage of the fact that this demon fox incarnation is weak now and give him a good beating, if he grows up and turns into a nine-tailed demon fox again, no one will dare to beat him. So when the neighbors on this street are unhappy, they will find a reason to beat up this yellow-haired puppy. After a scolding, I will feel at ease. Just smoke a cigarette and you will feel refreshed. Just give him a beating and you'll feel great. And anyway, so many years have passed, and the village has not sent out the Konoha guard to stop this behavior, or sent out honorable ninjas to stop this behavior. It's not prohibition, it's encouragement. But if you really want to look into it, it is clearly a violation of the rules of the Hokage. The shop owner did not think that he had offended the noble young master of the Hyuga clan because of the golden retriever on the ground. Instead, he thought that this young master of the Hyuga clan was just speaking up for his bed-warming maid. It was obvious at first glance that there was no apology or guilt in the shop owner's eyes, only flattery and ingratiation. Hyuga Neji didn't say anything. There was no need to take any action. He was reluctant to speak, because saying anything more would dirty his eyes and mouth. However, Hyuga Neji took out a $10,000 bill from his pocket and flicked it with his fingers. Swish! Under the force of the Hyuga clan's soft fists, this 10,000 yuan bill instantly turned into an indestructible sharp blade and shot into the wooden wall at the entrance of the store. Duan! The banknote, which was originally made of soft material, was actually inserted into the wall firmly like an arrow. The tail of the banknote, which was infused with strength, still had some strength left, and it swayed slightly and shook back and forth. I bought this mask, Hyuga Neji said lightly. Seeing that half of the 10,000 yuan bill was shot into the solid wooden wall, the hair on the back of the middle-aged store manager stood up. If the young master of the Hyuga clan had shaken his hand just now and aimed the banknote at his own neck instead of the solid wooden wall beside him, wouldn't he have bid farewell to this beautiful world with a smile and had to go meet the legendary sage of six paths? Moreover, the shop owner believed that this young master of the Hyuga clan, who was not only of noble status but also powerful, would not come down to accompany him. Because in fact, there was no need for the Hyuga clan to pay compensation with their lives for a worthless civilian merchant like him. It's just a sum of money. And money is the thing that the Hyuga clan has the most. The shop owner, who had not yet recovered from the shock, was breathing heavily to relieve his anxiety, as if he had just drowned. Ignoring the middle-aged shop owner who was sweating profusely and dared not say a word, Hyuga Neji walked over and pulled up the little blonde boy who was kneeling on the ground helplessly with tears streaming down his face. I looked at the wounds on his body. They were not serious, just scratches. So he took out some bandages and wound medicine from his arms, quickly sterilized and disinfected the wound, and then gave the blonde boy a simple bandage. He didn't care at all that this operation would cause dust to get on his clean and tidy clothes. The little blonde boy was so stunned that his body was stiff. He even forgot to shed tears and just let the boy do whatever he wanted. Tian, who came rushing over later, saw the change scattered on the ground, so he bent down and picked up the coins and several small denomination bills worth tens of taels. He then took out a new handkerchief from his bosom, wrapped the change in it, and handed it to the blonde boy on the ground. Then Tian Tian said indignantly, "I really don't understand why you have to be so hard on money when running a business. If he won't sell to you, then you shouldn't come to buy from him." The blonde boy came to his senses, his face flushed, and was about to speak, but for some reason, his nose felt sore and his throat was choked, and he couldn't open his mouth or make a sound in a hurry. Suddenly, a gossip thunder sounded. His stomach spoke for him. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A belly with a very outgoing personality. Hyega Neji smiled slightly, gently patted the skinny blonde boy's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Hey! Boy, you haven't eaten for a few days, why is your stomach rumbling like this? If I wasn't next to you and could have noticed it with one ear, I would have thought there was a cow next to you just now, and its stomach was rumbling." The blonde boy instantly shrank into a ball, lowered his head, and his eyes became shy, not daring to look up at anyone. Hyega Neji didn't give him the chance to thank him and then accept the thank you himself. He just nodded his head and said, "Let's go." "Ah, where are you going?" The blonde boy finally recovered a little, his voice returned to normal, and he asked subconsciously. Tian Tian smiled and chuckled, with curved eyes, and said jokingly, "Hey! You look so hungry, of course you have to go eat." Of course, Hyega Neji knew who the little boy was who was bullied by the middle-aged store owner. That's right. He is the legendary son of prophecy. The young hero who will save the ninja world in the future. He carries the powerful bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and his biological father is the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. In the future, he will be able to destroy mountains and rivers and ruin the world. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Moreover, Hyega Neji didn't even need to open his Byakugan, he could already see the 3 Anbya figures with huge chakra hiding around him. As the ultimate weapon sent by the Konoha village High UPS to monitor and guard the village, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, the Anbya ninja's strength is of course unquestionable, and their ability to hide is of course second to none. But why were they discovered by Hyega Neji even though they hid well? That's because among the ordinary residents and houses of Konoha village, 3 people stand out with chakra numbers of more than 7 points. They are like light bulbs in the night sky, and are particularly conspicuous in this abrupt environment. Although Hyega Neji knew that Konoha village had the largest number and highest quality Jonin level ninjas among the 5 major countries in the entire ninja world, he was not so extravagant as to waste 3 random Jonin with decent strength on a little homeless child. That's right, a street kid. He is the biological son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and the orphan of the previous 9 Tails Jinchuriki and the ultimate power of the village, Uzumaki Kushina. However, Uzumaki Naruto now lives like a homeless child. If he didn't reveal his identity, even if hundreds of thousands of people from the entire Konoha village came to line up and look at him, they would all think that Uzumaki Naruto was just like the little street kid that could be seen everywhere on the roadside. Oh, no, it should be said that he was just the street kid that could be seen everywhere on the road outside the ninja village, whose life was as worthless as weeds. Seeing the movements around the targets they were responsible for monitoring, the 3 ANBU Jonin who had gathered together looked at each other in bewilderment. Even through their masks, one could sense the 3 men's helplessness. "Hey! This script is different. Captain, what should we do?" The other 2 looked at the slightly younger ANBU Jonin, then turned their gaze to the oldest of the 3, the captain of the ANBU team that was monitoring the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, codenamed Kabuki. He is actually a member of the Sarutobi clan. His real name is Sarutobi Shinoshuke. He just got married this year. But since he was very young, he has entered the Anbu of Konoha village and became a member of the Sarutobi clan who hides in the dark to guard the Hokage. Yes, his father is the Sandome Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Sarutobi Shinoshuke was growing up, Konoha village was experiencing the most turbulent decades of war. In order to protect his eldest son, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen used his authority to arrange for Sarutobi Shinoshuke to join the Anbu, to guard him by his side and keep him away from the danger of war. Therefore, in a peaceful environment, Sarutobi Shinoshuke also knows his own business. His talent is not high. To be more precise, his talent is not high enough to reach the level of a cage-level strongman, so until now he is just an ordinary Jonin, barely reaching the level of an elite Jonin. He mainly relied on his strong skills of fire ninjutsu and earth ninjutsu. He was so good at these 2 types of ninjutsu that he barely inherited some of the ninja talents of his father, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although his father is powerful and talented, it does not mean that the son must work hard to surpass his father. Sarutobi Shinoshoku doesn't have high demands on himself. He thinks that being able to maintain peace and silently protect Konoha village in the dark like now is already pretty good, and he is already satisfied. Last year, I was lucky enough to get married with my sweetheart. My wife got pregnant some time ago this year, and the doctor said the due date is at the end of the year. In order to express his love for Konoha village, Sarutobi Shinoshoku decided to name his unborn child Konohamaru. But now he is on a mission, so his subordinates call him by his code name Jiamu. The Sarutobi Jonin, codenamed Kabuki, was also inexplicably moved. He had been monitoring the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto in Konoha village for 4 years. As the ultimate weapon of Konoha ninja village, the strategic nuclear bomb, the seal of the Nine Tails in Uzumaki Naruto is under strict surveillance. Although the Nine Tails has been firmly sealed in the abdominal space of Uzumaki Naruto, under the 8 trigram seal, it is generally impossible to escape. But the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was still not reassured. After all, the consequence of the last Nine Tails night riot was that the entire Konoha lost the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who had made great military achievements and was about to connect the past and the future and create a bright future, overnight. In fact, when deciding how to deal with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the beginning, Danzo Shimura and some of Konoha's hawkish factions strongly demanded that Uzumaki Naruto be imprisoned for life. Let Uzumaki Naruto forever sink in the dark prison cage of Konoha village filled with sealing techniques, surrounded and guarded by numerous armies. After all, it is the Nine Tails. It is basically difficult to cultivate a Jinchuriki like Uzumaki Kushina who can fully control the Nine Tails chakra. Moreover, the nine-tailed beast is different from the other tailed beasts in that its combat power far exceeds theirs. If they are put together to fight, it can even defeat many enemies at once. Therefore, the most cost-effective and convenient way to use the nine-tailed fox is when the war reaches a critical juncture and the nine-tailed fox is needed to change the situation of the war. You don't need to do too much. Just open the seal on Uzumaki Naruto, and the nine-tailed fox in his body will be released instantly, and he will start a killing spree. Under normal circumstances, if a Jinchuriki's huge chakra is suddenly stripped away, it is easy to imagine what will happen to him, which is death. In this usage scenario, just treat Uzumaki Naruto as a disposable ninjutsu scroll. It's just that the power of this ninjutsu scroll is incredibly great, and it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Ninjas are destined to die anyway. Since they are destined to be consumed on the battlefield as human weapons for the final strategy, why should Konoha village waste manpower and material resources and take huge risks to allow them to move freely, and even allow them to enter the ninja school like normal children and be trained by the village? So this is the contradiction of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is a man who likes to compromise, and he can compromise with basically anyone. Although from the perspective of absolute cold interests, there is nothing wrong with what Shimura Danzo said. After imprisoning Uzumaki Naruto in the Konoha village prison, all they need to do is remove the seal on him at the right time and throw him onto the battlefield. But the key point is that Uzumaki Naruto is not an ordinary vagrant, nor is he someone specially found by Konoha village, like Uzumaki Kushina as a container of the tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto's father and mother are well-known elite jonin in Konoha village. On the night of the Nine Tails, he even sacrificed his life for Konoha village and saved hundreds of Konoha villagers. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could imagine that if he really listened to Danzo Shimura's advice and imprisoned Uzumaki Naruto and threw him into a prison like a stinking ditch, the other numerous ninjas in Konoha village would definitely be disappointed in him. After comprehensive consideration, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sent his eldest son Sarutobi Shinoshoku, a powerful Anbu ninja, to serve as a supervisor and protector. After careful consideration, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision against all odds. During the period when the Anbu ninjas were guarding Uzumaki Naruto, they would not interfere with his daily life under normal circumstances. They would only be allowed to interfere with Uzumaki Naruto's life when his life was in danger or when the seal of the Nine Tails was loosened. Although Uzumaki Naruto's parents are no longer with us, he was born in Konoha village and his parents sacrificed their lives for the village. Even if they don't care about the nine-tailed demon fox in his body, Konoha village should compensate him. Therefore, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Uzumaki Naruto should be allowed to live as a normal human child, rather than a captive beast-like humanoid weapon. But since someday, a rumor has been spreading in the village from an unknown source. Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally well hidden by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and not treated differently, was unexpectedly shouted by some villagers who did not know the source of the information that he had become the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox. Word of this spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, even faster than the news of the grand opening of the commercial street in the center of Konoha village. Soon, more and more things happened, and with the promotion of some people, most of the civilians in the village believed that Uzumaki Naruto was the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox that was sealed 5 years ago. Hey! You know what, this rumor is not completely groundless. After all, the nine-tailed demon fox was indeed sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's Danshin space. But this disrupted Uzumaki Naruto's originally peaceful life. Oh, he was only 1 year old at that time, and didn't have a free, peaceful, and free life. Thus, Uzumaki Naruto entered a period of being treated differently by the villagers, just like the regular Jinchuriki in other ninja villages, and was even ostracized by the entire village. Because in the eyes of the villagers of their respective ninja villages, these human sacrifices are like bombs that can get out of control at any time. If a bomb were next to you right now, would you not be afraid? Would you not be disgusted by the bomb? Don't say no. Let me put it this way, even if an ordinary person goes to a night market stall to buy fried rice, if he sees an exposed gas tank, he will subconsciously take a few steps and move away a little, for fear that the gas tank will explode. Not to mention these tailed beasts. Once they are released, their huge bodies and materialized chakra storms will make people as small as ants. These tailed beasts are tens of meters tall. If they are slapped or kicked, it won't just be one person who dies, but dozens of people together. He was crushed into a pulp with just one kick. No human being could withstand such a powerful force. It absorbs a huge amount of chakra, and when fully standing up, it is dozens of meters tall, just like a 20-story building that can move, run, and jump. In front of a 20-story building, even a large truck looks like a small beetle. So in the eyes of Sarutobi Shinoshuke, no, it should be said that in the eyes of the ANBU Jonin Captain Kabuki, it is normal for Uzumaki Naruto to be bullied. Whether in front of adults or with people of the same age, Uzumaki Naruto has never been treated well by anyone. Haha, except from his own father, the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, his father, the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is just a human being, a mortal human being. Although he has the greatest power in Konoha village, with such great power he can make laws and write regulations, and can restrain and force other villagers in Konoha village not to commit crimes. However, even the most powerful Hokage cannot prohibit people from thinking. Even the six-path sage could not prohibit people's thoughts. Instead, he tried to use chakra to connect people's minds so that they could understand and identify with each other. He never thought of using coercive means to interfere with the minds of normal people. This is the method of the Sage of Six Paths, but the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously does not have the same power as the Sage of Six Paths. So when the Anbu's Jonin Kazuki saw Hyuga Neji and Tenten coming to show kindness to Uzumaki Naruto and stand up for him, Sarutobi Shinoshuke was also touched. After years of companionship, you will develop feelings for even a small animal. Moreover, in recent years, we have clearly seen that this little animal is bullied every day. It is a weakling, which has aroused people's sympathy. Unconsciously, Sarutobi Shinoshuke had already treated Uzumaki Naruto as his own child or younger brother. His younger brother was a little young, so he was a role similar to his own child. But as a ninja, completing the mission is the top priority. Due to his role as a supervisor, Sarutobi Shinoshuke cannot openly express too much goodwill to Uzumaki Naruto. Only when his life is threatened, such as accidentally falling off a cliff or being chased by a wild beast, will Sarutobi Shinoshuke take action and resolve these threats silently. But he did not show up in front of Uzumaki Naruto. "Captain, are you going to stop them?" The two young Anbu Jonin at the side saw their captain lost in thought and couldn't help but speak. If he didn't speak up, the village's focus, the young man who sealed the nine-tailed demon fox, would be taken away by the two boys and girls who broke in unexpectedly. The two Anbu Jonin were not worried about anything else but the possibility that the young man Uzumaki Naruto, who sealed the nine-tailed demon fox, might go berserk. If he really went berserk, even if the entire nine-tailed fox was not broken and escaped, if just the nine-tailed fox's ominous chakra filled with resentment and hatred escaped, it might hurt the kind-hearted boy and girl. Especially since that young man is a member of the Hyuga clan who possesses the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai. All men are created equal, but they are not equal from birth. The little girl next to her is obviously a civilian, so we can ignore her safety, but we need to be cautious about the members of the Hyuga clan. Although these two Anbu Jonins have been monitoring the situation for the past few months, they have not seen the nine-tailed demon fox run wild and out of control. Yes, except for Sarutobi Shinnishuk, the eldest son of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who will monitor the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto as a long-term task. The other two ANBU Jonins will all take turns. These two ANBU Jonins received short-term custody and surveillance missions. During the operation, everything needed to be ordered by the ANBU team captain and then strictly implemented. Hearing the meaning of the words from his companion's mouth, Sarutobi Shinnishuk came back to his senses. He smiled slightly, and although he was wearing a mask, everyone could still feel his faint joy. That's not necessary. Our mission is to monitor and guard the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, just to prevent any behavior that would harm or endanger his life. Under normal circumstances, just treat him as an ordinary villager of Konoha village. We don't need to be too nervous, and we don't need to panic at the slightest sign of trouble. You know, the sealing technique that our Konoha village possesses is several generations more powerful than all other existing ninja villages. The possibility of a tailed beast going berserk is almost zero. When turning around to take Tenten and the newly met little golden retriever to eat, Hyaganiji glanced casually into the distance. The three figures hiding behind the roof of the house did not move, which means that the three ANBU Jonins, for some reason, did not come to stop them. The clothes he wore were old-fashioned, brightly colored but tattered. The hair grows randomly and is not well maintained to have a fashionable hairstyle. Even when being bullied, he dared not say anything harsh or shout at his elders to come and seek revenge. These points are enough to prove that the handsome blonde boy in front of you is undoubtedly an orphan. Therefore, Hyaganiji didn't need to specifically ask the name of the handsome blonde boy, as that would expose some difficult-to-explain sources of information. In this ninja world, Hyaganiji would not look down on anyone. Perhaps an unintentional action or word would reveal his true identity, leading to him being suspected by the natives. There is a reason why he is called a kid. Because he has not eaten well for a long time and no one has spent time and energy to discipline him, Uzumaki Naruto is quite picky about food. The result of the adjustment is that he is stunted and grows shorter than his peers. Hyaganiji pretended not to know, which acted like he was treating him as a 2 or 3-year-old child. Oh, by the way, little friend, I haven't asked your name yet. As if he was hit in a sore spot, even the shy Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but stiffen his neck and retort unconvinced, I'm not a 2 or 3-year-old child, I'm 5 years old this year. Seeing Hyaganiji and Tenten turned their heads in surprise, they looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Of course Tian was really surprised. After all, Uzumaki Naruto looks so small, and he is only 1 year younger than himself. Generally speaking, a 5-year-old child shouldn't grow up a lot, right? But Hyaganiji was just pretending. Looking at the two Konoha village villagers who were the only ones who were friendly to him since he was born, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly blushed. I was worried that my reaction would be too intense and would drive away the person who was finally willing to talk to me. So he lowered his head and spoke in a mosquito-like voice, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, that's Naruto, what a nice name. As they talked, they walked forward along the road. Suddenly, Hyaganiji, who was walking in the front, seemed to remember something, turned slightly and raised his right hand. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously thought that the boy in front of him was just like the other children in Konoha village, who was just teasing him and was about to turn around and slap him. He closed his eyes in fear. But he didn't turn away. He thought to himself, alas. Actually, these two are the first time that they have officially shown their friendliness to me. Even if they are just pretending to tease me, I will accept the beating that the folks will enjoy seeing next. Clap clap. However, it was not the sound of Hyaganiji's slap landing on Uzumaki Naruto's face. Instead, Hyaganiji bent down slightly and patted Uzumaki Naruto's body, which was covered with dust from his clothes because he fell to the ground just now. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned red. Just like spring water bubbling out of a small pond, tears filled my eyes in the blink of an eye, and then they couldn't stop falling down like a dam bursting. He was not only moved by the fact that Hyaganiji brushed the dust off him, but he was also ashamed of himself for having wrongly accused others and subconsciously thought the worst of them. Your clothes are too old. You can still wear them after mending them, but it's better to change them into new ones. Now, you can still dust off the surface. Because today was just a coincidence and it was just the first time they met, Hyaganiji did not show too much enthusiasm. After all, with his current identity, it is common sense that he should not know what the family situation, interpersonal relationships, etc. of the child in front of him are like. We cannot subconsciously regard Uzumaki Naruto as an orphan, even if he is really an orphan. But this is not something that Hyuga Neji knows well, as he has no information channel. Because today is the first time you and Uzumaki Naruto met, and you treated him as an orphan. You know him so well, do you have other intentions? Okay? Say? Fortunately, Hyuga Neji is now a member of the Byakugan clan, a legitimate and powerful family of Konoha. Otherwise, if he had a civilian face and a civilian identity, he would have been arrested and interrogated by the Anbu ninjas hiding in the dark. Without saying anything, throw you into the intelligence squad and let Yamanaka Hai dig into your brain and search it for 10 days and 8 nights to dig out all the memories of you wetting the bed as a child. Tian was also thoughtful. He walked one step further and bought a bottle of water from a roadside store. Then he wet his newly bought handkerchief and wiped Uzumaki Naruto's face. After wiping it, his eyes lit up. Hey! You're quite handsome, little guy. Yes, because now Uzumaki Naruto has medium-length messy hair, and golden hair like the sun, he does have some of the childhood charm of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, nicknamed Little Sun. He has a handsome face, but Uzumaki Naruto doesn't usually take care of his hair. In addition, his shabby clothes, careless appearance and dirty face obscure his appearance, so no one can tell at a glance that Uzumaki Naruto is actually quite handsome. But gold will shine, and after a little washing, this handsome little face is revealed, so adorable now. Tian, I originally wanted to treat you to some dumplings, but you heard that little Naruto is very hungry, and it's almost time for dinner, so why don't we just go out for a big meal? Let's go to the commercial street, where your store happens to be. Tell your parents on the way that they don't have to cook for you tonight. The warm-hearted Neji Hyuga is online, and today he is going to take his good friend out for a big meal. Hey! Good friends, all good friends. Okay, no problem. Tenten stretched out one hand and made an okay gesture. Of course it was okay. She loved having a big meal with Neji. It's not that I like eating big meals, the point is that I like, actually I just like eating big meals. And Uzumaki Naruto's face turned red with excitement. I haven't had a big meal in a long time. Naruto Uzumaki's living expenses automatically appear in the drawer of his desk every month. And wrap it in a clean blank envelope. So Uzumaki Naruto knew that he was different from others at a very young age. He is just simple, but not stupid. It was just that for some reasons he didn't understand, there were no children playing with him. But sometimes an old man would come over and chat with him with a smile. Apart from this, no one talked to me in any normal way anymore. However, the envelopes that appeared in the desk drawer on time every month proved that there must be other people around him. There must be one or more companions from Konoha village who Naruto Uzumaki could not find, and they secretly put money into his desk every month. Since the living expenses are not large, the purpose is not to let Uzumaki Naruto squander them recklessly. The main purpose is to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from developing the bad habit of spending money lavishly since he was a child. Because Uzumaki Naruto basically lives alone, and there is no adult or anyone with common sense to discipline him. The living expenses that appear out of thin air in the drawer every month are the amount needed for an ordinary person in a normal family in Konoha village to maintain a normal basic life in a month. Although there are countless delicious foods in Konoha village and the prices vary, they basically follow the rule of price and deliciousness, and the price is proportional to the deliciousness. Oh? You ask who summed up the rules? Cough. It was Hyuga Neji who was talking nonsense. After all, it's an expensive meal. You paid so much extra money, do you have the nerve to say it tastes terrible? What you eat is not food, what you eat is money. If you just want to fill your stomach, you can buy as many steamed buns and instant noodles as there are in the store. After all, Konoha village is huge, with hundreds of thousands of people, most of whom are ordinary people, not ninjas, so they just regard the matter of the nine-tailed demon fox as a rumor. These people cannot influence the mainstream thinking of Konoha village, and they come to Konoha village just to seek peace. The turnover of staff is quite high, and most people are very happy for Uzumaki Naruto to come to their door to buy goods. This led to Uzumaki Naruto's habit of stockpiling a lot of instant noodles and milk at home. Uzumaki Naruto's living expenses can fully cover these meals, but if he wants to eat a big barbecue dinner, he will have to be careful with his budget. So the number of times he actually went out to eat a big meal was very rare. Uzumaki Naruto thought Ichiraku ramen was pretty good. Soon, Hyuga, Neji and Tenten arrived at the bustling commercial street of Konoha village. When passing by a medium-sized ninja tool store, Tian Tian ran over, reported to his mother behind the counter, and ran out happily. Haiganiji also smiled and nodded to Tenten's mother behind the counter at the door. Of course Tianatian's mother also saw the short blonde boy following the two people at the door. She had heard some rumors about the nine-tailed demon fox. But she was so busy with her own business that she had no time to dwell on those unfounded rumors. Moreover, Tenten's parents were not in the village when the Nine Tails rioted. They were transporting ninja tools to other places for sale. It was only in the past year that they obtained permanent residency in Konoha village and settled down. During this period, it will not affect Tianatian's residence in Konoha village. Therefore, Tianatian's mother didn't really fear or hate the nine-tailed fox. She just pretended not to see it, didn't hurt it, and didn't get close to it. Moreover, that handsome, polite, young and wealthy boy is the son of the Haiga clan. Okay, for the Haiga clan, nothing matters anymore. The Haiga clan is powerful enough to suppress all improprieties, and this is not something a civilian businessman should consider. In Konoha village, can something that the Haiga clan can suppress be called a problem? In Konoha village, what's the point of you worrying about something that even the Haiga clan can't suppress? So, just keep smiling. Then let's eat at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. This restaurant is very famous, and I heard that the chefs who run the restaurant are all powerful ninjas from the Akimichi clan. Haiganiji pointed to the store not far away that had the most traffic, the highest occupancy rate, and the most prosperous business, and offered his suggestion. What? Ichiraku ramen? Isn't ramen Naruto Uzumaki's favorite? Of course, Haiganiji knew that Uzumaki Naruto's favorite food was ramen. But who says that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't like other delicacies? Just like a person, if you like Dr. Ken's fried chicken, do you not like Dr. McDonald's hamburgers? I have to be all. In the past, Naruto Uzumaki was only short of money, and the store owner with the best attitude, who cared about him the most, and who provided the most cost-effective and delicious food, could only be Ichiraku ramen. Of course, it's not that the Akimichi clan is not good to Uzumaki Naruto, it's just that the Akimichi clan's ingredients are a bit expensive, and there is no technology or hard work in this world. The barbecued meat is all freshly slaughtered calves and lambs, which all require a huge cost. It's not something that can be easily spent with Uzumaki Naruto's living expenses. The Akimichi clan isn't bad people, but you can't let them do business at a loss, right? And the key reason is another reason. The Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurants are all over the Land of Fire. Their flagship store is also a very eye-catching presence in the commercial street of Konoha village. Among the guests and pedestrians coming and going, who knows everyone's true identity? Intelligence personnel are not just all powerful ninjas who are proficient in the art of concealment and investigation. To be honest, the most perfect existence for intelligence personnel is ordinary people. Just like the Jinyiwei of the Ming dynasty, everyone from the royal family and nobles to the peddlers and hawkers could be the Jinyiwei's secret agents. It's hard to guard against all the related people. So, under everyone's noses, your Akimichi clan suddenly treated Konoha village's ultimate strategic weapon, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto so well. What on earth do you, your Akimichi clan, mean? Is it possible that your Akimichi clan, oh no, it should be the Ino, Deer, and Joe clans, which have always stood together, are planning something bad against the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? After all, no one knows for sure. Maybe the spiritual secrets of the Pig clan, the Yamanaka clan, the leader of the three clans among the Ino, Deer, and Butterfly clan, may be able to communicate and control the nine-tailed demon fox sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Turning his face to the left, he said, "Did you say so?" Turning his face to the right, "Are you sure there won't be any?" Just like a false accusation, everyone thinks you might have it, maybe you did, even though you actually didn't, but you can only nod and admit it. Therefore, basically all the major ninja clans in Konoha village adhere to the principle of no approach, no contact, no rejection, no harm. This is the policy formulated by the top leaders of the clan. Only those in power are qualified to understand the policy and implement it in detail. What if ordinary members of the tribe, or even ordinary children, don't understand and are deceived into bullying Uzumaki Naruto? Who has the time to take care of those things? That's what Lord Hokage should be concerned about. If these naughty ninja kids really have the ability to control the Nine Tails, we should all just accept defeat. Wow! It smells so good. The three little ones just arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, and when they looked up, they saw a glittering golden sign that made them feel wealthy, Akimichi Clan Barbecue Q Fire Country Konoha Village Head Office. There is also a huge thumbs up icon next to it. The flashing little light beads flicker, creating a night atmosphere. As your nostrils flutter, you can smell the wonderful barbecue aroma, which is enough to trigger the gene fragment that controls appetite engraved in human genes. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. Hungry and in a mess, my spirit was in ups and downs, or should I say ups and downs. That was the double hunger of the spirit and the body. So hungry. I want to eat. This is the body's instinct. Ha 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 ha, Tenten, Naruto, eat as much as you want today. Hyuga Neji, have nothing but money. Just watch me and it'll be over. Facing the Akimichi Clan barbecue restaurant clerk who was standing at the door, seeing him from afar, a smile blooming on his chubby face, swinging his strong limbs and coming out to greet the three of them enthusiastically, Hyuga Neji waved his hand. Boss, can you please give me the signature marbled rib barbecue set meal? Also, marbled steak, beef shank, beef tongue. As long as you think it's delicious and expensive, don't hesitate. Bring it on. Today, we must eat all the good ingredients in your restaurant. The clerk of the Akimichi clan smiled, squinted his eyes and didn't look carefully. His expression turned into a funny one, and he subconsciously said sarcastically, "You are such a boaster. Wow, so cool. It turns out Neji and Tenten are students of the ninja school." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned into two twinkling little stars, and his voice was filled with genuine admiration. Before ordering their meals and waiting for the food to be served, the three of them chatted casually and introduced themselves to each other. While murmured him to agree with the words of the other two, Hyuga Neji once again looked at the number floating above Uzumaki Naruto's head and couldn't help but click his tongue. Plus plus. Plus plus stands for ongoing tense. There is no need to practice or sit down to meditate to refine chakra. The chakra in Naruto Uzumaki's body is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the chakra numbers on his head are rising rapidly. This Uzumaki Naruto is only about 5 years old now, but the chakra in his body has reached 88,000. And he seems to be. Hyuga Neji rubbed his eyes and checked carefully. The number was indeed jumping rapidly. You know, when Uzumaki Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy, Hitaki Kakashi said that Naruto had 4 times as much chakra as him. If you include the 9 tails chakra, it's hundreds of times more. There is no doubt that Hitaki Kakashi's chakra, even under the burden of his Sharingan which is consumed in large quantities all the time, is at least greater than that of an ordinary jonin. This should be the masterpiece of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. He combined the 2 4-symbol seals together, creating a groundbreaking and even more powerful 8 trigram seal. However, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze loosened the seal of the 8 trigrams slightly, leaving a tiny gap, allowing the 9 tails chakra sealed in Naruto Uzumaki's body to slowly dissipate without anyone noticing. A very small amount, a very trace amount, and it subtly transforms Uzumaki Naruto's body, nourishing him and making him stronger, but the process is not drastic at all, so it will not cause any damage to Uzumaki Naruto's body. So the question is, how much chakra does the 9 tails have? Oh, should I say, how much chakra does the 9 tails have? Can it also be seen in the Bagua seal, which is considered one of the most powerful sealing techniques? Hyuga Neji nodded and told you, it's okay. When Neji Kusaka lowered his head slightly and saw the huge number floating above Uzumaki Naruto's danshin, his heart was shocked. Shocked.jpg. This was the largest number he had ever seen in the entire Konoha village. 800,000 points. There are as many as 800 million chakras. No wonder the tailed beasts are called the aggregation of infinite chakra. Even 800 million liters of water would be enough to form a huge lake. Such a lake would not dry up if there was no interference from a more powerful force. It could regulate the surrounding water vapor to maintain its size. The desert doesn't count. Don't give random examples. Because chakra is different from water, once chakra gathers together, it is difficult to disperse. The gravity in the dark will pull the tiny chakras scattered outside the world to absorb and gather into this chakra aggregate. Chakra is different from water. Water, for example, strictly follows the diffusion phenomenon. In other words, liquid with high concentration will automatically flow to liquid with low concentration. Chakra is just the opposite. When countless chakras gather together, it is similar to the place where spiritual energy gathers in the novels of immortal cultivation. The low concentration chakras scattered in all directions will be attracted, increasing the concentration of the high concentration chakra. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will become weaker. Isn't the nine-tailed fox the biological son of the Sage of Six Paths? No. I remember that the wife of the Sage of Six Paths was a human woman. Hyuga Niji's thoughts are wandering freely, and he is having some disrespectful thoughts towards the legendary Sage of Six Paths. At the same time, in a dim sealed space, the flickering candle light is the only type of light in the entire world. The air was filled with moist water vapor, but upon closer inspection, it turned out that the water vapor was formed by the condensation of chakra. The water, which looks turbid but is actually clear, is large enough to submerge an adult up to his ankles. At the end of the endless passage, in the darkness, inside a sealed door as high as a hill, a monster as huge as a mountain was imprisoned. Call. The huge teeth, each as tall as an adult, were densely and neatly arranged, and like boiling water, visible steam gushed out irregularly from above the teeth. Oh hoo! This is a beast. I have to say, this set of white and neat teeth is so enviable that a handsome young novelist who is troubled by tooth decay is really envious. In the world of ninja, ninja is the main theme. Ferocious beast, haha, an average genin can easily deal with it. But what if it's a huge beast? What if it was a terrifying monster that was dozens of stories tall? In some universes, one can be honored as a titan. This is the nine-tailed fox, Kurama. The space here seems to have gone through tens of millions of years. It is old, dilapidated, and lifeless. There is only a titan-like nine-tailed beast, snorting, so lonely. Suddenly, his heart was inexplicably touched, and nine-tailed fox opened one eye in confusion. Why is it said that the nine-tailed fox only has one eye open? Could it be that some handsome young man who writes novels doesn't know how to count? No. It's just that the other eye is hidden in the darkness and the camera can't see it. Kyubai's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Hey, it's so tiring, why do I have a very, very subtle feeling that someone is spying on me? At the end of the body that was crawling like a hill, 9 tails like giant pythons were dancing gently, like a rotating windmill. What? Crows fly. Tornado destroys parking lot. Cream cake spinning 9-tailed windmill. The mind moved at will, and instantly hurricanes arose in this sealed space, roaring towards the sealed fence in front with astonishing kinetic energy. Boom boom boom. But it was useless. Like a boulder that had stood for 10,000 years. The hurricane shock wave was full of indestructible and unstoppable momentum. This was just the shock wave that the 9 tails unconsciously sent out when it swung its tail. But if it absolutely encountered a ninja from Konoha village, Chunin and Genin would be treated equally regardless of their names, and everyone would lie down happily together. Jonin? If you have to put your face close to it and don't run away foolishly, you will also receive the same lying board package. However, after the hurricane shock wave touched the seal fence, it dissipated like a breeze, just like going to the toilet with constipation, and no sound was heard for a long time. In fact, Kyuubi was originally unable to experience such a subtle feeling of being spied on. But he has been trapped in the sealed space inside Uzumaki Naruto's body for many years. Has it been thousands of years? How is that possible? It's only been 5 years. Through the sealed space, the 9 tails can see everything in the outside world, from the perspective of Uzumaki Naruto. But in recent years, it's always been the same old story of Uzumaki Naruto being bullied, which makes the 9 tails feel suffocated and the sense of substitution is too strong, and he's already angry. So I just took the initiative to block out the shared perception and stay quiet for a while. In this situation where you are the only one left in the world, a fox, the human fox perception will be magnified. If he had the slightest feeling of being spied on, he would have noticed it immediately. If the 9-tailed fox was released outside, there would be almost no such feeling of being spied on. Instead, there would be a stinging sensation as if embroidery needles were being inserted into the skin one by one. That is the hateful look of mankind for thousands of years. Whether it was 1,000 years ago or now, the hatred in his eyes is exactly the same, as sharp as a needle or a knife. This is the relative feeling created by contrast. You guys all know the theory of relativity. If you chat with a hot and pretty girl for an hour, you will feel like only 1 minute has passed, and you can continue chatting with her after drinking a sip of water. If you stare at a math textbook in class for 1 minute, it will feel like an hour has passed. Sorry, you've already started yawning. Damn you Yandere Hokage! Kyuubi grumbled in dissatisfaction, letting out a helpless grunt. I yawned and went to sleep again. Tisk, I thought he could be so irritable. Cowardly and irritable, the incompetent Kyuubi. So what if it's just a bagua seal? Can't you learn how to break it? Don't you know the wise saying that you never stop learning and never stop living? Hee hee. I am the king of big talk. Poor nine-tailed fox couldn't hear these words. He couldn't get out anyway, so no matter how curious he was, it was useless. Then he fell into a deep sleep again. For Kyuubi, whose lifespan was already 1,000 years, a few years or decades were just the difference of a nap. Now it was only 5 years. Okay, Kyuubi has gone back to sleep, let's slowly move the camera away. Don't let me get the chance. Fourth Hokage. If I get the chance, I will destroy the entire Konoha village with my own hands and send all of you Konoha to the Pure Land to pay homage to you, fourth Hokage. Call. What a close call, I almost missed Kyuubi's last words, good camera shot switch. Outside the sealed space, in the barbecue restaurant. The handsome smiling face of Hyuga Neji appeared in the field of vision, full of smile and modesty. Haha, it's okay. To be honest, today is also my first day at school, and I haven't learned anything yet. Oh, by the way, Naruto, are you interested in this? I have the Hyuga family's chakra refining technique, so this ordinary chakra refining technique book distributed by the school may not be of any use. It's just a waste of time to leave it here on my desk gathering dust. Hyuga Neji thought for a moment, reached into his bag, pulled out a small booklet, stood up slightly, leaned forward and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting across the table with eyes shining with golden stars. With an exaggerated look of disbelief, he said, "Wow! That's amazing! Can you really give it to me? It won't violate your school's rules, will it?" Uzumaki Naruto has never come into contact with anything related to ninja since he was born. This is also the tacit understanding reached by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and his good friends. Let Uzumaki Naruto enjoy his childhood as an ordinary child. He will definitely be exposed to things related to ninja after he goes to ninja school. In fact, for Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he is already the most powerful Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What kind of ninja can he grow into? No matter how powerful a ninja is, he is not as powerful as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The power of a single-tailed beast cannon from the Nine Tails or the tailed beast ball cannot be matched by the combined ninjutsu of a whole team of ninjas. You know, in this magically modified ninja world where you can't be too serious, a team consists of 4 people. 4 teams make up a squadron, 16 ninjas. 4 squadrons form a battalion, which consists of 64 ninjas. Who is popularizing science? Who is criticizing? Believe it or not, I will lie down now, hug your thighs and cry and beg you to stop talking, woo. In short, the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen and others still judged Uzumaki Naruto based on the physical fitness of ordinary people. They never thought that Uzumaki Naruto could become a very powerful ninja without relying on the Nine Tails. Little did they know that Uzumaki Naruto's bloodline was much more powerful than that of these ordinary villagers. Even in the original work, what troubled Uzumaki Naruto was not his ninja talent, but the nine-tailed fox in his body that kept using its chakra to mess things up. Naughty boy nine-tailed fox, you really deserve a spanking, right? He is always playing pranks and releasing a large amount of his infinite chakra from time to time to attack the bagua seal, causing Uzumaki Naruto to be unable to control chakra stably. His chakra control ability is the lowest among his peers. Just imagine that you are about to release a ninjutsu, but the naughty Nine Tails interrupts you. Release some ninjutsu to interrupt you. So annoying. Even Uzumaki Naruto can't do that kind of slightly more delicate chakra operation. Therefore, he could only use the kind of ninjutsu that relied purely on the amount of chakra. The techniques were very crude and there was no skill at all. This kind of ninjutsu can remain unaffected by the Nine Tails chakra, so this also resulted in the fact that later, when Uzumaki Naruto and the Nine Tails reconciled with each other, his combat effectiveness instantly increased. There is no need to practice the various attribute balls and raise nan, such as the magnetic raise nan, the molten raise nan, the boiling raise nan, the super strength technique, etc. Just let them fly. Various unprecedented ninjutsu were developed in an instant. Although he really wanted to learn the chakra extraction technique and had long dreamed of becoming a ninja, Naruto Uzumaki did not reach out to take the chakra extraction technique handed over by Hyuga Neji. Instead, he was worried about whether it would have a bad influence on Hyuga Neji. After all, it was issued by the school, and I don't know if I can show it to others casually. Ha ha ha, feel free to use it. Mine is much better than this. Hyuga Neji didn't wait for Uzumaki Naruto to refuse, and directly placed the booklet in front of him. Then he stopped Uzumaki Naruto from saying thank you, pointed at the waiter from the Akimichi clan who was pushing a small food cart filled with more than a dozen plates of barbecue, and said with a smile, "Eat. Eat." Seeing Hyuga Neji's sincere eyes, Uzumaki Naruto no longer insisted. Although Hyuga Neji's eyes are so white, can you see that kind of sincere emotion? I feel that the reflection is not very obvious, especially the reflection of the pupil. Never mind these details. Uzumaki Naruto was not a shy person. He nodded heavily and solemnly placed the chakra technique book from the ninja school in his arms. Just because ninja schools are everywhere doesn't mean that any ordinary person can see them and buy them. If there really is someone selling chakra extraction techniques without approval, believe it or not, Konoha village will immediately send the red-eyed Uchiha clan from the security department to knock on your door and check your water meter, fellow villagers. Afterwards, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands together and looked at the dozen plates of marinated barbecue piled high on the table with excitement like a little squirrel, and took a deep breath of the intoxicating aroma. If any of you think the barbecue is not delicious, it may be that you are not very hungry, my brother. Hyuga Neji quickly spread the attractive red and white slices of beef and mutton all over the grill, and sprinkled cumin and chili powder on them skillfully. The children next door were so greedy that they cried. The temperature emitted by the charcoal fire under the grill is just right, which is enough to smoke the delicious barbecue on the grill. A few minutes later, I picked up the lettuce leaves that had been washed very clean by the store owner and still had spring water droplets on them from a large bamboo basket nearby, and wrapped the roasted meat coated with chili powder and cumin in them. I folded them once and wrapped them tightly to prevent the meat from coming out when I bit into them. Hyuga Neji made a lettuce wrap with barbecue in the blink of an eye and gently handed it to Tenten beside him. Ladies first, right? What's more, it's a beautiful girl like Tian Tian. I'm sorry, Tenten. I was going to treat you to red bean dumplings today. But I was lucky enough to run into Naruto, so I just came here to eat barbecue. This barbecue is my apology to you. I will definitely treat you to red bean dumplings next time. This thank you Neji. This, you worked hard. Thank you. Tenten was stunned by the sudden happiness and spoke incoherently. She opened her mouth and stammered, not knowing what she said. He snatched the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow, the barbecue in my mouth smells so good. It was Neji-kun who grilled it for me. I don't even want to swallow it. As a result, I suddenly forgot to chew it properly and just swallowed it. He lowered his head suddenly, his face was burning hot and red, and he didn't dare to look up. Tisk. Choked. A glass of water was handed to Tenten by Hyuga Neji with a smile. Give you water, baby. Who dares to say oil? Do you believe it when I rub it on your face? Call. After taking a sip of water, Tian Tian suddenly felt like he had recovered from the brink of death. Life is full of surprises. So there are surprises everywhere. I want to taste this loving barbecue that Neji made by himself for the first time. There was a trace of annoyance on Tianatian's chubby little face. Although he thought so in his mind, his mouth didn't seem to be obedient. He swallowed the whole barbecue in less than a second. I feel very guilty every day. I haven't even tasted it yet, why did you swallow it? After all, the grilled meat is just so delicious. Afterwards, Hyuga Neji also made a generous portion of lettuce wrap with barbecued meat for Uzumaki Naruto on the opposite side. When the eldest brother takes action, everyone benefits equally and no one suffers. Take a bite, the lettuce exuding the scent of mountain spring water and fresh vegetables mixed with the chewy and fragrant barbecue, it is simply supreme happiness. Gollum. How can you eat barbecue without drinking beverages? Barbecue is delicious when paired with drinks. However, Hyuga Neji and the others were still very young, so they asked the shop assistants of the Akimichi clan to help serve a large bucket of juice. Pure fresh squeezed, no technology or hard work. Compared with the price of barbecue, fruit is simply not worth the money, and it is not worth diluting it. Cheers! X3. 3 children, one aged 5 and 2 aged 6, raised their glasses together to celebrate their first meeting today and praised the delicious food at barbecue. Ichiraku ramen is delicious, but it's also a good thing to have a simple and unpretentious yakiniku meal occasionally. The three of them ate for more than an hour in total. In the end, everyone's stomach was bloated. They were so full that they couldn't eat any more, so they reluctantly stood up and walked out of the store, supporting each other. Of course, Hyuga Ningji has paid the bill and also applied for an exclusive membership, so he won't need to bring any money next time he comes to eat. But fortunately, Hinata was not brought here. If they only ate barbecue, Hyuga Niji might not be able to take care of it, because he would have to find 6 or 7 people to barbecue together to satisfy Hinata's big appetite. Call. The best way to eat barbecue is to eat until you are full. That's the best way to feel full. After all, we can't eat barbecue for every meal in our daily life. After eating and drinking his fill, Uzumaki Naruto instantly became full of energy. After thinking for a while, he slightly raised his head to look at Hyuga Niji, who was half a head taller than him. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest and said, "Ningji, thank you for your hospitality. When I become a ninja in the future and earn my first commission, I will treat you to the most luxurious barbecue dinner." Ha 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 ha. Hyuga Niji burst into laughter. Of course I don't mean to be sarcastic, I just feel very happy. Okay, then I'll have to wait anxiously with an empty stomach in advance. But to be honest, your commission fee may not be enough by then. And I think you will definitely treat not only us to a meal, but also your other friends. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned and murmured, "You two are my only friends." Kyuzaka Neji smiled brightly and shook his head slightly, "How is that possible? When you go to the ninja school, you will meet more good friends, and after you graduate and become a ninja, you will form a 4-person team with your classmates and the captain. I believe you will not only have 2 friends." His hands involuntarily pushed down the goggles on his forehead and fastened them over his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be calm and did not let his 2 friends around him see the sparkling tears in his eyes. For the first time in his life, Uzumaki Naruto felt recognized. This must be the power called bond that the old grandfather who often came to meet him and chat with him talked about. It feels really good. I never thought that one day, I, a monster who was hated by everyone for some unknown reason, would have normal friends. Oh Paris, as expected, if you live well, everything will be fine. Then the 3 of them talked and laughed, joked and boasted to each other. When they reached the end of the road, they waved goodbye to each other and went back home to rest. Looking at Hyuga Niji and Tenten leaving, Uzumaki Naruto watched quietly for a long time. Then he raised his head, strode back home in a good mood. Uzumaki Naruto has walked this slightly dim road home countless times. Every time I feel empty inside and somewhat reluctant to go back to that home where I am alone. But this time, there was no melancholy on Uzumaki Naruto's face. He walked up the old-fashioned stairs to the 2nd floor, took out the key, and inserted it into the door of the house where he had lived since he could remember. Blah. Turn the old doorknob, just as the original blonde man and red-haired woman of the house had done countless times many years ago, and push the door open. Cheer up and shout with full energy, "I'm back." Over the next year, little Uzumaki Naruto often came to the Hyuga clan's territory to play with Hyuga Niji and Tenten. Yes, Tenten doesn't live in the Hyuga clan's territory. But Tenten would also go to play with Hinata Hyuga and Neji Hyuga, so it's not surprising that she's there, right? As a result, Uzumaki Naruto was surprised to find that he actually knew Hyuga Niji's sister Hinata. Once last winter, Uzumaki Naruto saw Hinata Hyuga, who had accidentally been separated from her clan members. So, following the guidance of Hinata's fragmentary memories, Uzumaki Naruto, who was already familiar with the streets and alleys of Konoha village, successfully brought her back to the Hyuga clan's territory. However, Uzumaki Naruto did not take it seriously and just left. Afterwards, Hinata Hyuga experienced getting lost and being captured by the Kumokichi village ninja leader Doroi. These 2 incidents caused Hayashi Hyuga to be more concerned about Hinata Hyuga's safety, and he also increased the intensity of Hinata Hyuga's ninja training. So often, apart from training and growth, Hinata Hyuga is at home, and the rest of the time, reliable clan members will be sent to secretly protect Hinata Hyuga. Of course, his strength is only that of a chunin. The Hyuga clan's jonin are still very valuable. They can basically assist others very well in various tasks. They are completely busy and make a lot of money. Sometimes when he went out with Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hayashi would not send his clansmen to protect him secretly. Because Hyuga Niji is like a little adult, he never walks through the narrow paths and always moves around in crowded areas. He will never make a silly mistake like getting lost. Now Hyuga Hinata has become a member of the Hyuga head family with demonstrated talent. By the way, Hyuga Hayashi is becoming more and more satisfied with her. His stern face all day long has gradually become gentle and full of smiles. When Hinata Hyuga reported to her father, Hayashi Hyuga, who was present, that it was the short blonde boy in front of her who had brought her back to the Hyuga clan when she was lost, Hayashi Hyuga stood up on the spot and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Naruto Uzumaki. He also extended a sincere invitation, hoping that Uzumaki Naruto would often visit the Hyuga clan to play. From then on, the Hyuga clan would be good friends of Uzumaki Naruto, and he strongly requested that Uzumaki Naruto accept some insignificant material gifts from himself as Hinata's father. Although Uzumaki Naruto declined, his small body was far inferior to the powerful elite Jonin strength of Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi thoughtfully considered Uzumaki Naruto's current conditions. In terms of ninja training, as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, a major clan in Konoha, Hyuga Hayashi had no need to violate the taboos of the Hokage building. The matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was a minefield and could not be touched. Therefore, the generous Hyuga clan generously took out secret medicines and supplements that could assist in training and greatly supplement nutrition, and gave them to Uzumaki Naruto for daily use. Since it didn't involve money or property, Uzumaki Naruto was happy to accept it. As a result, Uzumaki Naruto also received adequate food from the Hyuga clan, causing his height, which was originally shorter than that of his peers, to grow rapidly like a bamboo shoot sprinkled with fertilizer. As winter passes and spring comes, it is July of the next year. Today, the long-awaited and exciting experiment finally arrived. Half a month ago, after happily celebrating his birthday on July 7 RT with Hinata Hyuga, Tenten and many elders, relatives, and friends, Hyuga Neji once again entered into his regular training career. The daily chakra extraction technique is performed without interruption and without omission. When he woke up in the morning and opened his eyes, Hyuga Neji jumped up instantly. Without brushing his teeth or washing up, he sat cross-legged, put his palms up, closed his eyes slightly, calmed his breath and concentrated, and began the experiment. 3 years and a half months have passed since Hyuga Neji was taught the Hyuga clan's chakra extraction technique by his father Hyuga Hisashi on his 4th birthday and started to refine chakra for the first time. During this period, apart from the negligible consumption when he occasionally activated his already opened Byakugan bloodline limit and became familiar with the Hyuga clan's soft fist technique, adding and subtracting, until today, as long as he practices the chakra extraction cycle once more, the chakra points in Hyuga Neji's body will soon break through the 10 mark. During this period, after countless hard work and practice, he finally mastered the soft fist method of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Neji probably understood all the technical aspects, and the rest was to constantly train to strengthen his body, practice the control of chakra, and constantly practice to improve the proficiency and power of the moves. In Hyuga Neji's mind, he naturally imagined a picture. He was standing in the air above the huge Konoha village, with his hands on his hips, looking up to the sky and laughing. Me. Hyuga Neji. 7 years old. Chakra has exceeded 10 points. Just ask, who else in the entire Konoha is there? Just as Hyuga Neji was complacently immersed in the joy of his upcoming great strength, suddenly a flash of golden hair flashed through Hyuga Neji's mind. This cannot be compared, the cheats are there, the built-in cheats, the cheats exclusive to the natives of the ninja world, there is no need to compare them with Hyuga Neji's golden finger. So, without any expression, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, Hyuga Neji patted his face and shook his head to dispel the images in his mind. Alas, this doesn't count. This doesn't count, he is a cheater. What? There are actually people who doubt that the great Lord Hyuga Neji is also a wall hanger? No. This is all the result of the hard work and countless days and nights of practice by the great Lord Hyuga Neji. I am where I am today because of my hard work day after day. Your girlfriend may let you down, your best friend may let you down, but your sweat will never let you down. Dark blue. Add some more. Cough cough. Sorry, I went to the wrong set and got the wrong lines. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Hyuga Neji calmed his mind and sat cross-legged on the tatami calmly. Following the chakra extraction method exclusive to the Hyuga clan, which had been practiced thousands of times by Hyuga Neji, he extracted life energy from the 130 trillion cells in the body, mixed it with the spiritual power emanating from the brain in a certain proportion, then poured out a small blue pill from the medicine bottle beside him and swallowed it with a cup of ordinary boiled water. Only 1 pill, once a day. If you take too much, the drug will be too strong, causing increased intraocular pressure, double vision, and even increased psychological burden, which will lead to unsmooth chakra extraction, and may even be slower than the extraction speed without taking the pill. As the secret medicine fell into the stomach, it quickly decomposed and the pure medicinal power flowed through the blood and ran to all parts of the body. After a series of squeezing and purification, the theoretical maximum value was finally extracted, 30 points of chakra. Hehe, next Hyagoniji's eyes flickered. Under the control of Hyagoniji's mental will, 30 points of chakra rushed straight into the star core in Hyagoniji's danshan without any hindrance, just like the tens of thousands of brothers and sisters before. In just the next moment, the core of the star was released outward, becoming more condensed, and its quality reached the level of chakra in its first qualitative change. However, the amount of this qualitatively changing chakra with the same origin continued to increase from 30 points to 60 points, and finally to 90 points. Watching the number on his body jump from 99,996 to 100,086, a tremor of joy from the soul came from Hyagoniji's soul after an interval of 1/second. Then, a brief message was transmitted from the core of the star to Neji Hyaga's spiritual mind. Chakra's second qualitative change is complete. His eyes suddenly opened, all the chakra in his body began to resonate, and an invisible breeze appeared out of thin air. In an instant, Hyagoniji did not feel that his strength had made a leap forward as he had imagined. He did not just open and close his eyes and open and close his mouth and turn into the six-path sage like the 10 tails Jinchuriki. What a pity! The truth was, a feeling of satisfaction emanated from his entire body, especially from the eyes in his head. An emotion of joy emanated from his eyes and was captured by Hyagoniji's mind. It feels like it's finally complete. Although he hadn't felt any specific changes before, he felt it now. An invisible gap had been filled. White eyes. Open. Sizzle. As if by instinct, Hyagoniji subconsciously opened his Byakugan. At this moment he couldn't help but be shocked and stood up suddenly. 360 degrees. 360 degrees. Hyagoniji felt it carefully. Because he was born into a branch of the Hyaga family, he was restricted by the traditions of the Hyaga clan when he was very young, and the caged bird curse seal was planted on his forehead by the elders of the Hyaga main family. Under the influence of the caged bird seal, Hyagoniji's Byakugan bloodline limit is actually an incomplete castrated version. In this case, there is a diverging blind spot directly behind his first thoracic vertebra. 1 degree range. This blind spot only occupies 1 degree, due to the sealing effect of the caged bird curse. This field of vision is blocked, so of course it doesn't seem to have any effect at close range. However, when the two sides of this 1 degree angle are extended, a huge defensive vacuum is covered. There is a solution though, just tilt your head slightly, twist it to the left, then to the right. But sometimes imperfection is imperfection, and flaws are flaws. If you are short of a degree of vision, it may be fatal in battle. After all, there are many people in the entire ninja world who know the information about the flaws of the Hyaga branch's blood limit. What is a battle between ninjas? It's an intelligence war. If their strength had not reached an exaggerated level, the power gap caused by the asymmetry of information would be enough to overturn the seemingly insufficient ninja level and ninjutsu power. Moreover, the ninja is a deformed profession with high attack speed, high movement speed and weak defense, and the battle between the enemy and us is often very fast. The next second might be a matter of life and death. Even if everyone concentrates 100 times, it still feels like it's not enough. Who would be willing to turn their head from time to time? Why not turn your head from time to time to divert your attention to areas that your white eyes can't reach? Once you get used to fighting across the entire map, this feeling of being out of control will be even stronger. But now, due to the secondary qualitative change of chakra, the sole defect of Hyagoniji that was obscured by the damage of the caged bird curse seal has been completed. What it shows is that his Byakugan has reached the level of the Hyaga main family. Moreover, long-distance vision. The farsightedness distance expanded instantly, breaking through 2 meters, 360 meters, and finally stopped. The range actually reached kilometers, and there was no blind spot in degrees. Hyagoniji picked up the small mirror on the table beside him and looked at his eyes carefully. Looking closely at the mirror, it seems to emit a bright green light. There is no doubt that the eyes are white, but a circle of blue light surrounds the eyes, making the white in the middle more obvious. At first glance, it is clear that the eyes are purer than pure. Although Hyagoniji's Byakugan Kekkei Genkai bloodline was also very pure, but in the eyes of those who understand, those who understand, specifically referring to the hostile forces who have studied the Byakugan for many years, very few, and the Hyuga main family who have developed it throughout their lives, very few, but there are some. It can be found that Hyuga Niji's Byakugan now gives people a more vibrant feeling, as if these Byakugan have a slightly obvious vitality. It's not half dead and slightly dull, but really alive. Of course, the pupil power generated between the eyes also increased several times, reducing the physical burden brought by opening the Byakugan in the future. Otherwise, it would not be possible to extend the telescopic distance to 2 kilometers. Even in the Hyuga family, only a very talented Byakugan can achieve such farsightedness after decades of practice. Hyuga Niji. Carefully feeling the greatly increased power of this pure Byakugan, there is no doubt that it has reached the level of the main family. Even the pure Byakugan of the main family Hyuga Hayashi who has practiced for many years is probably comparable to his Byakugan that has been stimulated by the second qualitative change of chakra. Besides that, it seems there was curiosity in Hyuga Niji's eyes. He opened his hands, stretched them in front of his eyes, and observed and felt them carefully. In the normal world, if you were present, you would only see 2 hands with slender fingers, seemingly thin but actually a powerful being that can exert a force of thousands of pounds. But they are just 2 hands. From the perspective of ordinary people, they are 2 beautiful hands. Is it necessary for Hyuga Niji to stare at them? The answer is, yes. On Hyuga Niji's face, his eyes were wide open, and hideously bulging blue veins spread out around his eyes like a mask on the upper half of his face. In the black and white Byakugan perspective, a thin layer of azure liquid spread on Hyuga Niji's hands. This is the chakra that has undergone a secondary qualitative change. Moreover, these chakras that move, rotate and jump back and forth on Hyuga Niji's palms have no contact with Hyuga Niji's entire body. So this is not a ninjutsu, nor a secret technique, nor an illusion. The chakra number on Hyuga Niji's body is still slowly decreasing. It is just because of the chakra consumed by opening the Byakugan, and it has not exceeded the limit. In other words, the chakra in Hyuga Niji's hands is directly controlled by Hyuga Niji's thoughts, as if he were driving his arms. It was as if he was still in his own body, or as if Hyuga Niji had covered his body with a 2 cm thick layer of non-existent virtual skin out of thin air. As if he had learned it by himself, Hyuga Niji controlled the chakra in his body and felt, it seems that my control is a little stronger than before. Because although it was said before that Hyuga Niji had easy control over the chakra in his body, it was quite strange that it might be that the radiation range of the star core was not large enough, or the amount of chakra gathered in the star core had not reached a certain number, and no greater centripetal force was formed. So when Hyuga Niji was practicing the legendary absolute defense move, Kaden, he encountered some minor troubles. That's right. I'm Hyuga Niji. When I was less than 7 years old, I began to practice the secret technique of the Hyuga clan that was originally only practiced by the main family of the Hyuga clan, absolute defense Kaden. But the practice was not successful. The principle of Kaden is to release chakra from all the points in the body, and the traditional strong men of the Hyuga clan would release the chakra. Because for them, it is no problem to consume some chakra to perform such powerful moves. If you don't care about the burden on your body, you can directly eat the Bing Liang pills to quickly replenish the consumed chakra. But Hyuga Niji could only say sorry with regret. He couldn't squander chakra like the natives of the ninja world. Even though the Hyuga clan did not rely on ninjutsu to fight, the amount of chakra consumed was the least among all ninjas except for the steel fist and liquid jutsu ninjas. After many times of unyielding practice, Hyuga Niji made the sad discovery that as soon as he released the chakra from his hands, the chakra would quickly dissipate into the air. It's just a small ball, but it consumes more chakra than the amount consumed by opening the Byakugan for a whole day, which makes Hyuga Niji feel distressed. This is just the release of 1 cup ointment on the hand, not to mention the complete version of Kaden, which requires the release of chakra from acupoints all over the body. I was fighting hard and released it a few times. Hey, man, the chakra was exhausted. Thus, Hyuga Niji's plan to practice Kaden was hindered. In this regard, Hyuga Niji, who received a materialistic education, has his own ideas. After some thought, he felt that it might be that when the chakra in his body gathered in the core of the star, it could generate a kind of gravity, and use this invisible gravity as a tentacle to control the chakra outside the core of the star. Gravity is the force of attraction between any 2 objects. Generally speaking, the most common application scenario is in the vast universe and starry sky. Why are all the planets round? Although the shapes are somewhat irregular, they are generally stone balls, balloons, or water balls. Because in the universe, there is no force acting in all directions, so the direction of force points to the center of the planet. As for the universal gravitation, it is obvious that small things will be captured and attracted by big things. The concept of size is divided by weight. Just like this parallel ninja world, the world under our feet is undoubtedly a round planet. And the moon revolves around the planet. That is, the Earth-like planet of Ninja Realm captured the satellite of the moon. Although the moon today is formed by the Six Paths level sealing technique, detonating stars, performed by the two brothers of the Six Paths sage thousands of years ago. But the principle is universal. Why can this planet of Ninja World capture the moon and prevent it from escaping? Because the planet of the Ninja World is much heavier and larger than the moon. It seems that the chakra stored in the star core in the danshan in his body, after gathering a certain amount, can resonate with his own chakra in other places. When we say it is resonance, actually it can only be said to be a slight resonance. To put it simply, chakra can be used as electric current, the body as a conductor, and the star core in the danshan inside the body as a power source. So electric current can of course move freely in a conductor, especially this chakra that was born from the 130 trillion cells in my body. The same energy comes from the same source. Therefore, whenever Hyuga Neji thought about it, the chakra in his body could be manipulated by his hands and transformed into various shapes, with extremely strong control. But his skin seemed to be a watershed. The farther the chakra was from his body, the lower the gravity in the star core was, and the smaller the restraint was. This made it harder for him to control it. And once the chakra leaves Hyuga Neji's skin, he will not be able to control it, no matter how determined and strong his will is. These chakras that are not restrained by the gravity of the star core in Hyuga Neji's danshan will quickly dissipate into the air. Therefore, releasing chakra from the acupuncture points throughout the body is something that requires diligent practice and continuous cultivation day and night. Moreover, even though the other Hyuga members had gone through untold hardships day and night and finally mastered the ability to release precise chakra from their acupoints with the help of the Byakugan, they were still unable to take the next step of control. Just like a bullet fired from a gun, you can only adjust its direction before the bullet is hit by the firing pin and the explosives rush out of the barrel. Similarly, once it rushes out of the acupuncture point, the chakra will be uncontrollable like a flying needle. After all, there is no chakra string or steel wire behind him like the puppetry of the sand village to bind this little bit of chakra and control it. This action is also called the first lesson in a shooter's career, aiming. So, the Hyuga clan is still quite powerful. Although some people always joke that it is self-boasting, the Hyuga clan is the strongest and even the other major ninja clans in Konoha village have not refuted it. At most they could argue that as individuals, the Hyuga clan members were not necessarily the strongest. What? Some people say that not everyone can open the Byakugan, a bloodline limit? That's the setting of some era and it has nothing to do with this parallel world. This world will not accept that the once strongest ninja in the world, the hero who saved the world, would become weak just a dozen years later. All his efforts would be in vain and his life would become a joke. At least in this world, the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai can be activated by a Hyuga ninja after normal growth, making him the best auxiliary teammate that all the teams in Konoha village are vying for. It has to be like the Sharingan, which can only be activated after experiencing some kind of stimulation and a drastic change in temperament. It's better not to have that kind of bloodline limit. Most people can unlock their bloodline limits through hard practice, so it is better to be a normal person. But what changes will happen to the chakra that has just completed the second qualitative transformation? How should I put it? It's like the original chakra of pure water. Assuming that when the chakra was just extracted, the density of this energy was like pure water, after the first qualitative change of the chakra, the density of this energy would become a little thicker. Therefore, it can be controlled freely within the body. The speed of chakra depends on the speed of nerves. But at this level of chakra, the energy density is still a bit sparse. All we can say is that the energy density contained in a unit volume of chakra is higher than the initial state. However, after the chakra's second qualitative change, it seemed that the chakra, which was originally made of clear water, turned into noodle soup with a handful of flour sprinkled on it, and the energy density per unit volume increased again. In addition, the amount of chakra in the body has exceeded 10 points, and the quantitative change has caused a qualitative change. Once again, try to release the chakra in your body through the most easily controlled acupuncture points on your palms. Slowly, slowly. Afterwards, Hyuga Neji was surprised to see the palm of his right hand. The palm that was originally empty suddenly had a blue spot of light popping out from it, and then the blue spot of light rolled rapidly, getting bigger and bigger. A breeze blew outside the open window in the room, and the chakra overflowing from Hyagoniji's hand danced gently like a flame, but also floated firmly in his hand like bubble gum. It was not blown away or dissipated, and could even be controlled by one's own mind, just like a real object in one's hand. 2 centimeters. It was with the precise identification of the Byakugan that Hyagoniji discovered that the chakra in the palm of his hand overflowed from the palm about 2 centimeters and then extended outward, only then did it return to the feeling that he could not control before. However, within 2 centimeters of the skin surface, although these chakras are not as powerful as those in the body, they can be controlled at will, just like objects grabbed by the hand. In this way, the prerequisite for practicing to return to heaven is met. Hyagoniji can use the chakra in his palms as a barrier to block various physical and ninjutsu attacks. You no longer have to worry about using your chakra to block a few enemy attacks, and performing a few times of kaishin, and you will return to the original starting point overnight. Hyagoniji stood up, put his hands behind his back, and laughed. Ha 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 ha. After practicing hard for several decades. Finally, in this precarious world, I have gained a little self-protection power. A superior demeanor. If we ignore the fact that Hyagoniji is only 7 years old. Pooh! Listen to what Hyagoniji is saying. How could he have practiced hard for decades? All in all, it's only 3 years and 10 days. However, Hyagoniji himself felt that if he simply said hard work for several years, it seemed a little too weak. Decades sounded more impressive and seemed like a more difficult struggle. Although Hyagoniji is the biological son of the head of the Hyaga branch family, it is almost impossible for him to encounter those uncontrollable oppression and dangers in Konoha village. However, Hyagoniji was not complacent. His current strength had just reached the baseline, and was not even as strong as Hyagoniji during the Chunin exam in the original work. After all, at that time, Hyagoniji in the original work had already mastered the 64 palms of Bagwazang and the super powerful skills of Bagwazang Huishin. But there is nothing to worry about. After all, I haven't grown up completely yet. He is just over 7 years old this year. Why would he need a bicycle at the age of over 7? I'm not bragging about myself, but with his current half-baked Hyaga soft fist, he is able to defeat all opponents in the grade. There is still a long time. In the original book, when he fully mastered the 64 palms of Bagwazang and Huishin, he was already 13 years old. More than enough time. Now he has just mastered the 16 palms of Bagwa, but he is not in a hurry. After all, he has only been in ninja school for 1 year, and there are still 6 years to go, 5 years left, so he can practice slowly. As long as you get started with the soft boxing, all that's left is to practice more and gradually become proficient, and you will naturally make a breakthrough. Moreover, there is absolutely no need for Hyagoniji to graduate early according to his characterization as a super genius. Besides, Hyagoniji just couldn't understand, is the title of a genius so important? This shows that this ninja world is still too distorted. Whenever someone calls me a genius, I automatically feel endless pressure, fearing that I might do something that is not worthy of the title of genius. Just graduate step by step, there is no war breaking out now. It is a pleasant thing to return to childhood and feel the new life. There is a reopening day, and no one is young. Now Neji Kyuzaka's chakra points have exceeded 10 points. After all, a standard jonin only has 7 points of chakra. Therefore, based on the amount of chakra he possessed, he was already a genuine jonin. I have only been practicing for more than 3 years. If I were to practice for another 5 years, wouldn't I explode and take off on the spot? As his mind seemed to be turning, Hyagoniji compressed most of the huge amount of chakra in his body, which was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, into the star core in his danshin. In this situation, even if someone touched Hyagoniji's body to feel it, and various sophisticated chakra instruments scanned Hyagoniji's body inside and out countless times, they would not be able to feel the existence of these chakras. As for using a knife to cut open Hyagoniji's abdomen to check if there is a star core, haha, that's just a conceptual thing, just a name that Hyagoniji made up at random. If it was really a piece of stone, how could it be in his stomach? Wouldn't that have become a stone? If Hyagoniji was more lively, singing and dancing rap, this stone would shake his internal organs and make him vomit blood. This thing named star core by Hyagoniji must exist in an alternate dimension with the body as its anchor. Ningji Niji. Are you home? I came to see you. Someone was shouting at himself. When Hyuga Neji heard this slightly hoarse voice, which was now full of energy compared to more than a year ago, he smiled slightly, straightened his clothes, stood up, opened the door, walked all the way to the yard, and after crossing the long corridor, he saw Uzumaki Naruto waiting for him in the yard after passing the gate. Yo, Doheo. That's a lot. If you take out a Konoha villager who knew Uzumaki Naruto from a year ago and compare him with him, you will definitely be shocked. Now Uzumaki Naruto is wearing black and white clothes that are not luxurious but neat and handsome. He is no longer carelessly wearing patched clothes like before. Because he thought Hyuga Neji looked particularly handsome in this outfit, he bought the same one for himself. Of course, it is the same style as the general material of the clothes. He paid for all these clothes and other things himself. Uzumaki Naruto was not poor before. Although his living expenses were not much, if he did not spend lavishly, it was enough to cover a person's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Moreover, the house he lives in is quite big. It is located in a luxurious area in the city center of Konoha village. The house is inherited from the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. But it's a bit strange. When the neighbors living near Minato Namikaze see this blonde child living in the home of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze every day, don't they feel a little curious? Of course not. Because the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had already redivided the nearby neighbors into better and bigger houses in advance. Although it is far away from the current city center, the living environment and compensation have indeed greatly satisfied the villagers of Konoha village. Moreover, if Uzumaki Naruto lives in the city center, it will be easier for the Hokage to send Anbu to monitor him. Although the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has a bug-like telescope technique, he can see what a person is doing no matter where he is based on his chakra. But he is usually very busy. So he only observes it when he thinks about it. Generally speaking, it is more reliable for full-time staff to use it. Naruto Uzumaki's residence is not far from the Hokage building, just a few streets away. But a Jinkraki actually lived in the city center of the village, which showed that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not abuse Uzumaki Naruto. All in all, Uzumaki Naruto's life is not bad. The reason why he was so short before, even after graduating from the ninja school, he was not as tall as Haruno Sakura, was because he was picky about food and had a careless personality. It is because he doesn't want to cook, doesn't like to cook, and doesn't know how to cook, so he often goes to the store to buy a lot of instant noodles and a lot of milk. Don't wonder why he can buy the goods. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Konoha village, and the majority of them are ordinary people without ninja talents. Everyone came to Konoha village mainly to get some peace in the troubled times. It's not like they stare at Uzumaki Naruto's face every day. It can only be said that with the reminder of people around, everyone can remember that this is the incarnation of the demon fox. However, except for a few people who remember Uzumaki Naruto's face more deeply, most people, especially civilians, don't care. In the original work, when Uzumaki Naruto went to take a photo for his ninja registration certificate, the owner of the photo studio didn't recognize him at all. Even when he heard his name, he didn't know who he was, let alone that he was the so-called incarnation of the demon fox. On top of the building, facing the Hokage rock in the distance, I took a handsome photo of Naruto Uzumaki for his graduation ninja ID card as requested by him. As businessmen, they are all about doing business. Except for a few villagers who have psychological burdens and are unwilling to do business with Uzumaki Naruto, there are still many villagers who are willing to sell goods to Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, where did Uzumaki Naruto's clothes, food, drinks, goggles, various ninja tools and backpack come from? It can't be possible that all of them were given by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? How could the 3rd Hokage have so much free time to study what kind of clothes Uzumaki Naruto likes to wear and what color bags he likes to use? And a whole set of clothes specially matched? Do you really think the Hokage is so idle? Due to his carefree personality, Uzumaki Naruto always stocks half a room with instant ramen, instant noodles, etc. These fast foods are fine as they have a long shelf life, but what about the milk? Its shelf life is relatively short, and it is limited by the technological level of the ninja world, especially the technological development in terms of people's livelihood, which is still somewhat insufficient. So generally the longest shelf life is only 1 or 2 months, but Uzumaki Naruto bought so much at once and drank milk as water, so a lot of the milk was expired, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay much attention to the expired milk. He would often have diarrhea after drinking it, but it doesn't mean that Uzumaki Naruto was abused and had to drink expired milk every day. He just lacks someone to supervise and discipline him. He has not committed any serious crime, but his living habits need supervision. Then after meeting Hyuga Neji and receiving Hyuga Hayashi's sincere gratitude, the Hyuga clan almost became Uzumaki Naruto's second home. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan has no illusion abilities and cannot control the nine tails to run wild and cause destruction. Therefore, there was no stress reaction at the Hokage building. As we all know, the Hyuga clan is a powerful family with strict etiquette, so including Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Neji's father, are very strict with this dirty little boy, and strictly require him to wash himself, change clothes frequently, and keep clean and tidy. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Uzumaki Naruto cherishes the hard-earned friendship of his good friends, Neji Hyuga, Tenten and Hinata Hyuga. Therefore, his dress tends to be simple and plain like Hyuga Neji, which is dignified while not affecting his active hands and feet in battle. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, whose mental appearance and height were very different from those in the original work, Hyuga Neji felt relieved. Although the child in front of him was the son of the ninja world and the son of prophecy, a supernatural being, he even realized his childhood dream in the end and became the seventh Hokage, protecting the entire Konoha village and guarding the peace of the entire ninja world. However, the many pains he experienced in his childhood were unbearable for anyone, so it was not easy for him to not turn evil and become Menma Uzumaki, who released the great Raise Nanrin-Egan. Fortunately, things have changed a little, haven't they? Ningji. You're so slow. Tenten's soft and slightly dissatisfied voice came from outside the door. Swa. Tenten poked his head out, but he looked sideways at Hyuga Neji, who was walking towards the door. Although he was very handsome, he still had to say what he had to say. Today is the day we agreed to go to the training ground in the back mountain for training. The sun is already high in the sky, so we must not be late. Of course that's an exaggeration, the sun has just risen halfway into the sky. But we really have to leave early, otherwise the bright sun in the morning will be unbearable. Haha, wow. Sorry, I definitely won't be late, it's just that I just had a sudden impulse and had to practice for a while. Has everyone had breakfast? Hyuga Neji clasped his hands together to express his apology, and then cleverly changed the topic by asking about whether or not they had breakfast. Because I had already taken a bath last night, and I just finished practicing the chakra extraction technique, which only involved chakras and did not make me sweat, so I didn't need to take a full body bath again. So actually, the only thing missing is brushing your teeth and washing your face. Hyuga Neji quickly washed his face and brushed his teeth with the underground spring water in the yard. 2 minutes later, his face was fair, his eyes were bright, his long black hair hung naturally behind his head, tied with an ordinary hair rope that cost 100,000 taels, luxury goods don't cheat the poor, and his pure white eyes emitting a faint blue light were already at the door. We have all eaten. Are you working so hard? Neji, you actually started training so early in the morning. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the young man with outstanding temperament with admiration. After more than a year of getting along with Neji Hyuga, Tenten, Hinata and others, Uzumaki Naruto no longer shouts without rules or makes ugly faces to attract other people's attention. He used to be alone, so he wore a clown mask, because at that time he would only attract other people's attention when he deliberately pretended to be exaggerated and eccentric. But now he is no longer alone. He has many good friends. He can take off the clown mask and just be a normal person, speaking from his heart. It was a whim. I'm usually very lazy and only practice at night. This morning was just occasional. Hyuga Neji waved his hand modestly. Now I am already a ninja with the ability to protect myself. Although I don't have many methods yet, I have great potential. I don't need to deliberately establish the image of hard work and training in front of my partners. He doesn't rely on acting skills to make friends, he just uses sincerity. When his chakra broke through 1 point, the chakra underwent its first qualitative change. When the amount of chakra in the body exceeded 2 points, the second qualitative change occurred. Although it is not as I once imagined, that my strength will double every time I increase my chakra points by 10,000, it has gradually confirmed my previous guess. I estimate that with my continuous practice, when the chakra points in my body exceed 200,000 or 300,000 points, there may be a third or fourth qualitative change in chakra. If the chakra continues to change qualitatively, how strong can I become? Qualitative change is a positive word. Uzumaki Naruto and Tenten, along with everyone else, went to the Hyuga clan's residence, and brought along Hinata and Neji, who had already packed up and were ready, and the other three headed out of the Hyuga clan's territory. On the way to the destination training ground, Hyuga Neji also solved his breakfast problem along the way. People are iron, rice and steel, and if they don't eat a meal, they will be very hungry. No matter what pace of life you are in, it is best to eat a full breakfast. After finishing the steaming hot meat bun in a few bites, Hyuga Neji patted his belly with satisfaction. Of course, eggs are also indispensable. An egg, of course, a well-cooked egg, not including rotten eggs, basically covers a person's daily nutritional needs. Although ninjas are people who can endure, they still need to eat and drink well, and they still have to have breakfast on time. Actually, today is not a big day. It's just like usual, we are all training and communicating together. Hyuga Neji plans to start chakra control training today. As a member of the Hyuga clan, with the help of the Byakugan, he can perform various subtle operations on chakra. It just requires more practice. Even if Hyuga Neji has the ability to control chakra as if it were his own arm, he still needs training to turn his talent into strength. Just like you can control the opening and closing of your palms, if you practice martial arts, don't you still have to practice some martial arts moves? Even when writing, you need to practice the pen-holding posture and practice writing frequently to be able to write beautiful handwriting. The simplest and least demanding auxiliary conditions are actually the most suitable for ninjas who have not yet successfully cultivated proficient skills. The simplest and most convenient way to train chakra control ability is treading water training and tree climbing training. As for why everyone doesn't practice in the Hyuga clan's territory, the Hyuga clan's territory is not without its own ponds, streams, or big trees. But how should I put it? Although the Hyuga clan's territory is spacious, it is still my home. I always feel a little uncomfortable when studying at home. Besides, the place we are heading to this time is the back mountain of Konoha, and the scenery is quite beautiful. Although everyone is practicing, there is no need to learn from Might Guy, the blue beast, every day. He has already integrated various exercises into his life. Life is cultivation, and cultivation is life. Only by sweating can you feel relaxed and comfortable. Hyuga Neji and the others crossed their arms over their chests, expressing their respectfulness and politely declining. Practicing in the beautiful woods for a while, and feeling tired, wouldn't it be great to have a delicious barbecue? By the way, the ingredients, meat, and cooking utensils needed for the barbecue had already been placed in sealed scrolls in advance and brought over by Hyuga Neji in his pocket. The sealing scroll is a storage tool that is very easy to use. Not only does it have a huge internal space, enough for personal use, but it can also hold a variety of utensils and preserve meat. It is so convenient, and the threshold for use is extremely low. As long as there is a trace of chakra activated, you can make seals according to the specific order of use. If you want to put things into the sealing scroll, you just need to spread out the sealing scroll, aim at the object you want to capture, mobilize the chakra to flow along a specific route, and consume the chakra to trigger the sealing ritual on the sealing scroll. Such a convenient sealing scroll has only one very small disadvantage, and that is, the price is a little bit high. A sincere offer of 500,000 taels. It is enough to be equivalent to a difficult A-level task. A-level missions require the strength of a jonin to participate in. They are usually invitations from other countries to join wars, protect important people, and attack ninja troops, etc. Moreover, the village had to intercept a message usage fee for the 500,000 ryo reward, so the amount received by the ninja who really fought to the death was far less than 500,000 ryo. In addition, the ninjas have to pay for all the ninja tools consumed during the period, and they have to pay for their own food and accommodation. Generally speaking, a senior ninja has to complete 3 A-level tasks with a reward of 500,000 taels to save up 500,000 taels. Therefore, basically, apart from the official forces of each village, those who can use the sealing scroll are all the top powerful families that are well known in the ninja world. Moreover, among the wealthy Hyuga clan, not many of these sealing scrolls were purchased. The first reason is that the materials needed to make the sealing scroll are difficult to find. The second reason is that it is only suitable for use by the aristocracy and is not suitable for large-scale use by civilians. The third reason is that the makers are also scarce. Even in ninja villages, sealing scrolls are rarely used to transport supplies other than non-confidential documents. Because during the war, there were not enough sealing scrolls to transport various supplies, and the amount of supplies needed for the battle was too huge. The supplies that can be stored in the sealing scrolls of the 5 major countries in the entire ninja world combined are not enough to sustain the consumption of a single battle. There are countless kinds of ninja tools, medicines, food, drinking water, etc. Therefore, even for the ninjas' wars, the most common method of logistical transportation was to use various cattle, sheep, donkeys, mules, and horses to pull carts, arranging dozens of carts in batches, so that large quantities of food, medicine, clothing, and various military supplies could be transported to the front line at one time. In this situation, even if you, a ninja, can run very fast, no matter there are forests or mountains ahead, you can do it as if you were walking on flat ground, but the carts pulled by these livestock can only move on flat roads and bridges. So this was a few years ago, 6 years ago to be exact. One of the sources of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's amazing military exploits was that he destroyed the Kanabi Bridge in one fell swoop, cutting off the main supply artery of the Uegakure village. You know, the cost of building a bridge is not low, especially the Kamubi Bridge, which serves as the main artery supporting the frontline logistics of the entire Uegakure village, and it is even more difficult to build quickly. Of course, if it were in peacetime, with all the powerful ninjas around, it could be repaired quickly. But you have to know that we are in the middle of a war, you can't just use Earth-style ninjutsu to build a bridge casually, right? Not to mention how strong the control of Earth escape ninjutsu is needed to build such a solid bridge. First of all, the amount of chakra required is almost impossible for anyone to afford, and those who can afford it are nothing more than the jinkraki of each village. Not everyone has the leisure to carve a few dog heads on the summoned earth flow wall. Even an elite jonin like Hitaki Kakashi could only roughly carve a few dog heads. And most importantly, will the enemy watch you build the basic bridge structure and then quickly repair and build it? This is in the midst of war. The enemy here seizes the opportunity and uses all kinds of lethal ninjutsu at you, while you are still leisurely performing earth escape techniques to build a bridge. If you don't die, who will? By that time, the bridge will not be built. What's the point if people die first? Destruction is much easier than construction. The violent groups in this world, the ninjas, are good at wreaking havoc. But if you ask him to engage in production, that would be very difficult. Oh, Konoha village does have a good infrastructure expert, he is Tenzo, his real name does not exist, he was recognized as her brother by a beautiful sister, so he was called Tenzo, who was cultivated by Orochimaru's experiment to develop the wood-release Kekii Genkai and survived by chance. He is also the wood-release ninja Captain Yamato in the original work. However, his chakra amount was too small, and what he could shape was only a wooden house. It could be used as a temporary residence, but if the entire bridge was made of wood, it would soon rot due to wind and rain. After all, there is an old saying, 100 years dry, 1,000 years wet, and only half a year of neither dry nor wet. In the picturesque back mountain of Konoha village, the 4 little ones found a place where mountains, water, and trees met, and then everyone began to train in an orderly manner according to their respective training plans. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting in the shadow of a big tree with his back against it, wearing a black and white robe, his eyes slightly closed, his face calm, his hands turned over with palms facing up, resting on his cross-legged legs, refining the huge chakra energy that was constantly flowing within the 130 trillion cells in his body. In fact, Hyuga Neji felt that Uzumaki Naruto didn't need to do these chakra refining exercises, because the Nine Tails chakra was emanating from his danshin all the time, and then after going through the arduous and complicated sealing ritual of the 8 trigram seal, it was finally transformed into pure chakra that was marked with Uzumaki Naruto's spiritual imprint and did not require refining, nourishing Uzumaki Naruto's body. Although this growth is not as fast as the speed of a ninja's active chakra cultivation, it is subtle and can be completed automatically without consuming the life energy of the 130 trillion cells in the body or the mental power in the head. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto activated the automatic training cheat. Then why do you bother to refine the chakra yourself? It's not fairy chakra. But maybe Uzumaki Naruto just wants to enjoy the training process. Tenten, who was standing by, took out from his backpack the kunao and shurikens of suitable sizes made for children from his own ninja tool shop. He then looked around and chose a tree with a tragic fate. Then, he stood several meters away and inhumanely threw and stabbed it. Tuk tuk tuk. Kunao and shurikens of various styles were swung by Tian and quickly pierced into the thick trunks of the trees. After observing a few seconds of silence for this huge tree with lush branches and leaves that was as thick as 2 adult waists, Hyuga Neji looked at Hyuga Hinata standing beside him. Hyuga Hinata was in the shade, performing the Hyuga clan's physical training in a very methodical manner. As a member of the Hyuga clan, you don't need to study those messy ninjutsu. You only need to master the basic 3-body techniques and advanced 3-body techniques. It's not that Hyuga Hinata is too arrogant, but with the help of the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan's ninjas can even see through the weaknesses of the enemy's ninjutsu and attack accurately. Just like in the original work, there is a ninja named Kohinata Mukai, whose ancestors were once a branch of the Hyuga clan, but after several generations after the split, they were excluded from the Hyuga clan. He could no longer obtain the secret medicine inherited from the Hyuga clan that could stimulate him to awaken his Byakugan bloodline limit, so poor little Hyuga Mukai only awakened one Byakugan. However, relying on this Byakugan and some castrated versions of the Hyuga clan's soft fist technique scrolls that he was allowed to take away from the clan after the family split, little Hyuga Mukai also learned the soft fist technique and the 16 palms of Bagwazang. So weak. He only has 16 palms of Bagwazang, which is not even as good as Hyuga Neji, the genius of the Hyuga branch who won the Chunin exam in the original work. But relying on these unorthodox physical skills in a Byakugan, he was even able to oppress Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui into a state of disarray. As for the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu, the proud Great Fireball technique, the little Hinata Mukai, who only had one Byakugan eye, shattered it with just a slap. Isn't the fireball powerful? In fact, it is quite powerful, but his ninjutsu also has chakra components. Hinata Mukai saw through the weakness in it at a glance, and then smashed it with a slap, which shocked Uchiha Itachi and frightened him so much that his face turned pale. In the end, he defeated Uchiha Shisui with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. He grabbed Uchiha Shisui's fair little neck with one hand and was about to crush it the next moment. If Uchiha Shisui hadn't opened his Mangeki Sharingan and hit him with an extraordinary illusion, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. The modified setting of this world, at this time, Uchiha Itachi did not realize that Uchiha Shisui opened the Mangeki Sharingan. At that time, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were both powerful Uchiha with 3 Megatama, and their strength had undoubtedly reached the level of Jonin. Therefore, if one develops the Byakugan well and the Hyuga clan's physical skills well, the achievement will not be too bad. As the heir to the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hinata also focused all her attention on practicing the 36 Bagua palms. Of course, her goal was to practice the 64 Bagua palms, but she could not achieve success all at once. She could only start from the very beginning and imitate the routine moves one by one. When the body finally forms muscle memory and the chakra in the body can be released quickly, accurately and ruthlessly to impact the opponent's body acupoints, Hyuga Hinata's Bagua palm can be considered to have been mastered. Once you have successfully mastered the art and your body is able to sustain a continuous stream of soft fists in an instant, you can truly unleash the power of soft fist. Hyuga Hinata, who eats every day like a glutton, has a terrifying strength that Hyuga Neji has seen. They are completely different Hinatas from the ones in the original work. Every punch, palm, and kick was powerful and not at all frivolous. Quick and accurate. She is full of confidence and pride in her family, but she is only proud of her bloodline and origin, and does not mean to look down on others. Hinata, how is Hanabi doing recently? Hyuga Neji walked over and asked with a faint smile. Before coming, Hyuga Neji and the others did not go into the Hyuga main family mansion. They just picked up Hyuga Hinata at the door and left. Yes, the sister-in-law that everyone in the original work loves deeply, Hinata Hanabi has been born. Because of the extraordinary ninja talent shown by Hinata Hyuga, Hayashi Hyuga was happy every day. In a good mood, he worked hard with his extremely gentle wife. As a result, 5 years after Hinata Hyuga was born, Hayashi Hyuga's second daughter was born, named Hanabi Hyuga. During this period, not only did Hinata Hayashi's bitter face ease a lot, but his extremely gentle wife, who had a very low presence, also became much more radiant. Of course, Hyuga Hayashi also found it a bit unbearable many times. When Hyuga Neji went to visit him, he often saw Hyuga Hayashi standing against the wall, and doing squats when he was free. Squats are rampant in the ninja world. The new daughter of the head family, Hinata Hanabi, is only 1 year old now and is still babbling. An elder of the main family issued an order to put a caged bird curse seal on Hinata Hanabi's forehead in order to maintain the 1,000-year-old system of the Hyuga main family and branch families. Such remarks caused displeasure among the head of the Hyuga clan, the most powerful one in modern times, Hyuga Hayashi, who simply told the child to grow up first. The Hinata Hanabi in the original work is actually a genius of the main family who is neither too small nor too small. But how to say it, Hinata Hanabi's situation is a bit special. She actually admires her gentle and strong sister in her heart, but under her father's strict brainwashing, it can't be said to be brainwashing, under the strict preaching, she also thinks that her sister is not motivated and has not brought into play her talents. So in a daily competition with her sister, Hinata Hanabi, who is 5 years younger than Hinata Hyuga, actually defeated her sister. In fact, Hyuga Hinata could have slapped Hyuga Hanabi away with just one slap. But at that time, Hinata Hyuga was soft-hearted and did not slap him. Ugh! This is during the competition. Especially under the great attention of Hyuga Hayashi who was standing by, Hyuga Hanabi did not dare to slack off, so she seized the opportunity and thought it was a flaw revealed by her sister. Of course, Hyuga Hayashi also thought it might be a flaw that Hyuga Hinata accidentally revealed, so she was very disappointed with Hinata. Hyuga Hanabi quickly took a breath and slapped Hyuga Hinata away. Afterwards, Hyuga Hayashi no longer had any hope for his eldest daughter, and Hyuga Hanabi's deep love for her sister turned into disappointment. She felt that Hyuga Hinata was imitating that last place Uzumaki Naruto every day, and that she was completely useless. But this obviously won't happen in this world. Hearing what Hyuga Neji said, Hyuga Hinata, who was practicing martial arts, slightly folded her hands, finished her practice and slowly let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said to Hyuga Neji, "Hanabi has a good appetite and is growing well. Father always says with a smile that she will become a powerful ninja when she grows up." After a few simple greetings, Hyuga Neji signaled Hyuga Hinata to continue training, while he was going to go to a slightly farther place to practice chakra. Although Hinata Hyuga has not yet mastered the Hyuga Gentle Fist, this is only because her physical fitness is not up to standard. Thinking about his own chakra situation, Hyuga Neji also had his own idea about the soft fist technique. Of course, this was not something he came up with by himself. One day when he was sleeping, he heard a few words from a higher dimensional god or Buddha creature. The obscure voice was captured and translated by the star core in his danshin, and then condensed into a sentence. The chakra of the Hyuga clan is also chakra. Although we disdain it, we can still refine the attributeless pure chakra and transform it into the 5-element chakra. Therefore, I have my own future development direction for the Hyuga clan's soft fist technique. Now I just need to perform basic training according to the normal process. You still have to eat your meal bite by bite. Although the other three were practicing their own things, there was no doubt that in their eyes, this handsome and smiling boy from the Hyuga branch family was the backbone among them and the most powerful one. Although I have never played it, I have this feeling for some reason. It would be even more perfect if Hyuga Neji had the Emperor engine. So the other three people would take time out from their training to secretly glance at him. Hyuga Neji found the slowly flowing stream. Under their surprised gazes, Hyuga Neji raised one foot and slowly but firmly stepped into the stream. Puff! As soon as Hyuga Neji's right foot stepped into the water, a handful of water splashed up. X3. In this case, there should be too much chakra concentrated on the soles of your feet. You should reduce the amount a little and try again. Hyuga Neji slowly raised his right foot, this time reducing the amount of chakra on the sole of his foot by half, and gently touched the surface of the water. Pat! Ugh! There was no splash this time. And Hyuga Neji could feel that the water, which was originally liquid, seemed to become a little viscous. When I stepped down, I felt a slight resistance. After a little mental preparation, Hyuga Neji slowly moved the center of gravity of his entire body forward. Pfft! This time, Hyuga Neji's entire right foot stepped completely into the stream. When his calf was about to fall into the water, his body reacted, and his powerful core strength straightened his body firmly, and then he pulled his foot out. What is Neji, brother, this guy, doing? The three little ones thought to themselves. Compared to those natives of the ninja world who can only rely on their feelings and luck, Hyuga Neji has unique conditions. Using the binary method, Hyuga Neji adjusted the chakra under his feet in time every time. Finally, the next time, the right amount of chakra was condensed on the soles of his feet, and one foot stepped steadily on the stream as if on flat ground. Shock.jpg. Hyuga Neji lowered his head and looked at the chakra condensed on his feet. At this moment, there was only a thin layer, and the specific number was about 20 points. It will be easier once you know the specific quantitative figures. Then Hyuga Neji also condensed 20 points of chakra in his left foot, no more and no less than points, and then stepped both feet onto the stream, standing steadily on the water surface. As the ripples vibrated, his whole body gently rose and fell. Wow, that's amazing. I couldn't help it this time. If I had to talk about one foot, it might be that my core strength was too strong, so there was a possibility of performance. But now, both feet were on the water, and it was clearly seen that Hyuga Neji was swaying slightly on the water like a weightless feather. This is amazing. Hinata and the other two stopped their training, stood up and walked over with interest. At a close distance, everyone could see more clearly that Hyuga Neji was indeed standing steadily on the surface of the stream that was gently rippling in the breeze. Although Uzumaki Naruto has become a normally developed person and his personality has become much more restrained, he has inherited some of the extroverted personality from his biological mother Uzumaki Kushina, and he cannot change in a short time to become a quiet and handsome man like his father Namikaze Minato. So the curious Uzumaki Naruto simply stretched out a foot and stepped on the water without even looking. The result was without a doubt, he failed to control his body, and with a plop most of his foot stepped down, and his right foot was instantly soaked. Hey? This doesn't look like anything special. How did you do it, Neji? Uzumaki Naruto embarrassedly took his feet out of the water, shook off the water droplets on them, squatted down and looked at Hyuga Neji's feet carefully. He was also a human being, so why could he stand on the water without sinking? It simply goes against common sense. Hyuga Neji is certainly not a person who keeps things to himself. So I tried lifting my foot and putting it down again, lifting it and putting it down again, and gradually I became proficient in it just like on land. Hyuga Neji began to explain, this is called treading water training. It is a training program designed to train ninjas' chakra control. You need precise chakra control to keep your feet on the water. It mainly uses the repulsive force of chakra and the buoyancy of the water flow to counteract the gravity brought by the earth, so that you can float on the water. In addition to this, there is tree climbing training. Tree climbing training is just the opposite. It uses the suction power of chakra to make your feet step on the trunk of a tree and walk upwards. And you can stick to it firmly and will not fall down due to gravity. This is tree climbing training. Both energies are further manifestations of the universal energy of chakra. The three little ones' eyes sparkled when they heard it. The main thing is that these two training methods are not only more interesting to look at, but also to sound, than the boring chakra refining. And the purpose is very strong, which is to enhance the control of each other's chakra. So Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, and Tenten also began to train in treading water and climbing trees with restrictions. For such technical things, you don't have to wait until your physical fitness reaches the required level. However, Hyuga Neji felt that among the three, perhaps only Uzumaki Naruto was more suitable for practicing this at the moment. Because girls are generally more delicate in mind and can control chakra better from the beginning. But Uzumaki Naruto is different. The first point is that the chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body is constantly affected by the chakra released by the nine tails and disturbed by the nine tails that is deliberately sealed in the sealed space. This causes the chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body to be in an unstable state. Compared to other normal people, the chakra activity is particularly high. Well, under normal circumstances there is no particular harm, but later when Uzumaki Naruto starts to learn ninjutsu, these chakras will be like disobedient little animals. Some are disobedient and some are too lazy to move, and they can't be caught in the palm of the hand at all. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto cannot let them flow according to the regular route of the hand seals, and finally form various ninjutsu. This makes you the last one. A ninja should know the most basic ninjutsu, right? Monsters like Might Guy, whose strength can defeat many opponents, don't count. So even in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto was under special training from Hitaki Kakashi. After he learned water treading and tree climbing training, his chakra utilization rate was greatly increased, and he was able to create more shadow clones. This training can only be regarded as a method and idea. How much chakra should be used for each person is a very subjective matter. Therefore, Hyuga Neji couldn't provide more help to everyone. He could only stand on the water at the moment. He lifted his feet and put them down, lifted his feet and put them down, but he was still not able to run on the water like a skilled ninja, let alone march and fight on the stormy sea. Take it one step at a time. Hyuga Neji felt, of course it might be his own illusion, he felt that after he stood on the water, the force with which he could control chakra within 2 centimeters of his body surface was very strong, and it seemed that he could change the direction of its movement. Ninjas' favorite and best ways to release chakra are from 2 parts of their body, the first is their hands, and the second is their mouth. Haha, in a certain era, there were people who actually used their nostrils to perform ninjutsu. It's okay for you to release ninjutsu, but spraying water and spitting fire with your nose is quite the style of a master. But why do you have to spray out countless snots through your nostrils? The snot is made to look like the ice release Kekii Genkai, it's very malleable. They are all twinkling and shining. However, the icicles created by ice escape can be used as popsicles to cool down. Not only does it cool your mouth, but it also cools your heart. And the snot column made from snot, its lethality is too overwhelming. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Now that we've calmed down, why do people release ninjutsu like this? This is determined by the natural structure of human beings. Since childhood, the parts of the body that humans use the most are their hands and mouths. They are used to eat, and the more they use them, the more skilled they become in controlling them. But it is different for the feet, which are only used to support the body every day. The feet do not have as keen perception as the fingers, so if you use the feet to release chakra, if you want to float on the water, you can only generate force by evenly releasing chakra from the acupuncture points on the feet. Using acupuncture point sprays for chakra? Most people don't even know where the acupuncture points are and just go by feel. The Hyuga clan, on the other hand, possesses the Byakugan Kekii Genkai, which allows them to accurately identify acupuncture points on the human body. As for the Byakugan, it just so happens that Hyuga Neji already has it now. So when he tried it for the first time, Hyuga Neji used the symmetrically located acupuncture points on both feet to release chakra. What he wanted was a balance. And because of Hyuga Neji's precise control over his own chakra, of course within the highest 2 centimeters of the body surface, the chakra that had just been released to generate buoyancy was recovered by his own will. So it perfectly prevented the loss of chakra in Hyuga Neji's body. After all, I worked hard for a whole day of practice, and only gained 90 chakra points. Although I now have more than chakra points, I can't squander it at will. Hyuga Neji divided the water treading training and tree climbing training into several stages according to his own understanding. The first stage of treading water training is to be able to keep your feet firmly on the surface of the calm stream. Although the stream is constantly flowing, the amount of water is too small, resulting in very little fluctuation on the surface of the stream. In this way, you can cultivate your body's habit of walking on the water in a safe environment. Because the feeling of walking on the water is definitely different from walking on land. On the water, you can only control the small area of the sole of your foot that touches the ground. On the ground, the entire ground is hard and solid, ensuring that you will not be at risk of falling into the ground, but on the water, if you fall, you will at least get soaked. After completing the first step, the next step is to walk or even run on the calm water. After completing this stage, one can walk and run steadily on the rough water surface created by artificial ninjutsu. Basically, the treading water training can be finished here. Most of the treading water training content has been learned by people, and the rest is to accumulate experience over time to increase the familiarity of the body. Tree climbing training, however, is another matter. Because above the water, people mainly need to overcome the gravity that makes them sink. Besides the buoyancy of water, they only need to control their chakra and make it add up with the buoyancy to lift them up. But this tree climbing training is different. In tree climbing training, the trees are real and will not have any effect on your body. They will not have any attraction or repulsion on your body. You need to use all your spirit to control the chakra so that the chakra can emit a strong enough attraction and firmly adhere to the tree trunk. At the same time, the body must have strong core strength, that is, the abdominal muscles. Being able to keep your body, legs and feet straight while your body is parallel to the ground requires a combination of chakra control and personal core muscle strength. Only after perfect combination can a ninja actually walk on tree trunks and branches. So the first stage of tree climbing training is to have a strong abdominal core muscle group. So after practicing a little bit on standing on the water and slowly walking, after a few minor failures, Hyuga Neji was able to fully control the use of the swaying chakra on his body surface to form repulsive force. Depending on the force he stepped on, he would increase or decrease the amount of chakra absorbed by the soles of his feet accordingly. He could perfectly make the water surface as solid as the ground without splashing a single drop of water, but at most only a little bit of the soles of his feet would enter the water. Then you will not sink and can walk freely on the water. Time always passes very quickly when practicing. Several hours have passed since the 4 of them came to the back mountain of Konoha to practice early in the morning. The cicadas were also crying out because of the heat. I'm not sure if it was because of the heat. When the sun reached the center of the sky, the world became as quiet as at night. So everyone decided to have lunch and replenish their energy. Hyuga Neji clapped his hands with a smile and shouted, "Naruto, Hinata, Tenten, you have worked hard. Everyone come over and get ready for lunch." Compared to Hyuga Neji's training process, which mainly focuses on control and therefore seems to be a breeze, the other three are different. After refining his chakra, Uzumaki Naruto began treading water training. After trying treading water training a few times and getting soaked, I realized I couldn't stay in the water forever, so while the water from my clothes was evaporating, I asked Hinata Hyuga for advice and learned some basic physical training common to all the ninjas of Konoha village that could be passed on to a side story. For example, do push-ups on the spot, raise your legs high on the spot, run around the woods, run around obstacles, and finally do a set of simple gymnastics movements to improve your physical fitness in daily exercise. Because Uzumaki Naruto inherited the Uzumaki clan's powerful recovery ability, especially his physical strength is almost many times that of an ordinary person. In the original work, when going out of the village to perform a mission, many friends were so tired that even their dogs were exhausted, especially Inyazuka Kaiba, but Uzumaki Naruto still looked full of energy and his physical strength was off the charts. But why, after becoming Hokage, he becomes so weak all the time? The first, second, third, and even fourth generations never became so weak due to handling village affairs. Therefore, that unspeakable next generation is indeed incompatible with this world. So when Uzumaki Naruto felt tired after training, he just had to sit down and rest for a while, and he would immediately regain his energy and start the next round of training. When he was alone before, he definitely didn't have the heart to do these trainings. But for some reason, when he was training with everyone, Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel tired or bored at all. With good friends, training is never tiring. Let alone Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata was practicing the Hyuga family's gentle fist techniques and physical skills in a very serious manner. With one slap, the air seemed to explode. Due to the limitation of her current strength, she couldn't make the sound of air exploding when she waved her palm, but she tried her best to stretch her muscles every time and was exhausted and breathless. However, Hinata Hyuga's fighting spirit is very high, which is completely different from the Hinata Hyuga in the original work, who is cautious and even dares not speak loudly. The whole person is filled with self-confidence that grows stronger with practice. Sure enough, the opinions of people around will also affect a child's growth to some extent. There was nothing special about Tien Tien, but throwing kunao and various throwing ninja tools made his arms sore. During this period, Hyuga Neji provided Tenten with some training ideas based on the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques that he had seen in the original work. The Uchiha clan's throwing technique is actually to use the ninja tools that arrive later to disrupt the straight attack route of the ninja tools. That is, after throwing the first hidden weapon, the second hidden weapon is thrown with a more powerful force, so that the second hidden weapon can catch up with the first hidden weapon, and then collide with it, changing each other's routes, thus catching the enemy off guard. Because except for a very small number of throwing ninjas, the opponent is very likely to predict the route and landing point of the ninja tool thrown by ordinary people, even if it is a small thing like kunao or shuriken. Thousands of years ago, the form of warfare in this world was still based on cold weapons. Some brave and careful masters could even catch arrows flying in the air with their bare hands. So what about catching the kunao that's flying towards you? He's not the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who just throws something lightly and shouts, "Oh! I'm not good at shuriken," but then makes hand seals with his hands and uses the shuriken shadow clone technique. In an instant, the thrown kunao turned into thousands of them, dragging green chakra rays, and smashed the enemy into pieces like a laser cannon. Except for those that exceed the standard, all obstacles can be avoided in advance in a targeted manner. But if Tenten improves his throwing skills according to Hyuga Neji's advice, it will be difficult for ordinary people to judge where the specific target of this ninja tool is and where it will land. The Uchiha clan is well known in the ninja world for their powerful throwing techniques, mainly combined with their Sharingan. The Sharingan's insight is also particularly strong. Although it is not as good as the Byakugan, the Sharingan's imitation and copying ability is far beyond that. Therefore, it is possible to throw multiple ninja tools, kunao and shurikens, changing the direction in all directions, ultimately making it impossible for the enemy to defend themselves. Tien Tien can't do it, of course, but she can win by numbers. The first step is to throw out a large wave, and the second step is to throw out another large wave. The collision between them is like flowers blooming in all directions. Although it is impossible to accurately hit every ninja tool thrown previously, there must be a few that can be hit out of 100, right? This is the line-up shooting tactic, and it is also the most suitable tactic for Tian Tian. She has the largest reserve of ninja tools and can unleash firepower without restraint. You just need to develop a sense of security, so that two groups of hidden weapons don't collide and get all knocked down. It would be embarrassing if you end up not hitting any of the enemies. Hyuga Neji couldn't help but admire his own genius idea. On that planet in the Middle Ages, because the bullets of the musket were soft, small balls made of lead, after being impacted by the explosion of gunpowder and flying out of the barrel, the lead bullets became strange shapes and could not maintain their round shape. Then they rotated due to friction with the air and then deviated to who knows where. In this case, the shooting accuracy of a single musket is shockingly low. However, this weapon is very powerful, so what should we do in this situation? Isn't it enough to just pile up the number of people? If one person shoots, his bullet will deviate to the right and will not hit the enemy in front. If the 100 people stand in a row and shoot together, the bullet will deviate to a certain extent and will eventually block the vast space where the 100 people in front are. Even if your bullet deflects to the front of your teammate, isn't that equivalent to your teammate firing a bullet and accurately hitting the enemy in front of him? Therefore, the problems of insufficient precision and excessive skill are greatly reduced at this time. Moreover, since Tian Tian has been receiving formal ninja training in the ninja school, in less than a year, he has accumulated a certain amount of chakra in his body. Hyuga Neji specifically told Tenten that no matter how busy the day was, it was best to persist in practicing the chakra refining technique of the great circulation. Keep doing this and turn the habit of practicing into an instinct, like going to the toilet after eating, drinking water, and getting up. Only in this way will you not feel that cultivation is boring, your strength will be steadily improved, your potential will be brought into play, and every day will not be wasted. After all, we don't have a golden finger, and we can't clearly see our own progress, so after a long time, we will lose motivation. 4,700 points. This number was clearly above Tianatian's head, because Tian Tian only used a relatively not-so-rubbish chakra refining technique, and was able to extract 15 points of chakra a day and store it in his body. You have to know that an ordinary ninja can only refine 10 points of chakra a day. This rate is already % higher than the training speed of others. It can be considered as a person with abundant resources. Of course, it can't be compared with Hyuga Neji, whose daily training speed is 9 times that of ordinary people and times that of Hyuga Hinata, the most talented in the family. For a normally developed ninja, 15 points of chakra refining technique are enough. What? Why can't I practice to the theoretical 15th level every day? Maybe it's because our physiques are more compatible. Moreover, Tenten is a normal person, unlike Hyuga Neji. Even if she uses up all the chakra in her body today, as long as there is chakra that is not life-threatening, and she does not use up every drop of chakra, in this case, she can basically recover the next day after a good sleep and a good meal. This is the back mountain of Hokage Rock, not too far from the Death Forest. Basically, before they reach adulthood, no, it should be said that before they graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a real genin, the children of Konoha village basically spend their 10 years or so in Konoha village. Except for some ninja children who follow their elders to visit other tribes outside the village, they may visit and cultivate relationships, so they will leave Konoha village. Generally speaking, people do not leave Konoha village. Although Konoha village is called a village, its entire area is still quite large. Judging from the huge area of clan territory occupied by each clan, especially powerful clans like the Hyuga and Sarutobi, the territory occupied by the entire Konoha village is definitely larger than that of a city. Moreover, Konoha village is the only ninja village in the entire ninja world that can set up a perception defense barrier to monitor the entire village. Thanks to the strong financial resources of the Fire Nation, it was able to plunder countless natural treasures to fill the array materials. In addition, when Konoha village was established, it had been on good terms with the Uzumaki clan, especially the Senju clan, for generations, and received strong support from the Uzumaki clan, which specially designed a huge perception barrier for Konoha village that could cover the entire village. Every day, there are several perception teams that check the giant spherical barrier that surrounds the entire Konoha village 24 hours a day. This barrier does not have any strong destructive power, but as long as someone passes through it, it will be sensed, such as the number of enemies and their approximate strength, so that orders can be given in time to the security department's action team next to the perception class to go and check and expel the enemy or outsiders who accidentally break in. Of course, even if the Konoha guard was previously controlled by the Uchiha clan, this important task would not be handed over to the guard team under the control of the Uchiha clan. Instead, the guards are composed of Anbu directly under the Hokage and ninjas from various major ninja clans that the Hokage trusts. In the entire world, Konoha village is the only one, without exception. However, because the place is so huge, everyone tried to gather in the city center as much as possible. The city center is the center of the village, near the Hokage Rock. That is where the Hokage office building is located. This place includes all the government departments of Konoha village, so the commercial street is also located nearby. It is considered the core of Konoha village. Before that, in the original work, when the 6 paths of pain invaded Konoha, the heavenly path of pain drew the chakra of the other 5 clones and used the super Shinra Tensei to destroy the center of Konoha. Basically, destroying this central area is no different from destroying the buildings of a ninja village, because more than 70% to 80% of the village's population is gathered here. Konoha is very big, just bear with it. There is no need to think about going out every day, as you haven't finished touring your village yet. During training, Hyuga Neji suggested throwing with both hands every day to increase the output frequency gradually. Because if you throw with just one arm, you will quickly become exhausted. Moreover, Tenten's physical fitness is not particularly strong. He can't use chakra to protect the violently stretched and contracted muscle tissue with the help of the Byakugan like Hyuga Neji. She could only rely on her feeling and try her best to use chakra to protect her body, but this situation was obviously very troublesome. So Hyuga Neji suggested to Tenten, since his family ran a ninja tool shop, he could still buy a few sealing scrolls there. Moreover, for Tian, he can start learning how to make it since he was young. You know, in the making of sealing scrolls, although the materials are precious, the most important thing is the difficulty of the making technology. This is not something that just anyone can create by just taking a pen and drawing a few strokes. He must be born with the ability to sense time and space. Although Tenten's ability to sense time and space is not as good as that of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju, 2 outstanding ninjas who are particularly sensitive to time and space, Tenten can be said to have a time and space perception attribute with a relatively high affinity. It's just that her body's reaction speed is far inferior to that of the powerful 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. But Tian is suitable for the summoning flow. Since it was Hyuga Neji's suggestion, Tenten agreed. At present, he has learned some steps and related knowledge of making sealing scrolls, and has found opportunities to practice many times. These are all things that can be bought with money, because what restricts the proliferation of seal scrolls is not the materials used to make them, nor the techniques used to make them, but what? It is the creators who have the ability to be sensitive to the properties of different dimensional spaces. There is no testing organization that can come up with a quantitative indicator for this kind of thing. It all depends on talent and subjective perception. No one can help. But I vaguely remember Hyuga Neji from the original work, and I know that Tenten does have this rare talent. When you fight directly against the enemy in the future, just wave your hand and countless scrolls will appear, summoning various hidden weapons with sealed force and direction, forming a firepower coverage attack. Now, every day, I can only use my hands to throw things around, and then I have to bend down to pick them up and put them away one by one. I have to throw them away again next time. I am so tired that my back and waist ache and it is miserable. But it's a different kind of exercise, isn't it? Hearing Hyuga Neji's call, the other 3 couldn't wait any longer and they all cheered and jumped for joy. After all, everyone had been exercising intensively for the whole morning, and under the mutual supervision among the friends, no one was lazy. Everyone is doing things that can improve their own strength, and because they are with their friends, they are very happy and can last much longer than when they practice alone. There is a very clear, clean, and sweet stream next to it, which is perfect for washing and eating. So everyone went to the stream, washed their faces simply and carefully with the water beside them, took out clean handkerchiefs and towels, and wiped off the dirt and sweat on their bodies. Of course, during this period, the parts of Naruto Uzumaki's body that were soaked by the water after he fell into the water had already been dried during the exercise. After all, he is a ninja, with fierce firepower. After everyone finished cleaning up, they happily found a great, shady, and sunny spot covered by a big tree. Then they sat there, eagerly waiting for Hyuga Neji to feed them. It is true that there are many delicious foods in this ninja world, but it must be said that they are definitely incomparable to Hyuga Neji who lived in a food paradise in his previous life. If China's barbecue styles and various cooking methods existed in this ninja world, it would be a groundbreaking dimensionality reduction attack. Hey, Nisi, what are we eating today? Don't you know that I have been training myself so hard, not for anything else, just to have a bite of your delicious food? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned into stars, as if he thought of something delicious, and his saliva began to flow. That's really exaggerated, but you have good taste. In fact, the three of them originally practiced in their own homes, or simply practiced alone. Ninjas are always lonely. But by chance, after a training session together, Hyuga Neji rewarded everyone with a table full of sumptuous dishes. Uzumaki Naruto almost swallowed his own tongue. This is a completely different taste from the delicious Ichiraku ramen in the village, the expensive and delicious yakiniku, and the red bean dumplings that are full of sugar and make people feel happy from the bottom of their hearts when chewing them. And the best part is that Hyuga Neji can cook both spicy and light and delicious dishes, so people with allergies can enjoy them. The taste is more physiological, on the tip of the tongue. Once you eat it, you will never forget it, and it will be deeply engraved in your brain memory. From then on, everyone clamored to train together, and the location didn't matter, what mattered was that Hyuga Neji was the chef. If it was his sub-healthy body in his previous life that made him tired even when he moved, Hyuga Neji would not have bothered him. But in this new world, after becoming Hyuga Neji, his whole body is full of endless energy. Except for the fixed time for refining chakra, he cannot move around. The rest of the time, Hyuga Neji always has to practice boxing countless times to make him feel more refreshed. So, cooking is a piece of cake, guaranteed. Hyuga Neji kept moving his hands while he said, "Haha, I thought about it, let's have a barbecue today, and also an alternative version of grilled fish. Then Luduo and Tian, please help me catch some big fish and prepare them for me. I don't want to kill fish." Hyuga Neji could accept sending a kunao down his enemy's throat, but he could not accept using a knife to cut a rooster or slaughter a fish. Hehe. Maybe the person doesn't want to kill him, so he can only be beaten into a meat paste with a slap. Yes sir. Tenten, with red cheeks, tired from training, and Uzumaki Naruto stood together, saluted respectfully and formally, and ran out like a show of humor. Hyuga Neji shook his head. Strangely enough, there is English in this world. Haha, I won't go into details. It's a deformed world to begin with, so there's no need to care about these small details. There's a black rapper in the north. Brother Neji, how can I help you? Seeing that her two friends were assigned by Brother Neji to carry out an important task, Hyuga Hinata felt a little embarrassed and thought about doing something to share the burden. Seal, release. Hyuga Neji made a seal with one hand and removed the seals on the 3 seal scrolls placed on the ground one by one. Boom. 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 3 puffs of white smoke flashed by. Why is this white smoke? It's a bit weird. Hyuga Neji guessed, it might be because the seal is an object in an extra-dimensional space. When it is summoned to the real world, the air on the object interacts with the air in the ninja world, and the moisture and gas composition are different. At this time, it will cool and expand to become white smoke of water vapor. Soon, barbecue grills made of fine iron, charcoal braziers and a full range of pots, pans, bowls, chopsticks, etc. in the kitchen emerged from the white smoke that dissipated after the breeze blew. What a convenient ability! Hyuga Neji couldn't help but admire it. This technology is a bit like the universal capsule in the Dragon Ball world. The items in the sealed scroll, whether they are food or utensils, when taken out, still retain the appearance they had when they were last put into the seal. Simply outrageous. Just like in the original work, the scroll that Tian always carries with him can even summon steaming hot tea at will. It is a must-have at home and a perfect carry-on for traveling. Haha, then Hinata, please help me wash these pots and pans. I'll light the fire first to prepare for cooking, and also light the charcoal fire on the barbecue grill here. Hyuga Hinata received her task and happily took a pile of pots and pans to the stream to wash them. Although these kitchen utensils were clean before being put into the seal, they still needed to be washed before eating. Psychological effect? This is a necessary step. If the conditions permit, then do it. If not, then forget it. But now the stream is right next to us, and the water is so clean, it would be unreasonable not to wash there, right? There is absolutely no situation where anyone upstream urinates or throws garbage into the water. Because Hyuga Neji and the others chose an area where they could see the source of a stream not far away, an underground spring gushing out from the mountain. What? What if someone peed inside the mountain? That shouldn't be the case, right? The question mark is because there really is Earth-style ninjutsu in this world that allows people to move inside the ground. White eyes. Open. After a careful inspection, he found that no one in the mountain below could escape the inspection of this white eye. Hyuga Neji felt relieved and continued to prepare. The world of ninja is convenient. Moreover, Hyuga Neji remembered that in the original work, he seemed to only possess 3 chakra attributes, fire, earth, and water. But it might be because of his own time travel, or it might be the changes brought about by the star core in the extra-dimensional space of his danshin. Anyway, Hyuga Neji currently has all 7 attributes of fire, earth, water, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. His main focus is on comprehensive and balanced development, with all systems flourishing. The Hyuga clan's specialties are their Byakugan and soft fist techniques. But the strange thing is that the Hyuga clan doesn't know how to use any ninjutsu at all, they are unwilling to use it. Especially those ninjutsu that consume chakra are useless. At most, there are some clone techniques and substitution techniques. The fancy chakra ninjutsu of the 5 elements is rarely used. Maybe it's because of the 1000-year inheritance, and the soft fist technique and Byakugan can basically cover all close combat, medium range and long range attack and defense, and it doesn't consume much chakra, so basically the Hyuga clan only uses the family's ninjutsu. But that kind of situation doesn't exist with Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji himself said that Hyuga's Byakugan ninja can also use chakra, and can use different types of chakra. With his fingers slightly curled up, he could easily use his super strong control to transform the chakra in his body into fire attribute. He didn't need to release any powerful ninjutsu. After all, it would take many days to refine it before it could recover. Now, it's just a little bit of chakra, and then a handful of flames ignited out of thin air in Hyuga Neji's hand. He stretched his hand directly to the charcoal stove and the barbecue grill, and ignited the incendiary materials in the charcoal stove and the barbecue grill. This is a specially made mixture of cotton, straw, rosin, beeswax, and many other incendiary materials that can be ignited at once. Soon a thin layer of white smoke rose, and the incendiary material was lit, firmly and slowly releasing a small flame to ignite the charcoal around it that actually served as fuel. A few minutes later, when Hinata Hyuga brought the washed pots and pans, Neji Hyuga had already prepared the fire for cooking and was cutting the meat and ham needed for the main dish he wanted to make today on the chopping board. There are also some prepared vegetable combinations, such as green peppers, lettuce, cabbage, radish, winter melon, bean sprouts, etc. Today, Hyuga Neji is going to make an authentic Chinese home-style fried rice. Super deluxe. Add meat. Add ham. Add eggs. Add plus all kinds of stuff plus. Super plus version. I remember that in my previous life, Hyuga Neji wanted to have a plate of fried rice for a midnight snack after get off work, and he always wanted to add several eggs, several pieces of ham, sausage, spicy strips, etc. However, due to his short money, he always gritted his teeth and asked the boss to only add 1 more egg and ham, and he didn't dare to add anything else. No money. Flashy. Now, don't mention money, it's just a number, rolling eyes nonchalantly. On the plate next to it, there is some marinated barbecue that is kept frozen, with ice cubes all around it and emitting bursts of white, cold mist. Here are some roasts to make. In the wild woods, on the grass, there was a breeze outside, and the sunlight above was blocked by the layers of leaves between the big trees. Ah! The air you breathe is filled with the scent of grass juice. It is such a beautiful place. It's both refreshing and relaxing. Would you feel embarrassed if you don't have a barbecue? The ice bucket on the side was filled with ice cubes and contained many different kinds of drinks and juices purchased from the commercial street. Of course there is no alcohol. Alcohol is not a good thing. Why do children drink so much alcohol? There's nothing good to drink except simply showing off your maturity. Beer boxes, horse urine, and liquor other than the famous brands, the only liquors you can buy are mixed liquors that irritate your throat and hurt your stomach. So today's lunch is a barbecue, followed by barbecued mushrooms, vegetables, green peppers, radishes, winter melons, etc. As another main dish, we will grill the fish that Tenten and Uzumaki Naruto will bring back later. When the skin is golden and crispy, pour the soup on it to make an authentic Ganzo grilled fish. Spicy. Spicy. More spicy. Put lots of chili. The last main course is the super plus version of Chinese fried rice. Hehe, without staple food, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, Uzumaki Naruto and the other 2 are fine, but won't Hyuga Hinata be hungry? Hyuga Neji can guarantee that today his friends will have a good meal, guaranteed. He casually took out 20 undercooked eggs, tapped them lightly against the edge of a large pot, and 20 beautiful rooster eggs were thrown into the pot. Then Hyuga Neji skillfully used a pair of chopsticks to stir them quickly. Fried rice can't be without eggs, right? Sprinkle a handful of salt into the egg liquid and add a large bowl of water to make the scrambled eggs softer and fluffier. Heat oil in a pan, and when the oil temperature is about right, pour the eggs in. Zi la la. Suddenly the aroma of fried eggs wafted into my nose. I'm hungry, mainly because I've been practicing for the whole morning and everyone is hungry, so it smells especially good. Wow, Neji smells so good, look at our results. Tenten and I caught a few big fish in no time. The water quality of the stream over there is very good, there are a lot of fish, and they are so stupid that we can knock them out with just a tap. They are real in a matter of minutes. Uzumaki Naruto was holding a big crucian carp in one hand, and he and Tian Tian were running towards this side happily. Nah, you're really hungry. You eat everything, ahem, nothing. Hyuga Neji gave a mischievous smile and asked Uzumaki Naruto and Tenten to prepare the fish. Tian Tian waved his hands wildly, even causing a strong wind to blow. Oh, I have never killed a fish before, so I don't know how to. It's not that I drink green tea every day, and I have never killed any fish. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest and said proudly, leave it to me. I used to kill fish all the time. Sometimes when I didn't have enough to eat in the village, I would go to the mountain stream to grill fish. It's delicious even without any seasoning. Although he hadn't caught fish in the mountains and grilled them for a year, Uzumaki Naruto did not abandon his skill. He took out the kunao very skillfully, and the sharp blade that had been polished to a shine reflected a captivating light. In a few seconds, he gutted the two big crucian carps that were still bouncing and struggling, threw away the useless internal organs, fish bubbles and other things, scraped off the scales, leaving only the tender and delicious fish meat for normal use. On the other side, Hyuga Neji had already taken out a large bowl of fried eggs and set them aside. He then heated up the oil in a pan again and put in the steamed rice, which had to be refrigerated in the refrigerator for half a day in advance. He broke up the condensed parts of the rice, waited for the oil to reach the right temperature, then poured the rice into the pan and began to stir-fry vigorously. Hyuga Neji, who had watched the graceful tossing of the fried rice by the owner of a night market stall countless times, was able to easily replicate the tossing of the fried rice by the owner based on his memories and his control over his body. Flipping the wok is a symbol of the Celestial Empire's culinary skills. With a calm look on his face, Hyuga Neji demonstrated the Celestial Empire's wok flipping technique to these natives of the ninja world. Hwa hwa! I saw a big iron pot with two huge earrings dancing violently left and right under the control of Hyuga Neji. Under the force of inertia, the rice in the pot was flipped into the air, and then fell down one by one, forming a beautiful arc. At the same time, every time the whole portion of rice is overturned, all the seasonings and sauces added during the process will automatically cover the rice that was not covered just now. Coupled with the assisted stirring of the spoon, the whole process is very beautiful and eye-catching, and full of a different kind of beauty. Sri Lankan number 1. Hong Dunisi number 1. So powerful. This move stunned the group of boys and girls who were only a few years old. Since they were born, when have they ever seen a chef in the human world cook like this? It's simply amazing. Then put the eggs, chopped ham, diced green peppers, and some side dishes such as corn kernels and peas, which are basically just for the sake of appearance, into the pot. Finally, give it a dozen or so vigorous stirs, and the authentic Chinese egg fried rice with golden color and fragrant aroma is ready. After taking it out of the pot, Hyuga Neji scooped out one person's portion each time and filled 4 plates. Of course there is still a lot in the pot, which is basically reserved for Hinata. Then he took the 2 crucian carps that Uzumaki Naruto had already cleaned, cut them up, put them on the grill, increased the fire, and started grilling. From time to time, use fire chakra to carefully roast the fish from the outside to the inside, sprinkle with cumin, chili powder and Sichuan pepper powder, making the aroma more intense and appetizing. Wait until the charcoal fire roasts the fish on both sides until golden and crispy, then place the 2 roasted fish in a rectangular iron plate, or should I say, an iron basin. Then heat the oil in a pan again, quickly add the peeled garlic rice, various bean pastes, peppers and onions. This is not to stir-fry the vegetables, but to stir-fry the sauce. Soon, a fragrance that was even more down-to-earth than egg fried rice wafted into their noses. Uzumaki Naruto and the others had never seen this dish before, and their eyes couldn't help but turn into two little stars. They became even more eager to try it and were looking forward to lunch soon. On another charcoal fire, various vegetables are grilled. After all, eating only meat is not delicious and healthy enough. Hyuga Neji asked Hyuga Hinata to help watch over the meal, and he simply rinsed the sliced potatoes, lettuce slices, tofu skin, bean sprouts and other side dishes with hot water, cooked them until they were about 60% done, and took them out for later use. When the sauce is almost cooked and the side dishes for the grilled fish have been prepared in advance, spread these side dishes layer by layer at the bottom of a rectangular iron basin, and then put the grilled fish on it. Finally, put the Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, green peppers and onions on top, then pour the sauce you just prepared on top, sprinkle with a handful of dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, and then pour a spoonful of boiling hot oil on top. Zi la la. Wow, Ani-chan. There's a nice smell coming from the front. Is someone having a picnic? Came the voice of a little boy who sounded very pretentious. At this time, two uninvited guests walked into the woods not far from where Hyuga Neji and his friends were having a barbecue. Hyuga Neji heard a child's voice and seemed to be more than one person, so he couldn't help but look over. After passing through layers of woods, before I saw the person, I saw two figures. One was floating in the woods at a height of about a person, and there was another much smaller figure next to it, a little lower than it. They are. Point. Point. Footsteps stepped across the grass, and someone walked out from the shadows. Two thin figures, one tall and one short, came into view. The tall one is a teenager and doesn't look very old. It was just that her long, flowing black hair was tied up because it was too long. The most obvious feature of his face was the two tear troughs, followed by a pair of melancholy eyes that seemed to emanate an unconcealable fatigue, as if something had been bothering him for a long time. There was a strange man and a little boy. But Hyuga Neji suddenly felt a pang in his heart. This face aside, there are still some differences between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional. But the iconic tear trough and the ping-pong paddle family emblem tattooed on the sleeves clearly state the identity of the future person. Uchiha Itachi, the most filial son in the ninja world. The one on the side looks very arrogant, but at this moment he is soft and cute. He is undoubtedly the first and second pillar of the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, the first of the two pillars. Now Uchiha Sasuke looks really ordinary, just an ordinary young master of a wealthy family, especially standing next to the talented Uchiha Itachi. That's why people are afraid of comparison, including geniuses. At this moment, Hyuga Neji was thinking about nothing else but a very outrageous question. Speaking of which, Uchiha Sasuke is only 6 years old this year, right? Then his brother Uchiha Itachi is 5 years older than him, so he is 11 years old. 11 years old. What did you eat to grow up? How did you grow so tall? Almost 1 meters tall. Hyuga Neji himself is considered to be growing quite fast, and now he is only less than 1.4 meters tall. And didn't the Uchiha clan only inherit the eyes of the six-path sage? What? How come he inherited the physique as well? Is it possible that he's called Senju Itachi? Maybe Uchiha Itachi is a freak with genetic mutation? You're growing so fast. You're much taller than me. Moreover, this mature face matches this body very well. Most people who don't know Uchiha Itachi's age would think he is 11 instead of 17. As the Uchiha Itachi brothers walked out of the woods, Hyuga Hinata and the other two, who were drooling at Hyuga Neji who was cooking, also looked over. Tenten was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "It's the Uchiha clan." Hyuga Neji felt a little bit strange. To be honest, he had been in Konoha for so long, but he had hardly ever seen the Uchiha clan of the Konoha Guard, who were said to be so arrogant and domineering that they would overthrow others at the slightest disagreement. Because he had a lot of his own things to do, and in Hyuga Neji's memory, the Uchiha clan was exterminated a long time ago, so he subconsciously had no intention of looking for some related information. But it was obvious that Tian beside him knew about the Uchiha clan. It seemed that his memory was too presumptuous. According to calculations, the Uchiha clan should not have been exterminated at this time. I remember that when Uchiha Sasuke was in the second year, Danzo Shimura sneak attacked and killed Uchiha Shisui. Oh no, it should be that he sneak attacked and robbed one of Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Later, realizing that there was no hope for reconciliation between Konoha village and the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui gave up completely, gouged out his other eye, handed it to his younger brother Uchiha Itachi, and then jumped into the river and died. Because Uchiha Itachi lost his beloved brother Shisui-san, he instantly opened the Manjiki Sharingan. It's quite impressive too. After opening the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi's strength increased greatly, and he looked down even more on all the members of the Uchiha clan who were fighting for the power they deserved. Then, under the brainwashing of the will of fire, he reached an agreement with the Konoha high-level officials. On a dark and windy night, he and Uchiha Obito, the masked man, massacred all the Uchiha clan members, leaving only his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. This is a bit selfish. After killing all his clansmen with his own hands, Uchiha Itachi instilled endless terror into the mind of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke through his mastery of illusion techniques with the Sharingan, hoping to stimulate him to open his eyes and give him the ability to protect himself. Hey! As a result, Uchiha Sasuke was terrified and couldn't believe that such endless horror existed. Under such shocking pressure, Uchiha Sasuke finally opened his eyes. He only opened one eye, but it was so hilarious. Oh, it's still a single Megatama. Still hilarious. Excuse me for disturbing you all. My brother and I just finished our ninja training nearby, and we smelled such a delicious aroma. I'm really sorry for coming here unexpectedly. Uchiha Itachi is worthy of being the eldest son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He is impeccable in etiquette and interpersonal dealings. He is full of grace and makes people feel good about him. Hyuga Neji is not willing to become good friends with the members of the Uchiha clan. How to say it? If we become good friends or good brothers with the Uchiha clan, the danger will be much greater than becoming enemies with the Uchiha clan. Do not believe? If you look at the thousands of years of history of the ninja world, there is Indra, the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan. He has his own loyal subordinates and friends, the kind of trusted men who follow him and believe in him no matter what. As a result, Indra killed the two with one sword, and his pupil power increased greatly, and he possessed the super-powerful Manjiki Sharingan. However, Indra has the eternal Manjiki Sharingan as soon as he opens his eyes, so he doesn't need to look for a relative's Manjiki to transplant. We won't mention the Uchiha history of the next 1,000 years, but let's take Uchiha Sasuke in modern times as an example. He is the latest historical record in the original work, because he regards Uzumaki Naruto as a good friend and has a deep bond with Uzumaki Naruto. Just because he had already made up his mind at that time to fight a life-and-death battle with his best friend Uzumaki Naruto, this contradictory and tormenting emotion made Uchiha Sasuke's brain secrete a special energy, and he actually opened the three Magatama Sharingan in the middle of his excitement. After the battle, in Uchiha Sasuke's heart, he had already killed Uzumaki Naruto, but this was not the reality after all. The reality was that Uzumaki Naruto was spared. In this situation, Uchiha Sasuke was unable to open the Manjiki Sharingan in one go. Although it did not evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan in one step, Uchiha Sasuke's entire soul, chakra control, and signature Sharingan all underwent a major transformation. Not only did he defeat his good friend, but his strength also increased greatly. He was so happy. So he embarked on the joyful journey of looking for Orochimaru to pursue greater power. Later, Uchiha Sasuke opened his Manjiki Sharingan because Uchiha Obito told him the truth about something that had always been a taboo in his heart. Uchiha Obito told Uchiha Sasuke the true situation of the night of the genocide, and told him that Uchiha Itachi would save his own stupid Uchiha Sasuke even if he had to kill his parents, his girlfriend who had not yet become a lover, and all the Uchiha clan members who respected and trusted him. He also had a fierce battle with Uchiha Sasuke that was almost like the release of the Pacific Ocean, and demonstrated to him various skills of the Manjiki Sharingan, so that he had a preliminary understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan that he would open in the future. Isn't this teaching by example? Oh, and he also left his Manjiki Sharingan behind. Uchiha Sasuke, who knew all this, instantly inherited the pain of Uchiha Itachi. That stupid Oyu doubted turned into a little brother who admired and worshipped his Unai-chan, so under the mental excitement, Uchiha Sasuke realized that he had truly lost his beloved one. This person was not Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly discovered that the beloved person he had lost was actually his brother, Uchiha Itachi, whom he hated so much before, so his Manjiki Sharingan was opened. So, although the Uchiha clan is strong, they are very unfriendly to outsiders. The Uchiha clan is indeed a clan with love, but this kind of love is too uncontrollable. If you want to be friends with them, you must always be prepared to be sacrificed. Hyuga Neji declined this offer. Tenten is a member of the common people in Konoha. Her parents are genuine merchants from the land of fire. Merchants are generally the people who have the most dealings with Konoha village's urban management, which is the Uchiha clan's security department of Konoha village. Seeing Tenten's eyes and the curled corners of his mouth, Hyuga Neji couldn't help but guess with amusement that Tenten's parents must have been troubled by the Uchiha clan over the years, so Tenten remembered them. Of course, this does not mean that the Uchiha clan are necessarily bad people. It's just that this class of people who are in charge of administrative violence and law enforcement are naturally in opposition to the common people below. He has his opinions and the people have their opinions, but in the end, the people still have to succumb to their opinions, so this kind of dissatisfaction arises. Coupled with the malicious manipulation of public opinion, the reputation of the Uchiha clan became even worse. And according to Hyuga Neji's observation, there are actually no very detailed and formal laws in the ninja world. In other words, the personal preferences and emotions of those in power may play a big role in handling government affairs and issuing laws and regulations. However, it seemed that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke were indeed passing by. When they smelled the fragrance, they couldn't help but come over to take a look out of curiosity. It was noon, and Hyuga Neji believed that they must not have eaten. No matter what happened in the future, they had met today, and the rice he had would not be enough for 2 mouths to eat. The visitor is a guest. So Hyuga Neji continued, his hands moving smoothly while he spoke, you two are too polite. Since we have met, it must be fate. Hinata, please help move a stool for the 2 friends and prepare the dishes and chopsticks. We will be having dinner soon. Seeing the 4 children in front of him, 2 of whom were from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Itachi subconsciously prepared to be polite and then take his brother away. After all, he didn't know the other party, so asking for a meal rashly was a bit too abrupt, right? However, when Uchiha Itachi was about to smile and apologize and decline, he saw his brother drooling at the smell. His eyes turned into stars. In addition, when Uchiha Itachi heard the young master Hyuga Neji, the white-eyed young master, say the word companion, he was touched, so after hesitating for a moment, he readily agreed. They are all companions. Uchiha Itachi felt a little dazed. It had been a long time since he heard the villagers of Konoha village other than the Uchiha clan say the word companion to the Uchiha clan. Sorry to bother you. Uchiha Itachi brought little Uchiha Sasuke forward and thanked him slightly. Looking at Hyuga Neji's smooth operation, he didn't know how to help. Fortunately, Hyuga Neji didn't mean to ask them to help, and clapped his hands and finished the last dish. After all, no matter how crazy Uchiha Itachi becomes in the future, one thing has to be admitted, he did not harm other villagers of Konoha village. His defection from the village was just a warning to the root not to act rashly. Uchiha Itachi was only sorry to the Uchiha clan, not to the Hyuga clan. So why not have a meal together? Everyone sat down one by one at the dining table summoned from the sealed scroll. Everyone had a large plate of Hyuga Neji version of Chinese fried rice in front of them. In the middle of the table, there were 2 huge rectangular steel plates. One of the plates was smaller and was filled with Hyuga Neji version of grilled fish, which looked colorful and appetizing and made people's mouths water. I learned that the name of this boiled fish is actually grilled fish. Although everyone doesn't know why grilled fish has to be boiled in soup, can this be called grilled fish? Shouldn't this be called boiled fish? However, the fish was indeed roasted before being put into the soup. There's nothing much to say about this, it's just a name. But it smells really good. It's a smell that has never appeared in Konoha village. Next to the relatively small rectangular iron basin containing the grilled fish, there is a huge plate filled with various grilled meat and vegetarian dishes that have been roasted to a golden color and smell of cumin and chili. Wow! Brother, this smells so good! Especially the way the fish is cooked. I have never seen it this way even in the restaurants in the clan. The little boy Uchiha Sasuke excitedly whispered to his brother beside him. Hyuga Neji stood up, poured 6 glasses of juice, and then handed them to everyone. Everyone, please don't be polite, let's eat. Thank you, I'm ready to eat. X5. In this ninja world, it is obvious that a lot of Sakura family culture has been inherited. Although there are many bad aspects in Sakura culture, Hyuga Neji feels that their pre-meal etiquette is still well observed. For example, saying it's time to eat before a meal gives people a very formal feeling. Of course, it's just a small gift, Hinata Neji was talking about a small courtesy, and he didn't mean to praise it. After all, there is no such thing as great virtue. Uzumaki Naruto, who could no longer wait, withdrew his gaze from Uchiha Sasuke and turned to the dining table filled with countless delicious dishes. He felt a little strange, as today was the first time he had met this little boy, although he looked kind of cute and handsome, of course, just like himself. Does she have a somewhat luxurious temperament? Yes, of course, she is the same as me. But I really can't figure out why there seems to be a kind of attraction from him that makes me pay attention to him involuntarily. That's not possible. Uzumaki Naruto thought. Hey! He is a man, and I am a man too. What am I thinking? What is so attractive about him? It must be that this person is too hateful and gives people a disgusting feeling. It must be like this. Just at this time, Hyuga Neji called everyone to eat, so Uzumaki Naruto quickly shifted his attention from the little boy in front of him and stared at the grilled fish on the table. This was a delicacy he had never seen before, and it smelled and looked delicious. According to the Pythagorean theorem, it must taste delicious too. The water quality is good and the environment is not polluted. The grilled fish on the table is a delicacy that Naruto Uzumaki and his friends have never seen before. Although I haven't seen it before, I can look forward to the taste in advance. The food made by brother Hyuga Neji must be delicious. Well, and this grilled fish is enough for everyone. Even if 2 people only eat grilled fish, they may not be able to finish the whole fish. What's more, there are more delicious barbecues piled up like a mountain next to it, and finally there is delicious fried rice for who knows how many people. Definitely enough for everyone. Everyone stretched out their chopsticks towards the grilled fish they had never seen before, and each took a piece and put it in their mouths, chewing slowly and savoring it carefully. Suddenly, everyone's skin froze, their hair stood on end, and they got goosebumps. Nani! It's so tiring. Ma Saga! All the people who recovered suddenly at the same time, including the little boy Uchiha Sasuke, had their pupils instantly turned into 4-pointed star shapes emitting sparkling light. Very delicious X5. Even in the past few years, Uchiha Itachi, who has been in a bad mood, only feels better now when facing his family, especially when he looks at his lively and cute younger brother. His younger brother of course refers to Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha was feeling a little relieved from the physical and mental exhaustion caused by the confrontation and sharp conflict between the entire Uchiha clan and the top leaders of Konoha village. He felt it was too bitter. So he particularly liked to eat at the small shop next to the commercial street of Konoha village. The signature red-headed dumplings in the shop were very much in line with Uchiha Itachi's taste. He likes to put a lot of sugar. Although it is human nature to love sugar, that is only physiological. But Uchiha Itachi likes it from the bottom of his heart. He likes the sweet feeling, and it can even soothe the bitterness in life. No? He ate a few slices of grilled fish and then took a few mouthfuls of rice. Every bite challenged Itachi Uchiha's taste buds and made him redefine the existence of gourmet food. He took a sip of juice, which was cool and refreshing. As he relaxed, a breeze blew by, bringing with it the fragrance of grass and the chirping of birds in the woods in the distance. He felt as if his soul had been purified. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi was startled, and quickly looked apologetic. Then he sincerely said to Hyuga Neji and the others, "I'm really sorry, I was tired due to training, so my concentration was a little distracted, and I even forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Itachi, and this is my brother Uchiha Sasuke, thank you for your hospitality." Seeing his brother introducing himself to everyone, Uchiha Sasuke at the side followed suit and said happily with a hint of arrogance, "My name is Uchiha Sasuke, you can just call me Sasuke." Hyuga Neji pretended to hear the name for the first time, nodded, and then said, "Hello Sasuke." "Hello brother Itachi. My name is Hyuga Neji." Finally, he pointed to the cute little girl with 2 buns on the left and said, "This is Tenten. And this is Hinata." When it was time to introduce Uzumaki Naruto spoke himself and said to Uchiha Sasuke, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, just call me Naruto." But Uchiha Sasuke just felt unhappy for some reason. "Hey! Didn't I just say this? Why are you imitating me? This yellow-haired brat looks a little bit annoying." Little did he know that in the eyes of everyone, he was also a little devil. Although Hyuga Neji and Tenten are only 1 year older than him. But Hyuga Neji never thought of himself as a child who was only 7 years old. After all, his mental age was indeed that of an adult. Then everyone started to finish the food on the table. Uchiha Itachi was already full, but when he saw that there was still much more food left on the table than enough for 4 people, no, much more than 6 people, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. So he spoke softly to Hyuga Neji, "Ningji, isn't the amount of food too much? I'll pack it up for everyone later. It would be bad if it was wasted." But Uchiha Itachi keenly discovered that as his words fell, Hyuga Hinata's face and ears turned red instantly. However, Hyuga Hinata didn't say anything. She just lowered her head and ate her rice in big mouthfuls faster. Uzumaki Naruto stood up, went over, patted Hyuga Hinata on the shoulder and said, "Brother Itachi, you worry too much. As long as Hinata is here, there will be no endless meals, ha 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 ha." Hyuga Hinata was originally a little shy, but after hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, she inexplicably felt embarrassed. She stood up and gave Uzumaki Naruto a slap on the head. Although Hinata Hyuga still has Uzumaki Naruto in her heart, she will not put herself in a cowardly way. Besides, who says that you can't give a loving slap to the person you like? Ah! It hurts so much. Uzumaki Naruto was originally quite resistant to blows, but in front of a fistful of love, even the rubber fruit couldn't resist it, not to mention that he didn't have the rubber fruit that made him immune to physical attacks. Uchiha Sasuke was a little unconvinced, "Haha, you really love to brag." Even Uchiha Itachi, who was watching from the side, still had some doubts on his face. Hyuga Neji smiled and tried to smooth things over, "My sister's appetite is a little different from that of an average person. She has a very good digestive talent. She's a genius." Then he said to Hyuga Hinata beside him, "You can only grow if you eat, right? Eat as much as you can, little Hinata. If it's not enough." Hyuga Neji patted his chest and said, "Add more food anytime." In fact, Hinata Hyuga is not as embarrassed as everyone imagines. At the beginning, she was a little embarrassed to find that she was indeed different from ordinary people. But after a few years, Hyuga Hinata has become accustomed to her appetite and is proud of her ability to be a big eater. Because according to the explanation of her brother Neji and the endorsement of her respected father Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata has already understood that her talent is not a bad thing. It is better to say that it is particularly suitable for me, which has greatly consolidated my foundation and raised the strength goals that I can achieve in the future. Moreover, in recent years, whether he was practicing theoretical knowledge or practicing the secret physical skills of the Hyuga family, he made rapid progress every day, and his strength was visibly increasing little by little. Among them, the easiest sign to check whether you have made progress is to look at the smile on the face of your father, Hinata Hayashi. Anyway, ever since he started eating to his heart's content, Hinata Hayashi has always had a smile on his face. He is no longer the old-fashioned boy who always had a horrible and stern face, as if he didn't know who owed him 10 taels of cash. So, under the gazes of the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke who did not believe at all, Hyuga Hinata began the mopping up mode. Because she has practiced the Hyuga family's physical skills countless times, Hyuga Hinata's body coordination is particularly flexible. 1 chopstick, 2 chopsticks, in an instant, they turned into countless pairs of afterimages, covering the dining table. Pieces of grilled meat, one by one, were stuffed directly into his mouth. Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, and Tenten looked at the expressions of the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke with mischievous amusement, from disbelief to suspicion to finally extreme fear. Their mouths were opened wide in shock for a long time. Finally, I fell into doubt again. However, this time they did not doubt Hinata Hyuga's appetite, but rather they doubted each other whether they were seeing things. How can people eat so much? Even a 300-pound sow can't eat like this, right? How does one stuff so much food into a tiny stomach? Could it be that there is a passage constructed by space-time ninjutsu in Hinata Hyuga's stomach? Uchiha Itachi, who was naturally cautious, secretly stretched out one hand under the table, pinched a seal with one hand, and made a gesture of genjutsu. Release, because he thought he had been caught in an illusion without knowing it. The result was no movement at all. There was no sign of me being under any illusion at all. As soon as he finished this operation, Uchiha Itachi laughed in his heart. Who is he? He is a super genius of the Uchiha clan and a terrifying existence who graduated from the ninja school early. A super genius who awakened the triple Magatama Sharingan at a young age. Now he is undoubtedly an elite jonin with great strength. This little girl is so talented. According to the law of conservation of energy, although no matter how much you eat, it may not be completely converted into your own strength, you are obviously much stronger than those who can't eat anything. And now, just about anyone they meet is the top genius of each clan in Konoha village. What can the Uchiha clan use to compete with the entire united Konoha village? Therefore, The Uchiha clan's coup is a dead end. Unless... Today, he unexpectedly met 4 young villagers from Konoha village. They happily had a meal of delicious food they had never tasted before. Uchiha Itachi felt much better. It's just that Uchiha Itachi might have been too focused on running his chakra just now, and unknowingly expanded his sense of unconsciousness to the maximum, intending to break this possible illusion. I didn't realize that there was any illusion that had confused or blinded me. But... Uchiha Itachi discovered that there seemed to be someone hiding in the distance, and a slight fluctuation was caused by the small movement. Although when I sensed it again, I found nothing. But Uchiha Itachi believed in this mysterious intuition. Although he did not find any signs of human activity, the intuition he developed during the battle made Itachi Uchiha believe that they seemed to be being watched by some vague eyes. When Uchiha Itachi stood up, looked around, and wanted to go out for a careful search, he found that this feeling of being peeped was no longer there. There is no doubt that these prying eyes are from the Anbu team responsible for monitoring Uzumaki Naruto. Normally they would not show up, but today they saw the Uchiha clan's ping-pong paddle emblem from afar and were agitated for a moment, worrying that the Uchiha clan would do something untoward to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so they revealed a little bit of their true colors. Because the Anbu team is within the Konoha village, with the help of the giant barrier that covers the entire Konoha village, it is enough to blend several people into the environment and reduce the possibility of being discovered. But Sarutobi Shinoshoku remembered that mature face. My god, he was only 11 years old, but had a face of an 18-year-old. It was simply, too mature, okay? Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Shinoshoku remembered that his father, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, once praised this Uchiha clan member with a mature face for possessing a will of fire that was beyond that of ordinary people and could be trusted. Therefore, Sarutobi Shinoshoku did not do anything extra and just continued to monitor. Other things don't matter. They will not interfere in anything concerning Uzumaki Naruto, whether he is bullied or cared for. Unless it involves Uzumaki Naruto's life and death crisis, because after Uzumaki Naruto's seal is lifted, although he will die, the Nine-Tails will also go berserk, which would be terrible. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while about everything under the sun. Looking at the time on their watches, the 2 brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke politely helped to clean up the pots and pans. After washing them, they nodded slightly to Hyuga Neji and the others and said, "We'll take our leave now. Next time you have a chance, please come to our Uchiha clan's land. Sasuke and I will definitely treat you warmly." The 4 little ones smiled and nodded in agreement. The others might have thought to themselves that they would definitely try it if they had the chance. But in fact, Hyuga Neji had an inappropriate thought in his mind. It might be difficult for him to go to the Uchiha clan's territory and have the feast invited by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. I looked at the chakra number above my head, it was just over 10 points. Although it seems that the chakra points are not much different from those of Uchiha Itachi just now, Hyuga Neji knows that he is now just a large chakra battery and has not yet converted the chakra he has cultivated into his own strength. In the world of cultivating immortals, this means that one has enough magic power, but has not learned any killing techniques and cannot complete the task of protecting the Tao. As the saying goes, no matter whether you are cultivating immortality or anything else, you must accumulate magic power first. Practice martial arts without practicing skills. All will be in vain when you grow old. However, if one only cultivates magical power without being able to protect oneself, one may be killed by a strong man at any time. Practice Kung Fu, not boxing. After all, my skills are not high. In terms of strength, Uchiha Itachi doesn't need to give up anything, even his 2 hands and 2 legs, but as long as he glares with those blood-red crystal eyes, Hyuga Neji will fall to the ground. Although Uchiha Itachi has not yet awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, but seeing his increasingly deep tear troughs, his increasingly furrowed brows, his increasingly thin body, and his failure to eat well, not eating the sweet dumplings properly, and not falling in love with the beautiful Uchiha girl Uchiha Izumi to enjoy the beauty of life. That's why Uchiha Itachi became more and more extreme, and failed to feel the beauty of life, especially except for his stupid Odo, until the last incident, Shisui's death, when he opened the Mangeki Sharingan and started killing his brothers, relatives, loved ones, and friends. But for now, Hyuga Neji can't interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. After all, in the entire Konoha village, from its establishment to its own demise, the Uchiha clan, to be honest, did not have a very good time. It sounds a bit funny. It is clearly one of the 2 major ninja clans that established the entire current Konoha village. He is simply the founding father. But after one war after another, coupled with the internal exclusion of Konoha village, all in all, the Uchiha clan is now much weaker than before, and has lost the invisible deterrent power brought by the thousand-year-old clan. But as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Uchiha clan is not as powerful as the Hyuga clan now, their strength is not to be underestimated by anyone. Because this race possesses magical qualities, the more difficult, the more dangerous, and the more adverse the conditions, the greater the possibility that the Uchiha clan will awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Not to mention awakening the legendary Mangeki Sharingan that could change one's destiny. Under the pressure of such a battle or a matter of life and death, 1 Megatama would become 2 Megatama, 2 Megatama would become 3 Megatama, and 3 Megatama might even open the Mangeki Sharingan while one's mind was agitated. This was also the reason why the Sandaime Hokage was unable to make up his mind and did not dare to give it a try to defeat and imprison the ruling ninja of the entire Uchiha clan. Therefore, when it comes to a head-on attack on the Uchiha clan, basically, except for the god of ninjas like the Shogai Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, who possesses the same strength and belongs to the same level, no one else can guarantee that they can kill the entire Uchiha clan alone. Even when Itachi Uchiha had awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, he had to take advantage of the moonlight and launch a sneak attack while many of the Uchiha clan members were asleep, and only then was he able to kill them one by one. And there is also Uchiha Obito, who has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and is almost a god-like existence if you don't know him or have the advantage of intelligence. His unique kaleidoscope move is like possessing the power of God, so it is called Kamui. No attack can hit him, but at the same time he can attack you. There's no way to fight this, you can't break the other party's defense at all. Therefore, Uchiha Obito is the most suitable person for assassination. Just look at him on the night of the genocide, with the chain knife in one hand, he was having so much fun killing. Is the Uchiha clan completely defenseless? Wrong. Didn't the Uchiha clan also have a Mangeki Sharingan at that time? That is the biological father of the filial son Uchiha Itachi, the big fool Uchiha Fugaku. Looking at the woods in the distance where no one had disappeared, Hyuga Neji began to think. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are almost 6 years old now, and will be 7 next year. In other words, the Uchiha clan's extermination night will happen in at least a year. What can Hyuga Neji accomplish in 1 year? So far, he has just gained some ability to protect himself. He is a humanoid self-propelled fire-powered large-scale chakra battery. After another year of practice, the chakra is estimated to reach 130,000 or 140,000 points. However, this amount of chakra does not seem to bring about any dramatic qualitative change in one's strength. During this period, even if Hyuga Neji learned all 64 or even 128 palms of Bagua Palm, as well as Bagua Palm Huishin and Bagua Palm including Kongjong, Hyuga Neji still felt that he could not intervene or help in such a difficult situation as the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. It's not that Hyuga Neji himself is self-deprecating, but because he is really too young. And unless he could open the Samsara Eye and possess the same level of combat power as Otsutsuki Tonari, he would be unable to stop Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito from their killing spree. Haha, is this possible? There is a caged bird curse mark on his forehead. Hyuga Neji just celebrated his 7th birthday this year, and he will only be 8 next year. At that time, he was at his most advanced. He had only practiced for 4 years, starting at the age of 4. He was too young. Although in terms of height and physical physique, Hyuga Neji is already outstanding among his peers. But when faced with 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, oh no, it should be said 1.5 pairs. Ha ha ha. So funny. Uchiha Obito, with a single-eyed Mangeki Sharingan. 1 eye. 1. Poker face. How can it be repaired? So angry. Just a Mangeki Sharingan made Uchiha Obito a god. If he was only facing Uchiha Itachi, his illusion would focus on strengthening the illusion aspect. Moreover, the Hyuga clan can control the chakra in their bodies. Ordinary illusions are ineffective against the Hyuga clan because the Byakugan is one of the 3 major eye techniques along with the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. It's just the Sharingan, it's not like the Byakugan can't compare. And after next year, the amount of chakra in Hyuga Neji's body will reach a terrifying 13 points. Judging from the amount of chakra alone, Hyuga Neji can say without any modesty that he will look down upon the entire Hyuga clan, including his cheap father Hyuga Hisashi. However, I don't know if the resonance riots caused by the control of these chakras can withstand the Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, who is famous for his illusions. Hyuga Neji felt that it was enough. However, Uchiha Itachi's illusion technique is quite powerful, and after paying a little price, he can open the Gundam. I go. Hyuga Neji suddenly sighed. He can even drive a Gundam. Uchiha Obito can't. He only has one eye, and he hasn't trained to the level of Uchiha Madara, who can drive a Gundam even without the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi has two freshly baked Mangeki Sharingan. It feels difficult to open even the first stage of Susanoo at a cost. Attack and defense integrated, this is the real absolute defense. Now that Uchiha Itachi is an elite Jonin, he seems to be a bit better, but when he opens his Mangeki, he is definitely at the level of Kage. Hyuga Neji felt that it would be too ridiculous if he could defeat this powerful Kage-level ninja in a year. Unless you open the Samsara Eye and perform the Golden Wheel Samsara Explosion or the Silver Wheel Samsara Explosion, there might still be a chance. But even Otsutsuki Tonari, a descendant of the Otsutsuki branch family on the moon who had a pure Byakugan bloodline, was unable to open the Samsara Eye on his own. It was not until she was about 19 years old, and with the combination of Hinata Hanabi's pure Hyuga family Byakugan, that she activated the Samsara Eye chakra mode. Otsutsuki Tonari himself has no eyeballs and is born blind. However, his bloodline was pure beyond imagination, and was branched into the Otsutsuki family, or you could say the main family, because after all the main family members were wiped out, the Otsutsuki branch family became the Otsutsuki main family. Other people opened the Samsara Eye chakra mode by chance at the age of 19, but Hyuga Neji didn't think he could open it at the age of 9. This period was 10 years earlier, not counting the difference in bloodline and inheritance. Even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, was still a well-deserved cannon fodder on the battlefield when he was 9 years old. Looking at the birds flying out of the woods in the distance and flying higher and higher, Hyuga Neji sighed inexplicably in his heart. For some things, you can only say that the time is not right. It seems there is nothing much to think about. Time is too tight and I can't stop it. So let it be. Well, some people wonder why Hyuga Neji doesn't use his mouth to change Uchiha Shisui's mind. You acted like a superior person in the past, and after just a few words, you were persuaded, weren't you? And wasn't Uchiha Itachi's thoughts also changed by his elder brother Shisui? How great is the verbal combat? And he made Uchiha Shisui gay, from a standpoint, with Uchiha Shisui, the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan, in charge, even if he doesn't use the skill of Mangeki Sharingan Koda Amatsukami, Uchiha Shisui is strong enough to beat Uchiha Itachi with just his belt. Wouldn't that avoid the tragedy of Genocide Night? Hey, blind student, we found the highlight. How clever. Sakesai, but I don't know if this is because everyone joked too much about the original work, saying that many villains were convinced by Uzumaki Naruto's mouth-to-mouth skills in just a few words, giving people the illusion that Uzumaki Naruto's most powerful skill is his mouth-to-mouth skills. However, in reality, Uzumaki Naruto is often the one who takes action first. Normally, the villain starts to nag, and then Uzumaki Naruto takes action directly, explodes, and after completely defeating the villain, he will then say a few words to persuade the villain. Therefore, the premise for the verbal persuasion to work is that you have to completely defeat it with your own strength. Whoever has the bigger fist has the bigger say. And even if in an ideal situation, Uchiha Shisui is really a wise man who will listen to you finish what you say without fighting, that is not feasible. The key point is that Shisui is a very complicated person and difficult to deal with. He is different from Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is cruel to others, extremely cruel to others. He is cruel to himself because he loves the stupid Oudoudu. But Uchiha Shisui is different. He is really cruel to himself. Even if he was ambushed by Danzo Shimura and had one of his eyes pulled out, Uchiha Shisui should have the strength to secretly launch a sneak attack on the civilians of Konoha village, right? It will definitely cause chaos in Konoha village. Especially his lofty war prestige. With a wave of his hand, the combat effectiveness of the entire Uchiha clan directly increased by a red buff and a blue buff, instantly regaining the title of the #1 ninja clan in Konoha village. Facing the Mangeki was no different from facing a tailed beast. Moreover, this humanoid tailed beast has the ability to instantly transform into another form, which is second only to the 4th Hokage's. It would be a dream to think of catching him and performing a sealing technique on him. In the end, Other ninja clans will definitely adopt a policy of appeasement as long as their interests are not too damaged. Unfortunately, even though his strength was not completely disadvantaged, Uchiha Shisui chose to commit suicide. Clang. Do not care. Lie flat. My goodness, he just lay down in the coffin. In fact, Hyuga also thought about whether he should contact Uchiha Shisui. Mainly because of the character filter in the original work, Uchiha Shisui gave people a good feeling. It is better to make it clear to him that the relationship between the village and the ethnic group cannot be based on blindly following the village's words. Because the village was pushed forward by the top leaders, they do not necessarily represent the wishes of all villagers. Do people really hate the Uchiha clan so much that they even want the Uchiha clan to be exterminated? Obviously not, because in all the wars, the Uchiha clan has made great contributions. Although some of the Uchiha clan members are arrogant in character and their behavior is annoying, there is no doubt that if they are comrades on the battlefield, they must be strong and reliable comrades. Many ordinary Uchiha clan members are also entrusted to the younger generations by their companions when they are carrying out partner missions with their teammates. But after thinking about it, Hyuga gave up. Because Uchiha Shisui is now not only a member of the Uchiha clan with the will of fire in his heart, but also a teenage boy who kills people like crazy on the western battlefield. Don't be fooled by his bun nose and baby face. Why? This matter is easy to handle. All Hyuga needs to do is go over and give Uchiha Shisui a hard friendship punch to let him see what the love of the Hyuga clan is. Then Uchiha Shisui will prostrate himself and listen obediently to what Hyuga will say next, which is indeed a profound and insightful truth. After the death of the Golden Flash 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, Konoha village was not without war. In the east of the Land of Fire, near the ocean, ninjas from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water would occasionally come in an endless stream to harass the border area, attempting to plunder and destroy. The army sent by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to the ocean border to defend the border was led by Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui earned the nickname Instant Body Shisui in the war. Although he was extremely young, he was already the undisputed strongest person in the entire Uchiha clan from top to bottom. If this kind of person was not loyal to the Sandaime Hokage, he would have caused unrest among Konoha F4 long ago, and they might have set a trap for Shisui to die. Whether in Konoha village or in the Uchiha clan, there is Uchiha Shisui who holds a high position. Hyuga is not sure that he can kill or defeat him in the present years. There is still too much difference in strength. The strong ones all have their own ninja way, so if you don't defeat them, there is no way to instill your will into their minds. The weak ants cannot make a shocking sound to the world. Even the words spoken by the wisest, most powerful ants cannot reach the ears of the giants towering into the sky, even though those words are full of correct wisdom and truth. Little Sasuke, you still look like a cute little boy now, but it's a pity that you will become a completely different person next year, completely blinded by darkness. However, under such circumstances, it would be difficult for ordinary people to understand and accept it. Alas, Mikoto is a good woman. What a pity. After Hyuga and the other three took a short nap for half an hour, they began their afternoon training with full energy. Confucius said, if you don't sleep at noon, you will collapse in the afternoon. Mencius said, Confucius is right. Dear all, remember to take a lunch break. No matter how great the flood is, I will remain unmoved. I am not a savior. Even if I am the sage of 6 paths, I have many regrets. Let's continue treading water training. After the second qualitative change of chakra, the purity of Hyuga Byakugan increased significantly. And it was not something that happened overnight. As the chakra increased every day, the pupil power in his eyes resonated and grew. Now the function of the Byakugan has reached the same level as those of the Hyuga head family before the caged bird seal was imposed. Moreover, among these Hyuga main families, there is also an existence with a very high purity of the awakened Byakugan bloodline limit, similar to the contemporary main family member Hyuga Hayashi, and much stronger than Hyuga Lights, who is also a main family but only an elder. In terms of long-sightedness, Hyuga is already able to detect things within a 2-kilometer radius around him, and there is no limit of 359 degrees. However, when doing treading water training, although I can send the same amount of chakra to the soles of both feet, there still seems to be room for improvement. Human beings are full of symmetrical and asymmetrical structures. At first glance, a normal person has 2 hands and 2 feet, which are symmetrical. However, the 2 hands and 2 feet are different, generally one is bigger than the other, and one is straight while the other is curved. Therefore, when a person stands upright, his center of gravity is not in the center of the body, and the forces on his 2 feet are not equal. Just now in the morning, Hyuga Neji didn't notice the difference much. But in the afternoon, he suddenly had an idea. Since the Byakugan can observe the flow of chakra, and one can observe the specific number of chakras, if one regards a foot as a small hole, one can also open the Byakugan and look at the distribution of chakras in various parts of the foot, even to the precise number. If we make reasonable adjustments, wouldn't it greatly reduce the uncertain variables such as intuition and use a more scientific method to practice? Because now he has only put a certain amount of chakra on his feet, but the specific positions of the feet, such as the front, back, left, right, forefoot, center, and heel, are areas that he has not yet controlled precisely. It would be great if I could precisely control every bit of chakra that is condensed and have it appear precisely on the toes, the middle of the feet, and the heels. That's too much. At that time, Hyuga Neji's chakra control was simply too strong. Maybe he was almost as strong as Tsunade, the Senju princess, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. But if you add your own golden finger, it will be possible. I have this white eye aid, why not use it? So Hyuga Neji turned around in circles calmly, then turned his back to everyone and lowered his head without attracting anyone's attention. Her loose hair covered most of her face. This was to prevent the Anbu team in the distance from discovering the astonishing fact that he had already opened his Byakugan. Then his mind moved at will, and he began to roll his eyes. Hideous blood vessels bulged out and spread around his eyes, like an alien species. Oh, the roll of eyes originally came from an alien species. It is still a little different from the natives of the ninja world. After opening the Byakugan, Hyuga Neji once again experienced the power of the map cheat. All objects with chakra within a radius of 2 kilometers will be captured first. This is high priority motion capture, and if Hyuga Neji is willing, he can stand here facing forward without moving, and a surround 3D image will be automatically generated in his mind, and after adding pupil power, he can zoom in and out. Even rocks and trees that do not have chakra can be observed and penetrated one by one. Lowering his head slightly and focusing his gaze on his feet, Hyuga Neji accurately discovered that although the total chakra numbers on both feet added up to 20 points, most of the chakra on the left foot was concentrated in the forefoot, while most of the chakra on the right foot was concentrated in the heel. In this situation, if Hyuga Neji stands still, he can still achieve balance. But if you lift your feet slightly, the direction of the entire buoyancy will change. When I raised my right foot, a lot of chakra gathered at the front of my left foot, causing my body to tend to tilt forward. It's that my feet have the power to spring forward. The direction of buoyancy is slightly off. As a result, Hyuga Neji's body balance suddenly became difficult to maintain, and he could only rely on his strong core strength to hold on, resulting in a waste of energy. Regain your balance quickly. When you lift your left foot, the chakra gathered at the back of your right heel begins to exert force. The buoyancy generated in the water is directed toward your back, so your right foot tends to move backwards, causing your body to lose balance. Now that he could see the chakra distribution clearly, Hyuga Neji could allocate the chakra accurately. In addition, he could easily see the specific value of the chakra, even if it was very tiny. The division of chakra into units was made by Hyuga Neji himself, and it was recognized only by himself. So, with the help of the golden finger, Hyuga Neji evenly distributed the chakra on both feet, adjusting it so that the forefoot and soles of the feet had slightly less chakra, and the heels had more chakra. Due to the inherent limitations of the human body structure, the weight of the body is basically based on the heels standing straight up, so the weight applied to the heels is slightly greater. After completing the reasonable distribution, Hyuga Neji was surprised to find that his body had achieved a perfect balance between buoyancy, repulsion, and gravity. Then he stepped hard on the water surface, generating greater buoyancy and repulsion. However, since the buoyancy, repulsion, and gravity had reached a balance, Hyuga Neji now felt that he was not stepping on flowing water, but on real land. Lift your feet and take 2 steps. Still consistent, the slightly flowing waves seemed to be just an illusion, and there was no need to constantly change the chakra distribution to adapt to the erratic buoyancy. Haha, I get it. I get it. Hyuga Neji suddenly had an idea, and remembered that no matter how the water ripples or how the river flows, its density actually remains largely unchanged. In other words, with respect to the distribution of water molecules in this stream, the density of water of the same quality within a unit volume is not much different. In layman's terms, water flows with the same water quality can generally provide the same buoyancy. Then Hyuga Niji can accurately ensure the superposition of the repulsive force exerted by the chakra on his feet and the buoyancy of the stream water. At this time, the treading water training for Hyuga Niji can actually be over. Because he has mastered the skill of being able to maintain his balance in water flow, no, it should be said that he has mastered the trick of being able to maintain his balance in unstable places such as liquids. And all liquids, in general, are just denser than water. So at the moment of jumping, when releasing the chakra under his feet for the first time, he first released the amount of chakra based on ordinary water flow, and then compared it with the actual feeling, so as to quickly analyze the material of this liquid, the buoyancy it can exert, plus the force exerted by his own chakra on the soles of his feet. As long as he finds a point that offsets gravity, then all this kind of liquid, Hyuga Niji can run, jump, and move quickly as if it were flat ground. Ha 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 ha. After decades of hard work, I finally figured out the secret of treading water. Hyuga Niji stood tall, imitating the protagonist in the second-year novel who would end his retreat at any time. Then there were flying sand and rocks, erupting flames, and shocking noises. In addition, he let out a standard long howl. The sound was like steel and iron, piercing the sky. Ah 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 ah. Listen. Hyuga Niji is howling. Ha 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 ha. Look. Hyuga Niji is laughing wildly. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his two shrunk eyes, due to being too speechless, and asked Tenten, who was not far away from him, uncertainly, Tenten, I feel a little dizzy and tinnitus. It seems to be Niji. Tian was also very embarrassed and felt very ashamed. What the hell are you embarrassed about? You are only 7 years old. Don't bring on the persona of a housewife who is distressed by her naughty husband without making a sound. Let's ask and see if we should call for a medical ninja. Hyuga Niji fell backwards directly. The script is wrong. The protagonists in middle school novels usually look inexplicably powerful when they howl and shout like this. And it will attract a lot of jealous and devoted glances, right? Why is it that as soon as I actually take action, people treat me as a mental patient? So, after Hyuga Niji explained 6 times that there was nothing wrong with his mental state and he was just in a playful mood and imitating a middle school boy, he finally convinced the 3 friends with beady eyes. Puff. Big Eyes returned to normal, Big Eyes from Karslan. The 3 people who had returned to normal and understood the truth, turned and looked with great admiration at Hyuga Niji, who had gone to the next big river and was showing them his graceful movements, changing shapes, and his flying clothes on the still, flowing, or roaring water of the river. From then on, as long as he had enough chakra and physical strength, rivers, lakes, and seas were just bumpy land to Hyuga Niji. Hiss, Siguyi. So everyone practiced until the sun set and the breeze became cooler, then they finished their work contentedly and returned to their respective homes. This was the day when Hyuga Niji's chakra underwent its second qualitative change. After a day of training, Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Sasuke to wash their faces and hands in the stream beside the woods. Then the 2 of them held hands and slowly walked towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Under the setting sun, the figures, one big and one small, were stretched out very long. The only thing that spoils the view is that such a beautiful picture was created by 2 brothers. Seeing his cute little brother Uchiha Sasuke, who was very happy as long as he could practice with him every day, Uchiha Itachi's mood also improved a lot. Sasuke is my most important family member. I will never allow the dispute between the village and the Uchiha clan to affect him. Hehe. It seems that Uchiha Itachi forgot that he and Uchiha Sasuke are not orphans. There are also father and mother. It's better not to talk about his father, Uchiha Fugaku. That, gentle and lovely Mikoto. How can it be repaired? Rebel. Uchiha Itachi made up his mind, thinking that he always said that Sasuke was his stupid little brother, but in fact, in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, his younger brother was the cutest little brother in the world. Sasuke, why are you so happy today? Although Uchiha Sasuke hid his expression very well, it was mainly because he was too arrogant, not because he was deep-minded or good at putting on a smiling mask. He saw the excitement in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, which he had not seen in the past 2 days, so Uchiha Itachi asked curiously. Uchiha Sasuke blushed. Haha, is that so? No, Nisan, brother. I'm just happy to be training with Nisan brother. After the serious explanation, Uchiha Sasuke shook his head like a rattle, and replied to Nisan, whose tears were getting deeper and deeper, in an affirmative tone that he did not appear to be very happy, and even if he was happy, it must be because he had the company of the best Nissan in the world. Uchiha Itachi smiled and said, "Is it because of those kids I met today?" "No, no." Uchiha Sasuke quickly shook his head. "How can it be? The others were okay, nothing special, especially the yellow-haired guy, who gave people a weird and somewhat annoying feeling." Uchiha Itachi understood and suddenly felt sorry for his stupid Udu. Uchiha Sasuke has no good friends or playmates among the other ninjas or civilians in Konoha village. Because the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan was rather tense, after the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, under the strong order of the Konoha village's top leaders, the entire Uchiha clan was ordered to move from the huge clan land originally located in the center of Konoha village to a larger wasteland near the border at the outermost edge of Konoha village. And all the families of the Uchiha clan were gathered together to facilitate surveillance by Konoha village. The public was outraged at that time. All the Uchiha clan members were so angry that they jumped up and down with rage. But the reason given by Konoha village was very legitimate, because all the Konoha village ninjas saw what happened on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. In the eyes of the Nine Tails, its pupils were under the influence of an illusion, and there was no doubt that it was controlled by the members of the Uchiha clan. Probably not the Uchiha from the Leaf Village, but who can say for sure? After all, the Uchiha clan's most well-known and most difficult feature to imitate is the Sharingan that was passed down from the Six-Path Sage thousands of years ago. There were both witnesses and evidence, and many ninjas in Konoha village sacrificed their lives to stop the rampage of the Nine Tails. Even the other ninjas in Konoha village, who had been watching the fight between the Uchiha clan and the village's top leaders, were holding back their anger and accumulated a lot of rage. Maybe the Nine Tails was not killed by the Uchiha clan of your Konoha village, but there is no doubt that it was done by the ninja of your Uchiha clan. Is it possible that apart from the Uchiha clan in Konoha village, is there any other place in the ninja world where there are members of the Uchiha clan? Don't talk about Uchiha Madara. It has already turned into ashes. Uchiha Madara was killed personally by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in the Valley of the End, and the body of Uchiha Madara was personally confirmed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to find no trace of substitution techniques. It was just that under the restraint of his brother, it was impossible to perform an autopsy for experiments, but it was indeed the body of Uchiha Madara. So it was obviously one or several members of the Uchiha clan, who might have some secret technique, and then combined their eye power together to finally control the Nine Tails, which eventually caused the Jinchuriki to go berserk, resulting in heavy losses for Konoha village, and even the loss of the newly appointed fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Therefore, the Uchiha clan could be said to be isolated and helpless at that time. If anyone from the Uchiha clan really wanted to rebel, the Uchiha clan would be met with a strong counterattack from all the ninjas of Konoha village except the Uchiha clan. Without the Mangeki Sharingan and the powerful strength like Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan can be said to have no chance of winning. Even if he is the strongest ninja clan, so what? The quality and quantity of the 10, 8, and many civilian ninjas combined far exceed those of the Uchiha clan, which has been severely damaged by the war. And if he really rebelled, he would lose the support of the people, the greater good, and his reputation. Even if they die, they die. It will be a death in vain. No one will pity them, no one will feel sorry for them, and no one will remember that there was a race in the ninja world called the Uchiha clan. Therefore, resistance was futile, and the Uchiha clan was forced to abandon the numerous shops in the prosperous area of Konoha village, as well as the expensive clan land in the city center, and were instead forcibly moved to the edge of Konoha village. But after a few years, I gradually got used to these things. Because the Uchiha clan's new clan territory is very far from the center of Konoha village, and the Uchiha clan and many residents of Konoha village have a less harmonious relationship due to the messages and provocations of people with ulterior motives, the Uchiha clan is proud in their hearts. After all, the Uchiha clan has not done anything wrong. Why should they humble themselves to the ordinary Konoha villagers who are like ants? Do I have no friends anymore? Is it necessary to make these friends? The Uchiha clan's answer is, no. Even a clan as powerful as the Senju clan could not make the Uchiha clan bow their heads. What's more, what about those second-rate ninja clans who are like ants, and the vast majority of Konoha village villagers? The Uchiha clan was only relying on their numerical advantage. They were unwilling to associate with them. Their bloodline passed down for thousands of years gave them a strong sense of ethnic identity. The consequence of this is that the Uchiha clan basically only lives, works, communicates and plays within their own clan and clan territory, and except for the Uchiha members of the Konoha Guard who have to go on missions, other people will not be sent out of the village by the Hokage building. Unless it is Uchiha Shisui, whose strength is like a needle in a bag, who pierces it by himself. Such a talented ninja is indeed powerful. As long as he is sent alone, he can help kill many ninjas from other enemy villages. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui will have to be allowed to leave the village and go to the border of the Fire Country to resist the Mist Village ninjas who occasionally launch sneak attacks from across the sea. This is why members of the Uchiha clan left the village to carry out missions. Basically all other members of the Uchiha clan have been stopped from being sent out of the village on ninja missions, and it has been several years now. That's why the Uchiha clan couldn't stand it anymore, and they clamored and instigated the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku to rebel, start a war, and go against the Konoha village's top leaders. Because apart from confining them to the Konoha village, no one else will let them go out or assign them any tasks. There is no other difficulty. Anyway, it feels like cutting meat with a blunt knife or boiling a frog in warm water. It didn't kill him instantly, but it was very painful and uncomfortable. It's a little easier for adults, as they may think more about it and know the ins and outs of these things, so there's nothing much to say. But for a kid like Uchiha Sasuke, they still felt a little uncomfortable. Because children are born to play together. He has been a loner since childhood, so there must be something wrong with this child. In the clan territory, Uchiha Sasuke is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, so everyone treats him with respect. After years of war, there are relatively few Uchiha people of the same age in this generation. The other adults of the Uchiha clan are busy venting their inner frustration every day, so how could they have the time to have children and raise the next generation? This resulted in Uchiha Sasuke basically not having many friends of the right age to play with. This is why Uchiha Sasuke likes to train with his brother. He didn't enjoy the training, but enjoyed the time with his brother. His brother is pretty good. She is strong, gentle, and kind to him. But Uchiha Itachi thought, if there were more children of Uchiha Sasuke's age in the clan and served as his playmates, maybe this stupid Oyudaodu of his would be happier. The location of the back mountain of Konoha is actually close to the border of Konoha village. Well, after crossing the Forest of Death is the new territory of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. When people moved here, this place was still a wasteland. However, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to force the Uchiha clan to death. As for their clan land in the center of Konoha village and the valuable shops on several commercial streets, he converted the corresponding materials and money, as well as various items of the same value, into an exchange with the Uchiha clan at a somewhat reasonable discount price. After all the land in the village costs money. Then that large piece of new land will be 10 times larger, enough to accommodate the entire Uchiha clan. Even if the new clan land is not valuable, it still costs a lot of money. Anyway, the Uchiha clan was persuaded semi-forcefully to accept this result. The Uchiha clan is a fighting nation, a fighting race, and they don't know how to build houses. Therefore, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also mobilized considerable manpower and material resources to repair a newer, more beautiful, and more spacious house for the Uchiha clan. So in the eyes of the middle and lower class Uchiha clan members, when they were originally in the clan area in the center of Konoha village, although the land there was quite valuable, no one would sell their houses casually, so the houses were valuable but they had no money, so their living conditions at that time were actually not as good as they are now. Now he has a big house and a big yard to live in, and he is surrounded by friendly Uchiha clan members. Without those Konoha villagers who always look at him strangely and seem unwilling to provoke him, the middle and lower class Uchiha people feel that the inner pressure is much less. The only ones who suffered relatively large losses were the upper middle class interest groups of the Uchiha clan. The one who suffered the most loss was undoubtedly the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. But he accepted the result without a word, so the other Uchiha clan ninjas who were not as strong as Uchiha Fugaku and whose losses were not as great as Uchiha Fugaku had to stop and dare not resist. And Uchiha Fugaku is the real clan leader. Before the current Uchiha Fugaku became the clan leader, that is, after the establishment of Konoha village, the Uchiha clan has never had a clan leader again after the modern Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Ban defected from the village. This kind of position where one person represents the entire family is a bit tricky, as this kind of person is too harmful to them. Moreover, there was no one with the strength to suppress the entire Uchiha clan at that time, so several interest groups and their elders simply came together to take over the temporary trusteeship. Therefore, there has been no clan leader for decades, and there are only a few elders who jointly handle the affairs of the Uchiha clan. It was not until Uchiha Fugaku rose to prominence in subsequent wars and earned the reputation of Evil Eyes Fugaku that his strength convinced the other members of the Uchiha clan, so they simply made Uchiha Fugaku the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan. However, they did not realize that Uchiha Fugaku could be a general who could charge for the family, but he could not be a qualified leader. After a while, a vast tribal land emerged. A high wall enclosed a vast area of land with no end in sight. Only at the 4 gates did the Uchiha clan's Chunin ninjas stand guard and conduct inspections. A village within a village, a country within a country. As for the Hokage, in the Uchiha clan, he is just a fart that makes no sound at all. Any leader who wants to centralize power will not allow the existence of such a united interest group with such great autonomy. Especially since this interest group is actually an ethnic group, and the combat effectiveness of this ethnic group is still very strong, and especially this ethnic group with strong combat effectiveness has a bit extreme thoughts and is a bit difficult to control, and the general will of fire cannot brainwash them. It is like a time bomb in the village. Not to mention the Knight of the Nine Tails, the signs of illusion cast by the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes, plus the precedent of the Uchiha clan having the Manjiki. This kind of real evidence is in front of everyone, it is too dangerous. They must be real. Otherwise, why would they be the thorn in the side of Konoha F4? Welcome back, Master Itachi, Master Sasuke. On both sides of the gate, the Uchiha clan ninjas, who had originally had serious faces, ferocious looks and cold eyes, saw the tall and short figures walking over the hillside from the horizon, and they couldn't help but smile cordially and hurriedly greeted them. It's just that, ZK-sai. Hearing this voice, Uchiha Itachi felt disgusted in his heart. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, looking at these 2 Uchiha clan ninjas who were guarding the gate was a strong feeling of physical and psychological disgust. There's already a rift between the village and the Uchiha clan. You guys have even spontaneously developed a set of shift rotation mechanisms and procedures. Every day, someone takes turns standing and blocking this door to prevent ordinary Konoha villagers from approaching. Is our Uchiha clan's land so valuable? Moreover, regarding this matter, Uchiha Itachi had already expressed clear opposition when he was very young a few years ago. As a child of a few years old, what opinions do you have about the actions of the adults in the family? Moreover, the genius Uchiha Itachi was only a genin at that time, and many of his peers were dissatisfied with him, mainly because he was not strong at all and not high-end enough. So they were decisively rejected by the proud Uchiha clan members. Everyone felt that they had finally got their own piece of clan land, which was so quiet and fertile. Although there were fewer people around, the Uchiha clan, who did not like the hustle and bustle, did not take it seriously. Anyway, many villagers in Konoha village don't have a good attitude towards the Uchiha clan, so they simply don't let them in, except for necessary businessmen. The first time, Uchiha Itachi even reported to his father, Uchiha Fugaku, hoping that his father, Uchiha Fugaku, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, would come forward and severely reprimand these Uchiha clan members who had spontaneously become obstacles to the communication between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. But Uchiha Fugaku refused. He did not stand up to encourage the Uchiha clan members to take spontaneous action. However, he did not listen to the thoughts of the Konoha village leaders. He was a rather contradictory group. To put it nicely, it means thinking a lot. To put it bluntly, it means being indecisive and wavering. When he was less than 4 years old, Itachi Uchiha was taken to the battlefield by Uchiha Fugaku. He witnessed the death of his companions and clansmen, and the tragic scene of the villagers of Konoha village being beheaded by enemy ninjas. Less than 4 years old. And this 4 years old does not mean Hyuga Neji, who looks 4 years old physically but is actually an uncle whose soul from his previous life combined is over 30 years old. Hyuga Neji has his own set of judgments and has seen a lot of the world. Even though he may feel a little uncomfortable at first in the cruel scenes of war, it will definitely not shake his values that he has accumulated over decades. What are the 3 views of Uchiha Itachi when he was 4 years old? To put it bluntly, many people cannot recall any memories before the age of 4 when they grow up. This is an important time to be sent under the red flag, accept the baptism of red materialistic thought, and shape your own 3 views. You put him on the battlefield, let him experience the cruelty of war and the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Did the child get harmed?